Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 251, Son. Kaneko-chan, don't hide, okay? Don't be scared, nya. Lee tried to coax Kaneko as there was nothing scary and everything would be okay. It might be scary at first, but it would become comfortable soon. However, Kaneko wouldn't listen to Lee and hid under the table after she was about to learn the knowledge Ni and Lee were about to teach her. Everything was smooth at first, but when she knew what they would teach her, the terror in her heart swallowed her, and she was unable to hide her panic, running away and hiding in fear. Senjutsu. As a Nikosho, a yokai, she was naturally able to master this power, but unlike Ni and Lee, who were neutral and could handle this power well, Kaneko was different as she thought this power was nothing but a curse. If it wasn't for Senjutsu, then would Kaneko be separated from her older sister and be a devil under Rias? If it wasn't because of this power, Kaneko knew that her past wouldn't be miserable, but at the same time, she also knew how strong this power was. After all, by using this power, her older sister could kill her master, gain incredible power, and become an SS-class criminal. Being affected by her sister's crime, Kaneko was helpless and could do nothing as she was surrounded by many who also wished to kill her. Even now, that scene was like a nightmare for her, and she didn't want to become a demon that would kill anyone because of this cursed power. However, Kaneko also knew if she didn't master this power, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She would be weak, and she wouldn't be able to help Rias. Kaneko also didn't want to stay weak like now, and she wished to become strong, but facing this power. Kaneko, are you here? Kaneko was startled when she heard this voice and saw Riser squatting as he was looking at her. Riser-sama. As she was startled, she also didn't dare to look at him as she was afraid to disappoint him. Rias had enthused her to train under Riser, and she also wished to show her worth, telling him that she had been a good girl, working hard with the guide of Ni and Lee, yet the result was disappointing. I am sorry, Riser-sama. Her tears dropped as she was ready for his scolding, but her hand suddenly stretched into her and hugged her in his arms. Riser-sama. Kaneko was confused as she was ready for him to get angry with her, but it's okay. If you don't want to learn it, you don't need to. If this is something that is painful for you, there is no need for you to force yourselves. You don't need to feel afraid to make a mistake since I won't hate you for this. Let's search for another way for you to become stronger, okay? Kaneko hugged him tightly, clinging and crying. Riser glanced at Ni and Lee, who were behind, and made a gesture for them to leave, which they nodded. While Ni and Lee were curious about what was happening to Kaneko, they gave her time so she could properly sort her emotions. Still, due to Kaneko's outburst, Riser stayed by her side, gently caressing her hair and coaxing her until she calmed down. Looking at this petite girl, he wondered whether she realized how luxurious her situation was as she was personally coaxed by him. However, she also gave him a reason to skip his work, which he was glad for. The two spent time in the room together for quite a while, as Kaneko was sleeping after that cry. Meanwhile, Riser took out his book and read it quietly until he felt a movement in his arms. He looked down and saw she was blushing, clearly embarrassed. Riser-sama. I am sorry. It's okay. Are you okay now? Even so, Kaneko didn't want to separate from him. Still, she peeked at him, and somehow, courage was born from her heart. Riser-sama. Are you not going to ask why I was scared of Senjutsu? Her voice was trembling as she said those words. Do you want to tell me? Kaneko fell in silence for a moment, then nodded. I want to tell Riser-sama. Then, let me hear it. Kaneko then told him about her story of how she lived happily with her older sister before everything changed when her older sister killed her master, leaving her behind and making her persecuted by everyone. Listening to her story quietly, Riser sighed and thought that the Gremory house really loved to make trouble, but at the same time, he also realized that he might still be kinder than anyone in the underworld. While the Gremory house might not hesitate to make an innocent girl face much darkness and almost killed, when they saved her, she would be loyal to their family, working hard blindly for them as if they were a savior. Yet, even if that was the case, the Gremory house was still unable to solve the problem hidden deep in her heart and just let her be in pain until the protagonist came out, solving her problem, and then made her fall in love. Or was it the power of the plot to make this girl fall to such a perverted boy? However, since Kaneko was in his place, there was no such chance at all. Nevertheless, Riser wished to meet Kaneko's older sister. I see, that's the case. Kaneko snuggled into his arms as she told her story, clinging to him tightly. But Kaneko, I think you make a single mistake. Mistake? Kaneko looked at Riser in confusion. I am the Lucifer. I am the strongest devil in the underworld. Do you think even if you have gone on a rampage due to your senjutsu, you can hurt me? Kaneko was in a daze as Riser tapped her cute, pointy nose. Could she hurt Riser even if she used senjutsu? When she thought how powerful he was, such a possibility didn't exist at all. Even if her older sister also went on a rampage, she also didn't think her older sister could do anything to Riser. Riser was strong. Probably the strongest, too. That's why there is no need for you to be afraid as long as I am here. Riser knew that his job was over. However, if you don't want to learn senjutsu, I can teach you something else. She felt that if Rias Group lost too badly, it wouldn't be interesting, so she wished to make Kaneko into an element of surprise. No, it's okay. I will learn senjutsu, Riser-sama. Riser was surprised by Kaneko's answer, so he asked again. Are you sure? She might appear nervous, but somehow, he could feel the firm will within her. Yes. Kaneko nodded. As long as you are here, I know that I will be all right, but, if I do well, can you give me a reward? She didn't dare to look at him, blushing. While Kaneko wasn't his peerage member, Riser didn't mind giving her a reward. What do you want? Well. Kaneko opened her lips, then closed them again. Let's wait until I can do it. Okay. Riser didn't think as much as he patted Kaneko's head. Let's go. I am sure everyone is waiting and worried. Riser stood up, but he saw Kaneko hold his hand without letting it go. Yet he didn't say anything, holding her hand, and left the room together. Holding his hand firmly, Kaneko stared at his profile and smiled as she thought it was so warm to stay by his side. Chapter 252, Callous. While Riser was busy training Sona and Sona's peerage members, as well as Kaneko, who was entrusted to him, Azazel also trained Rias and her peerage members. However, Azazel was helpless against Rias. To be honest, he was furious and wished to leave right away. After all, the hospitality of the Gremory house was so bad, and there was no trace of respect in everyone's eyes. Whenever he walked, even if there were no individuals who dared to touch him, they still talked, mocked, and glared at him from time to time, giving a silent treatment. The moment Azazel entered the Gremory domain, he became the most hated individual in this place. Yet, Azazel also understood that he was the one who caused the ruin of many things. Many wouldn't believe that Surzeka's death didn't have anything to do with him, especially when he was the one who took the initiative to bring Valor with him. It was also due to this that many devils from the Gremory domain went bankrupt and lost their jobs, as the loss of Surzek brought them much trouble. With Surzek as their leader, everything was smooth, and no one dared to fight them, but the moment Surzek passed away, there was no mercy, especially when many of their products were losing in quality and price. Moreover, under the lead of Riser, the Phenex house and the Citri house were aggressive, and they started to monopolize several industries within the underworld. Naturally, all of those people who were affected by this change were furious, but the Gremory house was also helpless, so they pointed out that anger toward Azazel. While due to the peace of the three factions, they were unable to do anything to Azazel, it didn't mean that they couldn't humiliate him. Moreover, Azazel was no longer the governor of Gregory, so there was no need to worry about the consequences of their actions. Facing all of this, Azazel wished to leave and even threw several gigantic lances of light at the Gremory house. He might not be the governor of the Gregory, but he was still one of the strongest fallen angels. They shouldn't treat him like this. Still, he also knew why he was being treated like this, yet even so, this was too much. Yet, he didn't dare to voice out his complaint. Azazel reaped what he sowed. Still, while everything moved in a good direction and the peace started to spread to the three factions, he didn't feel happy as he wasn't involved. Whatever happened to the three factions, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Moreover, all of his subordinates also started to sway away from him as they were extremely busy implementing what Riser had asked of them. Even worse, many also betrayed him, and all of them followed Riser wholeheartedly. While this might be something that he had expected and also wished for previously, when he was completely isolated from everyone, and no one even paid attention to him, Azazel had reached his limit. Moreover, none of his friends even contacted him, and whenever they talked, they would tell him to give valor to the devil, and those words were enough to make him feel completely helpless toward his comrades as he knew they had fallen. Their spirit was destroyed, and they had become nothing but a loyal dog of Riser. Yet, at the same time, Azazel was helpless, but he didn't give up. It was also due to this that he tried to gain his presence by hooking up with the Norse myth. As long as he could make the Norse myth become an ally of the three factions, then he would gain achievement, and that way, his weight on this alliance couldn't be completely ignored. Sitting on the grassy land, Azazel let out a long sigh, wondering how long it had been that he had such a rough life. No, it should be my first time. Even when he became the fallen angel for the first time, his life had always been in comfort, so it was his first time to have such a miserable life. Yet, he wouldn't give up. Someone was waiting for him, and he definitely couldn't give up no matter what. Still, it's so scary. Azazel sighed and wondered why his son-to-be was so stupid and tried to provoke him. However, instead of that person, he knew they might as well focus on the figure X, the cause of Val's misery. Still, as he stared at the purple sky, he wondered what he could do at this moment as he needed to focus on training Rias and her peerage members. However, his help was meaningless to Rias as he knew nothing about how to train a devil. So, at that moment, he knew that he needed to focus on those sacred gear users from Gasper, Kiba, Asia, and Issei. Under his training, the four of them also worked hard, and when he thought about Issei, somehow, that perverted boy caused him to smile, but that smile quickly vanished when he thought about his friend's daughter. Azazel let out a long sigh. I hope that she can forgive him. Accepting the power within her body was the first stage, and when she could accept that power, the relationship between a daughter and a father would soon be amended. This was something that Azazel wished to be, but it was also due to this that his gazes became complex as he saw the Gremory castle in the distance. Yet, how could Akino accept that power so easily? Even if the men that she loved the most didn't mind this part of her, she hated it much since, without this part of her heritage, she wouldn't be in this much pain. Riser, who had just finished taking care of Kaneko, was a little helpless as he wasn't sure why Ravel started to have an argument with Kaneko, but then again, there was also Akino. The two talked to each other about what Azazel had asked Akino for. Is Rias telling you to learn that power? No. While Rias probably wished for Akino to learn the light manipulation power, which she inherited from her father, she wouldn't force Akino as Akino was Riser's woman. To be honest, if Azazel had known this fact, he wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. No, that guy probably dared to do it, as Azazel never cared about what had happened to the individuals around him. What Azazel cared about the most was his goal and purpose. As long as Azazel could achieve it, he would do anything. Yet, even without that reason, Riser would erase Azazel. So, what do you think? Still, the problem now was Akino's wish, whether she wished to learn that power or not. However, in his case, Riser felt that Akino might be better off learning that power as it would make her stronger. After all, power was power. It didn't matter where that source of power came from. Even Valley, who hated his father and grandfather, used the power of Lucifer without worry. It would be such a shame if she didn't learn the power of Barakiel that resided within her body. What do you think? Do you think I should learn it, darling? Akino also hesitated, and it was also because of this she wished for Riser to make a decision for her. Riser fell in silence for a moment, then looked at Ravel and Kaneko, who played around together with Iryuka. While he had become Lucifer, he felt that he wasn't one somehow. Still, as for the answer to Akino's doubt. How about you learn your heritage? I don't see why you shouldn't learn it. Is that so? Akino knew that this was the best, but she didn't expect that Riser would be so callous about her problem. However, this was his decision, and she would do it even if her feelings were complex. Yes, but what I mean isn't your father's power. Akino suddenly felt confused. What do you mean, darling? I mean, why don't you learn the power you inherited from your mother? Chapter 253, Never Give Up. If Akino didn't want to learn her father's power, then why didn't she learn her mother's power? When Riser said those words, Akino held her head, wondering why she had never thought to do that. While her father was powerful, it didn't mean her mother was weak. As the descendant of the 5 principal clans, she could learn many abilities, such as Shikigami and Shinto-type spells. Try to ask Azazel, and I will also try to get you some techniques. Thank you, darling. Akino was so happy at this moment, then she whispered in a lewd voice, by the way, I am about to take a bath now. Do you want to join me? With such a sexy and alluring voice, no man could stay calm. Still, with the distance between them and how much he hated the Gremory house, she knew that he wouldn't come at all, but... Let's go. Return to your room and lock the door so no one will enter. When everything is ready, call me again. While Akino was surprised by his answer, she still followed his words without a single shred of doubt. Still, when she left and returned to her room, Rias saw everything. Rias wasn't sure what was happening, but she also didn't care as her thoughts were in a mess. Unlike the others, she didn't rely on Azazel, she just used Azazel like a slave, as everything that happened was partly because of Azazel. Even if this might be inappropriate, so what? Rias knew that no one would help Azazel. Still, if possible, she wished to search for a way to kill Azazel as this guy could stay alive, yet her older brother was dead. How could she accept it? Yet, she knew that killing Azazel would bring nothing but catastrophe to her family. However, she wasn't in a hurry, and her head was preoccupied with more cornered matters. Riser. Leaning near the window, she wondered why everything had changed. No, she had an idea why everything had changed, and she also understood why he left. Yet, just what she should do. Everything had been done, and nothing could be changed. Rias knew that she needed to pay for her actions, and that was his cold attitude. However, she knew that she still had a chance, and she would do her best to gain that success. Still, if there was something she was worried about, it was about that idiotic servant of hers. However, everything had happened, and nothing could be done unless that idiotic servant died. Tannen-san. Give me everything today. It seems you have grown up. Ha. Issei could only laugh helplessly when he thought about his training days. Being chased by a giant dragon, staying for so long in the forest, and living like a primitive man, he did everything to stay alive. No, to get stronger. To make Issei stronger, Azazel knew that he couldn't train Issei by himself. Instead, he needed someone's help, and that help was Tannen. Frankly, after his raiding game with Riser, Tannen was like a plague, and no one approached him. Everyone even humiliated him, trying to make him angry along with all of his races. However, Tannen endured it. No matter how much everyone humiliated him and all of his races, he endured it. After all, as long as he dared to move, everything would be gone. Everyone would die. As one of the dragon's kings, he definitely couldn't let that happen. While many of his races were disappointed in him due to his action as he didn't dare to answer the provocation, Tannen didn't care since he knew no matter how much they struggled, facing that being, nothing could be changed. Yet, at that moment, Azazel suddenly contacted him to train Issei, which confused Tannen. However, Tannen was about to refuse as he didn't want to get involved in the matters of Gremory and everything else. Azazel told him that he got permission from Riser. While he was confused, the thought of training the host of the Red Dragon Emperor interested him, so he agreed. Still, knowing this, Riser felt that Tannen was stupid since even if Tannen had received a lot of misery after their fights, he still continued to join the protagonist's group and tried to become his enemy. Yet, it didn't matter, as Tannen's fate was already determined. However, due to this training season, the relationship between Issei and Tannen warmed up, especially when Issei was willing to listen to Tannen's story and felt hatred toward Riser. That fake Lucifer bastard. It's okay for you to say that here in the forest, but never say that in a place where there are people or else the Gremory house can't even help you to keep your life, hi to Issei. Mocking Lucifer was definitely a crime worthy of death. Still, staying with Issei for many days, Tannen knew Issei's character, and he didn't feel surprised why Issei dared to mock Riser as this person was a warrior-like individual who was worthy of his respect. Issei might be a pervert, but Tannen felt that Issei's courage was something admirable. But Asen, why don't you fight again? Fight. Do you want me to die? Tannen glared at Issei's stupidity. There is no need to hurry. As long as I wait for 1 year, everything will be okay. 1 year is a long time. Issei once again felt that Riser was unreasonable and abused his authority to torture Tannen and his race, which made him even hate Riser and feel that Riser wasn't suitable as Lucifer. Yet, Riser didn't mind as he also hated Issei. It is a short time for us, dragon. Tannen looked at Issei, then asked. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourselves. I know that guy doesn't have a good impression of you. Are you sure that you are going to be alright? Issei fell in silence and felt that his body was trembling in fear, but he swallowed this fear and said, I am scared, naturally, but I won't give up. I will become stronger, defeat him, then get Bucho's boobs. I will become a harem king. 2x. Either Drake or Tannen fell in silence as they thought that this guy was the same as ever, but even so, they anticipated his growth as they felt Issei's power would surprise everyone. Still, as everyone worked hard to become stronger, 20 days had passed, and it was time for another gathering. As the participants in the gathering in the first raiding game that was held at this event, Rias and Sona also needed to say a few words in front of everyone. Kaneko, who somehow had become friends with Ravel and Iriuka, also went to return to Rias as Rias was her master, even though she didn't want to. Being with Riser was great, and she wished to be with him all the time, yet she knew it was impossible unless Rias became his woman, so she wished to do so. Yet, Kaneko knew that it was hard, especially when she could see how Riser didn't seem to have an interest in Rias and even ignored her. However, this time, Rias did a good job as she didn't bring Issei with her and went to this gathering with only a few of her members. Kiba, Gasper, and Asia, who were close to Issei, didn't say anything and felt that this was the correct decision as they knew what kind of troublemaker Issei was. Nevertheless, those things had nothing to do with Riser as he saw two individuals try to sneak into his resort. He frowned and excused himself. Excuse me, there is something that I need to do. Leaving the crowd, he was about to meet those intruders. Watching him leave, Kaneko, who was being asked by her companions, noticed this and became curious. Riser-sama. Chapter 254, Dumb and Young. On the corner of the forest where Riser's resort town was located, two figures tried their best to enter this place. What the hell? The monkey-like young man, Biko, kept complaining as his heart was filled with fear, as he almost died many times. Why the heck did he put so many traps, nya? Even the cat's young woman, Kuroka, felt furious and annoyed by the many traps that they encountered during their trip. Biko and Kuroka were yokai, and each of them had many unique abilities that could help them invade many places easily. To be honest, until now, they hadn't encountered a place that they couldn't enter with their abilities. However, this resort was different. The barriers, architecture, security, and many other things were too complex. Also, isn't this feng shui? Why the hell should a Lucifer learn feng shui? Moreover, the feng shui made their trip even more horrible as all the invaders would gain bad luck the moment they entered. Bikwa and Kuriko weren't sure how many times they almost died due to a strange accident. Whether it was a thunder suddenly struck down, slipped due to slippery ground, or almost stabbed by a sharp stone. This place was so scary. Still, if they entered through a normal way and gained permission to enter, everything would be smooth, but as a criminal, could they do that? Moreover, their purpose in entering this place wasn't good, so they needed to be quiet as they knew facing many high-level devils, angels, and even fallen angels definitely wasn't something they wished to do. Kuroka, should we give up? Bikuo wasn't sure, but he had never felt at ease after they entered this city. He felt like something was watching from the dark, and the moment they let their guard down, this something would attack them quietly. Then, when that happened, the two of them would die without anyone noticing and became fertilizers for all the plants within this place. Why are you acting like a chicken, Nya? Aren't you a monkey type of yokai? Then, you should be shameless like your ancestor. Kuroka scolded Biko for being a coward. What do you mean by that? However, Biko also started to reflect on himself. The reason why he joined Valet on the Cows Brigade was because he was bored with the life of the monkeys in China. As the descendant of Sun Wukong, his life was comfortable, and he got everything. The moment he was born, even if he just lay, slept, and ate, everything would be okay. On the mountain where his family lived, everything was provided. Whether it was free and easy, everything was provided, whether it was freshwater or even delicious food. Even if he became a NEET and spent all of his time playing, everything would be okay. Yet, Biko was unsatisfied with such a life, and he wanted to follow his grandfather's life. Before following Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong lived like a rascal. He stole, robbed, killed, and many other things. No one could stop him. No rules could bind him. He was the rule. In the end, he was caught by Buddha and trapped under a mountain. The way he lived previously had become Biko's dream. Biko wanted to be like Sun Wukong. So, if he had gotten scared here, then how could he do that? He might as well return to the mountain and live there. So, Kuroka's words woke him up. After all, was Riser as strong as a Buddha? Okay, let's do it. That's good, Nya. Kuroka nodded with a smile as she knew that she needed Biko's help to take her little sister. Still, watching the high hotel tower in the distance, she wondered how she could approach that place as she knew this place wasn't easy to trespass. But Kuroka, we need to be careful. You should know how powerful Riser Lucifer is, right? Moreover, unlike the previous Lucifer, he is extremely aggressive. He might even kill us when he sees us. What? Are you getting scared again, Nya? Do you want me to carry you back like a princess since you can't walk, Nya? Kuroka snickered. Shut the hell. I am not scared. Biko scolded Kuroka and then complained. I mean, we need more help. Do you want to bring Valley here, Nya? Kuroka frowned as she knew if Valley knew what they were doing, he would stop them no matter what. After all, unlike them, he had faced Riser directly, and he knew the horror of Riser. However, Kuroka and Biko were different. There was no fear in their dictionary, and if they were scared, then why should they become a terrorist? Moreover, with their talents and powers, there was no need for them to feel scared. Lastly, they had confidence. This was the more important point, as they were different from Valley, whose spirit was broken. No, it shouldn't be said that Valley's spirit was broken. Instead, he became more careful, especially when his stepfather passed away, leaving his mother to become a widow and his stepsiblings fatherless. Yet, this was also the reason why Kuroka wanted to take Kaneko away, as she knew how dangerous this world was. She didn't want to lose her only family, and that was why she had to bring Kaneko back. To be honest, Kuroka had tried to send a signal to Kaneko so she would come by herself, but with all the barriers, security magics, and strange architecture, those signals were blocked, so she couldn't approach Kaneko. Biko also understood Kuroka's worry, but at the same time, he wondered why Kuroka didn't kidnap Kaneko when Kaneko was in the Gremory domain or the Kuo town, as those places were easier to invade instead of this place. No, I mean, why don't we? What are you doing? A bespectacled young man with blonde hair and a strand of hair across his face dressed in a business suit suddenly appeared before them. Arthur. 2x. Biko and Kuroka were startled. Don't startle us all of a sudden, Nya. Yeah, do you want me to beat you up? When Arthur Pendragon appeared, they were ready to fight, giving their all as they thought Arthur would be Riser or others, but fortunately, it was Arthur. Arthur fell in silence as he sighed. Valet will be crazy when he knows that you are trying to invade the domain of the new Lucifer. Are you scared, Nya? Yeah, are you scared, Arthur? Biko and Kuroka smiled. Arthur sighed and asked, what's your plan? Use your sword to tear the space so we can enter, Nya. Yeah, as long as you can do it, then we should be able to enter this place. Arthur said nothing and took out his sword, which he had stolen from his family. Caliban. Arthur's main weapon. The ultimate holy sword and the sword in the stone. Caliban can generate an extremely massive amount of holy aura that surpasses even that of Excalibur and Durandal and is capable of ripping through space. This sword can also teleport the user or others to any location and can open small spatial portals to teleport its blade to strike enemies unexpectedly from any direction. By using that ability, there was no place that Arthur couldn't enter, so taking out Caliban, he tore the space apart to make an entrance for all of them. Haha, I will enter first. Biko laughed, feeling excited, when he thought that he had trespassed in Lucifer's domain. Kuroka and Arthur were speechless. While Arthur was helpless, Kuroka urged Biko to be in a hurry. Then, come on, Nya. Don't be slow. Calm down, okay. Biko sighed and was about to enter the torn space, but suddenly, a hand emerged from that torn space. 2x. Kuroka and Arthur were dumbfounded. Similarly, Biko was also dumbfounded, but he couldn't react as this hand grasped his head firmly. Yet, in that moment, his entire body shivered due to fear as he knew the death was approaching. Erg-gaha. Chapter 255, Dead. Erg. At that moment, an intense heat emitted from that hand. Biko, whose face was grasped, screamed like a slaughtered pig as his entire head was burned by this heat. His head felt like it was about to melt, and he quickly used his everything to push this heat away, but all the resistance was meaningless. Moreover, the nails of this hand were so sharp that they dug deeply into his face that it made him scared to death. Kuroka and Arthur felt they were shrouded by an intense terror, and their bodies told them to run away as soon as possible, but how could they leave their friends? The two of them quickly attacked that hand that caught Biko. Arthur reacted fast by swinging his Caliban to cut this hand, but a ding sound sounded, and he felt his entire body tremble due to the impact of hitting a solid object. Impossible. Arthur couldn't remain calm when his sword was unable to cut this hand. How was it possible? Even gods needed to be careful in front of the Caliban, and nothing could be cut by this sword, yet Arthur's eyes widened once again as he saw the blade of the Caliban was about to melt, which made him hurriedly pull his sword away. Close the torn space. Kuroka screamed and hurriedly manipulated the space to close. Arthur also did the same after Kuroka's reminder as he tried to calm his frightening heart. At that moment, due to the space suddenly closing, the hand that emerged was cut by the space and burst into a flame, causing Biko to scream in pain once again. Still, fortunately, as the descendant of Sun Wukong, he had a great resistance to flame, but even so, the flame was greater than his tolerance, so his face was burnt to a scary degree. Erf. It hurts. It hurts. My body. Nevertheless, as the flame burst, Biko, who was unable to escape, was burnt in purgatory-like flames. Biko. 2x. Kuroka and Arthur shouted but couldn't even approach Biko as the flame was so intense. The moment they approached, they knew it would be their bodies that would be burnt. Yet, how could they watch their friend in a miserable state? However, when they were about to do something, they could feel the change in atmosphere that gave them goosebumps. This feeling, there was no doubt. It was him. This existence brought their alert to the limit, and at the same time, they were panicked as they never expected it would be him who came out. What an interesting sword. Lend me. 2x. Kuroka and Arthur widened their eyes as Riser suddenly appeared before their eyes. Moreover, the two saw Riser was holding a Caliban, observing this sword curiously, but what caught their eyes was that there was something dangling on the handle of the sword. Arthur and Kuroka were unable to say anything as they could see it was Arthur's hand. Arageg. Like Biko, Arthur started to scream as he realized that his right hand was cut down by Riser. Blood poured out, and his complexion turned pale due to the excessive blood loss, but Arthur screamed, "Kuroka, run away!" There was no chance of them defeating this devil, and the best chance was for Kuroka to run away, reporting everything to Valet. He took out another sword, the Excalibur ruler, the sword which disappeared during its creation. However, by using his family's connection and Valet's help, he found the sword. Yet. Oh, another good sword. Riser was surprised by his discovery and felt happy by their appearance as they gave him a surprise. However, they couldn't feel happy as they saw Riser had cut down another arm of Arthur. How? 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 No one could answer that question, but by using Caliban, Riser swung it down at Arthur, ready to cut him in half. Arthur. Kuroka was scared, and she hoped what she saw today was all a nightmare, yet she knew that it was reality. However, before Arthur was cut, Biko, who had been burnt by flame, suddenly forced himself to move and used Rijingu Bang, extending it to smash Riser away, but what? Biko was dumbfounded when this legendary staff melted when it was about to touch Riser. All metals are meaningless in front of me. The weakness of metal has always been flame. Even if individuals tried to shape the metal beautifully or dangerously, to make it into such a shape, a flame could melt it. So, there was no doubt a flame was a weakness of a metal. However, to melt such a legendary sword, an incredible amount of heat was needed. Yet, Biko knew that by facing Riser's flame, everything was possible. The air became dry, the earth chapped, and all the trees in the surroundings started to crumble as they had lost all of their moisture. Biko was the same, and soon he fell as he was in despair, but before he didn't forget to remind Kuroka. Run, Kuroka. Being reminded by the two, Kuroka knew that she needed to run away as there was no possibility of staying alive when they faced this monster. Yet, could she even run away? At this moment, she felt regret. She felt regret for understanding Riser and why she didn't kidnap Kaneko when Kaneko was in a different place. Oh, why? All the attacks Kuroka had sent were meaningless. All the routes to run away had also been closed. She couldn't do anything, and suddenly, a powerful hand grasped her neck tightly. As she faced him, she could see his eyes were indifferent, and he didn't even think of her as an individual. Instead, it might not be wrong to say that she was just a bug in his eyes. Moreover, instead of staring at her, his eyes were more focused on the sword he had taken from Arthur. Was she going to die? She tried to resist, but everything was meaningless. Kaneko. Kuroka knew that she was about to die, and she felt regret as she was unable to meet her little sister. Moreover, she also felt regret for bringing catastrophe to her two friends. Tears streamed down from her eyes, and she begged forgiveness so he would forgive her two friends, yet with her neck tightly grasped by him, she could say nothing before passing out. Riser-sama. Suddenly, before Kuroka lost consciousness, she heard a familiar voice. She turned and saw a petite figure that had grown up the last time she saw it. Chiron. Even though no noise came out from her mouth, she moved her lips to call her little sister's name. Watching all of this, Kaneko groveled on the ground and begged Riser. Riser-sama, please forgive my older sister. I will do anything. She is a criminal, Kaneko. Even so, she is my older sister, and I am sure that you can do something, Riser-sama. Her petite body trembled as she said those words. She knew that there had always been two sides to Riser. He was gentle, and he was ruthless. She knew she was using his gentle side, trying to make him forgive her older sister. Even if she had ruined your life. Even so. Is that so? Riser just threw Kuroka into Kaneko. Catch her. Kuroka, who had lost consciousness, was caught by Kaneko. Even though Kuroka's body was hot due to the Riser's heat, Kaneko caught her older sister firmly and thanked him. Thank you, Riser-sama. I will repay you with my everything. The latter words were so low that they were almost inaudible, showing her shyness. Riser was speechless, but then it didn't matter as he had gotten good rewards from defeating the three. As for the three. Except for Kuroka, Riser didn't care about the rest. Chapter 256, Leave. Riser caught 3 members of the Cows Brigade trespassing in his domain. At the time, the entire underworld and many other parts of the supernatural world were surprised. It wasn't that they felt surprised that Riser had caught those members, but they were surprised that the Cows Brigade dared to invade the domain of the current Lucifer. Yet, when they heard the identity of those 3 members, they fell into silence because of their identities. Kuroka, the SS-rank criminal. Biko, the descendant of Sun Wukong. Arthur Pendragon, a member of the Pendragon family, was also a descendant of the legendary British king. With how amazing the identities of the 3 were, they became amazed at Riser once again, thinking that he was really strong, and the confidence of the devils became even higher under his leadership, as everything would be okay. Nevertheless, while no one was afraid as long as Riser was around, the meeting of the 3 factions was held once again. Kuroka aside as Riser had put him into his villa, Michael and Barakil, along with Serafal, Ajuka, and Falbium, came to discuss how to handle Biko and Arthur Pendragon. I will handle Kuroka. You can take the rest. Everyone. While they were speechless, no one said anything as Riser was the one who caught the 3, and to be honest, whatever he wanted to do with them, he was free. Still, for him to contact the angel and the fallen angel showed that he respected them as an ally, which made them happy. Can you let the 2 go? Yet, among those who were invited to this meeting, there was one bug that joined this meeting brazenly. Barakil, what's the meaning of this? Serafal looked at Barakil with dissatisfaction for bringing Azazel with him. This. Barakil felt awkward, but he knew that facing Azazel, he was helpless. As the leader of the fallen angel and angel came to this meeting, the 2 brought their companion. While Barakil came with Azazel, Michael came with Metatron. Frankly, there was one person who was more suitable to be brought by Michael to this meeting, but he hesitated. Is there something wrong, Michael? Riser felt that Michael's gaze on him was quite strange. No, I just want to ask what you want to do with the two. Like others, Michael didn't agree with Azazel, who told everyone to let go of Arthur and Biko. No matter how amazing the identity of Arthur and Biko, the fact that they had invaded Lucifer's domain didn't change. No one knew what their purpose was, but it definitely wasn't something good. Moreover, with the damage caused by the Cows Brigade, the fact they were members of the Cows Brigade was something unforgivable. If they could forgive the two, then they would be looked down upon by the rest, and many other myths would look down on them for getting scared of their identity. Even if Biko and Arthur were young, it wouldn't be a reason for one to forgive their crime. Just because they were young, should they be given a chance? If so, where would the victim ask for justice? So, Riser, can you give the two to me? I will let them talk. Ajuka was still smiling, but everyone felt a chill toward this smile. This was a chance that he had been waiting for, and he knew as long as he got his hands on Arthur and Biko, his chance to uncover the death of Surzek would be close. Even if he couldn't, he could also lure out Valley, as he knew whether Arthur or Biko were Valley's dear comrades. Riser was about to agree, but Azazel interrupted the meeting once again. No. I think we should return them to the Pendragon family and Sun Wukong. We have lost our god. We lost his protection. We are all by ourselves. Right now, what we need to do is to gain more allies so we can fight against the Cows Brigade. Moreover, as long as we give the two back to the Pendragon family and Sun Wukong, we might be able to gain their goodwill, making them their allies. Everyone fell in silence by Azazel's words, as they knew gaining more allies was more critical at this moment, especially when the Cows Brigade was too dangerous. Yet. You can have them, Ajuka. Thank you, Riser. Ajuka smiled, feeling elated. Riser. Azazel was angered by Riser's decision. You don't need to shout. I can hear you. Then, why didn't you listen to me? Returning the two is the best course for all of us. What we need now is a strong ally who can help us fight our predicament. We don't need more enemies. Azazel could imagine the moment Ajuka got his hands on Arthur and Biko, the chance of them staying alive was almost zero. Even if they were alive, they would be crippled by Ajuka's torture, as he knew how much love Ajuka had for Surzek. Riser looked at Azazel and asked once again, Azazel, there is one question that I have always wanted to ask you. Are you really not a member of the Cows Brigade? Azazel. Azazel felt a cold sweat as he could feel all the gazes on him, but he quickly said, I am just thinking the best for this alliance. I don't want us to fight other supernatural myths due to this small fight. Small fight. There are many high-ranking devils, fallen angels, and angels that participated in my hotel during that gathering, so you think that it is all right for them to be hurt. But they are not hurt. But by trespassing on my domain, they should know that this is the same as a provocation to my status. Riser looked at Azazel, who was still high. Do you think it is all right for them to do this? That's. If it were others, Azazel didn't care, but Riser. If Azazel dared so, he knew he wouldn't be able to come out alive. It's just Sun Wukong and the Pendragon house. Why are you so scared of them? Riser felt that Azazel was too much of a coward. You don't understand. No, it's you who don't understand. Riser shook his head as he kept staring at Azazel. We don't have our god. If we cower back just because of the descendant of the Cuck King and a stupid monkey, what will the world think of us? Everyone. While Riser's words made them speechless, they felt that Riser's decision was correct. If they cowered due to the identity of Biko and Arthur, what would the others think them to be? The fact that Arthur and Biko were members of the Cows Brigade didn't change, and the two of them needed to pay a certain price. As for Kuroka, well, there was no need to mention her, as they knew Kuroka wouldn't be able to do anything with Riser by her side. Also, next time, you don't need to come, Azazel. The meeting is over. Let's go back. Take care of the two for me, Ajuka. Leave it to me. The meeting ended quickly, as there was no need for them to discuss much about Arthur and Biko, as they were left in reliable hands. As for Azazel, everyone was completely disappointed in him, especially when they heard his answer about how he didn't show much care toward the high-ranking devils, fallen angels, and angels who happened to be present at the gathering. Michael, I have heard that the Reincarnation Angel project is successful now. Yes. Michael nodded at Riser's question. We're on the right track right now. We have succeeded in making our version of evil peace, brave saint. We have a lot of reincarnated angels now, including Zenovia's partner, Irina. Oh. Really? Yes. Michael nodded. I plan to send her to Kuo Town to help with the Cows Brigade and a bridge for us to communicate with each other, but what do you think? If that's the case, I will tell my wife. Okay. The two of them talked smoothly, and everyone also walked out of the meeting room. However, Azazel had been at a loss even after he returned to Gregory's headquarters. Watching this, Barakiel, who stood by his side, couldn't help but sigh. Come on. Barakiel patted Azazel's shoulder with a sigh, then whispered, you should give up. There is no place for him in this place anymore. What do you mean? Azazel was startled. I am telling you this as my dear comrade, or else I might lose you. I don't want to lose anyone again. Barakiel knew that Azazel's move might anger Riser sooner or later, and he wished for him to stop, but he knew whatever he said, it would be ignored by Azazel, so he just left and let out a long sigh. Watching Barakiel, who left, Azazel opened his lips and wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He looked at the scenery in the surroundings and watched how peaceful the territory of the fallen angels was. Everyone was full of smiles and laughs, but he knew his actions might bring misery to them. Yet, could he ignore his dear son? I am sorry. For those to whom that apologizes, no one known as Azazel left directly after that. Chapter 257, Smear. Laying on the bed as she took a potato chip, Kuroka played an FPS game absent-mindedly. When her character died, she threw the gaming stick away as she lay on the bed in confusion. What is he planning to do, Nya? After she was caught by Riser, she was put into his villa. She thought he was interested in the information on her head as she was kept inside a dilapidated cell where there wasn't a single light. Yet, what she didn't expect was that she was put inside the room with a complete facility. There was even someone who sent her food 3 times a day, and she could even enjoy all the facilities inside without worry. The room where she stayed wasn't even locked. What was even crazier was the fact that her power wasn't even sealed, as she could use her power. Kuroka was confused and wondered whether Riser was interested in her body. While it might seem narcissistic, she knew she was beautiful, and moreover, there were 2 cats on his peerage. Moreover, before she passed out, she knew Riser let go of her because of Kaneko. If Riser didn't have an interest in a cat woman, Kuroka wouldn't believe it. Yet, to her surprise, Riser didn't come to her. After he caught her and put her inside this room, he seemed to forget about her. To be honest, even if she wanted to run away, it was possible, but she didn't dare. Kaneko was on his hands. Biko and Arthur were the same. Moreover, if she ran away, what would happen to her? At that time, when Riser appeared, Kuroka was in despair as she knew everyone would die because of her. Sometimes, she wanted to do revenge by attacking his peerage members, who stayed in the same villa, but she could tell that they weren't weak, and she also hesitated to attack them as she thought the revenge that came from Riser definitely wasn't something that she could bear. Just what do you want to do with me, Nya? Kuroka wondered what she should do, and at the same time, she felt regret for involving Biko and Arthur in her problem. Still, to be honest, even if she knew it was wrong, this type of life wasn't bad. No one would chase after her, she could stay lazily as much as she wanted to, and all of her needs were taken care of. Whenever she needed something, someone would come and prepare it for them, and she only needed to enjoy her life without thinking about anything. Yet, could she enjoy all of this without knowing the purpose of Riser? She couldn't do that, and that was why she wished to meet him, but it was fucking hard to meet him. Or rather, he forgot about her. While Kuroka didn't want to believe it, she could tell that Riser, the Lucifer and the strongest devil in the underworld, had forgotten about her, the SS-rank criminal devil. Kuroka sighed as she rolled on her bed from right to left before she fell on the soft carpet. Making a grunting voice, she lay for a while before she got up, walking out of her room lazily. She walked around until she left the villa, watching the scenery outside. From this point, she could run away, yet she didn't dare to step out. She looked at her beautiful, white feet for a while before letting out a long sigh and then returning to her room, but on the way, she happened to meet Isabella, Riser's rook. What's wrong, Isabella, Nya? Unlike Isabella's previous tomboy-like appearance, Kuroka could see that Isabella had put on makeup carefully. Oh, Kuroka. Isabella smiled and didn't even care about Kuroka's identity. Riser-sama has returned. Tonight. She didn't continue and lowered her head shyly. You are going to mate, Nya? Kuroka asked bluntly. Can you know some shame? Anyway, where is your Riser-sama? I want to talk with him, Nya. It was rare for Riser to return, so Kuroka wouldn't let this chance go. He is in his office. Before Isabella finished her words, Kuroka had already left. Staying in this villa for a few days, she had familiarized herself with every corner of this place, and she even entered Riser's room, jumping into his bed as she rolled around, trying to put her scent into it. Naturally, she knew where the villa was. So, when Kuroka was right in front of the villa, she pushed the door directly. Riser-sama. Riser was stunned for a moment, and his body jerked slightly, but he quickly showed a calm expression. What are you doing here? Saying those words, he focused on his job again. When are you going to let me go, Nya? Kuroka didn't care about Riser's attitude and asked him that question. If you want to go, then go. Kuroka was speechless. This had always been his answer, but he let her do whatever he wanted so that she didn't dare to go out. Moreover, she knew if she left this place, she would become a criminal again, being chased by many, and by that time, her only destination was death. Even worse, Kaneko, Biko, and Arthur might be implicated in her actions. To be honest, Kuroka was satisfied with her life, but... Just what do you want to do with me, Nya? Is it Valley? Kuroka squinted her eyes at Riser. If you are so free, why don't you just play a game on the computer or something instead of bothering me here? Kuroka was speechless and confused as she even became puzzled at what he wanted to do with her. She wanted to play like a spoiled child, throwing a tantrum that she wouldn't leave, but she didn't dare as she still remembered how callous and cold he was. Even if she were a beautiful woman, he would still kill her without even a single remorse. At the same time, Kuroka wondered what was so special about the women around him as he didn't show an interest in her. I am better than them, Nya. Yet, Kuroka didn't dare to say those words. She pursed her lips and then asked, what about Biko and Arthur, Nya? You don't need to worry about them. Compared to you, they have a good family. Kuroka opened her lips and closed them again as she couldn't find a word to refute. Yes, Riser's words were correct. Compared to her two friends, Kuroka had nothing except for her little sister. However, that little sister was on hand with Riser. As for Biko and Arthur, the two of them had a good family, so even if they were caught, their families might do something, but her. Kuroka knew that she was abandoned and she had no place in this world. If you have no place, then just stay. Kuroka wiped away her eyes, then looked at him with a mocking expression, so you are interested in my body, Nya. Still, she didn't reject him and was even eager to have him. Yes. Kuroka. Stay in your room. I will come to your room later. Riser said calmly without even looking away from the document on his table. Real. Kuroka was dumbfounded. Are you regretting your decision? You are the one who shouldn't regret it, Nya. I will wait in your room so you can't escape, Nya. Kuroka left directly, but Riser reminded her. Close the door and ask someone to get you a better kimono. Kuroka stopped for a moment and looked at Riser to see whether he was joking or not, but the one who was afraid was a puppy, so after she closed his office, she left his room to prepare herself as she would be lying if she wasn't nervous about losing her first time. When Kuroka left, Riser sighed in relief, then pushed his chair back slightly, looking at the figure below helplessly. Don't play this kind of game again, Ravel. Hee hee. Ravel giggled and asked, is it not good, Oni-sama? She licked her lips, trying to clean up the white stain that smeared on her mouth. Riser was speechless and thought that having a peaceful day was so hard. Chapter 258, Mr. X. Azazel. The moment Azazel appeared, several figures appeared, gathering around him. How is Biko? What about Oni-sama? The two figures were so anxious that they didn't even give Azazel time to breathe. Sorry, I can't get them. Azazel looked at the two figures and apologized. Those bastards. How dare they? The short, old monkey with a funky appearance crushed the smoke pipe on his hand as he roared in anger. Oni-sama. A young girl with a witch-like appearance was crying silently. Watching the two, Azazel rolled his eyes, wondering whether Biko and Arthur would be okay the moment they invaded Riser's domain. While Azazel felt regret as he was unable to do anything, he didn't care much about Arthur and Biko as this was something they asked for. This was the price of their stupidity, and they needed to pay it. Where are they? Suddenly, from behind too, a single familiar figure said. There was no need for Azazel to guess whose voice this was. Don't do something stupid again, Valley. He was almost enough with Val's stupidity, and he wouldn't let Val do something stupid once again. Moreover, they hadn't found Mr. X, who was the cause of his misery. You haven't even found the Mr. X, and now you want to provoke the devils, fallen angels, and angels. If you do something stupid again, your mother and step-siblings might die like your stepfather did. There was no mercy in Azazel's words. Vala directly flinched as he thought about the death of his mother's new husband. Their cries, sadness, and depression. He still remembered all of them, and it was enough to crush his heart. Enough. I will do it myself. Tell me where Biko is, Azazel. Even if I have to do it alone, I will save my family. Sun Wukong didn't care about their drama, what he cared about was his grandson. As for the consequences of his actions. So what? Even Buddha couldn't kill him. Who was he afraid of? Moreover, compared to the devils, China's myth was much longer, and in Sun Wukong's eyes, the devils were nothing but a group of children. Now, where did they keep my grandson? Tell me, Azazel. I will come and ask my family to help. Lu Fei Pendragon, Arthur's little sister, also said. While they might be disowned by their family, it didn't mean their family didn't care about them. Moreover, Arthur was holding the Caliban and the Excalibur ruler. There was no way for their family to let the devils hold the weapons of their ancestors. Even the members of the Slash Dog were ready to help, as there was no way they could let Kuroka, Arthur, and Biko be caught by the devils. Stop. Azazel was so angry that he was ready to kill all of them. If you don't listen to me, then I will kill all of you here. His anger was like an eruption as he faced Sun Wukong, Lu Fei, and everyone in this place. Azazel. Everyone was stunned, as it was their first time seeing Azazel was so angry. Calm down, okay. Our enemies are hiding in the dark, and there are many things that make me confused. To be honest, when Ajuka was so eager to take Biko and Arthur, he became confused about the identity of Mr. X. Logically, those who were interested in Biko and Arthur were Mr. X, who had done many things to Valley, even forcing him to kill Surzek. Yet, could Valley kill Surzek? No way. Azazel didn't think that Valley could kill Surzek with his current power, yet Valley could do it. So, how did this happen? If nothing had happened to Surzek previously, Azazel wouldn't believe it, and someone must have done something to Surzek. However, he didn't have a clue or even proof of his conjecture. Everything was foggy, and he was blind to his surroundings, unable to tell everything. Even worse, Kuroka, Arthur, and Biko had made a mess that caused everything to be ruined. Ajuka. While Azazel didn't want to think so, somehow, he felt the probability of this devil killing Surzek was high. He had considered Ajuka before and even felt that Ajuka was his ally, but Ajuka's change in the meeting made him change his opinion toward Ajuka. As for Riser. Riser was the same, nothing changed. How long are you going to make me wait? Sun Wukong asked Azazel after calming down. He might be reckless, but it didn't mean he was stupid. Wait a moment. Someone is going to come to help us soon. Someone. You will be surprised. Everyone believed in Azazel as they knew Azazel was the person who wished to help Valley the most, so they waited, but they were startled when they heard a voice from the distance. Azazel, you have played a dangerous game. Everyone raised their guard when they heard this voice, and soon, they saw the source of this voice. No way. Sun Wukong raised his sunglasses as he was dumbfounded when he saw this figure. The elderly men with long white hair and an eye patch came toward them, walking with ease. While some were confused, Azazel greeted this elderly man with a smile. I know, but I want to reveal this fake piece, Odin. Odin. Hearing the name of this elderly man, everyone widened their eyes. Fake piece, huh? Is that bad? As long as everyone lives well, isn't that good enough? Odin looked at Azazel with a laugh. No. Azazel shook his head. There is this hidden danger that is hiding among us, and using the Cows Brigade as a cover to hide themselves. Moreover, this fake piece will crumble sooner or later, so we need a genuine piece that can last forever. Is that so? Odin smiled, then asked, so what do you want my help with? Here. Azazel brought Valley in front of Odin and said, I feel that someone had used magic to mess up his brain. Can you help me smooth out everything and see the real mastermind of everything? Oh. Is this the host of the White Dragon Emperor, the descendant of the true Lucifer, and the killer of Surzek Lucifer? Odin looked at Valley with interest. Valley felt uncomfortable by Odin's title, so he frowned at this elderly man. You don't need to show much hostility toward me. I am here to help you, you know. Or do you not want a real person who messed up your head? Since with this eye, I can see that there is a complicated magic that is used to seal the memory in your brain. As Odin removed the eye patch on his left eye, a jewel-like eye was presented in front of everyone. It was said that Odin gave his left eye to the Mimi's Brunner, so it gave him the ability to understand many types of demonic powers, magic, and other spells. With this eye, with one glance, Odin could tell that there was something wrong with Vala's mind. Please help me. If you can, I owe you my life. There was no hesitation in Vala's words as he was ready to give his everything to Odin as long as Odin could help him find Mr. X, who was the cause of his misery. Ha ha ha, you are too serious. This is something that I must do since I can't let someone like you be played with a cowardly being. When Odin heard Vala's story from Azazel, he also felt anger since how could someone be so cruel to such a warrior-like existence as Valley. To be honest, Odin was tempted to acknowledge Valley as his son, giving Valley a chance for another future, as he knew as long as the three factions wished to make peace with the Norse myth, they needed to acknowledge Valley's status as his son and erased his status as a criminal. Still, Odin could talk about this problem later as he also wanted to know who was the figure who destroyed this child's future. Let me do it now. Be quiet, everyone. By then, no one was talking, and everyone watched Odin try to reveal the true culprit of everything and the figure who had made Vala's existence full of misery. Using his left eye, Odin quickly revealed that figure on Vala's mind, and soon, the figure who had caused this misery to his life was clear. Riser. Valley was furious that his demonic energy spread in every direction. However, everyone gasped as they heard Vala's words. While they had expected it, they were still surprised when they heard the new Lucifer was the one behind everything. More importantly, could they even do something? Would they dare to fight the entire 3 factions? Would they dare to fight against this strongest devil? Yet, while some were frightened, many had a determined expression as they were ready to fight Riser, but... Wait, it's not over. This is a trap. Let me see it again. However, Odin frowned as he realized something. Everyone was startled, and under Odin's skillful manipulation, the thick mist that had been covering Vala's mind was opened. Vali and Odin were startled as they saw the real person behind everything. What's wrong? Azazel asked with worry. While Vala felt dumbfounded, Odin took a deep breath and said, "You are familiar with him." "Who?" "It's Ajuka Beelzebub." When Vala said that name, everyone fell into silence. Chapter 259, Kitty. 30 days had passed after the youth gathering, and it was time for Sona and Rias to start their raiding game. Unlike Rias, who had fought Riser previously, it was Sona's first time to have a raiding game, but even so, she wouldn't lose. Whether it was Sona or her peerage members, all of them had given their everything to train to become stronger, and they had the confidence to win. However, Rias and her peerage members didn't fear Sona, especially Issei, who had finished his hellish training on the mountain. Still, unlike the previous gathering, which was held in the Phenex domain, the match of the two was held in the Gremory domain. Whether Riser or Sona, neither of them cared about this, and they let Rias have this as they knew it was also a way for the Gremory house to promote their domain after the death of Surzek. However, no matter how they tried to improve themselves, as long as no existence like Surzek was born, it was impossible for the Gremory house to reach its previous glory. Still, the match between Sona and Rias would be held in the afternoon, but Riser wasn't in the mood to get up, especially when he knew what kind of trouble he would soon encounter. He let out a long sigh, wondering why many troubles came into him. He wanted to get used to it, but somehow he couldn't. At that moment, he was like a 996 employee who just wanted to spend more days on his holiday, but he knew he couldn't since tomorrow was Monday. However, there was still a time before the raiding game, so he just lay on the bed with Kuroka, who was sleeping soundly on his chest like a pampered kitten. He kissed her hair as he stared at her beautiful face, causing her to curl and stick even closer to him. In the end, Kuroka fell just like that. There was no drama or whatever. The moment he put his hands on her, Kuroka just accepted him and was even eager to have his children. As for Arthur and Biko, Riser didn't care, the only thing he knew about them was that they should be in Ajuka's hands. What about Sona? With her match about to start in the afternoon, if she spent her night with her husband, Sona was afraid that her stamina would be drained. Moreover, it would have been several times better if they had spent time together when she won this raiding game. Now that you mention it. After Riser defeated Kuroka, Arthur, and Biko beside the Excalibur ruler, Caliban, Rui Jingu Bang, and Jin Do Yun, Flying Cloud, which he retrieved from Arthur and Biko, he got 3 rewards from defeating them. Congratulations, you have received Moku Moku no Mi, Complete Version, Haste, and Duelist. When he saw his rewards, those powers didn't give him a significant increase in his power, but as he got his rewards, he should be happy, right? The devil fruit aside, he looked at Haste and Duelist. The power of Haste was simple since it only gave him the ability to increase his speed. Yet, there was a limit to it, as it might be impossible for him to increase his speed at the speed of light. However, it didn't mean this ability was as bad as he could imagine using this ability to increase the speed of his reaction, perception, and thought. As long as he had creativity, he knew that many things should be possible. As for his next reward, Duelist, it allowed him to force the opponent of his choice into one-on-one combat and relocate him and his opponent into an enclosed space of deathmatch. To be honest, this ability was strange, and he also wasn't sure whether he would use this ability. If there was something beneficial about this ability, he could pull his opponent into a different space, so there was no need to worry about using all of his strength as his power might destroy the surrounding environment. Still, if he used this ability, he might only use it on those who were strong. As for those who were weak, the moment he used Villain, they would give up already. Nevertheless, he got a new devil fruit once again, and he ate it without hesitation before he gained a new ability. Smokeman, huh? Moku Moku no Mi, or Smoke Fruit. The moment he ate this devil fruit, he became a smoker. Was it a good ability? If he had to say, it was quite good, as it worked well with his innate ability, which was fire manipulation. Moreover, as there was no limitation on this devil fruit, he could develop it on his will. Yet, he knew it would take time, and compared to his other devil fruits, he might not use this ability that much. To be honest, he wondered whether he could gain an ability that would enable him to share his abilities with his allies. Making weapons for them was good and all, but it was troublesome. However, if he had an ability that made him able to share his abilities, he could just lend those abilities to his allies as he gained experience from them. It was a win-win solution to develop his abilities as his time was limited, considering how many dangers had come in his direction. What did you eat, Nya? Kuroka felt a movement from Riser and saw him munching something. I am hungry from playing with you. Moreover, if he had such an ability, he could make his women stronger. You reap what you sow, nya. Kuroka then glanced at his hardened rod and sighed, thinking that this guy was really lively and strong. This is what Kuroka loved the most, though. Having a strong man would mean having strong children. Kuroka was already obsessed with Riser at the time and wished to have his first child, especially when she learned his wife wasn't pregnant. To be honest, she felt having to live with him wasn't bad as there was no need to worry about anything. The danger, worry, hunger, and many other things, there was no need to worry about all of that as long as she had him. Still, even if she wanted to have children, her body was sore. Let's continue to sleep, nya. We can do it later. No, I need to get up. My wife's raiding game is going to start in the afternoon. Oh, right. Kuroka only remembered, then asked, your wife is going to fight Chiron, right? Yes. Can I come? I want to console Chiron, nya. Kuroka didn't doubt that Rias and her group would lose when they fought Sona. She had seen how strong Sona was and had to admit that she wasn't Sona's opponent. Okay. Clean up your body first, and don't cause trouble later. Slap. Slapping Kuroka's bouncy and trained buttocks, Riser stood up and thought that his mood had improved after he touched such good buttocks. He stretched his hands and raised his spirit. You can do it. Kuroka looked at her reddened but cheek as she lay on her stomach, then asked, if you give me a Phoenix tears, then we can have a quickie, nya. Riser stopped by his steps and took out the Phoenix tears naturally, hoping he wouldn't be late. Chapter 260, You, too, leave. Riser thought he would be late, but fortunately, with a talented manager by his side, it was impossible for him to be late. Listen, Kuroka. You have listened to me when you arrive at the Gremory domain, okay? Ravel looked at Kuroka with a stern expression. Unlike the others who listened to her, Kuroka, whose background was astray, was so naughty. Okay, nya. Okay, nya. Kuroka answered lazily as she yawned before she slept on Riser's lap since her morning exercise was too tough. You only need to answer me once. Ravel reprimanded this naughty cat as she sighed, wondering why her Oni-sama needed to bring this cat, but she also understood that Kuroka was the older sister of Kaneko, so she didn't feel surprised by this incident. Oni-sama, what if someone asks about Kuroka? Just say that it is dangerous to leave her alone. By my side, she won't run away. What a powerful excuse. No one could deny it as they knew Riser was the strongest devil currently. By the way, I will modify your mocking gears later. Riser suddenly remembered that he had many new abilities, and those abilities were suitable to be added to their mocking gears. Okay. No one disagreed as the power of the mocking gears was powerful, and no one rejected having a strong power. I want one too, nya. Kuroka asked in a spoiled tone as she rubbed her cheek onto little Riser. You are a criminal. Riser looked at Kuroka speechlessly. Why are you acting like a spoiled baby here? Then, after you punish me, you can give later, okay, nya. Riser didn't bother to talk as he let out a relaxed sigh, watching the beautiful scenery before him. While his trip was a bit messy, Riser finally arrived at the Gremory domain, and naturally, he was greeted by Lord Gremory, Lady Gremory, and also Seraphal. Riser-chan. As Seraphal jumped into Riser, Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory also welcomed him. Welcome, Lucifer-sama. Hearing that greeting, Riser looked at Lord Gremory, trying to see something in his expression, but he saw nothing, so he didn't bother to cause trouble. You don't need to be polite, Gremory Dano. Still, hearing Riser's answer, Lord Gremory sighed as he knew that it was impossible for their relationship to be like before. Initially, they could be father-in-law and son-in-law, but it was too late by then. Moreover, he couldn't even feel a trace of affection when Riser called his daughter's name, which disappointed him. Moreover, Lucifer-sama, this match. It's okay. Facing the two, Riser was calm. I am not small-minded enough about the result of this match. If Rias is better than my wife, then I will congratulate you too, and I am sure that my wife will use this experience, so she will be better next time. Yet, could Rias even win? When Seraphal, Riser's peerage members, and Kuroka heard this, they fell in silence, thinking that Riser was such a bad guy. Whether Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory weren't stupid, and they knew Riser thought that his wife would win. They also thought the same, especially when they knew it was impossible for him to let his wife lose, but they also wished for a miracle to be happy so their daughter would win. Still, the best thing for them was that the result of this raiding game would be a draw, so Sona, Rias, and the family behind them wouldn't be embarrassed. However, everyone knew the reality wouldn't work that way. To be honest, if Riser told them Rias to lose, Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory wouldn't do anything and might even ask Rias to lose deliberately so they could gain favor with the current Lucifer. No, if they want to gain Riser's favor, they need to tell Rias to lose, yet would she even listen to them? Nevertheless, Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory could only sigh as the weak was the original sin. If there was something grateful about Serafal having been taking care of Rias from childhood and the relationship between Rias and Son being rather good, and with their characters, the two knew it was impossible for Sona to win with a dirty method. The only variable was Riser, as no one could predict what he was thinking. Would he really not get angry if Sona lost to Rias? Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory couldn't answer that question. Still, they didn't talk too much and quickly entered the hall where all the important guests who were invited gathered to watch the match between Rias and Sona. However, everyone quickly bowed their heads when they felt the familiar aura that made all of them bow down. When Riser came, he used villain and conquered everyone. Still, it was Kuroka's first time seeing this, and her eyes became even more obsessed as she watched Riser's back. Riser-kun. Michael waved his hand happily when he saw Riser. Michael. The two greeted each other warmly. There is no doubt the alliance between the angel and the devil was great as they helped each other. Still, Michael really wanted to make their relationship closer by having someone as strong as Riser by their side. After all, he knew without Riser, this alliance was as good as nothing. Suddenly, a picture of a certain angel emerged on his head. He hesitated before, but now. Michael felt that everything was worth it. As the two talked, no one approached them, and they maintained their distance in a respectful manner. Even Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory, the owner of this venue, did that. Even more, the current governor of Gregory, Barakiel, was the same. At the moment, except for Mouse and Michael, no one has had a right to interrupt their conversation. Michael, is it me, or have you thought something bad on your mind? Serafal asked with doubt. How could you doubt me as the leader of heaven, Serafal? Michael asked with a gentle smile. Serafal squinted her eyes, but Michael never changed his expression. Oh, right, I bring someone you are familiar with. Suddenly, a familiar figure with twin tails and colored hair appeared behind Michael. Lucifer-sama. She was nervous, but she peeked at Riser from time to time as she tried to appear as respectful as possible. Oh, Shido-san. It's been a while. No. Please call me Irina. It feels strange if a Lucifer-sama calls me Shido-san. Then, I will call you that, and you should call me Riser instead of Lucifer, okay? Irina was a bit embarrassed, but she nodded. Riser-sama. Riser nodded, then asked, have you met Zenobia? No, not yet. Can I meet her? Irina asked curiously, but she was full of expectation. I don't mind. You can meet her after her rating game, but you should ask permission from your boss first. Ah. Irina Shido looked at Michael awkwardly. Michael still maintained his smile. Sure, you can go, Irina. Thank you, Michael-sama. At this moment, watching this cheerful girl, Michael was glad to meet Irina. Is she the reincarnated angel? Riser asked curiously. Yes. Michael nodded. She is my ace. Are you sure? She is kind of stupid, you know. Riser looked at Michael with doubt. What do you mean by that, Riser-sama? Irina complained. The atmosphere between them was warm, and it was full of laughter, showing the good relationship between the devils and the angels. Watching this, Barakiel felt envious, wondering whether his daughter could get close to Riser. Hey, what are you talking about? Can you let me join? Suddenly, another familiar noise was heard. Still, due to this voice, the good atmosphere directly disappeared. Barakiel closed his eyes and sighed. Azazel entered the venue as if he had a close relationship with everyone. Yet. Leave. Riser only said a single word. I have told you before, right? Next time you shouldn't come. I don't need your presence here. Don't make me repeat myself. Azazel's smile turned stiff as he could feel everyone was staring at him, telling him to leave with their eyes. He didn't expect Riser to be serious last time, and he knew pressing further would only anger him, which was something that he didn't want to do, especially after he knew the real culprit behind everything, but he wouldn't give up so easily. No, he shouldn't leave, as he will be my companion. Behind Azazel, another figure appeared as he walked into the venue with a smile. Riser squinted his eyes and thought that another trouble was coming. Only. You, too, leave. Chapter 261, War. Okay. The elderly man was stunned and couldn't even say anything. Still, the rest didn't say anything, as many of them were unfamiliar with this elderly man, and they wondered what was wrong with the Gremory house to let such a stranger enter this venue. Who the hell are you? Get the fuck out of here. Michael, who was stunned for a moment, quickly coughed hard and said awkwardly, Riser-kun, he is Odin, the chief god of Norse myth. Still, hearing that introduction, many individuals were stunned as they didn't expect Odin to come. Even Odin, who was stunned, also started to get proud and wondered how Riser was going to react after hearing his name, yet he had to say. He is so strong. God and the original Satans have passed away. Whether the angel, fallen angel, or devil, they should be at their weakest, right? Yet, the truth? Facing the aura that was emitted from Riser, Odin knew many gods in the Norse myth would directly bow down. However, Odin didn't fear Riser, especially when he knew how bad the situation of the angel, the fallen angel, and the devil were. Is that so? Riser nodded, then looked at Odin and said, if you can't respect me, then you should leave. Riser's answer didn't change, and it made everyone at a loss at his guts, but at the same time, it also made them giggle somehow as they felt Odin wasn't as scary as they thought to be. Facing this ridicule, Odin also released his aura, yet compared to Riser. Odin might not be weak, but Riser was stronger. Still. Are you sure to treat me like this? The joking attitude and nonchalant attitude of the elderly god disappeared as Odin stared at Riser blankly. Don't you want to have an alliance with us? This place isn't your 9 worlds. This is the underworld. Our world, and we have our own rules here. If you can't respect our rule, then what is the use of the alliance with such an existence? Our rule. Odin snorted. Isn't that your rule? That's right. Riser nodded. Odin frowned and asked, aren't you too arrogant to think that everyone will follow your rule? Of course, as I am Lucifer. Riser said those words as if they were the most natural. You are a fake. Even so, I am chosen as the Lucifer, and it isn't me who is arrogant, but it is you. Riser stared at Odin and asked, do you think you can get away after showing such disrespect, Odin? Weren't you the one who disrespected me? Are you so old that you start to have dementia that you need me to remind you every time? Odin. There was no trace of respect, and at that moment, if Odin pressed further, Riser would directly attack him. Odin could even feel that Riser was serious, and this surprised him as he hadn't expected Riser to be this aggressive. Yet, did Riser think that he would be scared? Do you want to bring the devil, fallen angel, and angel to the ruin with you, brat? Everyone was startled by Odin's words as they knew Odin was serious. Would they dare to fight against the Norse myth? While they didn't fear the Norse myth, they knew this myth wasn't an easy opponent, and many would die, making them frown, thinking Riser was too reckless, yet. Ha ha ha. Riser laughed. Everyone. Ruin. How funny. Pagan gods who can only huddle together in the snow country after being swept away by our religion think that he can ruin us. Riser stared at Odin and said, there is no need for the devils, fallen angels, and angels to fight. Only me against all of you. Didn't the Norse myth be famous for their love for war? I will kill you here, then start to destroy the Norse myth after this, so let's see who brings ruin to whom. Everyone stared at Riser blankly. He stood alone in front of everyone as they dared to have a war against the Norse myth. The others looked at each other before they smiled as they followed him. Geez, you are too reckless. Michael sighed but stood by Riser's side. I will follow you. Barakiel also stepped forward but stood slightly behind Riser. I will support Riser-chan. Serafal said happily. His peerage members and everyone in this place also stood at Riser's back as they stared at Odin dangerously. Odin-sama. A figure with battle armor, who had been following Odin, quickly stood in front of Odin, trying to protect him with trembling legs. She didn't expect that everything would turn into something like this and suddenly she was about to die. She didn't want to die. She hasn't got a boyfriend yet. Yet, what could she do? At this moment, she didn't think that she could stay alive. Is it a fight? Count on me. Suddenly, 2 figures were seen from the entrance. Ajuka and Falbium made their entrance. Falbium aside, Ajuka smiled in Azazel's direction, but similarly, Azazel also glanced at Ajuka's direction. Odin fell in silence as he was also startled by their momentum. At this moment, he knew even if the devil, fallen angel, and angel had lost their gods and the original Satans, they were still as strong as ever. Would he have a war against them? Do you really want to go to war? Aren't we here to make an alliance with each other so we can have a peaceful life? Once again, it was you who provoked me. Riser stared at Odin with a blank stare. And yes, our alliance is made for peace, but we won't beg for that peace. Do you think you can use us for your convenience as long as you become our ally? Don't get ahead of yourselves. Why did Odin wish to make an alliance with the 3 alliances? It was because Odin had his own problems. By becoming the alliance of the 3 factions, it was as if the 3 factions would owe a favor to the Norse myth. By then, whatever Odin asked for, they would need to comply. Naturally, as the Norse myth entered this alliance, it would benefit the 3 factions. Yet, was it worth it? What was the problem that was encountered by the Norse myth? If Riser had to say, it would be the Cows Brigade and also the evil gods that wouldn't accept this alliance. The Cows Brigade aside, as he had controlled it, the evil gods were rather troublesome. However, Riser didn't fear them, and he felt that he might as well annihilate the majority of the population within the 9 worlds and kill them secretly in the name of the Cows Brigade or the evil gods before making the Norse myth submit to the 3 factions. Especially Odin and Thor. Riser had already planned to kill the two most powerful gods in the Norse myth. I might hate to fight, but if I have to fight, I will never lose. Odin stared at Riser and knew that Riser had told the truth. If he really provoked him again, then it was over, so. Okay, let's make peace. Odin raised his hands, showing he had given up as he knew he couldn't afford this war. While he didn't think that the Norse myth would lose, he also didn't think they could win either. Even if they won, he could imagine how brutal their consequences would be. Still, there was something that Odin hadn't expected. Apologize. What? Apologize to me first before we can continue our talk. Odin was speechless, wondering whether Riser was serious, but he could tell that Riser was serious. He wanted to complain that Riser was too small-minded, but he could only sigh and apologize. I apologize for saying a rude remark beforehand. Good. Riser nodded with a gentle smile. Then, let's talk about peace later. My wife's rating game is about to start. Okay. It seemed. Riser Lucifer wasn't that bad. Odin thought when he saw Riser treated him gently, unlike before when Riser was ready to go do-or-die battle. Odin laughed as he followed Riser, standing side by side, laughing as if they were best friends. Watching Odin, who followed him happily, Riser smiled as he glanced at Odin's eye patch and made his decision instantly. Everyone. Azazel sighed in relief and was about to join, but. You can't join, Azazel-kun. Ajuka smiled and then closed the door. Looking at the closed door, Azazel opened his lips as he clenched his fists, but in the end, he let out a helpless sigh. Still, when he thought about a certain someone, he knew he needed to meet Riser. However, were the expressions they showed on the surface really the truth? Chapter 262, Let's Get Him a Woman. Which one is your wife? Odin asked as he sat next to Riser. If it was before, he might have used a lewd word by saying those with tiny boobs and those with big boobs, but he knew that there was something that one could say and couldn't say when they faced Riser, so he endured it. The one with short hair is my wife. While it might have been his imagination, Riser felt that Odin's bodyguard seemed to be depressed when he mentioned his wife. Oh. Odin raised his eyebrow. What about the big boobs with red hair? No, she isn't my woman. Really? What a shame. If I am in your position, I will abuse my authority to make her into my woman. Odin-sama. Odin's bodyguard slammed Odin's head with her fist. It hurts. Odin held his head and then looked at the female Valkyrie helplessly. Rossweiss, you can't be so stiff. This is the reason why you can't even have a boyfriend at your age. This has nothing to do with that. The bodyguard seemed to be flustered and depressed by Odin's words. Valkyrie? Riser asked. Yes. Odin nodded. She is my bodyguard, Rossweiss. For your information, her age is the number of years that she stays single. Everyone. Oh, how could you say that? Boo, but that's right. I have been single. I have never had a boyfriend until now. Hiwa. The female bodyguard suddenly cried as she lay on the ground depressedly. Everyone. Riser felt sorry for this disappointed beauty, so he coaxed her. It's okay. I think you just haven't met the right person, and I am sure you will meet him soon. Really? Rossweiss didn't let go of her helmet, so Riser wasn't sure how her face was, but from her voice, she should be cute, right? He could say that because he married, but you. Riser looked at Odin speechlessly. At this moment, nothing could save Rossweiss anymore, and she just sat on the corner of the wall as she made a circle depressed. Riser shook his head, then thought for a moment and said, Oh, the red-haired one might not be my woman, but the black-haired one with a ponytail is my woman. Barakiel was dumbfounded that he let out a weird voice. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Wasn't it good that his daughter got the favor of Riser? Still, Barakiel felt conflicted at that moment, even if he knew everything was good for his race. However, Riser didn't disappoint everyone. You don't need to worry, Barakiel. I will take care of Akino dearly. Thank you very much. Those words were enough for Barakiel, yet at the same time, when they started to be together. He didn't question that question out loud and was only glad that Akino was okay. Still, Michael was dumbfounded, and he also started to panic. He glanced at Irina, who talked with Riser's peerage members happily and felt that it was a good start. Only Odin thought for a moment and asked, should I send you a woman or two? He felt that having a female from the Norse myth to have a relationship with Riser would bring a lot of benefits. Riser. Odin-sama. Rossweiss was ready to smack Odin's head, but. What about Rossweiss? She is quite cute, you know. Rossweiss was startled, and she glanced at Riser. To be honest, she felt that he wasn't bad, or rather, she felt like he was good. However, he had a wife. Don't. Riser was speechless by Odin's suggestion. You shouldn't force someone like that. He then looked at Rosweiss and said, Rosweiss-san, if this old guy tries to force you, tell me. Somehow, Rosweiss felt that it wasn't bad to be one of Riser's women. Odin didn't say anything and only smiled. Enough. Let's watch the match. It's Sochan's debut now. Serafall pulled Riser away by hugging him tightly, pressing his head against her breasts. Still, as she looked at Riser, she thought about her conversation with Riser that day, and somehow, she just didn't know what to do, especially when their relationship wasn't as close as it seemed to be. Can you let go of me, Wani-chan? It's hard to watch it like this. Oh. Serafall then let go of Riser and changed her position to sit on his lap. Watching Serafall, who moved her soft buttocks onto his lap before she leaned back comfortably, Riser wondered why no one said anything. Nevertheless, even if no one said anything, the match between Sona Citri and Rias Gremory was about to start, bringing everyone's focus to the screen. The two main protagonists of this event didn't know what kind of trouble happened at the venue. Instead, in their minds, they only thought of each other as they tried to think about how to achieve their victory. The two of them have already teleported onto the stage. In this raiding game, the stage mimicked the shape of the department store in Kuo Town, which Rias and Sona were familiar with. There was only a single problem. How do we start to attack, Sona? Rias murmured with a heavy expression. When the two groups were teleported onto the stage, they were separated by a distance, and each of them stayed within their headquarters. Before the raiding game started, they were given time to think about their strategy. Still, the rules of this raiding game were simple as they only needed to take down the opponent's king to win. If there was a difference with the original, this time, all of them were allowed to damage the stage, so for Rias and her peerage members, who were mainly destruction-type fighters, this was a good thing. However, Rias knew this raiding game definitely wouldn't be easy. You don't need to worry, Bucho. We will win. Issei said confidently. When everyone was worried, somehow, Issei's words brought a smile to everyone except Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia. Asia was worried that Issei might do something stupid, so he lost his life. However, Rias, Akino, and Kaneko knew this raiding game definitely wouldn't be easy as Riser had strengthened up his wife. Moreover, Kaneko had told a lot of information about Sona and her team, especially after she stayed with Riser for a while. Still, it was impossible to gain much information as all the members of Sona's peerage weren't stupid. Apart from Zenobia, they didn't know much about the rest. Still, even so, Rias had to admit that she felt quite jealous of Sona to get Zenobia, especially when she learned how strong Zenobia was from Kaneko. Yet, Rias wouldn't give up, and she believed that she would win. All we need to do is to defeat Sona, so let's win everyone. There was no need to think about a complicated strategy. All they needed to do was rampage like before and defeat Sona, then win. Yes. Everyone was full of spirit as they were ready for the battle, especially after the announcement that the raiding game had started, but no one noticed the weirdness that happened inside the room where they stayed. In the corner where no one noticed, there was a mirror. However, if someone looked closely, they would notice a strangeness in this mirror. It was as if the reflection in the mirror seemed to be moving, forming into a small figure, enlarged before it loomed out from the mirror. Everything happened so fast, they only saw a silver flash before all of them widened their eyes as they saw Kiba struck down and disappear into a flash of light. The Knight of Rias Gremory has retired. Kibea. Everything happened so fast. Chapter 263, Debut. Rias and everyone were startled as they saw Kiba as their most reliable comrade to be defeated so early. Then, soon, many mirrors seemed to surround them, but... How dare you? Rias released her power of destruction, destroying all of the mirrors that appeared, but the voice that she had been waiting for could be heard. Did you defeat that person, Bucho? While Issei was sad and frustrated as Kiba was easily defeated, he was also happy when he thought Rias had defeated the person who defeated Kiba. No. As she stood in the middle of the ruined room, Rias realized how difficult this match would be. However, this sudden defeat of Rias Knight surprised everyone who watched the raiding game between Rias and Sona. What's happening? Why did Rias Knight suddenly retire? Mirror? If I am not wrong, something came out from the mirror before. At this moment, no one could maintain their calm, and subconsciously, they all looked in the direction of Riser and Serafall. Still, Serafall was proud. Sochan's peerage members are all strong. Serafall, can you clarify our doubt? Even Ajuka was surprised. Serafall hesitated as she stared at Riser. It's okay. You don't need to worry, as everyone will realize it sooner or later. As this match was publicized and watched by everyone, there was no doubt that many people would understand the trick behind the defeat of Kiba. In other words, it was only time for them to know what the secret behind this attack was, but more importantly, even if they knew, could they do something? It's a mirror, right? Odin suddenly said. Yes. Riser nodded. My wife's queen's sacred gear is Mirror Alice. With that sacred gear, she can manipulate the mirror and even enter the world of mirror. Then. Yes, she came out from the mirror and attacked Rias Knight swiftly before returning to the world of mirrors. Everyone fell into silence. Mirror Alice might not be a Longinus type of sacred gear, which was the strongest type, yet the convenience that was brought by this sacred gear was so ridiculous. The world of mirrors. Then, as long as there was a mirror, wasn't Sona's queen invincible? Still, many also thought that this world of mirrors was a good place for them to run away in case they encountered a danger. In other words, this place could work like a shelter. Riser also thought about promoting this ability to everyone and used it as a business, giving them access to the world of mirrors, so in case they encountered a danger, they could enter this world, escaping from the danger. With that idea, Riser felt that Tsubaki Shinra could become the wealthiest landlord in the world. Humph. It's all because of Riser-chan. If Riser-chan didn't teach Tsubaki-chan, then her sacred gear wouldn't be so strong. Don't say some nonsense, Wani-chan. But that's the truth. Hearing Seraphal's story, they thought about the school that was opened by Sona. If their younger generations could be taught by Riser, then they didn't mind letting them enter the school opened by Sona. Even if this rating game school was made for the low-class devils and reincarnated devils, the existence that was at the bottom of the hierarchy didn't matter as long as they could get close to Riser. Can you let me do some research on this world of mirrors, Riser? Ajuka asked, as he was interested in this type of power. Let's focus on the rating game first, as the match hasn't ended yet. With those words, everyone focused their attention on the match once again. After destroying the whole room, Rias and her group stand in a circle to watch over their surroundings. How did they defeat Kiba? Unlike the audience area, where they knew the secret, Rias and the others were still clueless. Still, the loss of Kiba was hurt as Kiba was the one with the calmest mind among Rias group. Losing him meant that Rias group lost an element that could cool down their minds, as the only ones left were those hot-headed fools and cowardly ones. However, Akino took out a paper talisman and threw it into the sky as she murmured some mantras before it turned into several crows. Rias, I will scout the area. Thank you, Akino. Rias took a deep breath and realized that she couldn't lose her cool. Gasper, help Akino to scout the area too. Yes, Bucho. Gasper used the power of a vampire and turned himself into swarms of bats. With the two powerful scouts, something similar wouldn't happen again, and Sona needed to think twice if she wanted to attack them. Yet. Rias. Bubucho. At this moment, all of them were dumbfounded as Sona didn't make them wait. Unlike Sona's previous sneak attack, this time, Sona used a frontal battle to attack them, and she used her two most trusted warriors to attack Rias and her group. It seems that Sona really underestimates me. Rias frowned as Sona only sent two of her peerage members to attack her group. Don't mess up, Saji. I should be the one who said that, you fool. Saji felt like being insulted when Zenobia tried to remind him not to mess up. Saji, focus. Saji took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions as he knew talking to this fool was a waste of time. Nevertheless, he wondered how this fool could get the heart of Riser, which still puzzled him. Still, Saji knew that he needed to face this battle. Only you two? Rias asked. Yes. Zenobia nodded. Gremory-senpai, you should give up. If it was before, Saji might not be so unrestrained, but to be honest, he really couldn't think of the possibility of them losing. We won't admit defeat. Without a surprise, the one who answered was Issei. I am not talking to you, pervert. Saji looked at Issei with disdain. He knew that Issei was an idiot, so it was a waste of time to talk to him, but it didn't mean he was looking down on Issei as he knew this idiot was the holder of boosted gear. Even if Issei was an idiot, as long as he held the boosted gear, his existence couldn't be ignored. Pervert. Issei couldn't deny it as he was really a pervert. As he said before, we won't admit defeat. No, we will defeat you. Is that so? Zenobia felt that talking more was a waste of time, so she just raised her durandal, and a pillar of golden light pierced through the sky. When this pillar appeared, everyone was stunned as it happened so suddenly. You idiot. Saji screamed before he ran away. However, Zenobia didn't care and shouted, Durandal. As those words fell, the enormous pillar of golden light also fell, swinging in the direction of Rias and her group. Rias and everyone fell in silence as they watched the attack, which was about to fall in their direction, but someone quickly reacted. Forbidden Baylor view. Gasper's eyes shone in a strange light before Zenovia's movement suddenly stopped. It was his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor view, which could be considered one of the most powerful as it gave him the ability to control time. Using this ability, Gasper stopped the time around Zenobia and Durandal, so this attack would stop, but as expected. Bucho, run. Gasper roared for the last time, giving time for Rias and the others to escape, but Boom. The Bishop of Rias Gremory has retired. Gaspir. How dare you? Rias was furious, but Sona never gave mercy. This isn't a time for you to lose your emotion, Rias. At that moment, at the bottom of Rias and everyone, a mirror appeared, and all of them disappeared. Except. Hayadu, let's have a one-on-one battle. Saji was going to complete the mission given by Riser. Chapter 264, Debut. When the mirrors appeared at the bottom of Rias and her group, everyone was teleported to different locations, and each of them met different opponents. Akino met Zenobia and Tsubasa Yura. Kaneko met Tomo Megiri and Ruruko Nimura. Issei met Saji. Rias met Sona. The only unfortunate one was Asia, as she met Momo Hanakai and Raya Kusaka. Awawawa. Asia panicked when she was surrounded by the two bishops of Sona Citri. If you retire by yourselves, we won't do anything. Yeah, you have no chance against us. Momo and Raya didn't think that Asia could be their opponent, especially when Asia's role was nothing but support. Asia's Sacred Gear Twilight Healing might be powerful, but it didn't have the ability to defend as it was a support type of Sacred Gear. Hearing those words, even if Asia was scared, she gritted her teeth. No, I won't give up. Bucho-san, Issei-san, and everyone has trained and worked hard for this debut rating game. I can't become a burden for everyone. I will fight. While Momo was moved by Asia's determination, Raya only smiled, then attacked Asia by using her mocking gear, fair play. One of the small floating satellites around Raya suddenly shone bright and shot a beam. Asia couldn't react as she saw the beam piercing through her belly. Ah. Asia was stunned as she disappeared into a glimmering light and teleported outside to enter the infirmary. The Bishop of Rias Gremory has retired. Momo was speechless as she stared at her friend. You sadist. Didn't she say that she was going to fight? Then, she needs to prepare for the consequences. If Momo was moved by Asia's determination, Raya felt that Asia was stupid as Asia couldn't realize the situation before her. Let's go. Let's clean up the rest so we can finish this battle as soon as possible, showing everyone a match worthy of Sona-sama's status. Yes. Momo also agreed. As the wife of Lucifer, Sona naturally wished to show that she was also the best, and that was why this match was about to become a one-sided slaughter to show how powerful Sona was. With that in mind, the two went to help the rest, ganging up Rias peerage members so their victory could be announced. On the rooftop of the department store, Rias suddenly appeared. While she was startled and alert, she quickly calmed down when she saw the person in front of her. She took a deep breath and felt humiliated as Sona easily took out her group. Even worse, when Rias thought that Sona would attack her with various complicated strategies, Sona faced her directly, one by one, in a duel between the two of them. Rias took a deep breath as she faced Sona. You are strong, Sona, but you should remember that you become strong because of him. Yes, if it wasn't because of Riser, then would Sona be strong? Would Sona be able to do all of this? Rias didn't think so, as she thought all the results on this rating game were due to Riser. Sona raised her brow, but she replied to Rias calmly. I can't deny my husband helped me a lot with the training, but you should look in the mirror when you say those words, Rias. What are you trying to imply, Sona? Rias frowned coldly as she asked that question. Like me, who was trained by my husband, you and your peerage members were trained by the former leader of Gregory, Azazel. Moreover, all of your peerage members have a unique identity and special powers. Like your queen, Akino Haimjima, who is the daughter of the current leader of Gregory, Barakil, Kaneko Tuju, who is a rare yokai race Nico Sho and the little sister of Kuroka, one of the most powerful yokai in the world. Moreover, I let them train under my husband. Besides those two, you even have Asia Argento, who has Twilight Healing, Yudo Kiba, who has Sword Birth, Sacred Gear and an ability to manipulate a light and dark sword, and there is also Gaspar Vladi, a damper, and also the holder of Forbidden Baylor View, which enables him to stop the time. Lastly, you even have the host of the Red Dragon Emperor. Sona looked at Rias helplessly and asked, yes, I admit that my husband might have helped me a lot, but with all of that, which one of us has a better privilege? Rias opened her mouth and then closed it again as she was unable to say a single word. Compared to her, the quality of Sona's peerage members was much worse. The only special ones were Saji and Tsubaki, who owned the sacred gears, but even so, their sacred gears weren't special. Their sacred gears were even weaker than those owned by Kiba, Asia, Gaspar, and even Issei. Yet, Saji and Tsubaki grew. Using their limited power, they become strong. Yet, what about Rias and her peerage members? On that 1 month of training, they did nothing except physical training. While this definitely wasn't useless, it couldn't be said that they were useful, at least in a short time. However, such training was meaningless as they still used old-fashioned training that only worked on manga or anime. This was reality. The training needed to be modernized and systematic so they could grow stronger efficiently within a limited time. Like me, who got the help of my husband, many also helped you. If you think this is unfair, then you might as well admit to losing since, with that mindset, you won't be able to win from now on. Sona shook her head, thinking that Rias was still the same, never changed, as Rias thought that the world revolved around her. Rias knew that she was wrong as she also had many privileges, but she couldn't bear to hear Sona's attitude. You are right. I have a lot of privileges that are impossible for the majority of individuals to have, but you are too arrogant to think that you can defeat me in a duel. Hearing those words, Sona shook her head. No, I did this deliberately. What do you mean? Rias was confused. I invited you on a duel so you won't be a sore loser, and admit that among us, I am the better one. Sona said those words as if it were a matter of course, as she believed the victory would be in her hands. Crack. Rias was already on the verge of eruption as her demonic power cracked the surrounding area. I will make you regret for saying those words, Sona. That's my line. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As the two had a duel, Rias didn't think that she would lose, especially when she had Issei. Issei might be a pervert, but he had always given a surprise. This time, Issei would definitely bring a surprise to everyone. Only. The pawn of Rias Gremory has retired. Rias. Chapter 265, Debut. As Zenobia and Yura faced Akino, Tomo and Ruruko faced Kaneko. Naturally, their battles attracted everyone's attention as their battle was so intense. Moreover, they could see that they seemed to use strange weapons they had never seen before. What's even more impressive is that those weapons were so strong. What are those weapons? Is that sacred gear? No, I have never seen such sacred gears. Really? Then, what is it? Who knows? Still, even if they didn't know what kind of weapons those girls were using, they knew the source of those weapons. Riser-kun, can I ask what is that? Michael asked curiously, as he had never seen such sacred gears. When that question fell, everyone stretched their heads and perked their ears, trying their best to listen. That's mocking gears. Mocking gear. You can say that it is my creation that is similar to sacred gear that was crafted by God in the Bible, but mine is different as I don't need a body and the soul of the creature to craft this weapon. When everyone fell in silence, Riser didn't care about their reaction. If it was before, he might have kept this matter a secret, but right now, as a Lucifer, there is no need for him to keep this matter a secret. Moreover, he knew he couldn't keep the matter of the mocking gear a secret for so long since many of those who were related to him used this weapon. Still, there was something that he needed to explain as he felt lazy for being surrounded after this match ended. Naturally, similar to the sacred gears, only those who are designed by me can use this mocking gear. Riser then looked at Michael and said, by the way, Michael, do you have a blueprint for the sacred gears? Michael blinked his eyes, then shook his head. No, we don't have it. Even the system that is used to control the sacred gears bestowed by the humans also disappears along with the death of the god. Still, even if we have it, I don't think we can craft it as the sacred gears are a special creation crafted by our father. If that's the case, it should be impossible for you to craft my mocking gears too. Michael didn't argue as he knew that was the truth. It was like when one gave a blueprint for a rocket, yet even if one got the blueprint, whether they could create a rocket or not was still unquestionable. Sacred gear should be something similar. Many also started to sigh, but at the same time, their eyes became bright as they stared at Riser. Not only was he powerful, rich, and stood above everyone, but his mind was also excellent. All of them thought that if Riser wished to, it would be possible for him to create the evil pieces created by Ajuka, so even if Ajuka didn't exist, everything would be okay. Knowing this, Ajuka didn't show much of a change in his expression and continued to smile like before. Still, during this conversation, Riser suddenly realized something. A system used to control the sacred gear by God. When he thought of this, he suddenly couldn't maintain his calm. Calm down. Riser forcefully calmed himself, then stared at the screen where the fight between Saji and Issei was about to start, but he didn't want Issei to show his main protagonist moment, so he needed to destroy him. Ruruko, go and fight Issei. Saji. Issei looked at Saji, and even if he was blind, he could tell that Saji had grown stronger in the month. However, I should be the one who said that. I am going to win this, Saji. Issei bore many expectations on his shoulders. Whether it was Drake, Tannen, or everyone else, he wished to show them that he was the best. Moreover, I want Bucho to pamper me with her boobs. Issei wasn't sure how long it had been since the last time he saw Rias bare boobs. The last time he saw it was probably before the match against Riser, and after that, their chances of staying together were limited or became almost none. Except when they stayed in the occult research clubroom, they hardly appeared together. However, Issei had never given up. For Bucho's boobs, I will win. Saji fell into silence and suddenly wondered whether he should use all of his strength to fight this pervert. His training the past month was hard, and he couldn't remember how many times he almost gave up and was wounded, but even so, he gritted his teeth. Yet, when Saji thought the opponent he had to face was this idiot, he just really couldn't feel the necessity to get serious, but... Saji-senpai, let me handle this. Ruruko. Ruruko, another pawn of Sona, stood by Saji's side as she faced Issei. I will defeat you, you pervert. Who is a pervert? Issei denied it vehemently. Then, stop staring at my legs. Issei took a deep breath, then looked at Saji. Saji, you fight me. He didn't want to fight a girl, so he thought to challenge Saji as this should be how the original be. Saji wanted to say something, but he heard Ruruko's whisper. Riser-sama ordered me. Saji gave up and then looked at Issei. If you can defeat Ruruko, then let's fight. You are looking down on me too much. While his relationship with Saji was quite good, as Saji had helped him when Kiba was troubled by the problem of Excalibur, Issei knew that Saji was a follower of Riser. Even though there was nothing that Saji could do, he wanted to show everyone that he was the best. So when someone was looking down on him like this, Issei couldn't bear it. Then, I will defeat her first. Issei might not wish to hurt a woman, but even so, he had a technique that made him able to take down any female opponents instantly. Ruruko also didn't fear Issei and charged toward Issei. The two of them fought each other, and Ruruko used her speed to dodge all of Issei's touches. Yet, at that moment, Issei saw a chance. I got you. When Ruruko was about to dodge, Issei was able to touch Ruruko's shoulder. At that moment, many people stood up as they fixed the position they sat in as they waited for Issei's secret technique. This technique had become the legendary technique that was anticipated by everyone. While Ruruko's body might not be bombastic and sexy, she was quite slender, and she was quite cute. Riser glanced at those who fixed their positions, but he didn't say anything. However, he remembered all of their faces. It's over. Saji shook his head. It's over. Issei was full of excitement, anticipating the next exciting scene. Snapping his fingers, Issei shouted, "Dress break!" At that moment, the sound of ripping clothes was heard, and everyone widened their eyes as soon as possible, but... My eyes. Wait, isn't that so small? Haha. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. However, Issei grew anxious as the scent that he waited for didn't come. Instead, what came afterward was the mocking smile on Ruruko and Saji. Kaya. Like a little girl, Issei quickly covered his body with his hands and grew into a panic as everyone saw his body. Even worse, Ruruko's snickers and disdain were too painful. No. The pawn of Rias Gremory has retired. Riser smiled and thought it was about time for the raiding game to end. Chapter 266, Debut. How? As Sona and Rias weren't in a hurry to duel and waited until all of the fights of their servants finished, they watched all the fights that happened between their servants. The fight between Ruruko and Issei was the most particular, as Rias didn't understand why Sona would send Ruruko against Issei. Only Sona remained silent and didn't even explain anything. Yet, when the result was shown, Rias was dumbfounded. This. The moment Issei's clothes ripped into pieces and Issei became naked, Rias was unable to say anything. From all the techniques and methods he has on his reserves, I wondered why he would choose that detestable technique. Sona sighed. Rias. However, this is also karma. Rias took a deep breath and acknowledged Sona. You are good, Sona. She had never thought that someone would fight Issei's technique like this. However, she had never thought to blame Sona for this as she also knew that Issei's way of fighting was just too ridiculous and it was insulting. While it didn't matter when Issei used his technique against the opponents, she also felt wary when she thought he might use dress break on her. Still, whether Rias or Sona thought that Issei was small, somehow, they understood why he left directly. However, there was no doubt Rias was so disappointed. The host of the Red Dragon Emperor would be defeated like this. Rias was speechless, but soon, she knew that there was nothing she could do, and she couldn't help Issei as she was so far away from Issei. Moreover, even if her duel with Sona hadn't started, showing her back against Sona was too dangerous and was akin to an insult. If Rias was in Sona's place and something similar happened, she thought that Sona had already courted death. So, even if all of her peerage members had lost, Rias didn't do anything and just closed her eyes in silence. Do you need me to wait for you for a while? No, let's do it now. Rias knew that she had already lost, especially when she was surrounded by Sona and Sona's peerage members. The only reason why she wasn't eliminated like everyone else was because Sona still wanted to have a duel with her. However, if you lose against me, then everything you have done is futile. Rias had never thought that Sona would win against her. Riser is my husband, and Seraphal is my older sister. Compared to them, I am nothing, but even so, I won't embarrass them and fight you fairly. Rias stared at Sona, and she knew that her childhood friend was serious. She was jealous, yet she also knew the pressure that Sona endured was enormous, especially with Riser and Serafal. Even so, Rias was envious of Sona. Sona had everything, but what about her? Rias had lost many things, her older brother, her status, and even her love. So, here, in this place, Rias was going to defeat Sona. Releasing an enormous amount of demonic power inside her body, Rias used all of her power. I will defeat you, Sona. Come, Rias. Rias unleashed the power of destruction and bombarded Sona without even holding back, yet. The power of destruction hit Sona's body, yet what Rias didn't expect when her attack hit Sona was that the power of destruction would pass through Sona's body and erase part of the rooftop of the department store, almost completely ruining the building. Meanwhile, Sona was okay, completely unscathed, without a single wound being seen on her body. Is that all, Rias? What's happening? How could it be? The power of destruction was the strongest power among all the devil's innate abilities. No matter how strong one's attack or defense, as long as they were hit by the power of destruction, their existence would disappear. Yet, why was Sona completely unscathed? Still, your power is as strong as ever. Sona turned her head and looked at the ruined building. As expected of Rias, as the little sister of the previous Lucifer, she showed a talent that was even better than the original user of the power of destruction, the Baal House. If this continued, it wouldn't be weird if Rias reached a Mao level as long as she worked hard in the future. However, Sona knew that the Mao level was Rias' limit. It was like her, who knew the limitations within her, and that was why she was going to defeat Rias. Compared to you, the power of Citri House, which is a water manipulation, is nothing. The power of our attack isn't so ridiculous like you, we also don't have a mighty defense or even an unlimited life like my husband, the Phenex House. However, the water is the element of change. Rias widened her eyes as she saw several Sona appear at the same time. Suddenly, she recalled the moment when Riser broke their engagement. Is this an illusion? You are indeed smart, Rias. If Riser could use his fire to create a mirage, then Sona could use her water to create a mirage. While the methods were different, the result produced by their power was similar. Don't look down on me, Sona. You can do this all because of Riser. If Riser was her husband, would Sona have this kind of ridiculous power? Hate, envy, jealousy, and all the negative feelings mixed within Rias' heart. Rias had never thought that she could hate someone this much, yet it happened. Yes, I don't deny that, but have we not had this conversation before? Sona sighed. To be honest, I don't want to say this, but if you keep saying that, you acknowledge that my husband is better than the previous Lucifer, right? Sona. Rias roared as the power of destruction swallowed her surroundings, erasing everything. At that moment, she didn't care about anything, and her only thought was to defeat Sona. Did I get her? Rias gasped and breathed roughly as she observed her surroundings. Her footing had disappeared, but she could fly, spreading her devil wings, but a single voice attracted her attention. You lose, Rias. Rias looked up, but she saw Sona hovering in the sky so easily like it was the most natural form, yet Sona's act angered her even more. Sona was looking down on her. However, when she was about to attack Sona, Sona's existence became blurry as the mist filled the space, which made her unable to see her. Her eyesight was also affected, and she almost couldn't see anything. At that moment. First form, low clouds, distant haze. Rias couldn't even react as she saw a blade thrust into her body. She widened her eyes as she couldn't hide her shock when she saw Sona suddenly appear in front of her, coming out from the mist like a goddess of water. Sona. Widening her eyes, Rias' body slowly disappeared into light as she knew she had lost. Meanwhile, Sona sighed helplessly before sheathing her blade as her victory was announced. Sona Citri is the winner. Sona pushed the frame of her glasses and thought that she could have a celebration with her husband soon, but before that, she thought of talking with a certain thieving cat. Chapter 267, How to Make It Big. Yay, So-chan is the winner. Serafal hugged Riser happily, and then, along with her shout, everyone also woke up from their stupors. Congratulations, Riser-sama. Serafal-sama. As expected of Riser-sama's wife and Serafal-sama's little sister. Her swordsmanship is superb. Everyone started to congratulate Riser and Serafal as the victory of Sona was announced. Still, as they watched this match, there were many things they wanted to ask, but with their current position, could they ask such a question? Nevertheless, the performance shown by Sona and her peerage members told everyone about Riser's ability. With the power gained by Sona and her peerage members, they realized how amazing his teaching ability was, and even if they knew they had disdained it before, the idea of sending their children or young descendants into the school created by Sona appeared before their minds. The fact they looked down on the low-class and reincarnated devil didn't change, but the benefit that came from having connected to Riser was so great that they almost couldn't stop their saliva. Whether it was a sword technique, creativity, mocking gear, or many others, with all of those benefits, even if they had to send their children or young descendants to Sona's school, it was worth it. As for making a connection with the other Devil's House, compared to Riser, those things were nothing at all. In other words, at this moment, Sona's school was on rage. However, there were also many who had a complicated reaction, especially Odin. If Riser was only strong, then there was no need to worry about him, but not only his might, but he also had the ability to make many become stronger. Being his enemy definitely isn't an option, but... Odin glanced at Riser, but it seemed that Riser noticed his glance. Is there something wrong, Odin? From the beginning to the end, there was not even a shred of respect in Riser's voice. When Riser talked, Riser thought of them in the same position. Previously, Riser even dared to antagonize him, and at the same time, Riser could quickly let go of the prejudice and became friends with each other. At this moment, Odin suddenly thought of a certain young man who moved his heart. He wanted to help that young man, but when he thought about the consequences that might come with helping that young man, he decided to rethink this problem again. That young man might have moved him, but Odin thought further, especially when he needed to think about the future of the Norse myth. Similar to the devil, angel, and fallen angel, who had decided to hold each other's hands so they could become strong. The Norse myth also had its own problem, but unlike the devil, angel, and fallen angel, it hadn't found the solution except for joining hands with those three races. At that moment, Odin knew that he could only choose one choice. It was impossible for him to be greedy. Still. What's wrong, Odin-sama? Rosweiss noticed Odin's stare, which made her confused. You are an excellent Valkyrie, Rosweiss. Odin smiled. Only Rosweiss quickly moved away and put her hands on her chest as if she were trying to protect something. Odin-sama, if you try to harass me sexually, then I will report this to the UP. Rosweiss' tone was full of chillness, as if she was ready to bring down this old fart as long as he dared to do something outrageous. Odin. Nevertheless, as everyone in the audience talked to each other, Rias was still in a daze when she thought about her loss. While she knew that it was all due to Sona having been trained by Riser, it couldn't be denied that if Sona hadn't worked hard, it would have been impossible for her to become this powerful. In other words, even if Rias didn't want to admit it, she had lost to Sona. Her ego couldn't change this fact, and her pride was brutally shattered by reality. At that moment, Rias knew that she was no longer the princess that everyone was looking up to. She had lost everything, and she also knew that it was impossible for her to become the champion of the raiding game or dream of bringing the Gremory house to its previous height. In this place, her dream was crushed. Crack. As she was about to destroy everything inside the room, a knock and a familiar voice from behind the door of her room were heard. Rias, are you there? Sona. I am coming. Rias couldn't even say anything as Sona entered her room. Unlike her, who was a mess, Sona's appearance was impeccable, and she only noticed now that Sona tried to make her hair longer as Sona's short hair reached her shoulders, making her even cuter. Meanwhile, Sona frowned when she saw Rias state. You are in a mess. Are you here to laugh at me, Sona? Rias felt bitter as she knew she couldn't be as selfish as before. While she was angry towards Sona, she could only endure it as she knew she couldn't bear the consequences of angering her childhood friend. The gap between them had been divided so deep that she couldn't see her back anymore. While she was on the earth, covered with dirty mud, Sona was in heaven, overlooking everyone from a high position with ease. You have changed, Rias. Sona couldn't help but feel sad when she saw Rias' current state. If before, Rias always exuded a confident aura, at this point, Rias appeared so weak that she could crumble anytime. She could even feel Rias trying to appear humble when Rias met her. Everything has changed, Sona. I am not like before. I know my position is. It was also because of this that Rias felt bitter. With no one she could rely on, Rias realized how weak she was. Sona thought about all the words on her mind before, but she knew she needed to change it. Instead, she asked, during the funeral and also the coronation, you kissed my husband, right? Rias' lips trembled as she lowered her head in shame since she didn't expect Sona to be so direct by asking her blatantly like this. She might not have felt it before, but she felt like she was the dirty woman who seduced someone's husband. If you wish me to stop to seduce him, then. No, you don't need to stop. Rias was startled as she looked at Sona in disbelief. I will allow you to get close to him. Rias widened her eyes in disbelief, but was it really okay? Nevertheless, when the two had a conversation, the one with the biggest shock of this loss definitely was Issei. With the way he lost, Issei really couldn't meet everyone due to the shame. If he was defeated in the bloody fight, he wouldn't be like this, but he had lost due to a perverted technique. Issei-kun, please cheer up. Still, Kiba, who was as gentle as ever, tried to encourage Issei. Unlike me, who lost first without being able to do anything, I didn't do anything. I just stood there, then my clothes were ripped, and I became naked in front of everyone. Kiba fell in silence and didn't know what to say as he knew that it was all due to Issei's pervert technique. When the match ended, he also understood that all the uniforms worn by Sona and her peerage members had been imbued by reverse magic, a magic that was capable of reflecting the effect of a magic or a technique on the attacker. Issei didn't know this and used his dress break on Ruruko. When everything had happened, he was the one who became naked. Then, will you stop becoming a pervert? Kiba asked softly. To be honest, the reverse magic wasn't that omnipotent. If Issei blasted his opponents with a blast of energy, then the special uniform worn by Sona and her peerage members was as good as useless. In other words, as long as Issei stops being a pervert, everything will be okay. No way. What? No way. I won't stop becoming a pervert. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Issei shouted passionately. Kiba was speechless, but he was still as gentle as ever. He took a deep breath and then smiled. Then, you shouldn't get depressed and stand up since our match isn't the end. We might have lost now, but let's bring a victory to Bucho in the next match. Yes. Issei was full of spirit, especially when he thought that Rias would comfort him with breaths, but at the same time, he felt worried about something. He looked around and then asked, Kiba, do you know how to make mine become big again? Kiba. Chapter 268, Nothing is going well. Is it your time for the meeting? Sona asked as she helped her husband with the tie. Yes. 2 days had passed after Sona's match against Rias. On those 2 days, Sona and Riser spent their time together lovingly. The post-victory of the rating game might be better not to explain as it was definitely only suitable to be talked about between them and his women. However, there was no doubt that it was fun. Nevertheless, before that party, Riser and many talked with Odin, who made a promise that he would become their alliance. As for whether what Odin had said was the truth or not, they could only wait. While many were in disbelief as everything happened too fast, Odin was the one with the highest position in the Norse myths, so it was impossible for him to make a joke about this matter, right? However, Riser never paid much attention to this since whether Odin became their ally or not, nothing really changed. The proof was that everyone was okay for so long, even God had passed away, and he didn't think that the other myths would be stupid enough to think that God would stay alive until now. Instead, he felt that the other myths thought they would let the angel, fallen angel, and the devil fight by themselves and then ruin themselves. Yet who would have thought peace would come before the three of them? While Riser hated Surzek, he had to admit that Surzek's persistence for the peace was worthy of acknowledgement. Nevertheless, it might be weird why he mentioned Surzek even if Surzek had passed away, but as he had become a Lucifer, he realized that he had become more like Surzek. It wasn't that he wished to become one, but when one stood in this position, this act was necessary. Then, what is this meeting for? Sona suddenly asked. I am not sure yet. This meeting wasn't about the Norse myth, as the matter of Odin had been solved, but Odin would join this meeting as Odin had decided to become an ally, and at the same time, he knew that this problem might be related to the Cows Brigade, the cancer of the world. Are you going back to the human world? Riser asked. I don't really want to. Sona leaned on his chest as she muttered those words lazily. While they had spent a few days together, she felt that it was far from enough. Then, you don't need to go back. Riser felt that there was no need for his wife to be busy. No, I will go to school. Sona hugged him tightly and said those words as her lips stuck onto his shirt, making her voice sound muffled. Watching his wife, he gently hugged her slender body in his arms, patting her back. Do your best with your work. Sona tiptoed, then kissed his lips. You too. Riser accepted the kiss as he thought he had gone into a path he had never thought about. In the beginning, he only wished to become a household husband, mooching his wife, but now. Riser realized that many things couldn't be controlled anymore, and he was really reluctant to leave his house. Sometimes, he felt like a shut-in, staying in the house all the time and spending days with his women were wonderful, but he knew that the world wouldn't be so kind. If he didn't move, then his enemies might move, bringing ruin to his life, so he needed to fight since life was like this. It couldn't be well all the time. Erasing all the traces of weakness on his mind, Riser went into the meeting that would be held on the Lusafad. Yo, Riser Cohen. Riser, who wished to finish the meeting as soon as possible, met someone that he didn't really want to. Odin. He then smiled and said, You really enjoyed your stay in the underworld, huh? Of course. In my life, I will go all out to have fun. Odin proudly moved his hips lewdly as he thought about the wonderful days he spent for the past few days. Riser fell in silence, then looked at the silver-haired beauty, who was also Odin's bodyguard. He could see that she was completely exhausted as she didn't even hit Odin when Odin made such a lewd gesture. Good job, Rossweiss. Hearing those words, a light shone from her eyes before she burst into tears. You are, Riser-sama. No one knew how painful the days Rossweiss spent with Odin were. It was so horrible. Still, as the two interacted, Odin made up his mind. So, what is this meeting for? Odin asked curiously. I don't know. You don't know. Odin was speechless. Don't look at me like that. I won't bother with a small thing, and all I do is supervise the general direction, maintaining the status quo. How unromantic and unambitious. Leave me alone. It's okay as long as everything is well. There is no need to do extra work to keep myself busy. Odin fell in silence as it was his first time to see such an unmotivated Lucifer. However, since you are invited, it should be about the Cows Brigade. Cows Brigade, huh? Odin's lazy appearance disappeared, and it turned into a rage. Unlike in the original, the Cows Brigade became more brutal as they attacked many myths without hesitation. Not only the devil, angel, and fallen angels but all others were assaulted by the Cows Brigade. It was the same with the Norse myth, as it also had many dead victims. Riser knew this, and that was why he didn't even bother to ask why Odin showed such an expression. Let's go. The faster we go, the faster we solve this problem. You are right. The three of them then went to the venue and were greeted by Serafall. Riser-chan. With Serafall, who latched on his back as usual, the meeting started as usual. Still, Riser could see Ajuka and Falbium seemed to be closer for some reason, yet he didn't think that they became close due to conspiracy or they tried to do something that might harm him. Ajuka aside, he didn't think Falbium would do anything harmful to him. Instead, he felt like they might discuss something related to the heir of Glacia Labelas, who had died strangely in the past. So why was Ajuka involved? It was because the killer of the heir of the Glacia Labelas should be related to Ajuka. Today, I want to tell something to everyone. Ajuka took a deep breath and said, without a change in his emotion. My little brother, Diodora Astaroth, is involved with the Cows Brigade, and he also might be related to the death of the heir of the Glacia Labelas. Everyone fell into silence as they thought everything became even messier. Chapter 269, Tenacity. How cold? Riser didn't mean the temperature of the underworld was cold. Instead, he felt Ajuka was too cold toward his little brother. Even if they weren't close to each other, they were still a family, yet Ajuka treated Diodora Astaroth like a mere stranger who had nothing to do with him. The fact that Diodora Astaroth was related to the Cows Brigade and also the death of the heir of the previous Glacia Labelas was something that no one expected, yet they never expected this fact would come out from Ajuka's mouth himself. Was this the reason why Ajuka was together with Falbium? Knowing this fact, Ajuka tried to make up Falbium with something. Riser decided to abandon his thought as he knew making an assumption had never been a good thing. Facing someone like Ajuka, he had to clear his mind. Moreover, he knew he needed to say something as no one talked, waiting for him to talk. Being above everyone was good and all, but he had to say, it was quite troublesome in this type of situation as he needed to move forward, especially facing a troublesome matter. Does this matter has been verified? Yes and no. What do you mean, Ajuka? Riser was confused. For now, there isn't any proof that my little brother colluded with the Cows Brigade. Even so, do you think he is involved with the Cows Brigade? Riser wondered what the meaning of family was on Ajuka's head. Yes. Ajuka nodded. His power had increased dramatically during his fight with the heiress of the Agar's house, Sikvera Agars. Moreover, I noticed a strange transaction with a large amount of money in his account. I thought it was weird, and when I checked on him, I realized he had involved himself with dangerous individuals. But there is no proof of that. Currently, yes. Riser took a deep breath and asked, since you have mentioned this matter, you must have some thoughts about this matter, right? Let's hear what you plan to do. When he finished his words, he glanced at Falbium and couldn't notice a strangeness in his expression as if Falbium had expected this. Was Falbium never thought to have revenge against Ajuka? Riser felt helpless, but he could tell that Falbium didn't even have any intention to make this problem bigger, especially when Ajuka had admitted the problem to his little brother in front of everyone. At the same time, Riser realizes the treatment of the male sibling among the devils is so bad that no one cares about their death or life. Meanwhile, the little sister was being doted upon. Thank you. Ajuka stood up and faced everyone who was waiting for what he was going to say. Everyone knows how dangerous the Cows Brigade is. They have become more brutal than before, and they have attacked many myths, and even many humans have been harmed by them. Everyone somehow puts their attention to Riser. While Riser might do it for his family, everything started with him as he was the one who eliminated all the elements that were related to the fake Phoenix tears. Due to the lack of funds, as they were unable to sell the fake Phoenix tears, the Cows Brigade and those who were associates with them robbed the wealth for many to gather their wealth. In other words, if Riser hadn't stopped the Cows Brigade from selling the fake Phoenix tears, nothing like that would have happened. However, could they blame Riser? In the end, the one who could be blamed was the Cows Brigade, and they would do everything to eliminate this cancer from the earth. However, even if we want to eliminate them, we don't know where they are. They are good at hiding, and they attack us all of a sudden when we are not prepared, so here I propose to use my little brother as bait. Riser frowned and asked, you want to sacrifice your little brother? Yes and no. Stop with the riddle. During this conversation, except for Riser and Ajuka, no one said anything, as everything would be decided by the two of them. If possible, I don't want my little brother to die, since even if he is sinful, he is still my little brother, but I know that my little brother can't be forgiven, especially for what he had done. Ajuka then bowed his head to Michael and apologized. Michael, I apologize to my little brother. I know that you might not be able to forgive me and my little brother, but I will do my best to make up for it. Riser felt weird by this scene and then asked Serafal, who sat by his side. Why did Ajuka apologize to Michael? You didn't know, Riser-chan. Serafal was surprised, then whispered, but her voice was rather loud, so everyone could hear it. Ajuka-chan's little brother forced many pitiful sisters on the church as his women. Then, his peerage members. Serafal nodded. Ajuka-chan's little brother should have forced all of those girls. What scum? Riser sighed helplessly. Even if he was a playboy, he had never forced anyone to become his woman. He was a gentleman, after all. Scum. Trash of the underworld. Everyone. Michael sighed, feeling helpless, and then stared at Ajuka. I hope something like this won't happen next time, Ajuka. When everything is over, I will educate my little brother thoroughly. Ajuka apologized once again. So, in the end, they would use Diodora Astaroth, Ajuka's little brother, as bait so the leaders and the members of the Cows Brigade would come out. By then, they would use their everything to eliminate these dangerous elements from this world. Using him as bait is good and all, but how do you know that he will call the Cows Brigade? Diodora Astaroth definitely wasn't stupid, as he was the heir of Astaroth House. I got the information that Diodora seemed to have an interest in Rias Gremory's bishop. Then, on the hologram screen, a picture of Asia was shown in front of everyone. Still, by this point, everyone understood Diodora's fetish. However, for one thing, they knew Ajuka was going to use Rias on this plan by making Diodora summon the Cows Brigade during his match with Rias next time. So you are also going to use Rias-chan, Ajuka-chan? Serafal was frowning. It can't be helped, and this is our only chance, Serafal. If we lose the Cows Brigade again, they might cause more mayhem in this world. I know that this plan might endanger Rias and her peerage members, but as long as we react faster, they should be okay. I believe that Surzek will also understand this plan. Still, Ajuka didn't focus on Serafal. Instead, he focused on Riser's reaction, but since he couldn't see anything from Riser's expression, he asked, what do you think, Riser-kun? They might die, you know. I will make up for the Gremory house. Ajuka's eyes became firm. I want to erase this cancer from this world as soon as possible. Do you need my help? Odin suddenly asked. No, this time, you should see the power of our alliance, so you will see that the power of our three factions isn't something that you can't underestimate. Ajuka shook his head firmly. Riser narrowed his eyes. What was this guy planning? Riser-kun, what do you think? Watching Ajuka's firm expression, Riser wondered whether his connection with the killing of Surzek was found out. Even with perfect crime, it didn't mean that everything was perfect, as sometimes one's heart wasn't something that could be predicted. Ajuka had more or less a prejudice toward him, so he knew that Ajuka must be planning to do something. Yet, in the end, what determined everything was the power of individuals. While Ajuka was strong, Riser didn't think that Ajuka could defeat him, especially the current him. You will be responsible for everything, Ajuka. Leave it to me. With that, everything was settled, and they needed to wait until the day Rias would face Diodora in their second rating game match. Chapter 270, Unfortunate Valkyrie. When the meeting was over, everyone continued with their job as usual, but Riser went to his office and continued his job. Only this time, he wasn't alone as Ravel came along. Wait, I am here to work, Ravel. It's okay, Oni-sama. You can focus on your work. I will be here to support you. Watching Ravel kneel under his table, Riser was a little helpless, but he knew that she just showed her dissatisfaction, especially when he spent so much time with his wife, yet there was nothing he could do, right? Still, he had to say, it felt nice. He let out a comfortable sigh as he gently caressed Ravel's beautiful blonde hair, causing her to react strongly by making a louder sound with her small, pink lips. Still, this also made him absent-minded as he wondered what made Ajuka so confident. Did Ajuka really care to end the Cows Brigade? Riser couldn't believe such a possibility, especially for someone who could throw away his little brother like that. Unlike Ajuka, his relationship with his brothers was very good. The three of them even supported each other. However, he knew that he couldn't apply his relationship to others as everyone was different. Ouch. Riser was startled and then looked down, watching Ravel, who showed her teeth with dissatisfaction. What did you think, Oni-sama? Riser was also dissatisfied since he was beaten, so he wasn't even in the mood to work, so he brought Ravel to the hidden room inside his office. By then, they did something that they couldn't show to others. Are you worried about something, Oni-sama? Ravel asked curiously. Was it shown on my face? Ravel put her fingers on her face and then said, you have this kind of face when you think about something. Riser was speechless, but he smiled as he gently caressed Ravel's hair. Do you like me that much that you watch me so often? How narcissistic. Ravel rolled her eyes but snuggled in his arms like a spoiled kitten. Kissing her golden blonde hair, Riser thought that he really loved this moment. Say, Ravel. Didn't I promise to take you on holiday? I thought you forgot about it. Sorry. It's okay. Ravel smiled. I know that you are busy with many things, and I won't be your burden, Oni-sama. I will be your support even if no one supports you. Riser blinked his eyes as he looked at Ravel. He kissed her hair, forehead, nose, and then her lips. Thank you. I love you, Oni-sama. Riser smiled and thought that he might think too much. No, even if he thought too much, it was okay since what he needed to do didn't change. He only fought the opponent in front of him and killed them. That's all. Settling down his mind, the two discussed about his trip to Tokyo. During this trip, I might leave for a while. Is that okay, Ravel? Sure. Ravel nodded. As I have told you before, I will support you, Oni-sama. Hugging her once again, the two decided to spend a little longer before they washed their bodies and continued with the work. Still, as Riser was working, Ravel was sleeping as she was exhausted. She might be from Phenex House, but her physical power was definitely far from her older brother. Because of this, he let her rest as he did his work quietly. It wasn't until a few hours later that they left his office and were ready to go back, but when they were about to leave, they heard a strange noise. Did you hear something, Ravel? Ravel frowned, but then she could also hear a strange noise. I hear it, Oni-sama. Is it a ghost? Do ghosts dare to enter the office of Lucifer? Probably no. No ghost dared to enter Lucifer's office, after all. So, what kind of voice was this? The two walked for a while until they noticed the source of this noise. Roswai-san. Ravel was startled when she saw Roswai sitting in the corner, hugging her knees as she was crying. Ravel-sama. Riser-sama. Roswai was also startled when she saw the two, but Riser and Ravel were surprised since her face was in a mess as the snot and tears on her face still remained. What are you doing here? Odin should have left, right? Riser asked in concern, but his words brought an even harder cry. You are. Roswai cried. Odin-sama left me. He just left me without saying anything. 2x. Riser and Ravel looked at each other, feeling speechless, and also felt sorry for Roswai. Being left alone on this foreign land without anyone by her side, it was understandable for Roswai to cry like this. How about you stay with us for a while? We plan to go to the human world after this. You can join us if you want. Really? Is that okay? Won't I be a bother? It's okay. So stop crying, or else you might be caught by the guards for disturbing the sacred place in the underworld. Thank you, Riser-sama. Use this to wipe your face. Riser took out his handkerchief for Roswai, and Ravel also helped Roswai. Having been helped by the two, Roswai also calmed herself and felt better as she followed them obediently. Still, she was dumbfounded when they entered a luxurious car before they were teleported into a more amazing villa. By then, she saw many beautiful women, causing her to pursue her lips as she could tell that they should be Riser's lovers, but she didn't have much prejudice as a harem was quite normal, especially on the Norse when the strong got everything. Nevertheless, Roswai could tell that everyone's relationship was good to each other, and Riser took care of them well, especially when she could see their eyes were filled with warmth and love. Are you Riser-sama's new woman? Al suddenly asked. The new woman. Roswai started, and her face became hot as she was blushing. Al, you shouldn't be so rude. Nell, Al's twin sister, reprimanded her sister and then apologized to Roswai. I am sorry for my sister's rudeness. It's okay. Roswai then asked, are you all living here? Yes. By then, they started to talk to each other while having dinner, and they knew about Roswai's identity. Odin's bodyguard. But I am fired now. Roswai was extremely depressed. By the way, how much was your salary? Everyone. While they knew this question was rude, they were also curious. After all, Roswai held the position of the exclusive bodyguard of Odin, so her income should be a lot, right? About this much. Roswai didn't mind exposing her salary, but when she told them, she could see their expressions changed. What's wrong? Isn't it too little? That isn't even enough for my beauty care product. Isn't Norse too poor? Roswai was quite embarrassed but also a bit dissatisfied by their words. Yet, she was also curious. Did you get a salary from Riser-sama? She knew that even if they were his harem members, they were also his peerage members, and they also worked under him, so they should be paid, right? If so, how much? It's about this much. Ross Weiss gasped, widening her eyes so wide as if she couldn't believe the reality. How much? This much. Ross Weiss lowered her head in silence, then asked, can I work for him too now? Chapter 271, Wait. Why is Ross Weiss-sen here? Sona looked at Ross Weiss, who stood on the side of Ravel. She knew that her husband and Ravel were going to Japan for a holiday trip. While she wished to join, she couldn't, as it meant she would skip school if she wished to join the trip. While it didn't matter to skip for a few days, she had skipped so many times, so it felt quite awkward to do it, especially when she was at the president council of her school. Still, Sona was curious why Ross Weiss was present. Right now, I am working as Riser-sama's bodyguard. I am no longer that old fart's bodyguard. To show her loyalty to Riser, if Ross Weiss saw Odin, she might not hesitate to spit on that old fart. Yet, if one knew what had happened to her, no one would blame her. Moreover, the salary given by Riser was so much. Ross Weiss believed that as long as she worked for a few years, she might be able to have a leisurely retirement before 30. Only the rest were speechless as they watched Ross Weiss change. They knew each other during her visit to the match between Sona and Rias. It was also because of this they would never expect steadfast and reliable Valkyrie, who always checked Odin in place, to become Riser's bodyguard. I thought you were my husband's new woman. Sona apologized. I am sorry. No, it's okay. Ross Weiss was embarrassed and quickly apologized as she felt guilty for some reason. However, Riser felt dissatisfied. How could you think of me like that? I never seduced Ross Weiss. Just ask her. Sona looked at her husband for a while and didn't even express her opinion, she only watched him in silence. While Riser felt speechless and a little guilty, especially with how he was unable to control his lower body, Sona turned her attention to Ross Weiss. Is that true, Ross Weiss? Suddenly, Ross Weiss became depressed as she squatted on the ground, making a circle. Riser-sama never seduced me. It seems he doesn't think of me as a charming woman. Everyone. Yet, how could Ross Weiss not have had such a thought? When she lived with Riser, she already imagined that she would be attacked by Riser, and when he attacked her, she would try to refuse, but in the end, she couldn't overpower him before she was eaten, and by then, he would say, from now on, you are my woman. With tears yet flush on her face, Ross Weiss could only agree in front of his domineering attitude. This is how it should be, right? Yet, no matter how long she waited, he did nothing, and the episode she had been waiting for didn't appear. Why? Was she really that unattractive? When Ross Weiss thought so, she became depressed. Watching this, Riser felt helpless, wondering whether Ross Weiss wanted him to attack her. Frankly, he felt weird for such a beauty to have such low esteem, but when he heard how she used all of her time to study as she was unable to inherit her family and prove her worth, he also understood why she had such low confidence. However, when Ross Weiss squatted down, her pants were pulled by her movement, showing the upper part of her buttocks and white panties. Naturally, she was oblivious as she drowned in her depression. Yet, Riser noticed this, and his expression became subtle as he thought that Valkyrie was great. Still, his sneaky action wasn't noticed as he had trained hard on this skill of his. Moreover, as a Lucifer, how could he show embarrassment, right? Then, since Kaisha can't go with Rise-sama to Tokyo, I will go with Riser-sama. Zenobia announced all of a sudden. How dare you say that in front of me, Zenobia? Sona smiled as she looked at Zenobia, who tried to do something sneaky right before him. But Riser-sama needs someone by his side. If not, then he might attack a random woman. Zenobia clenched her fists, showing her determination. I can't let that happen, so I will be by his side. Oi. Riser wanted to smack Zenovia's head at this moment, but he felt sad when he saw Sona consider this problem with such a solemn attitude. He might be a beast, but he definitely wouldn't force a woman. However, suddenly, he noticed someone from the corner. What's wrong, Irina? Nothing, Riser-sama. Irina seemed nervous, and her face was so red. Riser fell in silence, then stared at Zenobia, who somehow noticed his gaze, smiling, then gave him a thumbs up as if she had done a great job. While he wasn't sure what kind of talk Zenobia had said to Irina, he knew that their conversation definitely wasn't something pleasant for him to hear, especially when Zenobia was related. Even though Zenobia was trained under the church for many years, her head was definitely outrageous enough that no one would believe she was a former exorcist. Yet, he had to say, this kind of harem comedy situation made him smile. Still. Riser. Everyone might have noticed her, but when Riser appeared, all the attention was on him, so her presence was momentarily ignored. But when she called him, all the attention returned to her again as they wondered what she was going to say. Riser looked at Rias, who also came with his wife. However, unlike before, she only brought Kaneko and Akino with her. Still, Kaneko looked around, seemingly searching for someone cautiously. If it's Kuroka, she isn't coming. Ravel, whose relationship was quite close to Kaneko, immediately. I am not looking for Ne-sama. While Kaneko sighed in relief, she also felt quite disappointed that she couldn't see Kuroka. However, she was glad that her older sister became Riser's woman, as it would make her older sister no longer a criminal. Kaneko's matter aside, Riser paid more attention to Rias. He could tell that her expression was unique, and occasionally, she would glance in Sona's direction. While he knew that something might happen between them, he was more cornered about the plan initiated by Ajuka, as this plan would use Rias as bait, exposing her to danger. While he knew that he didn't care much whether Rias would become his woman or not, he couldn't help but feel pity and sorry for this young woman. He felt their roles had changed. In the original, she was the source of his misfortune, but now, he was the source of her misfortune. When is your next match? Rias was surprised by his question, but she quickly answered. It should be soon. I will watch it. You better win. Rias was in a daze before she nodded with a smile. I will. Then, I will leave first. Riser didn't bother to talk with Rias. Sona, let's go. Okay. Sona nodded and followed her husband. Watching everyone leave, Rias didn't move and kept staring at Riser's back in silence. Rias, he had left. Akino couldn't help but remind Rias. I know. Rias sighed as she knew nothing would change between them as long as Issei existed, yet with her nature, could she abandon Issei like trash? Rias knew that she could do it, but she knew that she might make the others betray her, especially when many of her peerage members had made a connection with Issei. Rias let out a long sigh, feeling exhausted and wondering what she should do, but she knew there was something that she needed to do. Aren't you going to mention the matter of Diodora to him? Akino suddenly asked. No, it's okay. It is a little problem, and we shouldn't bother him with this problem, especially with how busy he is. Busy. Akino knew that they were coming to the human world to play around, but she didn't bother to say anything, wondering when Riser was going to visit her. Nevertheless, Riser's schedule was quite packed. After staying at his wife's house for a night, he decided to leave for Tokyo the next day in the morning, but when he was about to leave with Ravel and Rossweiss, someone stopped him, seemingly having been waiting for an entire night. Lucifer-sama, can we talk for a moment? Azazel asked with the best smile he could show. Riser. Chapter 272, Tor. Riser was on the train with Ravel by his side. Naturally, they weren't alone as Rossweiss was there, talking with Ravel as they watched the scenery from the window of the train. The beauty of nature was present before them, but with the speed of the train, they were unable to enjoy it as everything changed so quickly. Even though Azazel came to Sona's house to meet him, Riser didn't want to change his schedule and just went to the station, ignoring him. Still, if Azazel wished to talk with him, he needed to follow him. Have you talked with your family, Rossweiss? Ravel couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Rossweiss' voice became mixed. I wonder what they will think. She was fired from Odin's bodyguard and then became Riser's bodyguard. Everything happened too fast, like the speed of the train, which made her unable to show a proper reaction. They should be happy, Ravel answered. After all, you become Oni-sama's bodyguard. That's true. Rossweiss nodded. After all, compared to becoming Odin's bodyguard, becoming Riser's bodyguard was much better, especially in terms of salary and benefits. Everything was great. The only problem was whether she could find a husband or not when she stayed at this job. Still, Rossweiss subconsciously glanced at Riser, who was reading a book quietly before looking away with a blush. Watching Rossweiss, who acted like a shy maiden, Ravel could only shake her head. Still, their conversation ended when someone knocked on the door of their car. Rossweiss also quickly entered her role as a bodyguard and asked, Who is it? It's me, Azazel. Rossweiss, naturally, looked at Riser, who gave her a nod. When Rossweiss opened the door, Azazel smiled and then apologized. I am sorry for interrupting your holiday. If you have something to say, then just tell me. Sure, but... Azazel subconsciously moved his eyes to Ravel and Rossweiss. Rossweiss-san, let's check the train together. Follow her, Rossweiss. Protect Ravel well. Yes, Riser-sama. Rossweiss nodded, then followed Ravel while glaring at Azazel. Azazel's lips twitched, but he could only endure everything as it wasn't his first time being humiliated. When the door closed, Riser didn't say anything and continued to read his book as if Azazel didn't exist. However, Azazel didn't care much about Riser's attitude and said, I want to tell you something. Don't build tension like in the drama. If you have something to say it immediately since you are wasting my time here, Azazel. How cold? Isn't our relationship good? Azazel felt that Riser was too cold, which was different from how Riser acted when Riser conquered the Gremory. If you don't keep Vala by your side, then I won't act like this. What do you mean? Azazel was startled. If that's all you want to say, then leave. Wait a moment. Azazel took a deep breath and then said, I found out that Ajuka was related to the killing of Surzek. As he finished those words, he waited for Riser's expression, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Is that so? What do you want me to do then? That's. What did he want Riser to do? Did Azazel want Riser to kill Ajuka? Did Azazel wish for Riser to clear up the crime on Valley? Riser wasn't sure what Azazel was planning, but so what? Don't you care about this? Azazel frowned. Surzek had died, and what's the use of making a fuss of it? How could you say that? Riser looked at Azazel, who was shaken, and asked, Do you have proof? That's. You don't have one, right? If so, then congratulations, you have wasted my time. However, even if there was proof that Ajuka was related to Surzek's crime, what could it do? Death had no use. Moreover, Ajuka's position in the underworld is important, and no one can change his position. Except Riser himself. Nevertheless, Riser felt that everything was so fishy, especially when Azazel came to him like this. It felt like he was being wrapped by an invisible thread that entangled himself, slowly trapping him without him realizing it. Yet, he decided to ignore it as he knew it wasn't the time to end everything. Moreover, by letting himself be trapped, he felt like he could take out everything that tried to take him down. I mean, don't you want to take Ajuka down? Azazel still asked. Why should I? Ajuka helped me to kill Surzek. That's good, isn't it? Or do you think I like Surzek or something? Are your eyes blind that you couldn't see what had happened at the Kuo Academy before? Azazel was in a daze, clearly showing his disbelief when Riser didn't even act like a proper Lucifer, which Riser usually showed in front of everyone. Instead, Riser showed that he was happy and clearly might even have danced by Surzek's death. However. Have you talked about this to anyone else? Riser suddenly asked. Azazel was startled, but he shook his head. No, you are the only one. Naturally, he didn't tell those who were related to Valley, as those individuals also knew this matter. Is that so? Then you might be careful, or else Ajuka might kill you. Ajuka. Wasn't it you who wished to kill me? Being blatantly threatened like this, Azazel wasn't sure how to react, but he still had confidence that Riser wouldn't do something like that, especially. Come on. I am loyal to you. Gremory is yours, right? Won't you protect me? Gremory aside, you are different, Azazel. Riser stared at Azazel and said, if that's all, then leave. Azazel was in shock as he realized that Riser had treated him as an enemy. There was no acting, disguise, or hypocrisy anymore. Riser had already labeled him as an enemy, and as Riser's enemy, he would be killed. Azazel fell in silence as his entire body was wet due to his cold sweat. Riser knew that when he became Lucifer, many thought that he had mellowed down, especially with his way of action when he often acted in hypocrisy. Many probably thought that he had lost his fangs, but like Surzek, as he was in this position, he knew how important it was to act as if this was how everyone played politics. While his power was enough to change everything, becoming a tyrant who controlled everything, he was too lazy to control the aftermath, and as long as no one provoked him, he wouldn't do anything. However, Azazel was different. Did Azazel think that he would be okay after all of this? Riser didn't care anymore, and he just wanted to clear up everything. His patience was at his limit, and he knew that something a surprise was coming for him. Whatever it be, he knew it would be dangerous, but even so, let the clown play. Is there really no turning back? You should ask Ajuka that question instead of me, Azazel. Thank you. Azazel then stood up and left slowly as if he had grown older for many years. Goodbye. Riser's voice was quiet as he looked out the window without even looking at Azazel's back. This is the last. Riser closed his eyes as he returned to how he used to be since he didn't want Ravel and Rossweiss to notice anything. Chapter 273, Starting Pistol. When they arrived in Tokyo, Riser didn't care about Azazel. Instead, he went on holiday with Ravel, leaving Rossweiss in the care of the East Yokai faction. At this moment, there was no doubt the East Yokai faction was his loyal subordinate, and they would give Rossweiss the best hospitality during her stay. As for him, he spent a day with Ravel. While there were many places they wanted to visit, on the first day, they focused on the famous theme park in Tokyo before staying at the hotel for a night, fully enjoying their stay. Watching him focus on her, Ravel was so happy that she used everything about her that her power of regeneration also started to evolve so she could become even stronger. It might be due to their relationship that they were a perfect fit. However. Riser-sama. Ravel-sama. Why did you leave me? Rossweiss cried when she saw the two return to the headquarters of the East Yokai faction. Weren't you enjoying your time? Of course not. How could I have fun without the two of you? When Riser and Ravel left Rosweiss in the East Yukai faction, she cried and drank alcohol with Magari, the leader of Nikosho, showing her frustration since Riser and Ravel are quite similar to Odin, who suddenly left, but unlike Odin, the income and benefits that came from working under Riser were greater, so that was why she couldn't enjoy everything, which prepared by the East Yukai faction. After all, she had been given many benefits, so she felt that she needed to do something, so when they left her, she was so sad. Sorry. Riser patted Rosweiss's head, trying to coax her. Please don't leave me like that again, Riser-sama. I am your bodyguard, after all. While Rosweiss tried to be fierce, she just mellowed and enjoyed his touch. Nevertheless, she felt embarrassed as it was her first time being treated like this by the opposite gender. While she enjoyed it, she didn't know what to do, wondering whether this was all right, yet Riser was her master, her employer, so as his subordinate, there was nothing she could do when he wanted to do this, right? In the end, her role never changed as she had always become a pitiful subordinate who was helpless against the power abuse of the boss. Yet, being abused by Riser seemed not bad at all. Mihari and Ravel looked at each other and only shrugged their shoulders. By the way, have you told your family about your job change? No, not yet. Rosweiss only realized that she hadn't called her family about her job change. We're in the human world, after all. You might as well talk to them. Well, that's true. Rosweiss nodded. Then, I will talk with my family first, Riser-sama. She excused herself and took her mobile phone, ready to talk with her family. By the way, I have heard that you got Kuroka with you. Riser was startled when Magari suddenly talked with him, but he nodded. Are you familiar with her? I do. Magari nodded. Her mother is part of my group, but she was too pitiful, especially following such a male. She sighed, then shook her head. Anyway, I am glad that Kuroka and Chiron, Kaniko's previous name, are okay. As long as they were part of Riser's harem, everything was going to be okay. Riser might have many enemies, and they were all strong, but he was stronger. Frankly, when Riser was coronated as the Lucifer, the East Yukai faction held a party as they were happy that their shadow leader became the #1 person on the devil and even the 3 factions. After all, the higher his position was, the greater their pride was. As it meant that they didn't choose the wrong leader. Magari licked her lower lip and thought that she wanted to make a few kitties with Riser after this. Still, Riser wanted to say that Kaniko wasn't part of his women, but he was too lazy to refute, so he didn't bother to say anything. You are not going back soon, right? No, I plan to take it easy for a week. Even though he had gone on a holiday with Ravel, it didn't mean that he was going back soon. He just went to the human world, and it would be a shame just to go back directly. There were many things that he wanted to do, and he felt that he might as well do it during his stay in the human world. It was a rare chance, and his holiday gave him an alibi. Still, there was something that made him curious. What's wrong with Kuroka's father? Father. Magari, who wanted to latch onto Riser, stopped and wondered whether it was okay for her to talk, but even if she didn't want to talk, she knew that he couldn't stop her. If she was tortured in bed with his unique methods and gave up later, she might as well give up now so she could enjoy his love and care. I am not really sure since they never told me much about this bastard, but for one thing, he never loved her wife or his children. In his eyes, they aren't even his family, as his life is only for research. It wasn't until they died to the failure of the research, leaving Kuroka and Chiron. By then, I had lost contact with them, and by that time, Kuroka would have become a reincarnated devil. I thought that everything was going great for them as they had a place called home, but who would have thought that Kuroka suddenly became a criminal by killing her master and Chiron? Well, you should know her better, right? Even if Magari cared about Kuroka and Chiron, she knew that they didn't want to trouble herself, especially when Kuroka became a criminal. With the care that Magari had given during their childhood, how could Kuroka involve Magari with her problem? How cruel. Ravel cried as she thought about what had happened to Kaniko and Kuroka. After all, her relationship was the closest between the two. Nevertheless, Riser became curious about what kind of research the father of Kaniko and Kuroka did. After all, as the father of two, he was sure that their father would definitely do incredible research, yet he didn't bother to ask Magari since she was sure that Magari was clueless. However, at the same time, he also realized that the memory of his previous life was almost used up. After this, he would be clueless about many things, and he could only walk step by step without knowing the plot. Frankly, knowing the plot gave him an advantage over the others, but soon, he would lose that advantage, and because of that, he knew he had to erase all the threats that destroyed his peaceful life. His reaction towards Azazel on the train before was the starting pistol, and it was also the countdown for those who messed up his life to be killed by him. Yet, at the same time, he also knew that they wouldn't let themselves be killed by him, and they would fight him, showing their last moment, biting him hard until he bled profusely with their sharp fangs. However, he believed that he would win. Because of this. What's wrong, Ross Weiss? Riser asked softly toward his new bodyguard, who let out a worried sigh. Chapter 274, Benevolent. On their next trip, along with Magari, they went to the north of Japan and booked a hotel near Lake Okamoto in the Fukushima prefecture. Unlike the southern and central areas of Japan, the northern area was quite undeveloped, without particularly eye-catching industries or even famous landmarks. Yet, it wasn't something so surprising as the north had always been quite harsh compared to the south, but at the same time, due to this harsh environment and lack of development, nature was breathtaking. Moreover, it was summer and near fall, so the temperature was cool and comfortable. Even though the place Riser had chosen for a holiday wasn't particularly famous, it made all of them happy, especially Ross Weiss, who had been living in the north. This place somehow reminded her of her home, and it also made her sigh. What's wrong, Ross Weiss? Riser-sama. Ross Weiss showed a forced smile. If you have something that you are worried about, then please tell me. Ross Weiss wished to talk, but she hesitated. Just talk. Magari stared at Ross Weiss. If you don't talk, you might affect everyone's mood during the holiday. I will talk. Ross Weiss didn't want to affect everyone's mood on this holiday, and she also knew that her worry was quite meaningless, especially when her family reassured her that nothing would go wrong. Her story started when she told her family that she was hired as Riser Lucifer's bodyguard after being left behind by Odin. Hearing those words, her family cursed Odin with all of the vocabularies on their minds while also feeling happy by her new job. Nevertheless, as they didn't expect her to work under Lucifer, they were curious, especially when Riser was particularly loud with his actions. Unlike Surzek, who maintained a gentle and kind image that was loved by everyone, Riser maintained a tough leader who wouldn't compromise with anyone. It might not be wrong that he would be pictured as a dictator, but this was normal since the interaction between myths wasn't that particularly good, and all the Christian myths weren't seen in a good light by other myths since their myth had taken the believers of the others who originally believed in the other myths. As the beings that were born from the pagan religion, it would be a miracle if Ross Weiss' family had a good image of Riser Lucifer. Naturally, Ross Weiss refuted all of those rumors without hesitation that she was almost desperate. She made sure her family believed that Riser was gentle and wonderful. Only. Do you like him? Grandma. Ross Weiss lost her calm and pretended to be angry. Within her family, her relationship with her grandmother was the closest as she had always been taken care of by her grandmother, considering how busy her parents were. Being teased like this by her grandmother, she couldn't help but show her temper. Do not tease me, Grandma. Moreover, he is a married man. Then, are you going to become his second wife? Say second wife. Nevertheless, it was impossible for their family to be relieved since they didn't know much about Riser and they were afraid of Ross Weiss being played by such a mighty being, but Ross Weiss was angry by their misunderstanding, and she told them what was happening during her stay in the underworld, especially when she was almost dying, and the Norse myth was almost going on a war with the devil, fallen angel, and angel due of Riser's toughness. Still, as the mythology that was born during the Viking era, being manly and courageous was the #1 trait that was sought by many who were born from the Norse myth. Even more, Riser was standing at the top of everyone. When they thought about this, the probability of Riser showing an interest in a country girl like Ross Weiss didn't seem that high, right? While those words made Ross Weiss depressed, she also felt quickly cheered up since she knew he was married, so she shouldn't have an expectation of him, and she changed the topic to what was happening in her country. Loki-sama is a bit noisy. Loki-sama. Is it okay? Even though they might say it lightly, Ross Weiss knew that this matter wasn't small, especially when she knew Odin planned to become the ally of the devil, fallen angel, and angel. The power of the alliance of devils, fallen angels, and angels also started to grow, especially when they gained the alliance of the East Yokai faction and Japan pantheons. Due to Nurarihion's effort and smooth relationship with everyone, along with knowing the horror of Riser, he made the Japan pantheons become the ally of the devils. Nurarihion also loved this job since he knew as long as Riser could control every supernatural being in the land of the rising sun, he would be the one who was entrusted by Riser to lead this country. Following Riser definitely wasn't a shame. Instead, it was something that Nurarihion could be proud of. At the moment, the only factions that hadn't followed Riser were the West Yokai faction and the 5 principal clans. The West Yokai faction aside, as the leader of this Yokai faction started to communicate with Serafal to talk about the alliance, the opinion of the 5 principal clans were diverse as some of the families of the 5 principal clans didn't have a good impression of the current Lucifer. Yet, this reaction was normal since those families had a relationship with Valle and his group 3 years ago. Riser, who was the source of Valle's nightmare and also destroyed many things that they loved, definitely wasn't something that they wanted to befriend. However, those who got a good impression of Valle and his group were only the young generation. The old generation leaned toward the alliance of the devil, the fallen angel, and the angel as the threat of the Cows Brigade started to spread in their direction. Riser didn't care about that humans since sooner or later they would die. He, as the devil, would outlive them, so their opinions didn't matter. Nevertheless, with the Japanese pantheons and the Norse pantheons, the power of the alliance grew stronger. Yet, similar to the 5 principal clans, within the Norse pantheons, there were also those who hated this alliance and wished to break it. However, Odin, who wished for the future of the Norse myth, wished for the alliance, and his movement was supported by the majority, which caused those who were dissatisfied could only bear their rejection. Naturally, it didn't mean that they gave up, as they seemed to plan to kill Odin so this alliance would stop. Who is the leader who rejects Odin's wish for peace? Riser asked. It should be Loki-sama. Loki. That trickster god. Ravel was surprised, but Riser raised his eyebrow. You mean that bestial lover? Everyone. Rosweiss opened her lips, then closed them again. She knew that Riser had disrespected Loki, but she couldn't argue since it was a fact. Yet, for Loki, who could shapeshift into many shapes, the moral value that was held by others didn't matter to him. Why? Why didn't he want peace? Magari asked since she wasn't familiar with the other myths. Because if this alliance succeeds, then Ragnarok won't happen. Ragnarok. Naturally, Riser was familiar with this term as it was the judgment day of the Norse myth. He showed a light smile, then comforted Rosweiss softly. Everything is going to be okay. Your family told you that everything is alright, right? Then, believe in them. Moreover, even if Odin might seem unreliable, he is still the king of the gods of your myth. Lastly, he isn't alone. Many also support him, like your family, so if they tell you that it will be alright, then believe them. Hearing those words, Rosweiss also started to believe in her family. Yes. Then, let's have a drink. For the alliance. For the alliance. 3x. Wait, are you going to drink too, Ravel? Ah, can I, Oniai-sama? Anyway, Riser thought that he was going to leave tonight. Chapter 275, Ragnarok. You are crazy, Azazel. Odin laughed as he rested in his room on the Valhalla. The alliance between the devil, the fallen angel, and the angel was about to be forged. Even so, there weren't many things that he needed to do as those small things could be handled by the others. Instead, what he needed to focus on was to face the Japanese pantheons, a group that attracted him the most. The alliance had a connection with the Japanese pantheons, and becoming part of the alliance would make the Norse myth have a connection with Japanese pantheons. While some of the members of the Norse myth rejected this alliance, as long as he, Thor, and the majority of the gods agreed, this alliance would be settled down. So, what does he need to worry about? Instead, the one that needed to be worried was the alliance, as they needed to protect him from those who wished to destroy their alliance. Odin somehow chuckled and felt happy when he could make Riser the troublemaker to be in trouble. Still, who would have thought that all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, when he was about to enjoy the warmth of the woman, Azazel suddenly called him and told him that Riser was going to kill him. Was this fallen angel crazy? Odin had to admit that Riser was a tough nut to crack. Unlike his predecessor, Riser wouldn't bend down on his principle, but at the same time, when he thought of someone as his friend, he would warm up. Riser was like a warrior. If Riser hated someone, he would hate him to death, but if he liked someone, he would treat him best. Moreover, Riser really wished for this peace. Odin could tell that Riser didn't lie, and all the words that Riser said at that time were coming from Riser's heart. Still, the heart of one was a mystery, and it was impossible to predict everything. Because of this, he gave Rosweiss to Riser since he could tell that Riser seemed to have an interest in Rosweiss. Frankly, Odin couldn't understand Riser's type of woman since there were many women who were sexier and more beautiful than Rosweiss, yet Riser was so gentle toward that disappointing beauty. You have to believe me. He is real. He is going to kill you. I am not talking about any nonsense. Odin, you have to be careful. Even if Odin laughed at him, Azazel didn't give up telling Odin that Odin's life was in danger. Yet. You are joking. Odin laughed. There is no way that he will kill me. Odin. Odin sighed, then said, even if he kills me, can he really kill me? I am here in Valhalla. While I admit that I might not be as strong as him, I am not alone. I have Thor and other powerful gods besides me. Moreover, I have my army. Even if he plans to kill me, how can he kill me? That's. Azazel wanted to explain, but he couldn't since he knew he lacked the ability to explain how Riser was going to kill Odin. The only thing that he knew was that Riser was from Phenex, so his power should be related to fire, wind, and immortality, but were they his only powers? He believed that there should be more, but he didn't have any proof. Moreover, he also wasn't sure how to refute Odin, especially when Valhalla's security was top-notch. Odin snorted. I am not looking down on you, the devil, the fallen angel, and the angel, but you should look at the reality, Azazel. If we fight with all our might, it might be different, but if he is alone, what can he do? It's you who don't understand him, Odin. Azazel quickly refuted Odin's arrogant words. It's not me who doesn't understand him. Instead, I think that you are the one that is crazy, Azazel. Odin sighed. Azazel, your feeling toward Val is good and all, but I know that Val's life is as good as ends, especially for what he has done. While it is a shame for us to lose such a respectable young man, I think that he might have a better life in the next life. Odin. Azazel roared, then let out a long, helpless sigh. I have warned you. Yes, yes. Thank you. Hearing that response, Azazel sighed helplessly and then decided to end their communication shortly. Anyway, just be careful. I will. Odin shook his head and felt that Azazel was overthinking. He didn't deny that Riser was powerful, but he felt that Azazel had overestimated Riser. While Riser might be as strong as the original Lucifer died, and he didn't want the power to dominate this world. If Riser was too arrogant, then his fate would sooner or later be similar to the original Lucifer. Frankly, if there was something that Odin was wary of Riser besides Riser's power, it would be Riser's ability to make people submit and follow him willingly as his subordinates entrusted their everything to him. Moreover, he also wondered why those Japanese pantheons decided to follow the alliance. Was there something that he didn't know? That probability was high, but Odin felt that Azazel was too extreme as he didn't think that Riser would come out to kill him. Moreover, as he had said before, it was impossible for Riser to kill him unless Riser entered the Valhalla, but could he? If Riser wanted to visit Valhalla, Odin would be immediately notified, and many also knew about Riser's visit. Being surrounded by many, what would Riser do? Riser might be immortal, but facing so many gods and under the observation of all the masses on the Norse myth, he was as good as helpless, but... Odin suddenly felt dizzy, and then he felt an intense pain in his body before he looked down and saw a hand pierce through his heart, killing him, but as it was his heart that was destroyed, he still could stay alive, at least for a moment. He is such a good friend. You should listen to him, you know. Hearing this familiar voice, Odin wanted to say something, but his head was beheaded. Riser then looked at Odin's crumbling body and cleaned up all the blood on his hands by boiling them at a high temperature. As expected of the area of invisibility, even if his opponent had a godly eye, it was meaningless. Looking at Odin, who showed disbelief and an expression as if asking why, he was expressionless as ever and thought of ending everything as soon as possible. Using falsifier, Riser changed his appearance into Loki, the evil god who wanted to kill Odin. By then, his hand suddenly grasped something as he used the power of Kote no Mi, but this wasn't enough, so he also used his sacred gear, Unknown Dictator, to control all the signals on this world, controlling all the communication devices, so everyone on the 9 worlds could see everything. Holding the head of Odin, Riser, who disguised himself as Loki, shouted, I killed the traitor of our myth. Now, it's time to start Ragnarok. Everyone fell in silence for so long before they were hit by an unprecedented panic. Chapter 276, Sunrise. Ugh, my head. Rosweiss clutched her head as she felt an intense headache. She wasn't good with alcohol, but it didn't mean she didn't like it, as it could make her forget about many unpleasant things. Nevertheless, she felt weird. Usually, she would wake up late at noon when she was drunk, but somehow, she woke up. Is it night? Yet, when Rosweiss saw Magari and Ravel's sleeping faces, she knew that it should be dawn. Moreover, she also checked the current time, which made her sigh in relief since she didn't use the entire day to sleep. Still, she couldn't go back to sleep for some reason, so she stood up and rubbed her temple, going to the bathroom to wash her face, and when she did all of that, she felt better. Only she realized something. Riser-sama. Where are you? While it was a bit embarrassing, Rosweiss realized that the 4 of them had slept in the same room the previous night. As she was drunk, she should have forgotten this matter, but the warmth of his body remained stuck as if they had been hugging each other for the entire night. When she thought of this, her face turned crimson and shy, happy by the close connection between them even if she knew it was forbidden. Still, he wasn't in the room, so she searched around for him until she noticed a presence near Lake Akamoto. Riser-sama. Due to the sun that started to rise on the horizon, the clear lake turned into a crimson color like her face, shy yet beautiful. Yet, she didn't care about the scenery. The moment she found him, she didn't hesitate and went after him as soon as she could. She didn't dress her best and only found something that she could, so her clothes were rather thin during the cold morning, yet for her, who was born in the Norse myth, this temperature was like a summer in her country. Riser-sama. Rosweiss stopped when she called his name since his figure was just too worn out. It was as if he had kept many things inside him and kept all of them inside without being able to express them, so she made an unexpected move that she had never thought she would do. Riser was startled, but he stopped his body from moving when he realized who had hugged him so suddenly. Rosweiss. Are you okay, Riser-sama? Riser fell in silence and then smiled softly. Of course, I am okay. You are not forcing yourselves. I am not, but aren't you forcing yourself by hugging me like this? When Riser mentioned her bold actions, Rosweiss blushed and quickly lowered her head, hiding away from his gaze by pressing her face against his broad back. Do you hate it, Riser-sama? No. Then, let's stay like this for a while. Riser wanted to say something, but in the end, he stopped. Everything he did, and done, everything, all of them, needed to be kept deep in his heart. No one else needed to know, as this sin was something that he needed to bear. He knew that his actions might be quite extreme for some people, but he knew he needed to do this. He didn't want to, but when he knew that someone wished to kill him, gathering together as they talked about their plan, would they think that he would let them go? The time was near. Riser had a feeling that something major in his life would happen, and this would determine his life. If he succeeded, then his goal and ambition would be achieved. However, if he failed, then he would die and disappear. He knew that it might be better to erase all the threats as soon as possible, but being in this position was troublesome, and he wished to give away the position of Lucifer as soon as possible, especially when it had become a shackle for him. Still, at least, his peace was coming, right? He tried to smile as best as he could, but he couldn't, and it made him confused as he was about to reach his peace. However, he didn't bother to think and focused on his ambition. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembers his previous conversation with Azazel. How about you forgive? Azazel said those words with a relaxed smile. Forgive. It was for those who weren't involved in talking about forgiving others and whatnot, giving thoughtless advice as if they knew the best, but for him, who received many injustices after his transmigration into this new life, he needed to tense his body, like a hedgehog, protecting his life from the harms that came toward him. Yet, he knew that he was lucky, especially when he wasn't alone. There were many who supported him, loved him, and believed him. They would do their everything to be his strength, yet it was also due to this that he felt uncomfortable, especially when he thought his action would bring sadness to those who had stayed by his side. He glanced at Rosweiss, who hugged him tightly from behind. If it was before, he wouldn't hesitate to turn and hug her tightly in his arms, taking her lips that had never been tainted by anyone and making her into his woman. However, now, he didn't think that he was worthy of her, especially when he had used her to understand many things about the Norse myth. Still, as a villain, this should be normal, right? As expected, I can't get used to the feeling of being a villain. Riser-sama. What are you doing here? Well, I heard the sunrise is beautiful, so I came out to watch. Riser then pulled Rosweiss to stand by his side and then pulled her onto a nearby bench so they could sit comfortably. It's almost time. Let's watch it together. Okay. Rosweiss followed his words obediently, never fought, and was docile as she kept stealing a glance in his direction. She knew that it was wrong, especially when she knew he was married, but while their meeting was short, she wished to be his strength and be by his side forever. It's starting. His words reminded her of the sunrise, yet Rosweiss couldn't take her eyes away from him, especially when she saw his face shimmer in the gentle light of the sunlight. Subconsciously, she held his hand tighter as she watched the sunrise together without knowing the terror that happened in her hometown, and the sinner who caused the terror sat by her side. Nevertheless, Rosweiss knew that she had fallen in love with this man. Chapter 277, Lake. The next day, Sona and a few of her group joined Riser's trip to the Fukushima prefecture, enjoying the fall weather in the northern part of this country. The fall is like you, dear. Why so? Riser looked at Sona curiously, wondering why this woman had become poetic all of a sudden. The leaf becomes blazing red like your color. Sona showed a gentle expression as she leaned on his shoulder. I like it. I like it too. Right. All the unpleasantness that he felt yesterday was no longer there and disappeared as if it never existed. Still, his days didn't change as he enjoyed his life and became stronger, especially after taking down two powerful gods in the Norse myth. Naturally, with those feats, he was given 2 rewards. Congratulations, you have received Magu Magu no Mi, complete version, and Sub Sub no Mi, complete version. Naturally, he had eaten the 2 devil fruits, which gave him 2 new abilities. However, whether he became stronger or not, he wasn't really sure since when he reached this stage, it was hard to see the improvement in his strength, but there was no doubt that his ability to survive became stronger due to those 2 devil fruits. The first devil fruit he gained, especially after killing Odin, he got Magu Magu no Mi, and the moment he ate it, he became a magma devil and had the ability to turn into a magma and manipulate magma. Previously, it wasn't that he couldn't control magma, but it was complicated as magma was different from a flame. Magma is a combination of soil and flame. While being a phoenix gave him the ability to manipulate flame, he couldn't manipulate soil. Yet, it didn't mean that it was impossible, it was only quite complicated. The moment he gained this devil fruit, manipulating magma was as easy as walking into the park. Still, with this ability, it was easier for him to destroy the earth as he could move the core of the earth, causing a mass volcanic explosion. More importantly, due to his first reward, flame manipulation mastery, it was easier for him to master this power. Nevertheless, even without this power, he believed that he would destroy the world. However, compared to his first reward, his second reward was something that attracted him the most. This was also the reward he gained after he killed Loki, the evil god who planned to hold Ragnarok. Naturally, before he killed Odin, he killed Loki first, finding him by using location, and by then, it was easier for him to throw all the blame on Loki. As for the aftermath of that incident, he decided not to think about that matter and focused on his second reward. Sub no mi. As he had eaten this devil fruit, it made him into a slipman. All the things that touched and attacked him would slip off, and none of them would affect him. The only unfortunate thing was that he couldn't use this power to slip off from this responsibility. However, there was no doubt with this ability, he became invincible in close combat, as all of the close combat attacks would just slip off when they touched his body. Even better, his appearance became better due to this devil fruit, since after eating this devil fruit, his appearance became fairer. However, as his basic was good, the improvement wasn't that much. What is it? You became more handsome somehow. Really? Yes. Riser smiled due to Sona's praise, but he also said, aren't you the same? Didn't you use your ability to make yourself more beautiful? Well. Sona blushed and then snuggled on his chest. It's all because of you. After her training with Riser, her head was finally opened, and the limit which she had put on her brain before was no longer there. By using her water manipulation power, she made her appearance better by soothing and moisturizing her skin, keeping it in a perfect state all the time. There was no doubt when anyone knew about Sona's ability, they would be jealous to death. For women, becoming more beautiful was their #1 goal. However, why did you choose Lake Okamoto as a place for a holiday? The two of them were on a ship they rented from a nearby stall as they sailed on Lake Okamoto, enjoying the scenery and the surroundings. Moreover, with Sona's power, there was no need for them to row with paddles, as Sona could manipulate the water to move the ship automatically based on her wish. You don't like it? No, it's okay, but most people will choose Kyoto or the central area, right? It's troublesome to go to the center of Japan now. Is it the 5 principal clans? You know. Well, Wanisama sometimes told me that those groups of humans are troublesome. Sona then asked worriedly. Will they trouble you? There is no need to worry about a group of humans who aren't even the holder of Longinus. The 5 principal clans were good and all, but their limit was only that. Their strongest was nothing compared to his might. This wasn't arrogant, but the reality was like this. Still, he felt that he might as well have taken all the sacred beasts of the 5 principal clans so they wouldn't be noisy again. Well, let's do it when everything is over. The danger was right in front of him, but even so, he believed he could win. More importantly, is there something happening on the Kuo lately? Something. Sona tapped her chin for a moment and said, I am not sure whether this is something huge or not, but Diodora Astaroth has often visited Kuo town lately. Diodora? You mean the heir of the Astaroth? Riser showed a surprise as if he didn't know anything. Yes. Sona nodded. It seems he is interested in Asia on Rias peerage. Ah, that girl, huh? Unlike you, he seems to love a pure maiden who is related to a church. Sick hobby. Riser showed disgust, but he noticed his wife was staring at him. What is it? Don't you think those pure maidens that are related to church are cute? They are cute. Then. But my wife is the cutest. Riser smiled as he hugged his wife tightly in his arms. Come on. Say something. Don't keep staring at me like that in silence. Sona only rolled her eyes. If he could control his desire and only loved her alone, he might believe his words, but how many women did this guy have? Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that she loved him. Are you going to help, Rias? Why should I? I thought that you wanted to make all the girls on Rias peerage to be part of your harem. Was that something that you should say as my wife? Riser thought that he might need to teach this bitch tonight. Or should he do it now? After all, it would be his first time to do it on the top of a ship and in the middle of the lake. Wait. No. Riser refused, but he knew he needed to make a solution for his wife's worry. But if you are worried, how about you make a mist around us? As she was unable to stop her husband, Sona followed his advice by creating a mist around them so no one would be able to see what they were about to do. Only during their moment did the sound of her gasp and moan become a new legend that made this lake a popular tourist spot in the future. Still, the happy days soon ended, and it was time for him to go back, but when he was about to go back to the underworld, he happened to meet Diodora Astaroth. Good day, Riser-sama. It's really my good luck to be able to meet you here. Diodora showed a happy smile when he met Riser. Watching this smile, Riser wondered whether it was okay for him to beat this guy up. Chapter 278, Die in Despair. Riser looked at Diodora, who was surrounded by his harem. Diodora? Are you on holiday? Still, while he had seen them before, he had to say that Diodora was really good at finding a harem member. The only bad thing was that Diodora's method wasn't classy, it was a brute method. No. I am here to court someone, Riser-sama. Diodora maintained his gentle smile. Court. Oh, who is it that made the young master of the Astaroth house fall so deeply that he decided to go to the human world? She is one of Rias Gremory's peerage members. Asia Argento. That's her name. Diodora admitted to Riser, the girl he loved, without hesitation before he sighed sadly. But unfortunately, Rias didn't want to exchange her bishop with me. Riser chuckled and said, but this isn't going to make you give up, right? Of course. Diodora nodded. From the moment I saw her, I knew that she was the one for me, and I wouldn't give up no matter what. Then, work hard. There was no need for him to say more as he only said those words for small talk. Diodora also knew that Riser wouldn't help him, which made him sigh inwardly, but then he smiled once again before he showed a worried and hesitant expression. Riser-sama. There is something that I want to talk with you. Talk. Yes. Diodora hurriedly nodded, showing a picture of an individual who found something unbelievable. This is a secret that I happened to find and I think that you need to hear it, Riser-sama. Then, tell me now here. Facing such an exaggerated act, Riser only said calmly. I can't. I can't let anyone hear this news except for you. If possible, can you follow me to some places? Why don't you tell your older brother? Diodora's expression became disgusting for some reason before he shook his head. My older brother won't believe me, but you are different, Riser-sama. Why would you think that I would listen to you? Nevertheless, Riser was intrigued. Then, why don't you lead me? Please follow me. I will tell you when we come near our Astaroth domain, since that way, no one won't be able to listen to us. Well, let's go. When Rosweiss and Ravel were about to follow, Riser stopped them. You two go back first. I will follow him. But. Come on, Rosweiss. Ravel stopped Rosweiss and pulled her to the train, returning to the Phenex domain in the beautiful city crafted by Riser. Can you guide me now? Yes, please follow me. Diodora continued to maintain a smile as he ordered members of his peerage to give Riser the best service. Give your best service to Riser-sama. Yes, Diodora-sama. What do you want them to do? Riser asked curiously. Well. I have trained them well, do you want to taste them, Riser-sama? Diodora asked with a smile. No, it's okay. I have a wife, and don't talk like that again since it is disgusting. Yes. When Riser emitted his aura subconsciously, Diodora quickly covered in fear, but he held on as he thought about what he planned to do and grinned inwardly, thinking about his bright future, especially when he thought about what he was about to do. Then, don't waste my time. Yes. Diodora felt his body tense, nervous as he realized that Riser's weight was growing even heavier, but at the same time, he also felt humiliated, especially when he was the young master of the Astaroth house. How dare Riser treat him like this? Riser didn't care about Diodora's thoughts and only felt that Diodora was disgusting. Still, it didn't mean all the devils were like Diodora. Nevertheless, he felt sorry for the girls around Diodora since it was so easy for them to be discarded by their master. Yet, even so, they still followed him faithfully. Still, he wondered what Diodora was planning to do. As they entered the train, Riser sat quietly in a private room with Diodora's women, who served him wine and some food as he rejected Diodora's companion. Diodora, who was outside, also didn't care about Riser's attitude as everything would end soon. Diodora-sama, are you sure about this? Shut up. Don't question my decision. Diodora got angry at his queen and then snorted. Becoming a Lucifer made him arrogant, but can he maintain that attitude after this? Diodora's queen still felt that this plan would end up in failure, especially when she thought the pressure emitted by Riser. Even though it was subtle, it made her give up all the resistance and know that no matter what she did, everything was meaningless. Diodora also felt the same way, but he thought the old Satan faction was stronger. In his heart, the new government was as good as it was over, and by following the old Satan faction, he believed he would be able to ride on this wave and rise to a greater height. Whatever Mao's were, they were nothing but fake. Still, Diodora, who could hear the laughter of his women in Riser's private room, felt strange and slightly annoyed, thinking that he should educate them later. Their trip didn't take too long, as Diodora was quite impatient, and soon, they reached their destination. Where are you going to bring me? To be honest, isn't it better for you to talk on the train before? But this is important news, and I can't let anyone else hear this news except for you, Riser-sama. We're already in the middle of nowhere now. Why don't you tell me now? At this moment, they were in the countryside within the Astaroth domain. It was a place with a small number of people or, rather, none at all. If there was something that was worthy about this place, it would be the beautiful nature within their surroundings. Diodora didn't answer Riser's question and kept staring at his watch for a while until he smiled. Then, I will let you know that I am related to the Cows Brigade. Why do you tell me now? Because you need to be erased, Riser-sama. Good job, Diodora. Then, suddenly, thousands of magic circles appeared at the same time, and many figures appeared, surrounding Riser. Whether it was devils, humans, magicians, or even monsters, they were all staring at Riser dangerously. Riser, who sat in the middle, also realized that he was trapped within a barrier, but he ignored the thousands of enemies around him. Instead, he was more interested in the barrier user who trapped him. After all, even though this place was similar, it was different, as if it was artificially created. If there was something that was capable of doing this, there was only one, but he needed to confirm this. How did he confirm whether his conjecture was correct? A barrier? Ha ha ha, you can't go out. You can't ask for help. You are in the middle of a barrier created by dimensional lost. One of the strongest Longinus that is capable of destroying the world. The best way to confirm whether his conjecture was correct or not was by asking it directly to his opponent, as he was sure that his opponent would tell him arrogantly. As expected, a man who seemed to be the leader quickly explained to him. I see, a dimensional lost. Riser nodded, then looked at the man, who seemed to be familiar for some reason. Oh, right, who are you? Everyone fell into silence. The man who seemed to be the leader gritted his teeth in hatred as he grew his demonic power that was enough to crush everyone's heart, feeling hopeless by the intense fear of this man's power. You damn fake. Remember my name. I am the one who will kill you, the true descendant of the Formao. My name is Rias. Remember my name as you feel intense regret before you fall into the abyss. Rias shouted, die in despair as you regret your mistake of killing Kateria Leviathan. Riser only remembered that this man was the one that he had controlled before, but he lacked an interest in this man, and this wasn't the time for them to die, so. Boom. At that moment, their hearts felt like they were crushed, and their brain was hit by a hammer. Their blood was drained from their bodies as none of them were able to stand before they fell one by one, and many of them directly passed out due to fear. However, Riser didn't care about those small fries and put his focus on the one who controlled this barrier. Chapter 279, George, who is confused. George. That's his name. While his name might be a common name, his origin wasn't common, as he was the descendant of Johann George Faust, the man who made a pact with the legendary devil, Mephistopheles. However, this wasn't all, as he also had another identity, and that was the sub-leader of the hero faction on the Cows Brigade. Yes, he was the sub-leader of one of the factions within the terrorist organization. For others, it might be strange, especially for him to join this organization, as with his identity, he could reach a high position easily in the world of magicians. However, George knew no matter how high he stood within the world of magicians, he would never stand on the top among the supernatural world, as he was just a human. Nevertheless, someone came and met him, making him realize his true purpose in this world, and he wished to help that person, so he joined this terrorist organization to become a hero, protecting humanity from vile supernatural beings. His action might be strange, as he joined a terrorist organization to become a hero, but they needed more strength, and joining this group gave them even stronger strength, as Ophis would give all the members of this organization part of her strength. As for him, well, he didn't need to, since, besides Johann George Faust, he was also one of the holders of Longinus, Dimensional Lost. As the descendant of Johann George Faust, he was given many advantages that the majority didn't have, whether it was talents or resources. He got everything, learning all the magic that had been collected by his ancestor and the group created by his ancestor, which was even better than his ancestor, as his ancestor wasn't as good as him when he was young. However, his real power came from the Dimensional Lost, which is ranked among the top 4 Longinus. Yes, compared to Boosted Gear or even Divine Divider, the Dimensional Lost was stronger. While some might feel unacceptable, when one understands the power of the Dimensional Lost, they would understand. Dimension Lost has the ability to create a special mist that can block any attack, as well as transport anything inside of it into an artificial space. The mist can also be used to reinforce dimensions. Dimensional Lost might not possess direct offensive capabilities, but it is the most powerful among sacred gears related to barriers and space, thus, it carries tremendous power over dimensions. In fact, if the mist reaches the scale of countries, it can transfer along, as well as its people, into the dimensional gap to be destroyed. Scary, right? Yes, this Longinus could even destroy the world. Fortunately, no users had reached such a level, including George, but he believed that he would reach that level soon. Frankly, when the Cows Brigade lacked funds for their activity, he was the one who worked the most, since, due to his Longinus, he was in charge of logistics. While George wanted to complain as he wasn't a courier or a taxi driver, he knew that a fund was necessary, especially when they had so many people around them. While the majority of the hero faction might be teenagers and didn't need a salary to maintain them, since everyone had been brainwashed to help the faction for the greater purpose, they still needed to eat. If they wanted to eat, they needed food, and to buy food, they needed money. Without being able to sell fake Phenex tears, they could only become robbers or bandits. While many were dissatisfied, they could do nothing since the strongest faction within the Chaos Brigade, the Old Satan faction, was also helpless about this matter. So, while they didn't want to, in the beginning, they continued to rob many to get their funds. Nevertheless, what surprised him was their attacks on the Norsemith a few days ago. Whether it was, he or all the others were dumbfounded when they saw the mayhem within the Norsemith. The proud gods that were born in the Viking era were either running or fighting. Many died, and it was a scene of terror that they had never thought of. Was this Ragnarok? This is what they thought at that time, and his expression became solemn when they thought everything was caused by the Old Satan faction. As the Old Satan faction happily joined the war, causing more chaos along with the other members of the Chaos Brigade, once again, George was tasked to steal the immense wealth of the Norsemith. While George was helpless, he also didn't reject this idea since he didn't want to join this chaos. Nevertheless, due to Ragnarok, no one cared about the immense wealth as no one was sure whether they could stay alive during the crisis. By then, everything went smoothly, only they quickly retreated since Thor, the strongest within the Norsemith, went on a rampage and almost destroyed everything. Still, as long as they got money, everything was good, and by now, all the funds were controlled by the hero faction. Nevertheless, for the Old Satan faction that could smoothly retreat and cause such destruction on the Norsemith, George knew that he couldn't take them lightly, and he still needed to appear obedient as he wanted to know what they were planning. Frankly, George felt that there was something strange about the Ragnarok on the Norsemith, but he needed time to uncover this mystery. "We will kill Riser Lucifer." When those words fell, George's leader immediately agreed to lend George to the Old Satan faction. Riser Lucifer. While this name might have been unfamiliar before, it had become the brightest star in the supernatural world. Or rather, everyone knew his name, especially with all the feats he had done. As the new Lucifer, Riser was known for his toughness and brutality, especially the fake Phoenix Tears incident. Not only the members of the Old Satan faction but many members of the hero faction were killed by him. Moreover, this guy was also the reason why they were forced to become robbers. George hated this guy, so he was also happy when he thought that he could kill Riser. With the confidence that came from destroying the Norsemith, all of them moved together as they were ready to kill Riser Lucifer. Riser might be Lucifer, but so what? He was just a devil. Not a god like Thor or others. Moreover, Riser was definitely alone, especially when he was baited by a traitor within the underworld. Then, when Riser came, everything was settled, he was trapped, and it was time to kill him. Only. George was filled with terror when he saw Riser, and he directly wished to run away when he felt like Riser was staring in his direction. No, I need to run away. George felt that he needed to run away as far as possible or else he would die. Yet. Silly hide. At that moment, George felt all the scenery before him change before he coughed but was unable to breathe. What? George widened his eyes as he saw Riser had caught him and grasped his neck tightly. Hello. Riser greeted George with a smile. Chapter 280, Unfathomable. By using the location, Riser found George, and by using his Warp No Me ability, it was easy for him to teleport the owner of the Dimensional Lost in front of him. Nevertheless, he didn't plan to kill George. No, he planned to take Dimensional Lost. Why? Why can't I use my Longinus? George, whose neck was grasped by Riser, was in disbelief as he was unable to use his Longinus. Riser only smiled and didn't intend to explain why George was unable to use his Longinus as it was meaningless. Nevertheless, if someone forgot why he could make George unable to use his Longinus, it was all due to the ability he stole from Rivism. By using Degranate, he separated the Sacred Gear Canceller ability from Rivism and gained this ability. With this ability, no matter how strong the Dimensional Lost was, it was meaningless since it couldn't be activated. Nevertheless, facing a Sacred Gear user, was Riser invincible? The answer is yes. Nevertheless, it didn't mean this ability was invincible since there was a limit. However, was there even any existence that could break this limit? Riser couldn't imagine it and thought that as long as they were a Sacred Gear user, all of them could only bow down under him. George. Everyone was dumbfounded by the change of situation. Previously, they were full of confidence, especially when they had gone on a rampage on the Norsemith. They caused mayhem and were even on the verge of collapsing the entire Norsemith, but facing Riser. The thought of winning couldn't cross their minds at all, and all of them became hopeless as they thought about their fate, which was as good as dead. Diodora and his peerage members were also scared silly, and they were unable to do anything as they could only piss on their pants, hoping for the Chaos Brigade to win. Only. Venetian shock. At that moment, all of them suddenly felt dizzy, and they lost all of their powers before crumbling to the ground, losing their consciousness. Not even one of them remained, and all of them fell like a domino. The only ones left were Diodora and his peerage members, who stood in a daze as they were unable to believe the scene before them. Heat syncope. This was the secret behind his technique, which was fainting or dizziness as a result of overheating. By enveloping his opponent's bodies with heat, Riser could easily defeat them without even raising his hands. Still, some of them even burnt into ashes directly without leaving any remains. Diodora and his peerage members even became dizzy as their bodies were trembling due to fear as they saw how easily Riser defeated all of them. Frankly, except for standing, they couldn't see Riser doing anything. Yet, for one thing, Riser's power was unfathomable. Riser, who was holding George, who passed out on his arm, looked at Diodora with a smile and said, "Thank you for baiting them here, Diodora-kun." Yes, it's my pleasure to serve you, Riser-sama. Diodora quickly kowtowed and showed his allegiance. The rest also followed, hoping for Riser to forgive them. As for why Riser didn't kill all of them and only a few, they didn't understand, but even if they were curious, they didn't dare to say anything. Riser also ignored them and just took out the dimensional lost from George's body. Still, he thought that it would be difficult as dimensional lost was a Longinus, but it seemed it was easier than he had thought. It was so easy that he was speechless, and the moment he got his hands on this Longinus, he could easily manipulate it like it was his limb. If you want to see, just see, but don't talk. Diodora felt that his heart was almost stopped, and he was just in fear at that moment, but at the same time, he was also marveled by Riser's power that was capable of stealing the dimensional lost and using it at ease. Still, he followed Riser's words faithfully since Riser's words were absolute, especially when his life was in Riser's hands. Nevertheless, Riser thought that this dimensional lost worked well with his Moku Moku no Mi ability, and he could combine it easily. There might be a big difference between smoke and mist, even if their shape was quite similar, but it wasn't difficult for him to combine the two abilities. Is it due to there not any soul residing in the dimensional lost? Unlike the boosted gear or the divine dividing, which had the souls of Drake and Albion inside, there was nothing inside the dimensional lost. It was just a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. Still, what should he do with George here? Should he kill him? No. Instead, he might as well use George, especially since he got his new reward. Congratulations, you have received Link. It was an ability that made him capable of taking on the powers of others who allied themselves with him. This ability didn't make him steal the abilities of others. Instead, as long as someone gave him permission to use their abilities and energies, he would become even stronger. In other words, it was a perfect power for a leader like him. With an alliance of devils, angels, and fallen angels, along with the East Yukai faction and also the Japanese pantheons, as long as all of them lent their power to him, he was simply invincible. Well, even if they didn't lend him their powers, he was still invincible. Nevertheless, the reason why this ability was suitable for him was because he could lend his abilities to his ally, too. As he had taken dimensional lost from George, this guy had lost the ability to control the dimensional lost. However, with Link, Riser could lend George the ability of dimensional lost. Now, why did he do this? It was because he needed George to become his eyes on the hero faction within the Cows Brigade. By looking into George's memory, Riser understood many things about the hero faction, especially when George was the sub-leader of this faction, and because of this, he knew the real power of the leader and their connection with a few other myths. The hero faction didn't matter, but the relationship of the hero faction with these other myths was troublesome, especially when this group of myths wasn't weak. Riser was busy with something, and he wanted to clear up those troubles first, but more importantly, he didn't want to be caught in more trouble. He also felt that the hero faction could become a good scapegoat for him, so for his power of Memo Memo no Mi to work well, he needed to make some adjustments. When everything cleared up, Riser used his Memo Memo no Mi power. Echo Erasure. At that moment, all the memories of those who had attacked him except for Diodora and his peerage members changed. Throwing George away like trash, Riser then looked at Diodora with a smile. Diodora didn't dare to talk and just looked at Riser with an awkward smile. Riser didn't say anything and suddenly released the power of Pito Pito no Mi, putting a collar on Diodora's neck. Riser-sama. Diodora was scared silly when his neck was caught in a collar. Kill yourselves by grasping your own neck. I have just uploaded a new novel, My Stepsister in Kyoto. That's the title. Thanks. Chapter 281, Slave. Ha. Diodora was confused and wondered whether Riser had gone crazy since there was no way for him to kill himself, right? Yet, his hands moved by themselves before they grasped his neck tightly, ready to kill himself. What? Even if it was hard for him to talk, Diodora was scared, silly, and completely in terror as he tried to force himself to stop, but he couldn't. Diodora couldn't control his own body, and his hands tried to kill himself. Riser-sama, please forgive me. Forgive me. Please don't kill me. Stop this, Riser-sama. Diodora kept begging Riser, completely frightened by what was happening. What was happening? Why did he try to kill himself? Was this the power of the collar? Diodora kept crying, beginning, but Riser was just sitting, staring at him blankly. No. No. I don't want to die. Riser-sama. Please forgive me. This way of death was too scary. If it was a painless death as he was unable to do anything, Diodora might not say anything since he was unable to do anything, but this way of death was just too much. Diodora's peerage members were also scared, and their faces were pale as they looked at the collars on their necks, but they didn't dare to say anything as they were afraid they might also fall into the same fate as their master. Yet, no matter how Diodora struggled, his body wouldn't listen to him, and all of them worked together to kill himself. Riser-sama. Diodora was crying, completely in terror, as he knew his death was near, but when he was about to die, Riser said, "Stop." Cough. 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 Diodora coughed continuously as he greedily gasped for the air. "Drink this." A bottle of the Phenex tears rolled by Diodora's side, which made Diodora thank Riser. "Thank you very much. Thank you very much." Diodora drank the Phenex tears without hesitation. As for the thought that it was poison or not, there was no such thing on his head as Riser could kill him anytime. "That's a power that I have developed. Right now, whatever order that I want you to do, you can't refuse and can only follow my words. Please forgive me, Riser-sama. I will do anything for you as long as you forgive me. Whether it is women, money, or even everything on the Astaroth house, I will give them to all of you." Diodora had already given up since he knew no matter what he did, there was no way for him to resist Riser. Even the old Satan faction, who was proud of their new power, was helpless in front of Riser. "Don't treat me like a bad guy, Diodora." Riser smiled. "Weren't you the one who tried to kill me?" "I." Diodora felt endless regret and could only bow his head until his head bled. "I was blind. I was being deceived. I was being forced by them. Please forgive me, Riser-sama. Please." Riser looked at Diodora and asked curiously, "You won't threaten me by using the power of Astaroth House? Why you think I would do so?" Diodora tried to force his smile. "Usually, someone like you will threaten me with cliché words by saying that you can't kill me since I am the young master of the Astaroth house and the little brother of Ajuka Beelzebub." Riser perfectly mimicked the role of an enemy with a great background who was about to lose to the protagonist in the story. "Diodora. Everyone." Diodora wanted to refute, but he couldn't since he knew he really thought of something like that. I would never say like that. My life is with you after all. Moreover, what can the Astaroth house do in front of your might, Riser-sama?" He was completely helpless since he knew no matter how strong the Astaroth house was, it was meaningless in front of Riser. As for his older brother, even Diodora knew that Ajuka didn't care about himself. Riser smiled and said, "However, if you really say that, I will make an order for you and everyone here to massacre all the population of the Astaroth house, making you a criminal so that you will be killed by your own family." Everyone. If you are worried that I might expose my deed, then you don't need to worry since I can modify your memory about me, so no one will know that I am the one who make you do all of the atrocity. If you don't believe me, I have already modified all the memories of all the individuals in this place, so you can check them when we go back. No. I believe you, Riser-sama. So what if Diodora didn't believe Riser? In front of overwhelming power, Diodora could do nothing. Still, there must be a reason why Riser didn't kill him, so his head quickly moved and asked, "If you have something you wish me to do, please say since I will do anything for you, Riser-sama." "You are smart." Riser smiled. "Then, tell me from the beginning what you know about the Cows Brigade and what you did after you joined this organization. Also, let's talk while we walk." "Yes." Let your peerage members prepare me wine and a cigarette." "Yes." Under the lead of Riser, Diodora and his peerage members left shakily as they looked at those who had been defeated by Riser before they looked at Riser's back in fear. Lucifer. They clearly understood why Riser got this title. Nevertheless, Diodora didn't waste his time and told everything that he knew and how he joined. He even told Riser about the Ophis' snake that made him stronger, which was something that he recommended to Riser as the power of Ophis really made him stronger and also the reason why he could defeat Seekvaria Agars easily. Still, even if Diodora and the others gained this power, it was meaningless in front of Riser's might, which made them helpless. Listening to Diodora's story under the care of Diodora's women, Riser was in silence while thinking that Diodora's queen was good at massage since his tense shoulders slowly loosened up and felt good. "There is something that I want you to do. Please tell me. I will do everything for you." Diodora hurriedly said since he knew it was his chance to show his loyalty. "You are about to face Rias later, right?" "Yes." Diodora nodded, but then he asked, "What do you want me to do, Riser-sama? Do you want Rias? Or the other girls? Do you think I am lustful like you?" Diodora glanced at all of his women behind Riser and didn't say anything. "Help me to kill Issei Hayudo." Diodora was surprised and asked, "Just that? Just that?" Riser smiled and said, I know that you are curious about something, but do you have the confidence to kill him? I will kill him. Even if Diodora was told to kill Rias, he was confident since, with the protection of his family, older brother, and Riser, everything was okay. As for Issei, Diodora could kill him as much as he wanted to. You don't need to be afraid, and you don't need to worry about everything. I have set up all the settings, and all you need to do now is to focus on your match. Yes, Riser-sama. Still, I will give you power and do your best to kill him. Diodora suddenly felt that he had gained a new power within his body, and his body was flushed with excitement due to this new power. I will finish your order perfectly, Riser-sama. I am waiting for your good news. Riser looked at the scenery through the window and thought that he had done what he could, and now, let's see who was going to defeat whom. Meanwhile, Kryazari, George, and the others, who had woken up, felt confused as to why they stood in the middle of nowhere. But when they thought about Diodora's reminder, they knew that their plan to ambush Riser had failed, but it didn't matter as there was another chance in the future. Riser Phenex. I will definitely avenge, Kateria. Kryazari shouted with a deafening roar. George, who saw this, could only shake his head and used his dimensional loss to return everyone to their headquarters, waiting for another chance in the future to kill Riser Lucifer. Chapter 282, Shit. Shit. The news about the calamity that happened in the Norse myths quickly spread to all the upper echelons of all the myths in the world. While the gods of the Norse myth and all who lived in these 9 worlds tried to hide this fact as they didn't want everyone to see their weakness, it was impossible for them to hide it, especially when Odin died, being killed by Loki. Even worse, Loki was the cause of everyone's disappearance. However, everyone knew that Loki should have joined the Cows Brigade, hiding away and waiting for another chance to bring the Norse myth into another Ragnarok. It was also due to this that many gods, especially those who weren't good at fighting within the Norse myth, pressed Thor, who took the throne of the chief of gods from Odin, to gain the alliance of the devil, angels, and fallen angel as they needed to recuperate and the power of the alliance in case Loki and the Cows Brigade once again. Thor and many of Odin's sons didn't deny the alliance. Instead, they knew they needed this alliance, but they were worried, with their current situation, that the alliance would take them seriously. Nevertheless, what happened to the Norse myth made many myths within the world realize the danger that came with the Cows Brigade. However, there were still many who still scoffed at the Cows Brigade, especially those gods who were good at fighting. Standing on top of many from the moment they were born gave them the confidence and arrogance that no one might be able to think of. Still, as the Cows Brigade became famous, and many started to seek after them as they wished to join or destroy it, this terrorist organization hid once again, waiting for another chance to cause more chaos in this world. However, with what was happening within the Norse myth, there was one individual who panicked and frightened the most. Shit. Shit. It's dangerous. He is serious. I don't know how he was able to do it, but he is serious. He is going to kill me. No, he is going to kill all of us. Azazel panicked, especially when he found out Odin had been killed. While everyone thought the one who killed Odin was Loki, especially when Loki directly announced to everyone in the Norse myths that Loki was the one who killed Odin, Azazel knew that wasn't the case. In reality, it was that person who had killed Odin. However, Azazel didn't have proof. He also didn't even know how that person was able to kill Odin. Moreover, would anyone believe that Odin was killed by that person? No. Yet, more importantly, Azazel knew that it was about time he was about to be killed. It's over. Everything is over. I am going to die. If it were others, Azazel might not be so helpless, but facing that man, he knew that all the struggles were meaningless. Even if he made everyone follow him, nothing would happen. If there was a chance, whether it was 0.0000001% probability, he wouldn't give up. However, it was 0%. Nothing could be done. Calm down. How could I calm down? Azazel sighed, wondering what he should do. He didn't care much about his life, but he knew that the moment he chose to become that person's enemy, he could only choose one thing that could be saved. Was it someone who he thought was his son or his race? Azazel looked at the figure who worked with him and asked, "Can you defeat him?" No. Then, why are you still calm? He is at your house, you know. Even so, what can I do? Azazel. I have set everything up. You don't need to worry. Azazel sighed and asked, "So we have to do this?" We do, or else we will die. Lastly, can you entrust this piece to him? Azazel fell in silence and nodded firmly. I can. Well, that's true. But, as expected, the piece on his mind is different from our piece, and there is no doubt he is a dangerous element in this world. Azazel knew how reliable that person was, but at the same time, he also knew how dangerous that person was, especially when he was already labeled as an enemy. No, those who were labeled as enemies by that person would only have one fate, and that was to be killed. Even if that person had to involve many innocents, no one could escape from him. As for the reason why that person didn't kill them, it was because that person didn't want to leave any traces behind and use someone as a scapegoat, like how he used Vala to kill Surzek. But, is this plan really possible? We don't have any choices. We have to bet everything. Azazel closed his eyes. It was all or nothing. It was either that person or they who would live. There was no possibility of the two of them being at peace. Still, if possible, Azazel didn't want to do this. With the day being pressed and when the time of the duel between him and his enemies would start, Riser was as calm as ever. He didn't spend his time training since training was meaningless for him. It was like an exam student who had used their year for study, and when there was only one day before the exam, it was better for them to use it as a rest instead of using it to study as much as possible until the last moment. Riser had done everything that he could do, and it was only time that could decide who would become the winner between them. Moreover, even if he couldn't win, he knew that he could run away, so why should he be worried? In this world, he might not be the strongest, but there was no doubt his ability to run away was the #1 strength, and he believed that no one could catch him unless he allowed them to do so. So, he was relatively calm and spent his time in the library of the Astaroth house since if he couldn't defeat his enemy, he could run away. After the incident with Diodora, Riser decided to spend his time at the Astaroth house, learning everything that was collected by this family. With Diodora's permission, who could stop him? Still, with what had happened to the Norse myth, Rosweiss decided to go back to check her house. Riser didn't stop her and just told her to call him in case she needed help. Thank you, Riser-sama. Staring at him with teary eyes, Rosweiss hugged him tightly. If this was something she was happy with, it was the fact that her family was okay, but many of her friends and acquaintances were affected and even died due to this Ragnarok. At that time, Riser didn't do anything and just let her hug him. Nevertheless, no one thought that this incident was related to him among his women or his allies except for one. Do you have to kill them, Nya? Kuroka, who had been following him quietly, finally talked. While many were clueless, she knew that the man she had chosen as a mate was dangerous and he might be the one who controlled all the terror in the world, but even if she knew about that, she never said anything and just endured everything until now. This time, Kuroka knew that something big must be happening, especially when Riser told his peerage members along with her that the Alliance would use Diodora to become bait to eliminate the Cows Brigade. This should also include all of her previous comrades. Do you think they will let me go if I let them go? Kuroka couldn't talk since she wasn't as naive as the others. Staying as a stray for so long, she had seen much darkness in the world, and she knew Riser was so gentle, but even so, she still wanted to try since she knew how strong he was, but... I will give you 2 choices. Riser didn't let Kuroka talk and set an ultimatum. Stay by my side or leave. There is no other choice other than that. You don't mind me leaving, Nya? Kuroka asked sadly with tears. Riser took a deep breath and said firmly, yes. No, Nya. I don't want to leave. Don't abandon me, Nya. Watching Kuroka, who hugged him tightly, Riser didn't show much of a reaction to his expression and only said, then, you don't need to think about anything and just stay by my side. Kuroka knew that there was only one thing that she could choose in her life, whether it was him or the others, but in the end, she chose him since she knew he was the one who needed her the most. Only when they were immersed in their moment did a harsh shout reach into their ears. Who dares to do something shameful in this sacred library? 2x. Chapter 283, Something Big. I am deeply sorry, Lucifer-sama. With a young woman as the lead, the others also followed, bowing down so deeply toward Riser. Kuroka, who saw all of this, couldn't help but laugh. Still, facing Riser's stare, she could only stop, but she couldn't control her laugh. She kept laughing hard, watching many people who kept bowing their heads as they had just interrupted them. Riser gave up trying to stop Kuroka, but nevertheless, no one said anything, even if Kuroka laughed as they kept bowing down. Yet, this was normal since he exerted the power of a villain and easily conquered them with his aura. Among all of his abilities, there was no doubt villain was convenient, especially to take care of the small fries. With this ability, no matter how many of his opponents, even if they brought an army, it was meaningless as the moment they were exposed to his aura, the thought of fighting had already disappeared before they passed out due to the difference in their powers. It was the same as the group in front of him, as they had already given up the moment they were exposed to his aura. You are bullying them, Kuroka whispered. Riser stared at Kuroka with eyes that told her that he was going to bully her tonight. Kuroka didn't care about his gaze. Instead, she looked at the leader of this group with an interest. She is a beauty. Aren't you interested in her? Riser directly ignored this cat girl and said, stand up. Yes. The young woman, who was scared and nervous, stood up shakily, but she didn't dare to meet Riser's eyes. It was also the same with the others, especially the guards, who did a bad job by not telling those who had entered about the presence of Riser. Still, Riser looked at the young woman and thought that her body was as good as Rias, which surprised him since he had never thought to meet someone similar to Rias. However, unlike Rias, her hair was long blonde with blue hair, and her appearance was rather stern, probably due to her personality. You might be surprised since I am here, but I got permission from Diodora. Diodora. The young woman was surprised and also confused. Why? Hearing her low mutter, Riser chuckled. Probably, he wanted to curry a favor with me. I am sorry again, Lucifer-sama. She bowed her head so low that her big breasts bounced. Even in the underworld, Riser thought, the law of gravity was the same. Still, he was curious about who this young woman was. You are. I am sorry for the late introduction. Like a young lady from an aristocratic house, she introduced herself. My name is Latia Astaroth, and I am from the branch family of the Astaroth house. I see. Riser nodded. It's normal for you to get angry at me, then. If he was at Latia's place and found someone doing the deeds in his family's library, then naturally, he would be angry. Latia was in grief, knowing that she had done something stupid. She knew if Lord Astaroth, Diodora, Ajuka, and even her parents knew what she had done, they would probably give her to Riser without hesitation. However, she didn't really mind though if that was what she needed to do. Riser might have married, but the name of the strongest devil in the world wasn't for nothing. Everyone knew that as long as someone got his semen and got these children, there was no doubt their children would become a powerhouse. At worst, they would be an ultimate class devil, which was as rare as a billionaire in the world. Though you misunderstood us. Yes. I misunderstood you. Latia nodded. As for the rest, they just bowed down and never raised their heads. Then, do you mind if I continue to read? Riser asked. Please, stay as much as you wish to, Lucifer-sama. Just call me Riser, okay? Then. Riser-sama. Latia still used that sama suffix to call him, but she showed a beautiful smile when she called his name. Nevertheless, there was no doubt his action of reading the secret information on the Astaroth house was something extremely rude, yet who could stop him? Moreover, Riser also got permission from Diodora, and Latia also agreed with Diodora since if they could get on the good side of Riser by just lending a few books to him, then everything was good. The information on this library might be important, but it didn't mean that all of them could use it since not all the descendants of the Astaroth house could be as strong and as smart as Ajuka. There were also many failures, such as Diodora. In other words, this was a small price to gain the good side of Riser. By the way, are you familiar with this library, Miss Astaroth? Please call me Latia, Riser-sama. Then, Latia. Let me ask you again whether you are familiar with this place since Diodora never entered this place from what he told me. Latia sighed helplessly toward the heir of the Astaroth house, but there was nothing she could do since Diodora was Ajuka's little brother. Even if Diodora was scum, his father and older brother gave him enough qualifications to become the head of the Astaroth house. Even if she was dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do since she was nothing but just from a branch family. Please let me be your guide here, Riser-sama. Latia offered her help without hesitation. Then, thank you. Riser didn't reject Latia's offer since this way was faster. The two talked to each other amiably, and it was easy to tell that they liked each other. Kuroka looked at the two, then snorted, and decided to take a nap since a book would make her sleepy. Moreover, she knew that she needed to build her stamina for her punishment tonight. As Riser went to read all the books on the Astaroth house, everything was peaceful. While Rosswise hadn't returned, everything was as usual, and nothing changed. If something had changed, it was at how Diodora was keen to train, and Latia was always by his side when he stayed in the library. Naturally, when he was in the library, he wasn't alone as the women around him kept changing, but Latia never said anything. Still, during this moment, his wife, Sona, went on the match against Sikvaria Agars, the heiress of the Agars house. Naturally, the winner between them was Sona, as Sikvaria was unable to do anything against Sona. Frankly, there was no doubt the power of Agar's house was strong since they had the power to control the time. During the match, Latia told him that due to her mother's heritage, she also gained the power of time, like from the Agar's house. However, facing Sona's skillful water manipulation, nothing could be done. With her mirage, deadly swordsmanship, strategy, and many other things, she was simply the most shining young generation among the 6 youths. Naturally, Sona wasn't the only one, as Sarorg also showed his power by making the new heir of the Glaciolabelas traumatized and holed up inside the room. It was also due to this accident that Iriuka became the new heiress of the Glaciolabelas, causing her to share this news with him as soon as it was confirmed. However, while Riser was happy about Iriuka, who had become the new heiress of the Glaciolabelas house, the day Rias would have her rating game against Diodora started. On the day of the match, Diodora never looked at Rias but stared at Asia lustfully, then at Issei dangerously, but soon, he quickly erased those expressions and changed them into his usual gentle smile. Whether Asia or Issei, they became uneasy in front of Diodora's gaze. Asia, I will definitely show my love to you, Diodora said softly. Bastard. Issei glared angrily at Diodora, who kept trying to court Asia, but as usual, Diodora ignored him, which made him even angrier. Let's win. Rias ignored Diodora since he had never done real harm, and once again, she raised the spirit of her peerage members and vowed that she would win this match. Yes, Bucho. Their previous match against Sona was a failure, but this time, they were going to become the winner. Meanwhile, Riser, who was in the VIP room with his wife, women, and his acquaintances, along with all the leaders of various factions, watched the match that was about to be held. However, Riser and those leaders knew that their real purpose wasn't to watch the match between Rias and Diodora. Riser-kun, it's the time. Ajuka reminded Riser quietly. Okay. Riser nodded calmly. Dear. Sona looked at Riser with confusion. Wait here for me. Riser patted his wife's shoulder and then left along with all the leaders chosen for this war. Unlike others who were oblivious, Riser knew something big was about to begin. Chapter 284, Tsundere. Rias, Issei, and everyone were determined to beat the shit out of Diodora. At this moment, their spirits were blazing as they were ready to fight, but when they were teleported into the field where their raiding game would be held. The field where they arrived was in the shape of a spacious space. It was lined up with thick pillars, and the ground was made from rocks. When they looked around, they also noticed a big entrance to an enormous shrine in the distance. The shrine was similar to those that appeared in the Greek myth, but there were no broken parts, as if it had just been built recently. The sky was white, and this was where they stood. However, Rias felt something weird. This is weird. When she said so, the others also felt the same, but soon, they noticed many lights appeared and surrounded them. There was no doubt it was a magic circle for a teleportation, but it isn't the symbol of Astaroth. Whether it was Kaneko, Kiba, or Akino, they quickly prepared themselves. None of the magic circles are similar. Except they are all devils. But if my memory is correct. When Rias released a dangerous crimson aura, she saw many devils had surrounded them, glaring at them, and from their numbers alone, they easily reached thousands of them. She took a deep breath and said, judging from their magic circles, they are affiliated with the old Mao faction of Chaos Brigade. Issei, who had been confused, was startled. Ha ha ha, it's the sister of the loser Lucifer. Let's hurry up and kill her. Well, don't be in a hurry. Why don't we enjoy them for a while? Unlike before, Rias' status was no longer scary as she was just the heiress of the Gremory house. Rias, whose temper wasn't good, was already enraged. No, even if one had a good temper, it was impossible for them to stay calm in front of such a confrontation. You should be prepared to be killed by him. Rias had decided to kill all of them without mercy, but Kaya. A scream. This voice also belongs to Asia. Issei panicked when he saw Asia had disappeared. Issei-san. The voice came from above, and when Issei looked up, he saw Diodora, who was carrying Asia with a lewd laugh. Hey, Rias Gremory and Red Dragon Emperor. I will take Asia Argento with me. Let go of Asia, you shit. Coward. And what is the meaning of this? Aren't we supposed to play the game? Diodora smiled evilly and laughed, but he wouldn't expose everything. Are you dumb? This isn't a game. All of you will die here by them. Agents of the Chaos Brigade. No matter how powerful all of you are, you won't be able to take on many high-class devils and middle-class devils, right? Ha ha ha, so die. Perish right away. Rias glared at Diodora. Are you telling me you are connected to the Chaos Brigade? A scum, and you even defiled the game, so death would be fitting for you. More than that, you tried to take away my adorable Asia away from me. However, Diodora was too lazy to talk with Rias. He only yawned when Rias talked, then when her words were over, he said, well, just try to fight them. If you can stay alive, then come to the shrine since I am waiting for you. Meanwhile, I will enjoy Asia. As he licked his lips, feeling excited due to Asia's cry, he hurriedly left by using the teleportation. However, how could they watch Asia be taken by Diodora? I won't let you. Lightning struck down where Diodora stood, but it was too late as Diodora had disappeared. Asia away. Issei cried out for Asia, but he couldn't get a reply as Asia had disappeared. Like before, he couldn't protect Asia. Issei-kun. Stay calm. We need to take care of the enemies right in front of us first. Let's go and save Asia-san after that. Kiba quickly said. To be honest, they weren't sure whether they could stay alive being surrounded by so many powerful devils. However, Issei didn't care about any of that. His heart was filled with rage as he would never forgive Diodora. Yet, those from the Chaos Brigade wouldn't give them mercy, and all of them had already prepared their attacks, causing Rias and the others to be nervous. Even Kaneko and Akino, who had been trained by Riser, weren't sure whether they could defeat so many powerful devils, and they hoped for him to save them. Darling. Riser-sama. Even Rias also wished for a miracle to happen, and Riser came to save them since he was the one who could save them. Nevertheless, Issei was in shock when he heard Rias' expression, but suddenly, he felt a shudder. Not only Issei but all the devils that affiliated with the Cow's Brigade felt their beings were so cold that they started being dangerous beings. As expected, at that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the space, tearing the space apart before he emerged in front of everyone. Darling. Riser-sama. Riser. When they saw Riser, who suddenly appeared, all of them were filled with hope. Even Issei, who hated Riser incredibly, also felt relief, but at that moment, he looked in the direction of the shrine and directly ran into that place. Issei. Rias scolded Issei for suddenly running in the direction of the shrine. She knew that Issei was worried about Asia, but there was something that one should do or not, right? Especially when Riser came to save all of them. Moreover, did Issei not know how dangerous it was to run by himself? However, all the enemies were stunned by Riser's aura, especially when his villain was activated. In front of his aura, all the beings that were weaker than him would have no power to fight back and would quickly give up. If there was a weaker being who could still have the will to fight him, it would be those who were related to the main protagonists or had a certain role within the story. However, the thousands of devils in front of him definitely weren't part of the story. Rias, you should go back. I will handle this. What about Issei and Asia? Rias quickly asked. Riser didn't bother to say anything. Kaneko and Akino didn't say anything, but while they didn't care about Issei, they were worried about Asia. Gasper and Kiba said nothing, but their eyes occasionally glanced toward the direction of the shrine as they were worried about Issei. Rias fell in silence, then said, I can't leave. I need to save them. They are my cute servants, after all. You might lose your life, you know. Even so. Then, go. I will handle this place. Rias smiled and leaped into Riser, ready to kiss him, but Riser directly pushed her away and didn't allow her to kiss him. Why didn't you let me kiss you? Should I throw you into the enemies now? Rias pursed her lips and understood what type of man Riser was. Tsundere. There was no doubt Riser was this type of guy. Riser's mouth might be dishonest, but his body was definitely honest. While Riser wasn't sure what this crazy girl was thinking, he could only scold her. Hurry up. You might let him die there. Thank you. I will give you my virginity to you later. While Kaneko and Akino only rolled their eyes, Gasper and Kiba sighed and felt relief, for Issei had already left since they were sure Issei's heart wouldn't be able to take it if he heard Rias' words. However, whether Kiba or Gasper, they didn't stop Rias' advance toward Riser since they knew this was the best for the Gremory house. Rias, wait. What's wrong? Be careful of Azazel. Rias was stunned in place, but then her face showed determination, and she nodded. I will. Watching them leave, Riser hasn't said anything since after this, everything would be over. Nevertheless, as Riser and Rias seemed to flirt with each other, the Cow's Brigade was all in silence, and no one seemed ready to talk until... Humph. A figure suddenly appeared in front of all the members of the Cow's Brigade. What a coward. How could you cower in fear facing the fake Lucifer? Cruzery Asmodeus. There was no doubt this man had the greatest hatred toward Riser, especially when his lover was killed by Riser. Now, it's time to kill. Before Cruzery finished his words, his body suddenly split in half, and he died. Just like that, the descendant of the original Mao died. Riser only moved his finger slightly, using the power Kama Kama no Mi, killing Cruzery instantly with the blade of wind with ease. He looked at all of them and asked, so, do you want to fight? Everyone. What should they do? Was it possible for them to return and follow Riser? Yet. Azure Riot. Thousands of gigantic wind blades came and rained on them as they killed all of them without mercy. As expected, Riser Lucifer was as tough as ever. However, he slowed down his speed and wasn't in a hurry since if he defeated them so fast, it would be hard for a certain someone to be killed. Chapter 285, Ruthless. What's happening? What's wrong? Sona, who saw the change in the field, quickly looked at Riser's peerage members as she knew they must have been told by Riser. Sona-sama, please calm down. Riser-sama will solve all the problems. As long as Riser's name was talked about, everyone became calm as he had never made them disappointed. Moreover, all of them knew the power of Riser, and they knew in front of Riser, all of the opponent's power was meaningless. This showed how much confidence they had in him. Still, when Yubeluna, Riser's queen, explained to everyone what the higher-up was planning, Sona and the rest felt conflicted. Naturally, as his queen, she couldn't let everyone have a bad impression of him. Moreover, she knew that this plan was initiated by a Juka, and many also agreed. If Riser rejected this idea, then wouldn't he antagonize the others? While they believed Riser was strong, Ajuka wasn't weak. They knew that it was better for Riser to have a good relationship with Ajuka instead of a bad one. Nevertheless, everything started from Ajuka's intense desire for revenge, and if Rias died, then it was all due to Ajuka. However, there was nothing they could do, and they could only wait, leaving the rest to Riser, the other Maus, and the armies that supported them in this war. Meanwhile, Rias, who knew about everything, was once again left in anger, especially when she knew that she was used as bait by everyone to take down the Cow's brigade. She was nothing but a tool. However, she wasn't going to buy their lies, and it was the same with Aquino and Kaneko. Still, Kiba and Gasper hesitated, looking at Rias, before they kept in silence since they knew everything was far more complicated than they had thought, and they, who were just small characters and servants of the Gremory, could only follow the words of their master. Frankly, if they were asked about their feelings, Kiba and Gasper were angry for being used as bait, but with their horrible childhood, this was nothing, especially when they still had hope. However, Issei was different. Issei was furious. Why should you get Asia involved? Issei didn't even care if Riser had helped him before and only thought about the cause of everything laid on Riser. Issei, watch your mouth. Rias scolded Issei coldly. Issei was startled and even flinched, but at the same time, he was also angry. However. Anyway, we should save Asia first. Aquino reminded everyone in a hurry. When those words fell, no one argued, and they all went to the shrine, fighting Diodora, who had been waiting for them. Even though Diodora wished to open his pants and take down Asia, he knew that he needed to finish his mission. Moreover, what greatly relieved him was that his boss didn't care much about Asia. Instead, it seemed his boss was more interested in the women of others. As expected of his boss, as evil as ever, Diodora thought. However, Diodora wouldn't say those words out loud since his purpose was to kill Issei, so the moment Issei came, there was no need for mercy, and he used his everything, especially when the faster he killed Issei, the greater his reward was. It was also the reason why Diodora didn't touch Asia first, since he waited for Issei to come to the church. Red Dragon Emperor. Diodora created a number of missiles created by demonic energy, then increased their speed with haste, the power lent by his boss. He increased the speed of his attacks and bombarded Issei without mercy. Issei-kun. Issei. Issei-senpai. Boom, boom, boom. The impact of the explosion was so huge that it pushed everyone away. Moreover, when Rias and the others wanted to help, Diodora's peerage members quickly stopped them. Yet what stunned them was that Diodora's peerage members never seemed to intend to fight them. Instead, they harassed, slowed, stopped, and even sealed them, trying to stop them from reaching Issei. However, Issei never disappointed everyone. In the face of the crisis, he would become stronger. I won't let you shit. I will save Asia. Asia, wait for me. Issei-san. Somehow, Asia also woke up and used the power of healing on Issei, healing him and giving him power. Yet, even so, it was impossible to defeat Diodora. Diodora's speed was too fast. Unlike the Cow's brigade, who used him, Diodora knew that his boss really cared about him, especially when his boss taught him how to use haste. Not only could this ability increase his speed, his reaction, attack, and thinking, but all of those things increased and became faster. His purpose was only one, and that was to kill Issei. Facing such an opponent, Issei was helpless and kept being beaten, but as expected, as the protagonist, he would never be defeated. Balance Breaker. Illegal Move Triana. Cardinal Crimson Promotion. Like Valley, who gained the hidden power of Albion, Issei's strength was also promoted to an outrageous level. At this moment, his crimson-colored armor shone brightly like a blazing flame. The devil wings on his back somehow became dragon-like as he emitted a dangerous aura. This was the power that he had gained in his strongest state. Cardinal Crimson Promotion. By using the combination of Balance Breaker, the strongest state of the sacred gear, along with all three evil pieces traits, making it the most balanced and powerful form of Issei's scale mail. At this moment, no one could defeat Issei. Issei was the strongest in this place. Yet, even if Issei was strong, Diodora was faster. Ahergag, I will kill you, bastard. I am the one who is going to kill you first. The two of them wished to kill each other, and no one was holding back. Yet, the protagonist had always become the winner. I will kill you, Diodora. Frankly, if it was the previous Diodora, he would be afraid, but now, it was different, especially when his mind was affected by his boss. Even if he was killed, he would kill this bastard no matter what, so facing this attack, he didn't dodge and just accepted it. Boom. Issei, who didn't hold back directly, killed Diodora. Issei. While Gasper, Asia, and Kiba were happy, Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko knew that the situation had become complicated, especially when Diodora, the heir of the Astaroth house, was killed. Even if Diodora was still affiliated with the Cows Brigade, he was still someone who shouldn't be killed by Issei. Issei also felt relief when he killed Diodora. It might be his first time to kill, but he definitely didn't regret his action. Only. It hurts. Issei looked at his chest and saw that a dagger was stabbed into his body. When the battle was over, the adrenaline in his body also disappeared, so he quickly realized the pain in his body. Hirurgak. At that moment, Issei felt an indescribable pain, like his body was burnt. It's time. When Riser killed Shalba Beelzebub, the last stupid trio in the old Satan faction, he knew that it was time for Issei to die, and he thought to take boosted gear from Issei since he wanted to torment Drag and reduce this stupid dragon as his tool. Should we go to help Rias-chan now, Riser-chan? Seraphal asked. Along with Seraphal, there was even Michael, Barakiel, Falbium, and many others. Naturally, not everyone was brought into this war against the Cows Brigade since some of them were needed to protect the civilians in case there were other members of the Cows Brigade. Sure. Riser didn't have any hesitation since it was the time, but his steps suddenly stopped as he looked at the sky in disbelief. The others also stopped as if they felt something incredible. A gigantic magic circle suddenly appeared, and they knew that it was used for teleportation, but the staggering size frightened all of them. Still, more importantly, the power, aura, and being that came from that magic circle frightened all of them. The process of the teleportation wasn't long, and at that moment, everyone saw a figure that came out from the magic circle. With a gigantic body reaching 100 meters, a red western dragon appeared before them. Still, compared to Riser, who could become tens of kilometers in size, the size of this dragon was nothing. Yet, the real problem was the identity of this dragon. Ruruurur. The space cracked, and everyone was trembling in a daze as their brain shut down. The strongest being in this world. The Great Red. This most powerful being appeared before them. Chapter 286, Clap. We won, Ajuka said calmly as he looked into the distance. Isn't it a bit too much? Sun Wukong scratched his head, thinking that the underworld would be destroyed. He looked at Ajuka and asked, what if the underworld is destroyed? It's okay. Ajuka was as calm as ever. Even if the space was created by dimensional loss that trapped Rias and the others before cracking, showing the figure of terror that was noticed by all the beings in the underworld, nothing even fazed him. Even if the underworld is destroyed, as long as some of us exist, there is nothing to worry about. Watching how callous and cold Ajuka was toward everything, especially when Sun Wukong saw the aura of Great Red that made him wish to run away as soon as possible, he knew that he definitely couldn't provoke Ajuka as this guy was crazy. Yes, Ajuka was crazy. The moment he had lost Surzek, he didn't care about anything, and his goal had always been to bring those who had killed his beloved friend to the eternal darkness. At this moment, no one said anything, and everyone could only feel a chill toward Ajuka's methods. Dragon Summoning. By using this technique, Ajuka summoned the Great Red into the underworld to face his greatest hatred. As someone with one of the greatest minds in history, the world, or even all beings, Ajuka wasn't stupid, and the death of Surzek must be related to Riser. Even though he didn't know how Riser could make Valley kill Surzek or let Surzek be killed by Valley, he knew that Riser must have a power that made him capable of making an absolute order. Frankly, Ajuka wouldn't want to do this, and he waited for the last moment until he saw how Diodora fought with everything and even let himself be killed to kill Issei. When he saw all of this, he had confirmed that Riser was behind everything. When Surzek and many others died, Riser gained glory and everything. How would Ajuka allow that? Nevertheless, Ajuka knew that he wasn't Riser's opponent. His ability, Kankara Formula, an ability to manipulate the phenomena that occur in the world by using his demonic powers to fill in the calculations of the natural phenomena, might be powerful. Riser was definitely his nemesis. Even though Ajuka could control all the phenomena, it was meaningless in front of Riser's immortal body and his ever-stronger power that continuously became stronger as Riser was hurt. Facing someone whose body was in perpetual motion, Ajuka knew that anything he would do was meaningless, so he decided to go crazy by summoning the Great Red. Anyway, if he didn't do something, he would die, so why shouldn't he kill Riser first? Naturally, summoning the Great Red wasn't as easy as it seemed, especially when several Dragon Kings were needed to summon this most powerful being in the world. If it was the others, it might be difficult, but not for Ajuka, especially when he got help from Sun Wukong and Azazel. Yes, the two of them had decided to help Ajuka. However, they knew that they might not be able to escape from Riser, especially when they knew the destruction of the Norse myth and the death of Odin were all caused by Riser. The three of them didn't hesitate to shake their hands. Azazel aside, Ajuka returned Biko to Sun Wukong. Even if Biko was tortured, Sun Wukong didn't care as much as he thought that it could become a lesson for Biko. Moreover, as his descendants, Biko's body had always been resilient and tough. Like he, who could still be alive after receiving so many tortures, Biko was the same. While Biko might be weaker than him, there was no doubt that Biko was stronger than all of his descendants and matched him. Still, if it was before, Sun Wukong might beat the shit and even try to beat a Juka, but after his journey to the west with Tang Sanzang, his personality also subtly changed, and he knew that there was something that he couldn't be made into an enemy like a Juka, who stood by his side. However, even if Biko was tortured, Biko wasn't killed. For that, it was enough to make an alliance with a Juka on the spot. Now, how could their combination summon the Great Red? It was all due to the fact that the three of them had a relationship with the Great King. A Juka had a relationship with Tiamat, Azazel had a relationship with Fafnir, and Sun Wukong had a relationship with Yunlong. It was also because of this the three Dragon Kings also stood by their sides, but unlike them, they didn't say anything and just stared at the Great Red in the distance in a daze. Sun Wukong thought that they might also invite Tannen, but a Juka and Azazel stopped him since Tannen was a variable element, and they definitely didn't want to involve that stupid dragon, especially when Riser's power to manipulate someone was confirmed. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong was amazed by the power of the Great Red since he was sure that even Buddha and all the Chinese myth, along with Hindu myth, would be unable to do anything against this being. Tiamat, who had been worried, asked, "What will you do if he runs away?" "He won't," Azazel answered without hesitation. "He isn't that type of guy, especially when his family are involved." There was a tinge of regret in his heart, but he knew since he had made this decision, there was no room for regret, and they had to succeed, or else. "That's right, Tiamat." Ajuka nodded. "He won't run away. Facing this being, I am sure he will fight it and die beautifully. Like Riser, he wouldn't tarnish Riser's reputation and let him die in glory. As for defeating the Great Red, Northwest One in this place thought that Riser was capable of such a feat. Nevertheless, the Great Red, who was summoned forcefully, was furious, but strangely enough, he suddenly fell into silence before his aura blazed even stronger. At this moment, no one could even say anything. Their bodies froze in fear as they widened their eyes, unable to do anything when the death was approaching. Even if the Great Red wasn't so massive that everyone in the underworld could see it, his aura was felt by every being that existed. Yet, no one ever thought to run away since there was nothing that they could do, and every resistance was pointless since death was absolute when this being was in front of them. The Great Red also didn't say much nonsense and opened his mouth, gathering a large amount of energy, ready to blast everything away. Yet. Protect yourselves. His voice was as calm as ever. At that moment, no one could forget what they had seen. Riser, their Lucifer, suddenly became so enormous that his head was above the cloud. Riser used the command T, making his body as huge as half of Olympus Mons. The world stood still, and their eyes widened as they were shocked by his enormous size. Yet, Riser didn't even care about everyone since he knew the death and life of everyone was on his hands. So, when the Great Red was about to destroy everything, Riser clapped it like he killed a mosquito. Boom. Should I add one more, but only one chapter tomorrow? Chapter 287, Homework. When one clapped their hands, they would create a clapping sound. However, when someone with a height of 10,000 meters clapped his hands, it created a catastrophe. The sound of his clapping hands was as loud as the explosion of the nuclear bomb, or even more. It was so deafening that it eclipsed everything. If there was something that many were grateful about, Riser still cared about them and used his wind manipulation to block the noise so most of them wouldn't die due to the impact of his clapping hands. Yet, the Great Red wasn't a pushover. The blast of energy in its mouth blasted Riser's hands, destroying them so that even Riser's bones could be seen. However, everything was healed instantly. Riser wasn't a phoenix for nothing, after all. Yet, this also made him frown. Still, as the Great Red was furious about being treated like this, Riser directly slammed this beast into the ground. Boom. With his physical ability, demonic power, and size, the impact of this slam was enough to ruin everything within the vicinity. Fortunately, Riser had already teleported Rias and the others away. At this moment, no one could join their fights, and they could only watch everything in the distance in a daze. After all, had they ever thought Riser would be this strong? The Great Red will become the winner, right? Yulong, the youngest and the cowardly Dragon King, asked timidly when he saw the gigantic Riser, who brutally fought the Great Red. Gulp. If Riser became the winner, then. Yet, Ajuka reassured them. It's going to be okay. There is no way for the Great Red to be defeated so easily. Even if he was surprised by Riser's power, he knew the Great Red wasn't an opponent that could be defeated so easily. However, at that moment, no one noticed a small figure that observed the fight between Riser and the Great Red from a distance. As the Great Red sunk and slammed into the ground, Riser never intended to stop there since he knew this opponent wasn't like any opponents that he had ever faced, especially when this opponent was quite tricky. There wasn't any room for hesitation, and even if he might the surroundings, he had to kill this beast. Summoning his Starbuster Star Blaster, the small blade on his hand grew twice as gigantic as his body. Riser breathed deeply, and his body grew stronger several times as he activated all the items that he had kept. Even though his insides were bleeding and wounded due to the overflow of all the power that grew within his body, it didn't matter, as he would keep healing. Still, as he raised his blazing red blade, he shouted, "Crimson Conquest!" The gigantic blazing blade swung in the direction of the Great Red. There was no destruction. There was no explosion. Only the world lost its color as this blade focused on the concept of cutting. When everything was done, the space split along with the earth, creating a deep gulf that might reach into the bottomless abyss. Everyone was still in a daze, but when they saw Riser return to his normal size, many also started to wake up. Win. Has Riser-kun won? Riser-sama. Those who were strong quickly woke up as their hearts filled with excitement when they thought Riser had won against the strongest being in the world. Dear Riser-sama. Riser. Whether it was Sona, Rias, his women, his family, acquaintances, or those who were following him, they were all excited when they saw his victory. Riser had won. He won against the strongest being in the world. When they thought about his victory, they were flushed with excitement as they thought that their race was invincible as long as Riser was by their side. Yet, everyone became silent once again as a wave of terror swallowed the underworld once again. The Great Red that was cut by Riser suddenly appeared once again in the sky, high above, as everything in its surroundings crumbled due to the energy emitted from its body. Moreover, once again, it also gathered an enormous amount of energy within its mouth, which was enough to destroy this world, the underworld. At this moment, it was only a time before all of them died. No one could stay alive from this disaster. Everyone would die, and no one would remain within the underworld. Watching this, Riser let out a helpless sigh as he put down his blade. He knew he had underestimated the Great Red. Facing this being, his feeling was like those who had been killed by him before they died. Everything was meaningless, and it was pointless to fight it. Everyone watched his actions, but no words came out of their mouth since they knew everything was hopeless. Nevertheless, Riser could run away and leave everyone behind. Moreover, his power from Wappa Wappa no Mi allowed him to save those who were related to him and teleported them to the human world. Yet, Riser closed his eyes before he made up his mind. Wani-chan. Seraphal, whose spirit was crushed by the Great Red's might, woke up due to Riser's voice. Come closer. What's wrong? She approached him and felt confused, but all of a sudden, she was kissed. Riser took Seraphal's lips greedily and ignored the shock in his surroundings before pushing her away. Seraphal, who had been in a daze and enjoyed that kiss, was startled, and at the same time, she got a bad premonition. Falbium. Michael. Barakiel. Hold her no matter what. The three weren't sure, but they followed Riser's orders and stopped Seraphal. Let me go. I will kill all of you if you don't let go of me. Falbium. Michael. Barakiel. I will kill you if you don't let go of me. I will kill you all of you. I will kill you. Seraphal was mad, completely crazy, and used everything she could to attack them so she could reach Riser. However, the three of them didn't even flinch and tried their best to stop Seraphal. Even if Seraphal was a Mao class of devil, the three of them weren't weak, and with Riser's entrustment, they knew this was the only thing they could do. Despite facing Seraphal's bombardment, the three were full of injuries, but they kept her in a place no matter what. Don't go, Riser-chan. I beg you. I beg you. Don't go. Seraphal kept screaming, hoping to hear from him, but Riser had made up his mind. Riser glanced at the distance before he looked at the Great Red again. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Hey, system. Sup. While Riser was speechless, he also couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Say, if I win against this big guy, I'll get the rewards, right? Of course, so don't die, okay? Naturally. Riser then looked at Seraphal for the last time and smiled. Tell everyone that I am sorry. No. Yet, Riser had made up his mind. Duelist. At that moment, a black hole emerged within the space and swallowed Riser and also the Great Red that was about to destroy the underworld along with its attacks. Then, what was left was just silence as they saw Riser and the Great Red completely disappear from this world. Ajuka, Azazel, and the others stared into the distance and fell into silence. With this, everything was over, right? Yet, before Riser left, he didn't forget to finish his homework. I feel like something will be missing without this chapter tonight. Chapter 288, Fight to Death. 3 days had passed after that incident, but even so, it still couldn't erase the depression within the underworld. Unlike when Surzek passed away, there was an existence that brought them hope, but this time, such an existence didn't exist. Yet, even so, unlike Surzek, who was forgotten, everyone firmly remembered his figure. Even if they wanted to forget him, it was impossible, especially with how enormous his size was and how powerful his opponent was. However, in front of such a nightmare, someone still faced that beast courageously. Naturally, many were inspired by him and wished to become like him, yet when they thought he was no longer beside them, they just couldn't regain the spirit. His warmth and presence, they lost them. What's even worse is that after this incident, Tannen and his race went on a rampage. He went from one place to another, killing and destroying everything, especially the domain of the Gremory. It's all your fault. Your fault, Surzek. I will kill all of the Gremory. Roaring such an enraged voice, Tannen went on a rampage. He didn't care about anything, and it was as if he had become a mindless animal. Yet, even if he became mindless, his power showed everyone why he was called the Dragon King. Facing this brutal attack, the Gremory house was in a panic, yet even so, they were unable to do anything facing Tannen. Even worse, all of Surzek's peerage members died due to Tannen's brutality, and Lord Gremory was gravely injured. There was nothing that the Gremory house could do, and they could only ask for help, especially from the Mao class of devil. Naturally, no one could stay silent as they didn't want many devils to die, so Falbium, with the help of Michael and Barakiel, came to kill Tannen. Unfortunately, even if they could push Tannen away, they weren't able to kill Tannen, and Tannen quickly ran away and attacked the other areas from the Belial and those who were close to the area where the Gremory domain was located. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that the Alliance was helpless as they could take down Tannen's dragon armies, yet they were powerless in facing Tannen. Tannen might only be within the top 10 of the rating game, but if he fought seriously, without caring about anything, at this moment, in the devil world except for Ajuka, no one could stop it. Then, where was Ajuka? Whenever Ajuka was around, Tannen would quickly leave and didn't even try to fight the current strongest Mao. This is what troubled Ajuka, as speed wasn't his strong point, so he could only helplessly try to follow Tannen. It was also due to Tannen's brutality and cunningness that many funerals happened in the underworld. In the Gremory domain, especially since there were many who had died, including Hayato Issei, the pawn of Rias Gremory. When Asia heard of Issei's death, she passed out and was unable to believe it before she accepted it since there was nothing she could do, especially when everyone was still in a crisis and they needed her help during this crisis. Kiba and Gasper were also affected, but there was something that they needed to do since the Gremory domain was really in need of help. Yet, during this crisis, Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were unable to help. However, no one forced them, especially when they knew what was happening. Their eyes were dead, especially after that day. Riser disappeared. While many knew inwardly that person might not even exist anymore, no one dared to say it. They would receive the anger of Serafal, the Citri house, the Phenex house, and many others. There was no way for Riser to pass away. Yet, when they thought about the opponent Riser fought, they just didn't have the confidence to say so. On that day, everyone was clear since there were many who watched what was happening. When the underworld was about to be destroyed, Riser used a certain technique that swallowed him and the Great Red. While they weren't sure what kind of technique Lucifer had used, they knew he had sacrificed himself for everyone. They wanted to believe Lucifer was invincible, but when they thought about his opponent, once again, they just couldn't believe it. Even if they believed so, especially when the Phenex was famous for their immortality, they knew that it might take an eternity for him to return. Moreover, the faction created by Riser was as strong as ever since their links interlinked together with various interests, loyalty, and many others that linked them together. Even if he had disappeared, his power wouldn't disappear, as no one would let this power disappear since everyone's interests were linked together. More importantly, Serafal was still living well. Even though among the four Mao, her strength might not be the strongest, she was still stronger than the majority of the devils. Lastly, after that day, she was crueler, and her stupid, cute face disappeared. Yet, among all of those people, the one with the most complicated thought was Azazel since he was helpless at that moment. Even though Riser disappeared, his position didn't change, and he was still at the bottom, especially when the Gregory changed under the previous lead of Riser. Even if Riser had disappeared, he wouldn't let Azazel have a comfortable life. Moreover, Azazel knew that the danger that Vala faced hadn't completely disappeared, especially when he knew that if Ajuka wasn't busy with the matter of the Astaroth house and also the rampage of Tannen, Ajuka would come to target him to get his hand on Vala. Did Vala think that he could stay and live well after killing Surzek? Azazel wished for that fantasy to happen, but he knew that it was impossible. Yet, he knew that he needed to stop this, especially when he knew how weakened this alliance had become. If Issei was still alive, then there was no doubt that he was the best person to become the link to gather all the alliances. However, even if Riser disappeared, he wouldn't let anyone who bothered him live well. It's really troublesome to become his enemy. Azazel sighed helplessly. What about killing Ajuka so Vala could be accepted by everyone? Sometimes, such a thought crossed Azazel's mind, but could he even kill a mad devil who dared to summon the Great Red for his revenge? Riser might be powerful and all, but his thought was still rigid and gentle. However, Ajuka is different as he is completely cold and callous, especially when he could even sacrifice his little brother and even the reputation of his house for his revenge. Facing an enemy that didn't care about anything else except for revenge, Azazel was completely helpless. What about Riser? Azazel hadn't thought too much since Riser had died. Even if Riser didn't die, it would be impossible for Riser to return so quickly since he knew that in this world, the dragon was invincible. However, he had to say, there was no way for Riser to be forgotten, especially when everyone saw his last heroic act. Azazel closed his eyes and sighed, feeling quite regretful, before stopping his thoughts since he knew he needed to move on. He thought about how to face the next danger that came, especially when the fallen angel was also affected by Tannin. Yet, Riser didn't disappear. He was in a different space, fighting the Great Red. Only, he really did die during this fight. As I said yesterday, only one chapter today. Chapter 289, Devour. Duelist. It was an ability that allowed him to lock himself with the enemy in a separate space until the winner between them was determined. There was no doubt that it was a convenient ability, especially when most of his abilities could destroy the environment. However, with this ability, there was no need for him to worry about the destruction of the environment and use his everything to fight since he was in a separate space and only the victor could leave. While it wasn't his first time using this ability since he had also tried it on the criminals and the bad guys, it was his first time fighting such a powerful being. The Great Red. The strongest being in the world. Even the god of the Bible, Serzek, 2 heavenly dragons, and those famous gods in the world were nothing in front of this existence. Nevertheless, Riser is confident about fighting it, especially when he is immortal and has the ruler. The ability to reverse all the magical attacks and power effects used against him into healing and fortification. With this ability, he was invincible. That should be the case, but the Great Red was a tricky opponent, especially when this thing could control his mind, forcing him to stop using the ruler. Riser might have had psychic resistance, giving him the power and will to resist all the attacks that related to physics, yet it didn't mean he was immune to such an attack. Facing the mind manipulation of the strongest being, even if he tried to resist, he could do nothing, so in the end, he could only rely on all of his passive abilities to resist. Yet, he was helpless. Riser wasn't sure how many times he had died before he was revived. During these 3 days, he had died so many times that he didn't even bother to count it. Riser believed that he might be able to destroy the earth, but he needed to use his everything. However, the Great Red was different. If he wanted to, he could destroy the planet casually. Moreover, as the dragon of the dream, he had the ability to manipulate the dream, so any damage he had received would disappear as if it were a dream. He could even see the future, dodging an attack skillfully, and even worse, he almost had an unlimited amount of energy. Facing such an opponent, even if he used his everything, what could he do? Moreover, his mind was always affected, and he was forced to harm himself. If Riser didn't have the ability of Crisis, which made him get stronger as he was hurt, and also the eating the Tori no Mi model, Phoenix, he knew that there was nothing he could do except give up. Yet, he didn't give up and kept fighting. However, he stopped thinking and kept fighting like a mindless beast who only thought of ravaging and killing the enemy in front of him, since if he thought of something, his opponent would control his mind again. The Great Red was also enraged and tried to kill Riser no matter what the method was, yet no matter how many times it tried to kill Riser, this cockroach kept standing up. At this moment, the two of them lost their minds, and no one cared about anything, only fighting until one of them died. Frankly, if Riser didn't think about his family outside and the hatred he had for those who had plotted against him, he might give up since living was too painful. He might be able to get stronger as he was hurt, and he also could be reborn even if he was dead, but it didn't mean he was immune to the pain. Being shredded apart by this beast's horn, being blasted by an energy blast, being manipulated to commit suicide, and many others. Give up. You don't have a chance to win against me. As the strongest being, it was impossible for him to be brainless. Even the Dragon King could think individually, even better than a human, so why shouldn't the Great Red do so? If there was something different, the Great Red's nature was pure, as there was no need for him to become mature. Everything that annoyed him would be killed and destroyed in front of his mighty power. Instead of taking into account the others, it was the others that should take account of him. It was more appropriate to think of the Great Red as a nature instead of an individual. Yet, Riser didn't say anything and kept attacking. Even if all of his attacks would end him dying, it didn't matter since he could be reborn once again. Attack and be reborn. Attack and be reborn. This was what he had done for so long, and he wasn't sure how long it had been considering he had made the time move differently from the inside the space of Duelist and the outside. However, during the Great Red's attack, Riser also awoken his devil fruit. The power of Tori no Mi model, Phoenix, bloomed, and he really became the Phoenix. Naturally, he could fight the beastly nature of the Phoenix, and his will win against the will of the Phoenix, yet this was something natural as his will was tempered by the Great Red's mind attack. Still, at that moment, his will also strengthened, and he could resist the Great Red's mind manipulation, causing him to be able to use the ruler once again. This damn annoying power. Even the Great Red was helpless against the ruler since all of his attacks would be reversed into healing and fortification on Riser's body. Naturally, he knew the weakness of this power and tried to heal Riser, but Riser deactivated the ruler, so everything was meaningless. Their situation was in a stalemate, and no one could defeat each other. Moreover, the ruler also had evolved, so all the mind manipulation would be reversed and made Riser stronger instead, so using the mind manipulation was meaningless for him. The Great Red also couldn't read Riser's mind once again since Riser's will could resist him. However, it was impossible to determine the winner, especially when all of Riser's attacks and damage caused by Riser became nothing but a dream. Riser was helpless and thought that there was only one way for him to win, so he directly charged forward as if he were ready to fight in a close combat fight. Just die. The Great Red was utterly annoyed by a cockroach's existence in front of him. Riser was just dying, and everything Riser did was meaningless, yet Riser kept trying to fight him. How could he not be angry? Yet, when the Great Red slammed Riser, unlike before, Riser didn't die immediately and held on, grinding his teeth and sticking into the Great Red's body as if his life depended on it. Riser knew that he had never tried this method, but he knew if he didn't try, nothing would happen, and he also didn't think that he could develop his technique so fast, so in the end, this was the method he could think of to defeat the Great Red. What are you doing? The Great Red noticed that his body seemed to be absorbed into Riser. You should know all of my skills, right? This. Degenerate. Degenerate. Ability to transform two differing targets into a single object and separate property. In other words, it was an ability to combine and separate. Riser decided to combine himself with the Great Red. Are you crazy? Do you think you can win against me? Naturally, when they combined with each other, there was a risk where Riser's will was devoured by the Great Red. However, there was also a chance for him to devour the Great Red and gain all of the Great Red's power. At that moment, Riser didn't care anymore, and he just wanted to beat the shit out of this beast. If I don't get closer, then I can't beat the shit out of you. Then, come. As the two combined, they devoured each other until one of them died. Yet, what the Great Red didn't know was that the moment they combined into each other, it was Riser's victory. I have won. Riser took out the mocking gear he created by using Samel, the Dragon Eater. During his previous stay in the human world, he also visited the deepest part of the underworld, Cocytus, where Samel was kept. Stealing it from Hades, he directly created a mocking gear using Samel's body and soul. Even if the Great Red was the strongest being, he was still a dragon, and this poison worked the best on the dragon. Before their fight, Riser had prepared for this mocking gear, but he never used it until he got a chance to fuse himself into the Great Red's body since he was afraid all the preparation he had prepared would end in failure when the Great Red used the power of dream. You bastard. Coward. Riser only laughed and thought that Issei should have died with this poison, too. What about him? Riser didn't care about the poison, and more importantly, he wasn't a dragon. Also, when the Great Red was affected by the Memo no Mi, he easily manipulated the Great Red's memory so it would let him devour it. Realizing this, the Great Red tried to fight, but it was too late. Riser was already inside his body, and his body had already been affected by the poison of Samel. Unless he threw Riser out and erased this poison, there was nothing he could do. I curse you. I curse you, Riser. Riser only laughed and felt happy by the despair of his enemy. It was also his revenge, especially when he wasn't sure how many times he was killed. This was also the reason why he decided to accept the challenge since he knew as long as he devoured the Great Red, he would become truly invincible. It was a long process, but it was in the end. Congratulations, you have received 5 random rewards. The victory was in his hands. Yet, what he didn't know was that it was impossible to kill the protagonist easily. Chapter 290, God of Breasts. Hi, say. It was all dark. It was impossible to see. Hyo, do. Is. Say. A voice. Hayadu Issei. The voice was muffled and could hardly be heard like the chirping cicada during the summer. It was particularly annoying, especially when one wanted to sleep. However, it was also due to this that Issei Hayadu, who lost consciousness, also regained consciousness. This is. Partner. Drake. Is that you? It's me. Where are we? Why couldn't I see anything? Issei was confused and scared since he couldn't see anything, or rather, he couldn't feel anything. All of the feelings in his senses disappeared as if he was dead. That's. Let me explain. Huh? Who are you? Issei was startled and also wary since this was a voice that he had never heard of. I am Shikigami, God of Breasts. 2x. Issei and Drake wondered whether they had fallen into a hallucination. Sorry. Issei was dumbfounded and fell into a daze. I am Shikigami. The God of Breasts. You can also call me Chimyun Chapati. Even if Issei was panicked due to the lost feeling of his senses, he fell into silence as if his head was shut down. He thought for a moment and asked, is this a dream? Unfortunately, not. Drake. Issei hoped that he was just dreaming since there was no way for the god of breasts to exist, right? Even if it existed, why should it appear before him? Was it because he was a pervert? Was it because he loved breasts? There was no way for him to accept this. It seems this god is real, partner. It is really the god of breasts. Issei. While Drake was speechless, Issei wondered why he had never heard of such a god. If he heard it, then he would pay homage every day, so his days would be filled with amazing breasts. Thank you. I am glad to know that there is such a kind boy in this world who is in love with breasts as much as you. Thank you. Issei wasn't even sure what to say after hearing such praise. Nevertheless, Drake wished to cry since his current host was such a pervert. Still, it is normal for you not to know me since I am a god from another world. God from another world. 2x. The information was so surprising that Issei and Drake were in disbelief. Yet, strangely enough, neither of them doubted this information. Was it because the two of them were idiots? That probability was relatively high. So, why did God-sama talk to me? Did Issei do something? Except for thinking of a harem or boobs, he felt that he didn't do anything wrong, right? The reason why I have talked to you is because you have died. What? You have died, Hayudo Issei. No way. There is no way that I d. Issei stopped as he remembered everything. He remembered how Asia was kidnapped by Diodora, then he killed Diodora, but at that time, he was also killed. You remember it. Issei fell in silence before he cried. Why? I haven't even become the harem king. Partner. Drake was also helpless since there was nothing he could do. Why did I die? Issei only remembered that he felt an intense pain before everything was over. He should be stronger than Diodora, yet why did he die? It's all because of the poison of Samel. Poison of Samel? Impossible. Drake couldn't believe such an answer since he hadn't even seen the Samel during his host match against Diodora, so how could Diodora use the poison of Samel? More importantly, Samel had long disappeared, and even if Samel existed, Samel should be sealed within the deepest part of the underworld, Cocytus. It's normal if you don't believe it, but Samel is compressed into the small dagger that stabbed you at that time. That dagger? Naturally, Issei remembered that when Diodora was about to die, Diodora stabbed him. At that time, everything was so painful, but who would expect that he would die? Yes, that thing is something created by using the body of Samel. Issei felt conflicted, and he just didn't know what to do, but more importantly. Wait, if I die, then how could I talk with you? Why did you appear before me? Yes, to be honest, I am surprised that we can talk to each other and even meet each other, but due to your sincere love toward breasts, we are able to meet each other. In other words, our meeting is fated. Should Issei be happy? As for the reason why I appear before you, it's because I want to entrust you with something. Entrust me with something? Yes. Shikigami nodded. As I have said before, I am a god from another world. Evie told. That's the name of my world. Unlike your word, my world is divided between Evie and Itold, who have been at war with each other since ancient times. Issei and Drake weren't sure, but they just listened to Shikigami's story about another world and the war about the Evies, the race for mechanical life forms, and Itolds, the race of high-ranked spirit gods. Naturally, Shikigami was part of the Itolds. Why did you tell me all of this? It's because I wish you to save our world. Save your world. What do you mean? Our leader, Resetoris, received an oracle that in the near future, someone from your world would come to our world and lead the Eevee to invade us, Itold, and conquer our world. Who would do such a thing? Conquering another world. Who would do such a dangerous thing? You should be familiar with him. He is someone whom you have been entangled with and also someone who has made the dagger that killed you. The man behind everything. The one who made Diodora kill you. Do not tell me. Yes, Riser Phenex. That's him. That bastard. Issei cried in anger as he thought about Riser, who would do anything to kill him. How dare he? Yet, at the same time, Issei was also scared as he thought at how cruel and strong Riser was. However, that's impossible. Drake refuted Shikigami's statement again. I admit that Riser Phenex is strong, but he isn't that strong. How can he conquer another world? While it might be unbelievable, that's the truth. While we are not sure how he could gain all of his power, for one thing, he is strong. He might be the strongest in your world as he had defeated the strongest being in your world, the Great Red. Wawayat. 2x. Issei and Drake were dumbfounded and startled as they felt that everything was impossible since there was no way for Riser to defeat the strongest dragon. However, at the same time, they knew that there was no reason for Shikigami to lie to them. Yet, it was also because of this they were in despair. If Riser could defeat the strongest being in their world, then what should they do? Their situation was completely helpless. Hayadu Issei. You don't need to worry. Even if he is strong, we will help you to gain the power to defeat him. Why you want to help me? Issei was confused. It's because I know you are such a gentle young man. Everything about you is sincere, like your love for breasts. That's why we entrust our power into you, so you can defeat this evil. Can I really defeat him? If Issei could defeat Riser, then he would do anything. Yes. Believe in yourselves, Hayado Issei. Keep your love towards the breasts, and you will be able to win against him. While Issei was speechless, he also felt excited, but at the same time, he was also worried whether he could really defeat Riser. Partner. Drake didn't hesitate, since if they could win against Riser, then why shouldn't Issei accept this power from Shikigami? More importantly, if you don't return, then your beloved breasts might be stolen by Riser. Please give me your power, Shikigami-sama. Then, accept our power. Oh, the breast warrior. No, the Red Dragon Emperor. Hayadu Issei. Yes. The moment Issei accepted this power, he, who had died due to Samuel's poison, rebirthed and gained a new power from Shikigami. No, he became a new being with the combination of the Red Dragon Emperor and Shikigami. Then, I entrust everything to you, Hayado Issei. Shikigami. As Issei and Shikigami did a passionate exchange, Riser knew nothing and just lay on the ground as he was glad that he could stay alive, yet what he didn't know was that he was about to face another troublesome opponent. Chapter 291, Are You Ready? Even if the ground was dirty, Riser didn't care, especially after he had won against the Great Red and even devoured it. Degenerate. Somehow, he understood why the name of this ability was so wicked. After all, as long as he could absorb something into his body, he would become stronger. When he is addicted to the feeling of getting stronger by devouring the other, it would mean that he would degenerate, especially when he would become a strange creature of the combination of many. Frankly, he thought that turning his opponents into mocking gear was the best way, but he didn't expect that he could use his degenerate to devour others. Yet, frankly, he might not use this ability for a while, especially since the one he devoured was the strongest being in his world, the Great Red. As the strongest being, naturally, the improvement he gained after he devoured the Great Red was so great, especially the improvement in the amount of energy within his body. Moreover, he also gained a variety of abilities from the Great Red. If there was trouble, it would be that his race was no longer a pure devil. Instead, he was a combination of a devil and a dragon. Well, he got stronger, so it was good, right? Yet, due to this, he gained weakness from the poison of Samuel. Still, if it were others, they might be troubled, but him. The poison was simply meaningless to him. Not only could he use degenerate to remove the poison within his body. More importantly, his fire ability would burn all the ailments and everything negative within his body. Lastly, with the ruler, everything that hurt him would only make him stronger. Even if he wasn't pure a devil and also a dragon due to devouring the Great Red, it didn't matter. Though he had to say, it felt quite ironic when he became an existence that he hated the most. Yet, even if he had devoured the Great Red, it didn't mean that he had fully digested it. He needed time to fully digest this beast into his body, but with the power of Gutsugatsu no Mi, which made him a furnace devil, it shouldn't take a long time. At this moment, he just wanted to rest, sleep, and enjoy a quiet moment. He wasn't sure how many times he had died. Even if he had won in the end and couldn't die due to his immortality trait, he was still exhausted. Nevertheless, when he thought about the 6 figures who had given him trouble, he knew that he couldn't make them wait, as he knew that it was time for him to mess up their lives. He wouldn't kill them so easily, and he was going to give them the taste of pain for what they had done to him. Especially those dragons. By now, he knew that Tannen should have gone on a rampage in the underworld, but he didn't care. Moreover, no one would be able to link him with Tannen, especially after his heroic act of sacrificing himself to defeat the Great Red. Yet, unfortunately for them, he wasn't defeated, and he gained his victory. Moreover, he had become stronger, and he became the strongest being in his world. Still, if possible, he wished for someone not to trouble him anymore. Once he killed those 6 dragons, he hoped that everything was over. Yet. Riser sighed, since he knew the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment was. However, he was the strongest now, so no one should be able to defeat him, right? Let's check the rewards first. Congratulations, you have received 5 random rewards. Thank you. Good job. I am proud of you. Thanks again. Even if the system was kind of a bastard in the beginning, he was glad to have it now, since if he didn't have it, he knew that his life would be in despair and let his life be messed up by the main protagonist. However, Issei had died. Still, there were many cockroaches that were still living well, and he knew that they would be a perfect companion for Surzek and Issei, so they wouldn't be lonely in the eternal abyss. Riser sat up as he opened all of his rewards. Congratulations, you have received a Sunshine, Pika Pika no Mi, Complete Version, Satinal, Thought Acceleration, and Chosen One. When he saw all of his rewards, he thought that it was amazing. As expected of the strongest being. When he saw all of his rewards, he was completely convinced why the Great Red was called the strongest being. However, that title was taken by him now. Still, he looked at his first reward, Sunshine, which was an ability that empowered him during the day. As long as the sun rose, he became stronger, and when it was midday, he became the strongest. Moreover, this power also allowed him to manipulate light and heat. Well, the manipulation of light and heat aside, as he could do it without the help of Sunshine, was a great power, especially because it made him stronger during the day. Moreover, he knew that he could develop this power further. Let's check the next reward. Pika Pika no Mi. Riser directly ate this devil fruit, and he gained the ability to manipulate light and became a light. Now, he could even move at the speed of light. Wasn't he the strongest now? Well, he had eaten so many devil fruits now, so it was hard for him to get excited, even if the power was amazing. He quickly looked at his next reward, which made him dumbfounded. Satinal. It was an ability to turn his body like a nuclear fusion to create more energy. This allowed his energy to increase dramatically, and no matter how much he consumed, it would not decrease. This allowed him to fight almost indefinitely without running out of energy. Riser tried to use this power, and as expected, he could feel his body filled with a limitless power. However, he could imagine that by using this ability, he would increase the speed of the planet's death. Still, he didn't really need to use this ability since, after devouring the Great Red, his energy was as good as limitless. The Great Red is the Void Dragon. Within the void, everything was his. Riser suddenly felt speechless at how strong he had become. Probably, nothing could become his opponent in this world. Still, his next reward was also quite amazing. Thought Acceleration. By using this ability, it would significantly increase his thought processing speed. Moreover, as long as he trained, the acceleration would increase even further, even hundreds of millions of times or more. Then, the last reward. While he wanted to check more, he wanted to check his last reward first. Chosen One. Riser fell into silence and realized this was an ability to turn him into the main protagonist. In other words, when he returned, all of his enemies would be destined to lose no matter how hard they struggled, especially when fate was in his favor, supporting him and doing everything would make him the last one who stood up. Foo-foo. He wanted to laugh somehow after he gained this new ability. Did he gain this ability because he killed Issei? Well, it didn't matter since it was time for him to return to everyone. The space was open, and he walked out, ready to give a nightmare to all of his enemies. Oh, right. Before he left, he needed to make himself appear beaten up, or else many would be suspicious, right? Chapter 292, Can You Smile? Kaishu, Ravel-sama, you should rest. Saji watched Sona's weak body from behind with heartache. It had been a week since Riser disappeared, and Sona never left the battlefield where Riser fought the Great Red. Even if it had been a while, he also had to say that he was unable to forget about it. When Saji thought about Riser's figure, who disappeared along with the Great Red, he somehow understood why Riser was Sona's husband. Yet, at the same time, he also knew what kind of impact would be brought by Riser's decision. Even now, the only person who could recover after this incident among Sona's peerage members was him. Except for him, everyone seemed like their souls sucked, and the time stopped for them. It was like they were alive, yet inside, they were dead. It was also for this reason that they stayed at the place where Riser had disappeared. Even though this place was closed due to the impact and radiation caused by the fight between Riser and the Great Red, it was too dangerous for one to get close. For them, it was nothing. Yet, with their current situation, their actions were as good as committing suicide. It's okay, Saji. I am just going to stay here for a while. You should go back and rest. Sona didn't even look at Saji and kept staring at the sky in a daze before tears made her eyes blurry. She wasn't sure how many times she cried, but she just couldn't stop it. As for Ravel, she didn't even bother to answer and just sat in a daze. Saji was helpless before looking at the rest of the members of Sona's peerage, who were also in the same state as Sona. Even so, he also understood their situation, especially when he had lost his parents before, but he had to force himself to stand up for his family, and now, their situation was the same. Saji knew that he couldn't be a replacement for Riser. No, it was impossible. However, Saji knew that he needed to support everyone during this moment. Still, like the rest, he was also in disbelief. Like others, he watched how Riser disappeared along with the Great Red. Riser-sama, you must win. Even if Saji knew that in front of the Great Red, all the struggle was meaningless, he still had hope that Riser would return. Even if no one believed and thought that Riser had died, he knew that Northwest One in this place gave up that small chance. Saji also felt the same. As for Issei, While it was regrettable, Saji knew that there was nothing that one could do in that situation, but he had to say it was lonely. Even if Issei was a great pervert, Issei was still a student in the same school. Then, all of a sudden, something incredible happened in front of them. The space was twisted, and a familiar black hole appeared before them. Sona widened her eyes and didn't hesitate to approach this black hole. Ravel was even reckless, as if she was ready to jump into that black hole. However, before they could enter, someone they had been waiting for appeared before them. Oniai-sama. Dear. His appearance surprised all of them, and after a momentary daze, they leaped directly into him. Ugh. Riser grimaced in pain when he was surrounded by everyone, but Zenobia directly headbutted his balls. I am glad. I am glad. Zenobia rubbed her face against his crotch while crying. Riser looked at Zenobia in silence and tried to push this crazy girl away, but his hands were latched by Sona and Ravel, so he couldn't move. While he was helpless, he greeted them. I am back. Welcome back. Right now, they just wish to remove their clothes and start to have a child with him. This was probably their regret, as they couldn't have his child before he disappeared. With how heated up the situation was, Riser glanced at Saji, who also teared up and ignored the crazy women around them. Thank you for your hard work, Riser-sama. Riser nodded. By the way, turn your head and close your eyes. Saji didn't even need Riser's reminder and automatically did what Riser asked. How long did I disappear? Riser asked. 1 week. Sona was so happy. 1 week, huh? Riser didn't expect that it had been 1 week since he had disappeared. After all, he felt like it had been so long since he met them, especially since he was tortured and killed by the Great Red countless times. So, how is it? Nothing happens, right? Well. While hesitating, they told him about what had happened in the underworld, especially about Tannen, who had gone on a rampage. I see. Riser nodded. I will go. Everyone was startled. You don't need, Riser-sama. You have just returned. There is no need for you to leave again. Leave the rest to the others. Frankly, they felt that except for Riser, the rest of the strong on the angel, fallen angel, and the devil were useless. They were weak. It's okay. I can defeat it easily. Wait for me at the villa. Also, prepare me the special Phenex tears that I crafted before. He kissed them and then went to Midair, using that location to search where Tannen was before his body turned into a light and disappeared from everyone's vision. While they were dumbfounded by his actions, at the same time, they also realized something. Did their men defeat the Great Red? Does that mean that Riser was the strongest being now? Nevertheless, they can ask that question later since, right now, they need to prepare many things for his return, especially Yufufu. Watching everyone who was happy, Saji sighed helplessly, but he was glad that Riser was okay. At that moment, Ajuka was helpless. Not only Ajuka but all the strong devils were helpless since their territory was more or less affected by Tannen's rampage. Yet, Ajuka's helplessness was different from theirs since he knew the origin of Tannen's rampage, but even so, there was nothing he could do. While he could defeat Tannen, if Tannen didn't face him and fight him, it would be impossible for him to defeat Tannen. Ajuka's way of fighting was countered, and after he learned everything about his opponent, he defected to them as they realized their powerlessness, but if the opponent didn't face him directly, he could do nothing. Moreover, Tannen always seemed to notice him, so Ajuka could only chase after Tannen from behind. However, this time, it was different. With the combination of many and being encircled by all the powerhouses, this time, they should be able to defeat Tannen. Now, it's time to end this. Ajuka sighed and thought that after this, he could focus on his revenge on the White Dragon Emperor. If there was something that he needed to watch out for, it would be Azazel, but then, suddenly, everyone noticed a bright light, and Tannen, who soared in midair, was suddenly reduced into a pile of flesh. Everyone fell into silence before they fell into a maniacal state and cheered. Lucifer-sama. Riser-sama. It's great. Only Ajuka fell in silence, unable to appreciate their joy, as he could see Riser staring at him with a smile. Chapter 293, No Time to Rest. Riser Lucifer returned. When this news was announced, the entire underworld exploded. They were dancing, crying, and full of happiness with the return of their Lucifer. While they wished to meet him, it was said that Riser went to rest to recuperate all the wounds. So what about the Great Red? This was a question that everyone wished to ask, but no media could approach him, and they could only wait until Riser was ready to talk. Still, more importantly, Riser was okay, and that was the most important thing. While many wanted to come, wishing to see him, and even asked him about many things, Riser didn't wish to meet everyone. He just finished his battle, and he just wanted to do his own things instead of accommodating everyone's worries, needs, etc. He knew that it might be arrogant for him to do so, especially when he always carried a polite attitude toward everyone as long as they treated him nicely. If they treated him badly, then he would treat them twice worse. Nevertheless, while many complained inwardly, no one said anything since this was his wish. So, during those 3 days, he spent all of his time with his women and didn't care about anything. While everyone under Phenex House and Citri House knew what Riser was doing now, others didn't appreciate it. Did he become so arrogant after he became Lucifer? Lord Baal was displeased when he thought his wish to meet Riser was rejected. Even if Riser had defeated the Great Red, Riser was still a devil. Riser's position was below him, and the reason Riser could become Lucifer was also because of him. How could this brat be so ungrateful? This action might be unnatural, but Lord Baal, as the leader of the Great King faction, felt inferior toward Riser, and it was also due to this that his attitude worsened, especially when his current wife and all the trusted by his side often talked about Riser. However, the moment Lord Baal said those words, he was slapped by his father. Slap. F.A. father. Lord Baal was dumbfounded, but Zekrom Baal didn't care about his son's attitude and kept beating him until Lord Baal was half dead. Forgive me, father. Forgive me. When Zekrom was angry, no one dared to say anything. Even Lord Baal, the king of the underworld, could only succumb to his father's brutality. It wasn't until Lord Baal was almost dead that Zekrom stopped. I wonder if there is something wrong with my education. You have grown so old, why are you still acting like a brat? Oh, forgive me, father. Lord Baal cried as he kept apologizing. Looking at his son, which was so disappointing, Zekrom sighed and knew that there was no cure for idiocy. Maybe I should change you with your son. At least, he was sure that Lord Baal's son would be easier to use and definitely wouldn't do anything so stupid. As for the others, he didn't even bother to tell them why he did this since it might be better for those who were idiots to die. Zekrom didn't feel afraid of the powerful enemies, especially Riser, who could stay alive after fighting the Great Red. Instead, what he was afraid of was a stupid teammate that would bring him to ruin. So, with that decision, Zekrom didn't care about his son and swiftly moved on to his next plan, using his grandson as his next puppet. As for Lord Baal, it might be better for Lord Baal to stay in the castle all the time to become a sow to create the next generation of the Baal house. However, compared to the situation of the Baal house, the situation of a certain group was much worse. After Riser destroyed Tannen, he left directly, leaving all the mess to Ajuka and the others. Yet, unlike the others, who could swiftly do their jobs, Ajuka couldn't, especially when he was surrounded by the previous alliance that was created to summon the Great Red to kill Riser. Frankly, before the alliance was created, everyone was confident, as no one thought that Riser would be able to win against the Great Red. Even if Riser hadn't died, it would have been impossible for Riser to return so swiftly. Still, was the Great Red defeated? Did Riser win? How can Riser return? This question kept appearing, especially when Ajuka recalled the smile that Riser showed that day. Ajuka, it's all your fault. Naturally, Tiamat was the one most frightened by the return of Riser. She knew that she had nothing to do with Riser and their relationship was just SOSO. If she didn't owe something to Ajuka, she wouldn't even do anything to Riser. Yet, everything had been done, and she knew sooner or later, Riser would give his revenge. While Tiamat wasn't sure whether Riser would win against the Great Red or not, she knew he could kill Tannen with ease. Tannen, who had gone on a rampage in the underworld without anyone being able to stop it, was just dead like that under Riser, then what about her? Hearing Tiamat's outburst, the 5 individuals who had planned and done the dragon summoning previously fell in silence, and no one knew what they should do, but somehow, Yunlong, the youngest and the most cowardly Dragon King, felt calm when he saw Tiamat. Why are you so calm? Tiamat looked at Yulong strangely. Frankly, except for Tiamat, whether it was Sun Wukong, Yulong, Fafnir, Azazel, or Ajuka, all of them were calm, and nothing was shown on their faces. What are you worried about? No one knows what we are doing, right? Yulong said with ease. That's right. Except for the 6 of them, no one knew that they were the ones who did the dragon summoning to kill Riser. As long as no one says anything, nothing will be known. Sun Wukong only nodded, then looked at everyone. Unless someone wants to commit suicide, it is. No one wanted to be killed by Riser, so they knew what they needed to do was to keep silent and pretend nothing was happening. However, I don't think that he can defeat the Great Red. Instead, I think that he must be using some tricks. Sun Wukong added that he didn't think that the devil was so strong. Compared to the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth, the Christian myth was like a baby, after all. Moreover, everyone knew how crazy the Great Red was, and with Riser's power, it should be impossible for him to defeat it. So, at this moment, their decision was clear, and it was just a matter of pretending that they did nothing. Yet, Ajuka and Azazel knew that everything would be far from simple, but they wouldn't say anything since, like what Yulong and Sun Wukong said, no one knew that it was them who had done it. As for Fafnir, Fafnir was so bored and didn't care about their conversation. Instead, he was just wishing to meet Asia, especially after he got the precious panties from Asia. As for Riser or whatever, Fafnir didn't care since he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Asiatan. Fufufu. 5x. Congratulations, you have received Kibi Kibi no Mi, complete version. Riser, who could have a moment of calm after several days of intense fight, checked the reward he gained after killing Tanin and ate it without hesitation, but when he was about to check the information about this ability, he noticed a crazy presence that was about to ruin his city. Directly, Riser teleported to the source of this problem and thought to fight, but then. Are you the one who defeated the Great Red? Riser felt familiar with this individual, but somehow, he needed to check it. Who are you? I am Ophis. Riser had just finished his battle, so did he need to fight again? Chapter 294, Infinite Dragon. As Riser had said before, he was familiar with some of the plots due to his experience of watching this story from his previous life. Naturally, he didn't know until the end, and only some of them, but it greatly helped him with many of his actions. As for the Great Red, Riser was unfamiliar with it, and it was also due to this that he underestimated its power. However, Ophis was different. While Riser wasn't sure how strong Ophis was, this infinite dragon should be weaker than the Great Red. After all, if Ophis was stronger than the Great Red, she shouldn't be pushed out and left the dimensional gap. It was because she was weaker that she became the leader of the Cows Brigade and wished to defeat the Great Red. However, the Great Red had been defeated by him. If Ophis wished to return to the dimensional gap, then why should she come to visit him? Nevertheless, the appearance of Ophis really surprised him. While he had the memory of his previous life, watching how the little girl with long black hair that reached her hips and black eyes in front of him was supposed to be the infinite dragon and the leader of the terrorist organization made him unsure of how to react. Moreover, he didn't feel the hostility that came from her. Instead, all he could see was just curiosity. Still, there was one big problem. Did you plan to destroy my town? Ophis nodded. Why? I want to meet you, but the barrier is so annoying. Did you want to destroy my town because you wanted to meet me? Riser had an intense headache, and his head was throbbing. Next time, don't do this. If you want to meet me, then just call me directly. I will give you a way to communicate with me later. Ophis nodded obediently. Still, watching how obediently and well-behaved this dragon was, Riser suddenly became curious. Was this really the leader of the terrorist organization? Somehow, watching how innocent this dragon was, he could imagine that Ophis was being used by everyone on the Cows Brigade instead of being the real leader behind this terrorist organization. So, why did you come here? I wanted to ask you if you had defeated the Great Red. Ophis asked again with her usual blank expression. Yes, he had defeated the Great Red, but somehow, he didn't want to tell it directly. As the infinite dragon, you should be able to tell, right? Hearing his question, Ophis kept staring at him and said, I smell the scent of the Great Red on you. Did you eat it? Oh. Can you tell? Aren't you scared? I might eat you, you know. Riser decided to tease this little dragon. However, Ophis shook her head. No, I don't feel scared. Do you think you can defeat me? Riser raised his brows, wondering why she made such a statement. Ophis was about to nod, but then she shook her head. I can't defeat you. How honest. Riser thought that Ophis would be stubborn, believing that she could defeat him, but that didn't seem to be the case. Frankly, he knew how stubborn and proud the race known as a dragon was. Being born with an almighty power that could destroy everything as it pleased made their nature arrogant. Even the Great Red was like that. However, Ophis was different. She was blank, zero. It was like she was a blank white canvas, pure like a child or even a baby. Was this a dragon that had been living for so long? Why was it like he faced children? By the way, is that what you want to ask? So, what are you doing after this? I will go back. Where? The Cows Brigade. Why? Because I can't defeat you. Riser was dumbfounded and asked, you want to defeat me? Yes. Ophis nodded. Why? Riser was confused. Because I want to return to the dimensional gap. If you are there, I can't return, Ophis answered naturally. Why do you want to return to the dimensional gap? That's my home, Ophis answered. If you are there, I can't return to my home. Why, if I am there, that you can't return? Because you don't allow me to return to the dimensional gap. No, if you want to go back to the dimensional gap, then go for it. I don't forbid you to go back. Facing such a pure dragon, Riser knew that he needed to ask more questions to understand what she felt and thought within her mind and heart. Fortunately, he was patient and understood everything, so the misunderstanding between them didn't happen. Still, Riser understood why Ophis wished to fight the Great Red since that overgrown red lizard occupied Ophis' home. If Riser was in Ophis' place, he would naturally get angry, but in front of the overwhelming power, what could one do? However, the Great Red had been defeated, and Riser didn't forbid Ophis to go back, so if she wanted to go back, then she should just do it. Ophis fell into silence and kept staring at Riser. You don't want the dimensional gap? No. Why? Because, that's a place, not my home. Ophis fell in silence again, but then she said, but as long as you are here, that place can't become mine. So, you have to defeat me to get to that place. Yes. Ophis nodded. Riser thought for a moment and suddenly remembered the kibi no mi, which he had just eaten. This devil fruit gave him the ability to create a dango that could be used to tame animals and anyone that had a trait of animal within them. If he had to say, this ability was similar to pito no mi, but if the pito no mi was like slavery, the kibi no mi was like an instant absolute loyalty. So, watching Ophis, who stared at him with a pure gaze, Riser was going to tell him about the cruelty of the world. He directly created a dango with his new power and caused Ophis' nose to twitch. She kept staring at the dango and didn't hide her interest in it. Do you want to eat it? Ophis nodded. Open your mouth. Ah. Ophis opened her mouth and let Riser feed him without knowing that he was under the control of this bad guy. Is it delicious? Even if her answer was the same as before, still blank as ever, her eyes showed excitement as the taste of the danger was so delicious. Riser also tried the dango and had to say it tasted delicious, but it didn't seem that it affected him. Do you want to follow me? Follow you. If you follow me, you can eat the dango like before. Okay. Ophis nodded without hesitation. Then, let's go and visit my house. Riser held Ophis' small hand and led him into the city. What about the dimensional gap? What about the thought of defeating him? In front of the deliciousness of this dango, Ophis forgot everything. Still, if there was something that made Ophis curious except for the dango that she had just eaten, it was Riser's hand. She stared at the hand that held her hand gently and thought that it was so warm. Chapter 295, Let's Keep Her. After 5 days, Riser finally let those who wished to meet him visit his villa. Naturally, he only let those on the top visit him, such as the other 4 Maus, Zekrom, Michael, and Barakiel. As for the rest, sorry, he still wanted to rest. Still, unlike before, those who were invited didn't bring their companion, and they came by themselves without anyone by their sides. Well, even if they brought their companions, those companions didn't enter Riser's villa and were just left outside, waiting for the meeting for all the leaders to finish. Azazel was also outside, wishing to enter, but he didn't dare. Nevertheless, those who were inside were dumbfounded by their announcement. This is Ophis, the leader of the Cows Brigade. Riser introduced Ophis like he introduced his friend during a party. Meanwhile, Ophis only nibbled a dango given by Riser with her small teeth as she sat on the oversized chair prepared by him inside the room. Sorry. Falbium asked once again as if he didn't believe what he had just heard. This is Ophis, the infinite dragon and also the leader of the Cows Brigade. Riser introduced Ophis once again without a fluctuation in his expression. However, everyone fell silent and wondered what they should do in this situation. After all, they were so confused at why the leader of the Cows Brigade would be by Riser's side. Why was she here? Zekrom asked calmly. As the oldest among them, he was probably the calmest, but he just didn't know how to react as it was his first time to see such a bizarre situation. Why you were here, Ophis? Riser asked. Because I want to defeat Riser, Ophis said plainly. Everyone. Riser then looked at everyone and asked, so what do you think I should do? Everyone. If Riser's enemy was a great, fearsome opponent with a brutality that would cause every child to cry with all of their might, then there was no need for him to discuss his problem. However, his enemy was a little girl who sat on his side and nibbled the dango he made. When Ophis finished her dango, she pulled the hem of his shirt and asked, Oni-chan, can I ask more? No. Riser shook his head. It's almost time for dinner. You shouldn't eat too much dango. It isn't healthy. His dango had no nutritional value except to be tasty and capable of brainwashing everything related to animals to have absolute obedience toward him. While he wasn't sure whether this dango would affect Ophis, he could tell that he had tamed her. Still, Ophis, who couldn't receive her dango, didn't give up and kept staring at him. Even if you keep staring at me like that, I won't give you anything. Riser rubbed Ophis' head helplessly, carried her in his arms, put her in his lap, and asked everyone, so what do you think I should do with this criminal? Everyone. They just didn't know what to say. Even if the one in front of them was a little girl, there was no doubt she was one of the strongest beings and also the leader of the most dangerous terrorist organization, Cows Brigade. Still, it was good that Riser asked about their opinion, but they also felt confused about what they should do with this little girl. Should they keep this little girl? However, what if the other factions misunderstand their relationship with the Cows Brigade? What if they return this girl to the Cows Brigade? So, shouldn't they make the Cows Brigade stronger again? Still, there was something that they wanted to ask: was this really Ophis? Yet, they didn't dare to ask the question and looked at Riser, hoping he could erase their doubt. Riser also understood this, then took out another dango and said, "I will give you one more." Ophis wanted to take the dango, but she couldn't since his palm closed. She looked up at him and said nothing, but her eyes clearly showed dissatisfaction. "I will give this dango to you, but you need to do something for me." Do you see that man with that green hair?" Ajuka was dumbfounded. "If you defeat him, I will give you another dango." "2 dango." Ophis became smarter. "Okay, 2 dangos." Riser nodded while feeling that Ophis was stupidly cute. "But don't kill him, and don't hurt the others, okay?" "Okay." However, Ajuka, who became Ophis' target, was startled, but before he could say anything, he was blasted by a powerful impact. Boom. Ajuka plopped directly, defeated by Ophis, before flying out of the meeting room. What's happening? An enemy attack. Hurry up and prepare. However. Be quiet. At that moment, everyone felt a powerful aura from Riser, and they all fell into silence again. When Riser was serious, he had always released an aura that would conquer everyone's will, and as long as they were weaker than him, they would give up, and there was no trace of resistance except for those who had a certain role within the story. However, when he added the House Hoku Haki to this aura to the aura that came from Villain, it made him simply unstoppable, and all of them fell down directly. Still, if this was enough to make all of them simply give up all the struggle, what if Riser added the Chosen One? Wouldn't they just commit suicide? Riser then snapped his fingers, and Ajuka, who had been thrown so far away, suddenly returned. Everyone fell into silence again, but not by how Riser used the ability to return Ajuka to the meeting. Instead, they were surprised by many things, whether it was Ophis, Riser's aura, Ophis' obedience toward Riser, and many other things. They just really didn't know how to react. Still, Ajuka, who lost consciousness, also started to regain consciousness after being healed by Riser's flame. "Are you all right, Ajuka-kun?" Ajuka closed his eyes, then looked at Riser with a gentle smile. "Yes, Riser-kun." Riser knew. This was what was inside Ajuka's head, but then he wondered what he should do until suddenly he lost his calm when he saw Ophis was about to make a move once again. "Stop, Ophis." Riser put his hand on the top of Ophis' head, then took out 2 dangos for her. "Here for you. Just eat quietly over there." Riser was about to move Ophis to the other chair as he needed to continue the meeting, but she stuck with him and didn't want to move. "I want to sit here." Riser was speechless, then rubbed Ophis' head helplessly before noticing Seraphal, who was looking at Ophis in jealousy, which made him even more speechless. "Why were you jealous?" Still, even after that, Seraphal didn't meet him, or she just didn't know how to meet him, especially when everything was surreal. Yet, the main theme of this discussion was about what they should do with this infinite dragon. "Can you keep it by your side, Riser-kun?" Zekrom suddenly asked. "I don't mind, but what about all of you? Do you mind if I keep her here?" Riser asked. What could they say in this situation? Nothing. In the end, all of them agreed that they left Ophis to Riser, especially when her appearance was nothing but an accident. As for the Cows Brigade and the other factions, with Riser by their side, was there something they should be worried about? Yet, for Azazel, who could only wait outside, he felt like everything was nerve-wracking. "By the day, why did she call you Oni-chan?" Falbium asked curiously. "Because I asked her to do so." Everyone. Chapter 296, Die, Get Stronger, and Repeat. Let's put the matter of Ophis calling Riser with Oni-chan aside, there were many things they wanted to ask him. Still, as to why Riser asked Ophis to attack Ajuka, while many were curious, they decided to keep silent since there was probably something that they didn't know and, more importantly, there was a question that they wanted to ask. "Have you defeated the Great Red, Riser-kun?" Michael asked. This was the question on everyone's mind, and they wanted to know whether Riser was really able to defeat the Great Red or not. Even though many days had passed, they still recalled the terror they felt that day. That powerlessness, helplessness, and despair, they were still vivid in their minds. It was also due to this that they didn't want to feel that feeling anymore. If Riser could really defeat the Great Red, then there was no doubt that he would become an existence similar to the God of the Bible in their minds. If that happens. Michael thought about Gabriel, who had always wished to meet Riser, and felt that it should be a time for them to meet each other, especially when their new hopeful research was about to bear fruit. Moreover, this was a different era. An era where God was no longer with them. An era where the devil, the angel, and the fallen angel sat at the same table. If the angel could have a deeper relationship with Riser through Gabriel, then everything was worth it. As for those believers, they were never under Michael's consideration since they were just weak humans, and sooner or later, they would pass away. Instead of thinking about them, it was better to think about the continuation of the angel. I do. While they had expected this, they couldn't help but gasp. Impossible. How? Those questions kept bombarding their minds, yet they knew they shouldn't hurry him and should be patient since they knew that Riser would explain it to them shortly. Riser had previously thought and felt like it would be better to announce that he had defeated the Great Red. Many probably thought that being low-key was the best, but he didn't think so. If one didn't know what his deeds were, they would underestimate him, and they would do some tricky conspiracy again. Riser wanted to rest for a while, so announcing his deeds was better, and it also made many myths wish to become part of the alliance. There were probably some who didn't believe in his power even if he announced that he had defeated the Great Red, but so what? Once again, after so many times, he repeated this fact. In the supernatural world, right or wrong didn't matter. What was important was strength. As long as one had strength, standing on the top of everyone, no matter what one did, one would be deemed as the correct one. The strongest was justice. Riser was the strongest now. While he knew that some might challenge him, they were just a group of small insects compared to the Great Red. I know that you are curious about how I have defeated this big lizard, so I will explain it to you. His rude way of explaining the Great Red made them speechless, but from his tone, they knew that he had a lot of grudges toward the Great Red, so they didn't say anything. Still, they were worried about Ophis' reaction. However, it seemed like Ophis didn't care about this and only ate the dango with her small hands as she leaned on Riser's chest contently. Still, she looked up at Riser as she wanted to know how Riser defeated the Great Red. It's simple. Never give up. What the hell? Never give up. How could you just defeat the Great Red without just a will alone? Still, Riser's answer surprised all of them. The trait of the Phenex house was immortality, so no matter what, as long as Riser had a will, he wouldn't do anything more than that. He also developed an ability to get stronger as he was hurt and died. So, you kept dying to get stronger? Yes. Riser nodded. I kept dying, then got stronger than the Great Red, then defeated it. He hadn't lied since he really had defeated the Great Red, but what he didn't say was about how he had devoured the Great Red since if he had told all of them about this, he knew that they would be wary of him. The ability of the degenerate was too dangerous, and no one wished to be devoured by him so he could get stronger. Yet, his explanation made everyone cry. His explanation might be simple, but they knew that his battle definitely wasn't easy. Dying, then stronger. Riser kept repeating it until he won. Yet, at the same time, Zekrom knew that it was a wise move to support Riser, especially when Riser couldn't die. As long as Riser existed, the devil would be invincible. Moreover, Riser's status quo and laissez-faire way of governing was within Zekrom's line. However, Ajuka couldn't keep his calm. Couldn't die. If so, then how could they defeat Riser? Ajuka didn't have any prejudice, confidence, or the calm demeanor that he had always shown before. Instead, he was desperate, especially when he knew that Riser would kill him sooner or later. As for why Riser didn't immediately kill him. Probably because Ajuka knew that Riser could kill him anytime, and Riser wished to play him like a cat played with a mouse that it could eat anytime. While he was angry about being treated like this, he knew that he was helpless, but then again, he wasn't sure whether Riser knew everything. Did Riser really know everything? Was Riser asking Ophis before he went to test him? Ajuka didn't know, but he knew he needed to set up another plan. Still, among all the individuals present, there was no doubt Barrakiel was the most calm, especially when his daughter was Riser's woman. To be honest, as long as they didn't do anything and just continued to exist, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Barrakiel knew that everything wouldn't be simple, especially when he thought about his former leader, which made him sigh. In the end, their meeting ended, and they talked about the Norse myth that wished to make an alliance with them and also the Greek myth that showed an interest in their alliance. Greek myth. That chaotic myth. That one. While they knew that Riser's way of describing the Greek myth was kind of rude, they knew that he was correct since many gods in that myth were quite unique. This was probably the most polite way to describe this myth. Can you trust them? Riser asked in the most polite way. They all felt awkward, but they nodded. Zeus and Poseidon have clearly told us that they wish to fight against the Cows Brigade, Michael said, but then, he realized what he was saying and felt his heart was beating so fast before he glanced at Ophis. When he saw her still calmly sitting on Riser's lap without even glancing in his direction, he sighed in relief. In other words, the Greek myth was just scared of the Cows Brigade, so they decided to follow the trend since they didn't want to be destroyed like the Norse myth. Then, when should we meet them? Riser thought for a moment and said, let's do it after my match with Roygun Belphegor. Eh? Do you still want to participate in the raiding game? Why not? I still have an interest in becoming the rank 1, after all. Riser hadn't forgotten about Diehauser, as he wanted to break the championship record. Nevertheless, with that, their meeting ended, and they returned to their own place, but some wanted to stay in his city. Riser didn't care about them and just held Seraphald's hand as he wouldn't let this woman run away again. Follow me. While Seraphald pouted, feeling quite angry due to his decision to sacrifice himself. When he held her hand and pulled her, she couldn't muster any strength and just obediently followed him like a little woman. Tonight, she knew she was going to become a woman after so many years. Only. Don't follow us, Ophis. Stay with others first. Ophis. Chapter 297, Time. Really? Azazel was in disbelief. Yes. Ajuka nodded. Azazel held his head for a moment, then asked, have you told others? You don't need to. I don't want to add more burden. Ajuka shook his head, feeling the others were just a burden. Azazel didn't argue with Ajuka since he knew except for him and Ajuka, the rest didn't have much of an advantage in their brains. It might be better to keep them in the dark so it wouldn't destroy what they planned to do. But did he really defeat the Great Red? Azazel was in doubt since he had seen how powerful the Great Red was, and he didn't believe that Riser had defeated it. No, he didn't want to believe it. In his mind, like the fallen angel and the angel, they had a limit, and it was impossible for them to become stronger than their creator, God. Even Serzek, who was previously dubbed as the strongest devil, was much weaker than the original God. So, how could Riser do it? If there was someone who could defeat the Great Red, there was no doubt it would be Vala Lucifer, the real descendant of Lucifer and also the host of the White Dragon Emperor. The combination of the two would definitely create the strongest being that one had never thought of. While Azazel didn't deny Riser's strength, it was definitely impossible for Riser to defeat the Great Red. It doesn't matter whether he can do it or not. What matters now is that we are much weaker than him. Ajuka didn't care whether Riser was stronger than the Great Red or really defeated the Great Red. Whatever the fact was, they weren't his opponents, and it was only a time before they were killed. Azazel fell in silence since he knew that Ajuka was correct. It didn't matter whether Riser was lying or not, but now, he is helpless. Can he entrust everything to Valley now? No. Azazel couldn't, especially when he knew Valley had a lot of enemies, especially when Riser and Ajuka also wished to kill Valley. Previously, it was better since his opponent was only Ajuka, but now, Riser had returned, and the situation became more chaotic, and he didn't know what to do. Everything was hopeless. Everything was meaningless. Frankly, during his life, Azazel had met various helpless situations, but he could overturn them. Even if he fell and became a fallen angel and fought against his creator, he didn't give up and found a way to stay alive. But now, what should he do? Do you have a plan? Azazel looked at Ajuka, wondering whether Ajuka had a plan. At this moment, Ajuka's situation wasn't that good, especially when his position as a Mao was quite shaky. While one couldn't deny his achievement as he was the one who created the evil piece and also the raiding game, Riser could change his role, so even if he was gone, it didn't matter. Moreover, his little brother tarnished the Astaroth house and made him lose all the support of his family, especially when he did nothing and just let his family be destroyed along with Diodora. So, how could they care about Ajuka, who was cold-blooded toward his own family? Still, Ajuka had a plan. You are familiar with Longinus, right? Congratulations, you have received Slow Magic, Language Mastery, and Astronomy Mastery. Riser fell in silence when he saw his rewards before he looked at Seraphal, then Sona. Yes, he did it. He did it with the two sisters. Yet, this was something inevitable, especially with the current development. Riser knew that while his relationship with Seraphal was so close, they were also far away, considering she was his sister-in-law. While Seraphal loved him, she also loved Sona, so she was afraid that she might cause trouble for Sona, and she was also afraid that Sona would hate her. Sona might not be able to accept the others, but Seraphal. This might be hard. Yet everything changed after his fight with the Great Red. Riser didn't have any hesitation, especially when he knew that he might not be able to return when he fought the Great Red. Fortunately, unlike how the cliché developed, where the character would die after kissing the woman they loved, he could return, stay alive, and win against such an opponent. While it felt awkward, he knew that he was glad to have a system. In the beginning, this system might force him to do something strange, but now, it has helped him so much. You don't need to thank me. Still, was this the end? Riser wasn't sure about the next plot since his knowledge was limited. While it made him sigh, he knew that everything should be okay. He wasn't confident in his strength. Instead, he was confident that he wouldn't die. In case someone might be stronger than him, it didn't matter as he would force them to enter the duelist space, so they would have a duel until one was defeated. Even if he died several times, it didn't matter as long as he was the one who was the victor at the end. Still, he didn't bother to think about those unpleasant matters. Instead, he should enjoy his life well since he wasn't sure what was going to happen in the future. Yet, he had to say the rewards he got from Siral were a nice surprise. While Language Mastery and Astronomy Mastery might seem plain and didn't help him get stronger, they gave him a lot of knowledge regarding language and astronomy. Yet, he had to say those two pieces of knowledge greatly helped him. Language mastery could help him read various information, whether it was lost, ancient, or various other information that could give him a benefit such as learning new magic, ancient technology, and various others. The devil might be able to talk in all the languages instantly, but it wasn't omnipotent after all, considering there were still many mysteries within this world. As for astronomy mastery, he had planned to create a satellite to help him monitor and kill many things. This knowledge helped him a lot, considering he was about to visit the space soon. Still, the one thing that surprised him the most was this slow magic. Was it due to Serafal's ice innate ability that he got this ability? Still, while it didn't help him much, it was good magic since it was an area of effect magic, which meant that everyone around him would be affected as long as he wished to. The ability of this magic was simple, and it was to slow down whatever they wished within a certain radius of themselves. It was part of the time manipulation. Time manipulation, huh? When he thought about this ability, the name of Agar's house crossed his mind. The Agar's house had the innate ability to manipulate time, but somehow, their time manipulation wasn't that particularly strong. Or was there just no strong devil ever born in this house? Yet, Riser had to say this ability was enviable since, if possible, he also wished to have this ability so he could return to the past and fix everything so his life wouldn't be so messed up. Still, everything had happened, and it was impossible for him to return to the past. Only, he wondered if it was possible for someone in the future to jump to the present time to fight him. Well, there shouldn't be, right? Riser-chan. Serafal opened her eyes, but she was still sleepy and exhausted since she had just lost her first time. It wasn't that she was weak, but Riser was just too strong. It's still early. Let's sleep. Looking at Serafal, who continued to sleep, Riser also continued to have a lazy life since it was his reward for his hard work. As for his enemies, there was no need to be in a hurry, and it was impossible for them to escape. As for the future individual, Riser crossed this possibility since he had never seen someone with such a powerful time manipulation ability, and even if they had such an ability, he didn't care since he couldn't die anyway. In the corner of the underworld, a figure with a muscular body full of wounds suddenly emerged with panic on his face, but when he looked at his surroundings and checked the current timeline, he sighed in relief, but at the same time, he had made up his determination. Issei-senpai, I will definitely stop him. Chapter 298, Bumpy Road. Wani-sama was so cute at that time. Stop it. Don't tease your Wani-chan, So-chan. When they woke up, Sona teased Serafal. Usually, Serafal would tease Sona, but this time, their role was reversed. As last night was Serafal's first time, Sona managed to get her revenge against her older sister, who had always caused her embarrassment. When she thought about last night, she couldn't help but tease Serafal again, and naturally, Serafal wasn't used to being teased by her little sister. Watching the relationship between the two sisters, Riser smiled and thought that making a harem was the best way to make all the women happy. Naturally, many would argue that monogamy was the best. Yet, when one is happy, there must be another who is unhappy. This was something inevitable, and to be honest, there was no perfect way. Riser couldn't say he was perfect, but he was trying his best since living in the supernatural world was hard. Still, their conversation turned into a strange turn all of a sudden. But So-chan, you should do your best, or else I might get his first child. You should know how hard it is to get a child as a devil, right? After enough teasing, Serafal and Sona talked about having Riser's child. Riser. After the Great Red Incident, all of his women wished to be impregnated by him. Yet, Riser didn't want to have children, at least for now. While he could have children if he wished to, he didn't want to make a weakness for himself. A woman aside, a child was different. Moreover, instead of a chaotic environment where his children might be targeted, Riser wished to make a safe environment where his children could live freely without worry. He still had many enemies, and making his women pregnant now definitely wasn't a good choice. Are you done mating? 3x. Riser, Serafal, and Sona fell in silence when they saw Ophis suddenly appear before them. While Ophis might seem like a little girl, she was much older than Serafal. Probably, Ophis might have been born before this world even began to form. Who taught you that word? Riser was speechless and alarmed, wondering who dared to teach Ophis such crude knowledge. Zenobia. Taking a dango as a bribe from Riser, Ophis reported without hesitation. Serafal stared at Riser and Sona. As Riser sighed, Sona closed her eyes helplessly and looked at Riser. Don't pamper her this time. I really need to educate this stupid girl. Go. Sona left directly as she needed to teach Zenobia. So, is it good? Ophis asked curiously as she nibbled her dango. Aren't you genderless, Ophis-chan? You don't need to think too much. Just eat, Ophis-chan. Serafal patted Ophis' head gently like Ophis was her little sister. After asking many questions before, Riser and Serafal knew that Ophis was genderless. This little girl's body was nothing but a physical form that she chose, but if she wanted to, she could create a bigger body like Seraphol. Moreover, if you mate with Riser, you can't defeat him. Why can't I defeat him if I mate with him? Ophis felt weird and curious. Because by then, you will love him and wish to stay with him forever. Love? What is that? Seraphol was about to teach this infinite dragon, but her head was knocked on by Riser. Stop saying something stupid. I am trying to help you. Seraphol felt that as long as Ophis was with Riser, every conflict would be solved, and there wouldn't be any problems anymore. Moreover, everyone would live happily, especially when the combination of Riser, Seraphol, and Ophis definitely wasn't something that one could ever think to defeat. It also was far better than letting this be used by others, right? Lastly, Riser definitely wouldn't use Ophis since his strength was above her. This was the difference between Riser and the Cow's Brigade. If the Cow's Brigade were to exploit Ophis, then Riser wouldn't do that. Riser knew Seraphol's thoughts, but he didn't want to use it to have much of an interaction with Ophis since this infinite dragon was too pure, and her experience was as good as zero. Don't listen to her. If you want to defeat me, then do it. If you want to stay here, just stay. Just follow whatever you wish it is. My wish. Ophis stared at Riser and fell in silence. Her wish was to return to the dimensional gap, but Riser told her that she could return to that place if she wished to. Yet, strangely enough, when he told her that she didn't want to leave. While she wasn't sure of the reason, as she had never felt this feeling before, if she had to describe it with a single word, then it would be a curiosity. After all, Riser was able to defeat her greatest enemy, the Great Red. Moreover, he was the first one who could treat her gently and warmly. While the Dango was part of the reason why she decided to stay, she wanted to know much about him. Ophis is gone. Yes. At this moment, no matter what their factions were, all the executives of the Cow's Brigade gathered together. Still, unlike their previous confidence and haughty nature, at this moment, everyone was quite anxious. The reason why all of them decided to join the Cow's Brigade was due to Ophis since she gave her power and shared it with all of them so they could become stronger. So, if Ophis is gone, then was there even a point for them to join this organization? Yet, they knew that they couldn't get out since everyone had become a target of many forces within the supernatural world. To gain funding for their activity, they acted like robbers and did a lot of unforgivable things. As for why the other forces didn't dare to attack them carelessly, it was due to Ophis. If Ophis is gone, then those forces wouldn't hesitate to attack them, especially the Norse myth that wished to kill all of them. Whether it was the magician, hero, valley, or the remains of the old Satan factions, they were all thinking about how to clear up this storm. Yet, they didn't think about the others, instead, they thought about themselves. Nevertheless, Vala lost his calm, especially when he knew how troublesome it was when he knew how much he needed Ophis. So, do you know where Ophis is? Hearing this question, everyone put their attention on Euclid Lucifuge. It's Riser Lucifer, Euclid said with a sigh. Everyone. Still, the leader of the hero faction took an interest in this name. Riser Lucifer, huh? Meanwhile, Riser didn't know a new problem was staring in his direction, but even if he knew, this was normal since he had become a protagonist and a life was like this. It was impossible for everything to be smooth. The journey of life was full of bumpy roads, after all. However, to reach his destination, he wouldn't stop. Nevertheless, as he watched Sona reprimand Zenobia in the living room with a smile, causing the naughty exorcist to cry even harder, he suddenly noticed a figure that had been sitting on the corner of the room with a gloomy aura. Riser was startled, but then he realized who this was. Rosweiss. Hearing her name being called, Rosweiss looked up and then cried, full of injustice, Riser-sama. Chapter 299, My Wife is My Goddess. Rasis felt that her life had been full of hardship. Not only did she spend her childhood knowing that she didn't have the talent to inherit her family's magic, but she also spent all of her time studying and was unable to enjoy her youth. When she graduated, she worked directly under Odin, and her life was messed up as Odin often gave him a lot of trouble. Still, if Odin wasn't there, she wouldn't be able to meet her new employer, Riser Lucifer. Yet, all of a sudden, when her life was about to go straight to the moon, she was told that the Norse myth was in trouble and many of her acquaintances were dead. While her parents were okay, she was still sad about what had happened. However, this wasn't the end since when she left, she was told that Riser had disappeared after he fought the Great Red. When Rosweiss heard the news, she felt that all of the power in her body was drained, and she thought that everything was just a lie. She didn't want to believe it, especially when her heart started to fall for someone, yet that someone would disappear and he might have even died. So, even if she wished to stay with her family, she left and went to the underworld, but everything was too late. She didn't know what to do and just stayed at the station, helpless and in despair when she thought that she might not be able to meet him. Why? She wondered why she couldn't be proactive and stay by his side. When she thought of this, she wasn't sure how long she cried, and her heart was full of hatred, thinking of those who had taken all of her loved ones. Fortunately, a week later, Riser was able to return and solve the crisis that happened in the underworld. At that time, her monochrome-like world shone once again as she hurriedly went to his villa since she knew that place was the place where he would return. Yet unfortunately, she was late once again, but this time, she was late because his other women took him first, and it wasn't until a week later that she could meet him again. Frankly, her feelings became complex, both amazing and sad. She was amazed that Riser spent an entire week taking down all of his women, including the mother of his friend, which made her dumbfounded. Yes, Miss LaBelle, who couldn't wait to meet him, didn't care about anything and just went out to his villa under the gaze of all of his women. If they were dumbfounded, they somehow didn't feel surprised since they knew what Riser's bad hobby was. Yet, even so, they also understood why the mother of his best friend wished to be with Riser. Fortunately, everyone had their tacit understanding, and they wouldn't tell Riser's relationship with Miss La. So, during the past week, the screams and moans of females never stopped. His villa was filled with lewd sounds and scents all the time. Facing all of those women, Riser never bowed down and kept standing up, gaining his victory, which amazed Rossweiss. Yet, at the same time, she was sad since he forgot about her and spent all of his time with the others. However, this was natural, right? After all, she was nothing but his bodyguard. Frankly, she knew that her act was nothing but insolence, but she just couldn't help but show her grievance when she saw him. Sorry for making you worry. Still, when she heard his sincere apology, her heart softened. It's okay, Riser-sama. Are you okay? I am okay. Riser asked Rossweiss about the Norse myth and whether her family was okay. Hearing her concern, she quickly forgot about her grievance and told him that everything was okay. It's going to be okay. The Norse myth is going to create an alliance, and I will do all I can to help your home. As her hair was softly caressed, Rossweiss subconsciously leaned on him. Ah, she loved this. There was no need to worry about anything as long as she was by his side. His firm chest, gentle touch, and warmth made her addicted, and she just wished for this to continue forever. Still, Riser wondered whether he was already a qualified villain. The reason why the Norse myth was messed up was all due to him. If he didn't set up everything, then would Odin and most of the wealth of the Norse disappear? Unlike the devil, angel, and the fallen angel, who didn't have trouble with money, the Norse myth was different since they lacked resources. It wasn't that they were poor. Instead, their 9 worlds were amazing and vast with a variety of things, but most of those resources were controlled by the minority, and they also lacked innovation, so there wasn't much opportunity that could be given to the young generation. Moreover, due to the time this myth was born and the situation of the North at that time, everyone had a habit of being a miser as no one knew what was going to happen in the future. However, their wealth was taken away by the Cows Brigade, making them unable to prepare for the reparation of everything that was destroyed by the fake Ragnarok. Then, during this crisis, Riser would come out and help the Norse myth, becoming their savior, when the truth is that he was the destroyer. Still watching Rossweiss, who was in his arms, oblivious about everything, Riser wondered how she was going to react when she knew everything. Cough. So Sona-sama. While Rossweiss was scared and her face turned pale, Riser was speechless, looking at his wife, who stood by their side in silence. Yet he knew that it was a bit too much of him to caress another woman's hair when his wife was in presence. I noticed there was something on her hair before. So you helped her to clean her hair up? Sona asked. Riser nodded courageously. As Sona sighed, Rossweiss was even more scared. Yet, Sona didn't bother to trouble her husband since she didn't really mind either. As long as she was his wife, everything was okay. Still, Zenobia gave Riser a thumbs up. Riser. Rasis, can I call you that? Yes. I will be straight. Sona looked at Rossweiss and asked, do you want to become one of my peerage members? Riser was surprised, but he didn't stop Sona since he knew Rossweiss's potential wasn't bad. Rather, Rossweiss's potential was above the majority of Sona's peerage. Rossweiss was startled and asked curiously, do you mean that you want to turn me into a reincarnated devil? Yes. Sona nodded. What do you think? I will. I want to become part of your peerage member, Sona-sama. While Rossweiss wished to become Riser's peerage member, she knew that Riser's peerage members definitely didn't want someone to threaten their positions, and she also didn't want to become their enemies. Still, Sona was Riser's wife, and being a reincarnated devil under Sona was almost the same as being under Riser. Moreover, Rossweiss had always wished to become a reincarnated devil. You will be my rook from now on. Yes. Riser watched Sona take out her rook piece and turn Rossweiss into a reincarnated devil, thinking that he had changed many things in this world and that the future development would be even more chaotic than he could imagine. Oh, right, dear. Rias and Latia Astaroth wish to meet you. Staring at her knowing smile, Riser thought that he really needed to treat his wife well. Chapter 300, Confuse. Do you want to meet them? Sona asked. How long have they been waiting? Riser asked curiously since after he killed Tannen, he ignored everything and just spent all of his time with his women. Right after you return, they came directly to the city, waiting to meet you. Sona hesitated, then said, don't treat Rias coldly, okay? Just accept her as part of your harem. Riser was speechless by the words that came out of his wife's mouth. Was she really telling him to make Rias his woman? Frankly, while Riser was angry at Rias since he was the one who had messed him up, there was no doubt that she was beautiful, and he wasn't such a hypocrite, thinking that he didn't want to take her down. Probably after he fought the Great Red, he realized that he didn't want to have regrets in life. Riser knew that he might have become the strongest being in this world, but it didn't mean the trouble that came toward him would stop. Instead, he knew that many tricky things would come after him, one after another. While he was confident about his strength, he knew he couldn't take the other lightly. It was like a lion would use its everything to take down a rabbit. Still, if there was something that he regretted during his fight with the Great Red, it was the fact that he couldn't become Desperado. By becoming Desperado, he could affect fate and make it move in his favor. He could also increase his demonic power even further. While such a thing might be a small thing, especially after he had received the Chosen One that made him have a power similar to a protagonist and also devoured the Great Red, inherited all the power of the Great Red, including the power of this strongest being, if he could get more, why not, right? Yet, let's return to Rias. While Riser was greedy about Rias, he also didn't feel that much excitement toward her. He had a lot of women around him, and they were all beautiful. Frankly, their beauty wasn't much worse than Rias. If there was something that made Rias more special than the others, it would be her status as the main heroine of this story. Moreover, she was also Surzek Lucifer's little sister and the heiress of the Gremory house. His desire to conquer such a woman was definitely high, but that was before, especially when he thought about how many of his problems were caused by Rias. Even if Rias' life is miserable now, it was something fair, especially when she was the one who had caused all of his misery. Still, he was curious. What happened to her? Riser might have controlled Tannen, but as he fought the Great Red, he didn't put his focus on Tannen. Hearing his question, Sona told him everything about how almost half of the Gremory domain was destroyed, many of the branch family either died or were injured, Surzeka's peerage members were all dead, and her father was in deep injuries due to Tannen. Oh, there was also Issei. However, Sona didn't bother to explain about Issei since he had already passed away. Still, Riser knew that Issei should have died, right? Yet when Riser tried to search for boosted gear, he was unable to find it. Was there no new host for boosted gear? Still, the Longinus worked randomly, and everything was based on the system that was created by God. Even Azazel and the Gregory, who had learned about the sacred gears for so many years, were unable to understand the system created by God. Moreover, Riser also knew that the sacred gear would usually stay dormant unless the individual who was born with this power would awaken their sacred gears by a certain accident in their lives. Yet, it didn't matter since the boosted gear was only a mid-tier Longinus. While the power of boosted gear was good, it wasn't the strongest. Lastly, Riser confirmed that Issei had died, so his life should be peaceful now as no one would annoy him any longer. Still, while Riser did not care much about the misery that happened in Rias' house, he needed to show his concern. Horrible. Right. But I won't meet her and tell her that I am sorry. Huh. Sona was dumbfounded and asked, you don't want to make Rias your woman? You silly girl. Riser looked at Sona helplessly and asked, do you think that I am still in love with her or something? He held Sona on his arm and said, listen, Sona. You are my wife, and my love is for you. As for Rias, while her situation is quite regretful, this isn't the reason I should accept her as my woman. How should I explain this? He thought for a moment and found the correct word. It isn't ethical, right? Riser knew that he was greedy for Rias' body, but it wasn't the point that he would beg or move like a dog in heat. Instead, if possible, he didn't really want to meet Rias since it was troublesome. He didn't really want to have much drama in his life and just enjoyed the warmth of women. Rias might be able to provide him with the warmth of the woman, but there were many who could do what she could do. Moreover, wasn't it quite wrong of him to just sleep with her after what was happening to the Gremory house? Nevertheless, his answer surprised Sona. Sona knew that no matter how much she tried, she might not be able to replace Rias in Riser's heart, yet that didn't seem to be the case. No matter how beautiful and big Rias' breasts were, she was his wife, and he wouldn't change that. While Sona felt sorry for Rias, she was happy by his words. Naturally, Sona knew that Riser couldn't only be hers, but it didn't matter since she was his wife. Still, help her with the reconstruction of her domain. I will take out some money. Okay. Sona nodded. I will take care of the rest. Thanks. Riser kissed Sona's forehead, but then he noticed Sona kept staring at him. What's wrong? Are you sure that you don't want Rias? I am sure. Riser sighed helplessly, but then he remembered. Oh, right, you also said that Latia also wishes to meet me. Sona nodded and asked, do you want to meet her? Are you close to Latia? Not really. Sona shook her head. She is just a branch family of the Astaroth house. While we might meet on a certain occasion, our relationship isn't that close. It was said that only people with the same status would become friends with each other. Riser thought this sentence was correct. Yet, it couldn't be blamed, right? After all, the meeting of two people with different statuses was almost non-existent or rare. There might be some exceptions, but well, it didn't matter since now, it was a team to deal with a Juka. Still, you don't want Rias, but you want Latia to enter your harem. Riser looked at Sona and thought that he needed to show his majesty as a husband. Rias had been waiting for so long, but fortunately, Riser's city was great, and even if she waited for a week or more, it didn't matter since this place eased her heart, yet even so, her heart was still restless as she wished to meet him. Fortunately, she wasn't the only one who was restless since Latia Astaroth was also in the same situation. As they had been staying for so long and their situation was quite similar, they became closer to each other during this time. Then, suddenly, Sona came as if bringing good news. Sona, is he going to meet me? Sorry, Rias. Sona apologized. It seems that he is still quite busy. Rias felt like cold water was poured on her head once again, wondering what was wrong with her. But. Latia, come with me. Riser wants to meet you. Latia was surprised, thinking that she couldn't meet him, so this result was unexpected, and it brought a smile to her mouth. Yes, Sona-sama. Still, Sona didn't leave and just told Latia to follow Tsubaki, who would lead her to Riser since there was still something that she needed to talk about with Rias. Oh, right, Riser told me that he is also going to send help to your family. Only Rias didn't listen to Sona and just wondered what she should do. Chapter 301, Harem. Are you not going to meet Rias, darling? Akino asked helplessly. Kaneko didn't say anything, but she kept staring at Riser as she put her hands on Riser's lap. You want me to meet her? Riser asked while softly caressing Kaneko's hair. It's not fair, nya. I want a head pat, too, nya. Kuroka couldn't help but complain when she saw Riser pampering her little sister. After all, it was quite unfair for Riser to do so, especially when Kaneko wasn't even his mate. Even if Kaneko was her little sister, the matter of man was a different matter. Kaneko knew that Kuroka was noisy, so she simply ignored her big sister. However, Riser was too lazy to argue and just patted Kuroka's head. As they waited for Latia to come, Akino and Kaneko couldn't help but approach Riser, wondering why he didn't want to meet Rias. I know you are horny to her, nya. Kuroka rubbed her face against his belly, but as she was naughty, she definitely wasn't only rubbing his belly. If I am not wrong, she said that she was going to give you her virginity, right? Why not just accept, nya? Virginity. Riser thought that Rias was just joking at that time, and with what he had done to the Gremory house, was he going to just eat Rias like that? You are hard, nya. Riser quickly pushed Kuroka's head away, making her look at him contemptuously. While others might be in awe or respect him, this naughty cat had always been insolent, which made him quite helpless. Still, he knew that this was done by her deliberately as she wished to be punished by him. Yet, at the same time, Riser knew that he needed to do something about Rias. However, if he was asked, he was just exhausted and didn't want to have anything to do with Rias. If possible, they should just continue their own lives without bothering each other, but he knew such a thing was almost impossible. However, for now, he just didn't wish to meet her. Still, his thoughts were broken when he heard someone greet him. Riser-sama. The one who greeted him was Tsubaki, but she wasn't alone. Tsubaki, Latia. Riser-sama. It's great to meet you. Latia didn't care much when she saw how Kuroka latched onto Riser's pants too tightly as he tried to push Kuroka away. Moreover, this wasn't her first time meeting Kuroka, as she had met her when she thought that Riser and Kuroka were about to do something perverted within the sacred library. Nevertheless, facing Riser, who was well, she greeted him excitedly and also politely. At the same time, the group of women behind Latia also bowed their heads, following Latia's actions, but no one said anything and just kept their mouths shut. Oh, it's Latia-chan, nya. Kuroka also needed to greet Latia happily, like they were good friends. Come here, nya. Sit here. By the way, are you okay with yogurt? Yogurt and milk here taste good. Thank you, Kuroka, but let me talk with Riser-sama first. Latia was so grateful for Kuroka's cheerfulness and closeness, especially after what had happened lately. Still, she knew that there was something that she had to do, especially when she shouldered the expectations of her family. As expected, when Kuroka is excited about Latia, all of them become curious about Latia. While the news about the return of Riser was the one that attracted the most attention in the underworld, the matter of the Astaroth house was probably the third most gained attention. As for the second one, Naturally, it was the aftermath of Tannen. After all, Tannen's incident was a huge thing, especially when Ajuka and the other Maus were so helpless against this beast. Many places were destroyed, and many were killed. At this point, if Riser doesn't take over Tannen's domain and also gains custody of all of the dragons under Tannen, all of them would be killed as all the devils were furious at the dragons. Probably, the word dragon would anger any devil in the world, and it was the most hated existence by all the devils. Nevertheless, even if the problem of the Astaroth house was only the third, there was no doubt that it was also one of the greatest, especially when it was the house that caused the Cows Brigade and the Great Red to appear in the world. Moreover, when Riser disappeared to fight the Great Red, the Astaroth house couldn't escape responsibility for this incident since many thought that this incident happened all due to Diodora. Everyone thought that the ones who summoned the Great Red were Diodora and the Cows Brigade. While it wasn't the truth wasn't much different, or rather, the truth didn't really matter, as everyone needed a place to lash their dissatisfaction. After all, if Riser didn't appear, would Tannen dare to destroy and kill wantonly in the underworld? Moreover, Ajuka was so incompetent that he was unable to do anything to Tannen. Yet, no one dared to touch the Astaroth house since Ajuka still existed. However, with Ajuka's personality, he didn't care much about his own house. Probably, except for Surzek, he didn't have any feelings for anyone. Riser-sama, all of the Astaroth house, and I, as the new heiress of the Astaroth house, wish to apologize to you. Latia bowed her head so low that her head might even touch the ground, apologizing to him. This might be the first time she did this, but she knew that this was necessary, especially when she and her family were so desperate. Riser-sama, please forgive us. The woman behind Latia also apologized at the same time, and unlike Latia, they even groveled. Riser was speechless, but he didn't say a cliché Yasashi answer like, you don't need to apologize. I am okay. By then, the heroines would feel his kindness, then get closer, and fall in love like a cliché harem story was. As for their act of groveling, he had gotten used to the feeling of someone groveling on him, so he didn't care much, yet he only realized the woman behind Latia was Diodora's peerage member. As Diodora's peerage members, he knew that they definitely didn't have a good future. They might have been sisters in the church before, holy and pure, without a single stain, but as they were tarnished by Diodora and also related to him, their future was as good as dark. If they wanted to save their lives, they could only come to him. As for Latia, as the branch member of the family, it was impossible to become the new heiress of the Astaroth house, but due to Diodora, Latia could only be chosen. At the same time, Riser knew what they planned to do, and he sighed since the beauty of harem comedy, where all the girls fall in love helplessly with the protagonist, didn't exist. In a supernatural world, strength was the main attraction. It was also the reason why a lady with a high position would grovel like this in front of him. So, how are you going to apologize? Riser asked curiously. Latia and the others had been nervous as he was in silence, but as they heard his question, they had become determined. You can have all of us. All the problems existed due to weakness. So, as long as that weakness disappeared, the problem would disappear. However, your talent and power are limited, so how could you become stronger? The answer was simple, and it was to ask for the support of someone who was stronger. Watching Latia's beautiful face and body that wasn't even lost to Rias, Riser was in silence for a moment and thought that being attractive was really quite a trouble. You are excited, nya. Riser looked at Kuroka helplessly, who was still on his crotch, then sighed helplessly, pushing this naughty cat away. Yet, he gave a firm answer. Then, stay for a while. After all, he wasn't so hypocritical to reject such a beautiful woman. Hearing his answer, they knew everything would be alright from now on. Chapter 302, Dim Light. With everything resolved, Latia joined the club. Still, Diodora's peerage members didn't join immediately. Instead, they were taken care of by Riser's queen, Eubeluna, who told him that they should become maids first. Riser didn't say much since being the maid in his house was much better than being a slave of the others. Moreover, with his protection, even if they were part of Diodora's peerage members, they would be alright. Still, Riser wondered whether this was okay. Even if Diodora had tried to attack him before, he had become a loyal subordinate who sacrificed his life to kill his enemy. Yet, when Diodora passed away, Riser took care of Diodora's women and might even turn them into his women. However, when he thought about what would happen to them, he knew that he needed to do something. You don't need to worry, Diodora. I'll take care of them. As Diodora had done a good deed, Riser was going to take care of Diodora's women. Suddenly, Riser felt that he might still have a long way to go to become a villain. System. Nevertheless, he wasn't in a hurry to take care of them since his wife was still around, and his other women definitely wouldn't allow him to sleep with them, especially Diodora's peerage members, and would stop him no matter what since it would cause a lot of trouble in the aftermath. Still, as for Latia, they wouldn't stop Latia and thought that Latia would become a legal mistress, considering her status and all. Are you going to mate with them too? Ophis suddenly asked. Riser looked at Office, who pushed Kuroka away and then sat on his lap. Office-chan. You are being unfair, nya. You are unreasonable, nya. Kuroka showed her grief. If Riser pushed her, she didn't mind since she knew that this guy was at Sundra, but Office was different since this infinite dragon was a tyrant. The others also felt that Office was unreasonable, but as the second strongest being in the world, what could they do against Office? After Office stayed in his villa, as long as Riser didn't go on a date or mate with his women, she would stay with him and sit on his lap as if it were her home. Riser sometimes wondered when Office was going to return to the dimensional gap. Still, as he was in a good mood after he conquered the Astaroth house, he didn't care much about Office's childish action and her quarrel with Kuroka. However, there was something that he wanted to ask Office, so he needed Kuroka to be quiet. Kuroka, be quiet for a moment. I want to ask Office something. Kuroka. Cat, Office said plainly. Kuroka wanted to beat Office, but when she thought that she could do nothing, she could only sigh helplessly. How about you become bigger, nya? You can do it, right? I remember you can become as huge as a mountain, nya. If everyone remembered the most about Riser, it wasn't his flame manipulation or other techniques. Instead, it was his ability to make himself bigger. At that time, when he fought the Great Red, he became so enormous that everyone became ants before him. It had a great impact on everyone, as they had never thought that someone could do that. While such talk stopped when Riser disappeared, when he returned, this talk returned, and many devils with perverted thoughts sometimes said that their Lucifer had the biggest size. Sona was furious when she heard such news, especially when a sexy, famous actress somehow expressed her wish to sleep with her husband. Watching this news, Riser was speechless, but he didn't say anything since it improved the mood of the underworld after the catastrophe, yet he had to say, it felt weird. Be quiet for a moment. I want to talk about something with Office. What's wrong? Office looked at Riser curiously. Is there something on the dimensional gap? Riser asked. He knew the dimensional gap, but at the same time, he didn't know much, considering how dangerous that place would be. Only the strong could stay there, and those weaklings would die the moment they entered such a place. Nevertheless, Riser still remembered Risavim, whose memory he had taken a peek at before. He recalled that Risavim's wish was to visit another world, and to do that, Risavim had to pass the dimensional gap. Previously, such a thing couldn't be done since the Great Red existed, swimming in the dimensional gap. However, the Great Red was defeated by him. While many might have doubted him, this was the reality. Riser wasn't sure whether Risavim might go to another world, but at the same time, he wondered whether the creatures from another world might invade this world. While such a chance might be low since it wasn't so easy to go to another world, he wanted to ask whether Office had seen something strange in the dimensional gap. After all, prevention is better than cure, right? Riser knew the chance of the creatures from another world invading his world might be small, but it wouldn't be hurt to prepare, like how one brought an umbrella in case a rain happened. Hearing his question, Office fell into silence, but then she shook her head. Nothing. Nothing. Office nodded. There is nothing except for a few islands there. Except for a dangerous space, there were few lands that floated within the dimensional gap, but as only the strongest could live there, there was no living being except for Office and the Great Red that had ever lived in that place. Is that so? Yet, why did he feel worried? Is there something wrong, Riser-sama? Kaneko asked. Nothing. I just hope that I am overthinking. Riser wondered whether this was the effect of the Chosen One, since sometimes he could tell when a problem might occur. It was like he could see the fate, the invisible line that would lead him into a certain reaction, whether it was good or bad. Hearing his answer, they didn't question him anymore and thought about enjoying their stays, especially Zenobia and Sona's peerage members, since they would return to the human world soon. Still, while Akino and Kaneko were worried about their master, they knew that they couldn't force Riser, and they could only let everything move by fate. By the time Sona returned, Riser was spending time with his wife and also wanted to spend his time with Misla, since, after this, Sona would have to have a rating game against Serorg. After the last incident, Rias and her group decided to retire, especially when Issei passed away, and her domain was wrecked by Tannen. With many things happening, she felt that it was better to recuperate until everything got better. While Riser was surprised by Rias' choice, considering her personality and all, he also knew that it was the best choice for her, considering her current situation. Still, when he was about to go to Misla's villa, he thought of visiting the secret park where he went to Sona when they got married. It was also a place where they talked heart to heart. While he wasn't sure why he wished to visit this place, he just got this urge. Only fate often loved to play jokes, since, when he arrived, did he realize he wasn't alone. Under the dim light, her beautiful crimson hair was distinct. Rias. However, her act suddenly dumbfounded him. What are you doing? Chapter 303, Drown. When Sona told her that Riser couldn't meet her, Rias was confused, and at the same time, she was helpless. Nevertheless, she didn't go back immediately since when she returned, she knew that she needed to take care of many things in her home. At this point, there was no one that she could rely upon, and her mother was working hard to take care of their Gremory domain. While her grandma and ancestor helped out, Rias knew that as the heiress, she needed to do something, yet when many things happened, it was overwhelming, and she wanted to have a little escape, ignoring everything and enjoying a moment of peace. When she thought about this, she felt jealous and hated by her big sister-in-law, Graphia Lucy Phage. She was jealous that with Graphia's power, there was nothing that could stop her, and Graphia could do whatever she wished without anyone stopping her, but at the same time, she also hated her since Graphia wasn't there when the Gremory house was attacked by Tannen. While Tannen's issue was resolved by Riser, the aftermath of the incident was so heavy that she wished that everything was just a dream. Moreover, this incident also happened when he disappeared. At that time, when she knew he disappeared, her world stopped, and everything was crumbling. By that time, she realized that she had fallen for him. Regret and despair were probably the biggest feelings she felt at the time, as she just didn't know what to do since she knew that she couldn't meet him, but as the heiress of the Gremory and the urge of her mother, in the end, she could only grit her teeth and kept fighting, especially when her house was in crisis. Still, when the crisis ended and Riser appeared once again, the dawn came to her. It was something that she had been waiting for, so after she left the rest to her family, she decided to visit Riser with Kaneko and Aquino. Her family and the others didn't stop her since Riser's support was needed for their family. Unfortunately, Rias couldn't meet Riser. While Aquino could enter due to her status as Riser's lover, and Kaneko was also the same as she had a friendship with Ravel and also the little sister of Kuroka, Rias couldn't do the same. Nevertheless, Rias decided to wait since Riser's city had always intrigued him. This place made her calm, and she just didn't need to worry about anything as this place gave her peace of mind. Unfortunately, this peace was broken when she heard that he didn't want to meet her. It shocked her, and she couldn't even listen to Sona's words before she decided to wander around the city absent-mindedly. While she could tell Sona's worry, she knew that there was nothing Sona could do since every decision was on her husband, Riser. After Riser disappeared, Rias knew that the one who was devastated the most was Sona. At that time, she wished to stay by Sona's side, waiting for him, but when her home was on the verge of destruction, she could only grit her teeth and leave. Yet, it was also because of this that she couldn't be the first person who greeted him. Rias wondered whether Riser had misunderstood her. No, he isn't someone like that. Rias knew that Riser was at Sundara, and he was probably just awkward to meet her, especially when their last encounter was rather weird. She promised him to give her virginity, but then, those things happened. Rias wasn't sure what was happening when Riser disappeared, but she knew that his days definitely weren't easy and his fight was full of brutality, yet he still held on and kept fighting so he could return to everyone. Rias was in distress when she thought about it and wished to stay by his side, but she knew that it wasn't appropriate for her to do so. Many things happened, and her mind sobered. When Issei passed away, it was like everything was clear to her, especially all of the stupid and childish actions she had before. Yet, sometimes, Rias also wondered why Riser suddenly changed. It was like he had become a different person. If he is like that before. If Riser was like this, would all the trouble occur? By then, it wouldn't be weird to say that Ria's situation would be the same as Sona's, especially when her brother was Sirzek Lucifer. However, everything had become like this. Nothing could be changed unless one went to the past. Unfortunately, Rias didn't have the power of the Agar's house, and the power she inherited was the power of destruction. As she walked around the city, she thought about many things since there was really nothing that she could do at that moment. Yet, even if he didn't agree with her meeting, she still wished to meet him, hoping fate would meet all of them. Then, as she walked, she came to the lake where Riser and Sona confessed all of their feelings. It was also the place where Sona told him that she didn't mind him having a harem. I am really despicable. Rias knew how ugly she was, especially when Sona kept helping her, yet she kept hating and even had this unreasonable fury whenever she met Sona. Yet, she knew that Sona was innocent. Everything was born from her jealousy, as she wished to be in Sona's place. The more she thought, the more she wondered whether she was worthy of him. Rias also realized that Sona was more suitable to become his wife. Sitting on the bench built near the lake, Rias stared at the lake absently. She wasn't sure why she did this, but she stood up and walked toward the lake, ignoring the water, and kept walking until the water reached her waist. Even so, she didn't stop. For a human, when they pass away, they would enter either hell or heaven, depending on their actions. However, if they have a good relative, they might put you into heaven to curry a favor and gain the friendship of your relative. It was like how Issei's grandpa entered heaven because Issei was known as the strongest. Even if Issei's grandpa was as perverted as his grandson and even bothered the mothers of Issei's classmates, he was still able to enter heaven. Yet, what about the devil? When they die, where will they go? Would they enter heaven? Hell? Or would they enter an eternal darkness, a peaceful place where nothing could be seen? Rias wasn't sure, but soon, the water drowned her head as she sunk into the lake. Rias. Rias wondered whether she was dreaming, but she saw the men that she had been waiting for coming toward him. Was this a dream? Was this a place after a death? Rias didn't know, but she was happy as she saw how emotional he was. When he reached her, she stretched her hands toward him eagerly and kissed his lips deeply, ignoring the water that was about to drown her. Chapter 304, Mine. Riser, who was kissed, was stunned, but he used his fire to make all the water around him turn into steam. Naturally, this action didn't hurt Rias, as his control over his ability was even above a juka. Yet, their kiss didn't last long since he pushed her away. Cough. Cough. Rias coughed all the water in her mouth as they landed on the land. It was fortunate that he pushed her away. If not, then his mouth might be filled with some of her vomit now. What are you doing here? Do you want to commit suicide? Rias didn't immediately answer his question. She took a breath, calming herself, then stared at him and asked, "Why did you save me? If you die here, then Sona might be implicated." Huh? Sona. After all, who would believe the heiress of the Gremory would die by drowning? Rias blushed and lowered her head. While there might be a chance for her to die in the future, it definitely wouldn't be drowning since it was too lame, right? Riser didn't say much and just sat by Rias' side, wondering how they could meet each other. What are you doing by drowning yourself there? I don't know. I just want to feel how it feels to be there. How is it? It's okay. It was kind of scary at first, but when I saw you, it felt great. Riser glanced at Rias and thought that this woman was still a temptress. Sorry. Riser raised his eyebrows as he glanced at Rias, who apologized. Why did you apologize? For many things. Rias stared at Riser and said, I know that many things have happened between us, and you also have been in pain due to me. That's why let me apologize to you. However, she noticed his expression was quite strange. What's wrong? It feels creepy when you honestly apologize to me. Rias pursed her lips and lightly hit her shoulder against him before staring at the purple sky of the underworld. I have been thinking about many things and realize how childish, ugly, and selfish I am. Before, she might try to hide it, pretending that she didn't notice anything, but the more she tried to hide it, the more ugly she was. The makeup that she had put on her face crumbled, and nothing was left. When she lost him, she realized that, and she knew that she wasn't worthy of him. At least, she couldn't be his wife since his wife could only be Sona. Thank you for your gentleness, too, Riser. Riser wasn't used to seeing Rias like this, especially when she often showed her haughty and proud expression. Frankly, if possible, he wanted her to hate him and kept maintaining that expression so that it would feel so good when he conquered her, and his revenge would taste thousands of times better. Yet, what was this? Riser wasn't happy at all, and he just felt he was childish. Yes, childish. This is probably how he is now. Surzek had died, so that's it. Yet, Riser wasn't going to give mercy and almost destroyed all of the inheritance of the Gremory. While he didn't regret his actions since, in this world, being kind definitely would make him be killed by the others, watching the woman who once he loved and a woman who had caused all of his mayhem to show this kind of expression felt so awkward. But isn't this good? Riser thought that there was no need to be entangled with those strange emotions and many problems behind them. As for what he did to the Gremory house, Riser knew that this was something that he had done, but this was a fault that he couldn't erase, no matter how long it was. Sorry. Huh. Rias was surprised. Why did you apologize? It's the same as you. I feel like I have done many things for you. Yet, he wouldn't explain it. Rias chuckled and said, You are too cute. Riser stared at Rias helplessly and asked sternly, Aren't you too rude, Rias Gremory? I am sorry, Lucifer-sama. Rias stuck out her tongue cutely as she apologized. It's not easy for you to apologize. Oh. Please tell me how you can forgive me, Riser-sama. Watching her coquettish action, Riser felt they should stop playing. Alright, let's stop. Rias was still smiling and said, That's true. It isn't good for us to play like this. Riser stood up and then stretched his hand to Rias. Rias also accepted his help and held his hand, letting him pull her. Yet, when he pulled her, her smutty body was presented rawly before him. While he might have boiled the water of the lake until it turned into steam, her dress was still wet, sticking into her body tightly, showing how lewd and hot the shape of her body was. Her crimson hair stuck against her face, wet as her eyes kept staring into him with a gentle smile. The contrast between her body and her expression was just arousing. Still, Riser closed his eyes for a moment, then asked, What are you doing after this? I will go back. I can't leave my parents and family so long since we need to rebuild the domain of the Gremory house. Good luck. Rias suddenly chuckled. What did you laugh at? Nothing. Rias smiled. It was just that your answer was like our previous conversation during my brother's funeral. What did you mean by that? Yet, their hands are still holding each other. Hot and sweaty. Riser could feel that from Rias' soft palm. If he let go of this palm, then everything would be over. Their relationship was nothing but a friend, and at best, it was just his wife's friend. Rias didn't urge him and just smiled softly. Still, he let go of her hand and said, "See you later. I will visit your home later." Rias closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then tried to show her smile again. Yes. Watching Rias, who was about to turn and leave, Riser suddenly wanted to laugh at how hypocritical he was. Feeling guilty. Not worthy of her. Why were you pretending to be a saint? After what he had done, why should he hesitate? Moreover, he was a devil, and he knew no matter how messed up he was and how it would seem to be, he wanted this woman for himself. When Rias was about to leave, her wrist was grasped. She was startled and turned. She couldn't finish her words as her lips were taken. Widening her eyes, she then closed them again, hugging his neck in adoration and excitement before enjoying their first intimacy. Chapter 305, Spoiled Girl. When his break was over, Riser appeared in front of the public, saying encouragement to everyone. Frankly, he felt like Lucifer's role was as a president or prime minister in the world since he still needed to maintain a good persona in front of everyone. Still, unlike those presidents or prime ministers, as his role was gained by his strength, he had a lot of freedom. Moreover, there was no need to appear all friendly to everyone. As the leader of the supernatural being, what he needed to do was to become strongest, and by then, everyone would naturally follow. When everyone saw him, everyone roared in excitement as if their bodies were on fire. In their eyes, they were filled with adoration, fascination, and even obsession whenever they saw him. Riser felt strange when he saw their eyes, but at the same time, he also had to sigh, thinking how the playboy who made a harem with his little sister became an existence that was adored by everyone like this. Even Michael and Barakiel, who watched this, also knew that if the angel and the fallen angel wanted to continue their existence, they had to follow Riser. Fortunately, Riser wasn't like those devils that appeared in the Bible, an existence that pulled someone into sin and hell. While Riser definitely wasn't a good person or even ruthless, there was nothing wrong with it since this was what was sought by everyone. Moreover, he was quite unmotivated and only moved when it was necessary, which was a great thing. Still, if there was a problem, it was his identity, which was a devil, so Michael or Barakiel was afraid that he would put all of his favorability to the devil. Barakiel aside, as he had a good daughter, Michael knew that it was necessary to connect Riser with an angel or someone affiliated with the church. While he knew that it was wrong, especially when the devil had always been the enemy of the church and the angel, in front of overwhelming power, there was nothing that could be done. Michael knew that no one would reject him, and as long as he talked, many would be eager to become Riser's women, but somehow, a certain group within the church emerged before his mind, which gave him a headache. If they were really going to trouble him, then. Michael thought for a moment and felt that it was really necessary to make a deeper connection with Riser. With that tool, everything will be solved. Riser didn't know what Michael was thinking. After his speech in the media, he just went back to doing his job quietly before he visited the Gremory domain, giving a speech or two to encourage everyone and also giving aid. Moreover, he helped with the architectural design of the new Gremory domain. Hearing whether it was Lord Gremory or Lady Gremory, they were so happy since they knew how amazing Riser's architecture was. During the attack on Tannen, many domains were attacked, but those whose domains were designed by Riser were all well, and Tannen's attack couldn't penetrate the defense created by Riser's architecture. Watching this, when Riser returned, everyone wished for him to design their domain, but naturally, it wasn't cheap, and how could they ask Lucifer to do this? However, their security, which related to their lives, was important, so they used their daughters, wives, and even cute ancestors to ask for a request from him so he could design their domain. While he was speechless, they were all rejected by his wife and his women. There were too many women around him, and they didn't want him to add more women, especially when a dangerous opponent entered the game. However, as this opponent had been speculated to enter his harem, no one said much, and they felt that it was natural. At this moment, Riser realized that his image was impossible to change. However, Sona never blamed him. "It's okay. As long as I am your wife." When he heard that answer, Riser felt both guilty and happy to choose her as his wife. At the same time, he sighed helplessly since there were too many temptations when he stood in this place. Still, he shook his head and focused on his job, but suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his office. He didn't even look up and just answered. "Enter." "Riser, am I bothering you?" Riser looked up and saw Rias, who looked at him with a mischievous smile. Unlike before, there was no trace of sadness on her face, and her smile was so warm. Standing in front of the door of his office, Rias tied her hair in a ponytail, showing off her graceful white neck. She also wore a white t-shirt that gently wrapped the obvious softness within her chest. Riser glanced at her chest and saw the purple bra seen through from the outside of her white t-shirt. He raised his brow and asked, "What's wrong?" "I brought you a little snack and a coffee. Come in." Rias smiled, then quickly entered and closed the door. Riser didn't say anything and continued to do his job, but he couldn't concentrate when she stood so close by his side. After she put down the tray on the table in the middle, she came and curiously looked at his job. Still, while she was amazed by the design architecture that he designed, she was more attracted by his solemn attitude when he worked. "You are distracting me." "Ah, sorry." "No, it's okay." Riser glanced at his side and saw her pressing her breasts against him haughtily, sighing inwardly, thinking that her breasts were really outrageous. Nevertheless, as he was baptized by Akino's softness, he could face Ria's softness calmly. This should be the case, but she had become his woman at that time, and he knew how excited she was when he stayed in her domain. This office was also specially built for him in a single night so he could focus on his work, but with Rias by his side, he felt that it was impossible for him to concentrate. After being reprimanded, Rias showed a forced smile as if she didn't want him to notice her sadness. She knew that he was busy, but even so, she wished to stay close to him and be held gently yet roughly at the same time. She also missed his wild and hot gaze that wished to possess every being, which caused her a shiver of excitement. When she thought about all of that, somehow, she knew why many women wish to be held by him. Still, when she was on her thought, she noticed a hot gaze from him. Her body was hot, like a fire was burning her entire body, and she had expected his next action. Riser took her lips, kissing her, from slow, then roughly, attacking all of her weak points. While Rias became meek and tamed by him that she wished for him to caress and hold her, Riser still maintained a proper distance, then parted their lips. Staring into her eyes, which were moist and clearly expressed her intention, he calmly said, "Sit quietly on the sofa. Be a good girl. When I am done, I will take care of you." Like a good wife, Rias nodded, but then, as she was spoiled, she looked at him timidly and asked, "Why can you kiss me again?" Riser sighed. How troublesome. However, he didn't reject her and kissed her forehead tenderly. Rias felt like a flower blooming in her heart, and she wanted to jump into him like a naughty child, but this time, someone knocked on the door. "Dear, can I come in?" The door was opened, and Akino poked out her head, noticing Rias, who was inside. She sighed helplessly and said, "If you are there, he can't focus on his job." "I know." Rias pouted, showing her defiance, yet could she be blamed? When Riser left the Gremory domain, Riser couldn't only be hers. While here, Rias still needed to share him with Akino, it was still within her tolerance, and the two were best friends, so it didn't matter if they shared. Moreover, as she was Akino's master, there was no need to worry. However, if they were outside, she couldn't own him alone, and she knew she needed to give him to Sona. Yet, she didn't really mind since she had accepted her status. "By the way, Rias, Asia wants to talk with you." Asia. When the door was fully opened, Asia was seen behind Akino with a forced smile and timidity. "Bubucho-san." She greeted Rias normally before greeting Riser politely. "Riser-sama." Riser nodded lightly as he observed this pure blonde girl, thinking that he somehow understood why Diodora Astaroth loved to taint a nun. Chapter 306, Softly. Unlike Rias, Kaneko, and Akino, who had moved on, Asia couldn't do so since the person that she had cared about had died. The death of Issei hit her so much, but at the same time, she knew that she needed to do something, especially during the crisis of the Great Red and Tannen. Whether it was Issei or Riser, the two of them disappeared from this world, bringing a shock to everyone. Even worse, Tannen went on a rampage in the Gremory house, and Asia knew that she couldn't ignore those who were hurt. Yet, unlike Issei, who had disappeared and died, Riser returned and brought hope once again to everyone. At that time, Rias, Kaneko, and Akino became cheerful once again. Their nightmare ended, and their dawn of happiness came. As for Issei, they clearly forgot about him. Yet, Asia didn't blame them since she knew the impression of Issei on everyone wasn't good. Staying with Issei, while she could list some of his good points, she could even better list his bad points. Still, the reason why she came to this room wasn't to talk about Issei. Issei passed away. This fact can't be changed no matter what. While she could see that Rias, Akino, and many others started to forget about Issei, it didn't matter as long as Asia remembered him. "What's wrong, Asia?" Rias asked curiously. "Bucho-san, Riser-sama, I want to ask a request." "Request? Can you not erase the memory of Issei-san's parents?" Asia asked with a hopeful expression on her face. Even though Issei had passed away, his parents were still alive. However, Rias told her that Rias was going to erase the memory of Issei from everyone. While she knew it was necessary, she just couldn't help it. "Asia." Rias looked at Asia helplessly, then said softly, "Asia, you should know how dangerous the supernatural world is. What do you think if they still remember the memory of Issei? Do you want them to die?" Aye. Naturally, Asia didn't want to, but. She didn't want it since if Issei's parents forgot about Issei, then who would remember Issei? Do you still remember what had happened to my domain? Even we, the famous noble family in the underworld, are unable to do anything in the face of such a crisis. Issei's parents are just normal humans. I know that you might not be able to accept it, but if you let them remember everything, then they might die, you know. I know. Asia was helpless, but when she thought about Issei, her courage became stronger. But, what if I protect them, Rias Bucho? You want to protect them? Rias raised her eyebrows and shook her head. It's too dangerous. Asia was the weakest among her peerage, and she felt worried about leaving Asia for such a job, especially when Asia was in a support role and hardly had a means to attack. Please, Rias Bucho. Rias wanted to say something, but Riser interrupted them. Can you talk somewhere else? Frankly, this conversation had nothing to do with him, and he was too lazy to hear about everything related to Issei. I am sorry, Riser-sama. Of all the individuals, Asia didn't want to anger Riser since she knew that Riser hated Issei. If she angered Riser, then she was afraid that he might hurt Issei's parents. While the chances weren't high, as she knew that Riser didn't have a hobby for bullying the weak, if she angered him, then she knew she could do nothing. Still, Riser noticed the gaze of Rias and Aquino, who were staring at him as if he were bullying Asia. He rolled his eyes, then asked Asia, do you want them to remember Issei, or do you want them to remember you? What do you mean, Riser-sama? Your request. Just what do you want to do? Do you want them to remember the loss of their son, living sadly, or forget about him and live without worry? Asia lowered her head since she knew that Riser was correct. Everything was just her selfish request, as she knew that if Issei's parents remembered Issei and knew that Issei had died, they would be living in sadness. Still, she couldn't help it as she thought that she was the cause of Issei's death. The reason for Issei's death was her being kidnapped by Diodora. If such an accident hadn't happened, then everything wouldn't have become like this. If she was stronger. If she was the one that died. Are you blaming yourselves for his death? Ah. Asia was startled by his voice. Then, you should continue to blame yourselves. Riser. 2x. Aquino and Rias were shocked by his cold words. However, Asia tightened her body and lowered her head, trying to make her body as much as possible. Yet, his cold and cruel words were much more comfortable than the kindness and gentleness given by the others who were worried about her. Because of that, you need to be responsible for his parents. Give them happiness in the place of his dead son. Be their children in the place of that perverted dragon. As a devil, it is your job to uphold the contract of your contractor. Riser looked at Asia and asked, can you do that? Yes. The death couldn't be resurrected, so the only way for her to fix everything was to become the child of the Haida couple in place of Issei. Still, with this matter settled, everyone would forget the memory of Issei. Only those who were strong and weren't affected by the devil's ability were the only ones who would remember Issei. Still, Asia knew what to do, and she knew it was her responsibility to take care of the Haida couple after the death of Issei. Hearing Riser's words, Aquino and Rias smiled, thinking that Riser was as tsundere as ever. If you are done, then don't bother me. Yes, I am sorry for bothering you, Riser-sama, and thank you. Asia lowered her head and apologized before thanking him softly. Still, she peeked at him secretly and thought that she was different from what she imagined. As the relationship between Issei and Riser was bad, Asia had always thought of Riser as cold and brutal, especially when Riser often beat up Issei, and it was also the reason why she didn't understand why Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were smitten by him. Yet, after hearing him, Asia realized that he wasn't as bad as he seemed. He might seem cold, but he was warm. Moreover, even if he hated and wished to kill Issei, he had never thought to kill Issei's parents. Asia felt that Riser was different from what she imagined, and somehow, she became curious about him. Then, excuse me. Asia didn't want to bother Riser anymore and left as she knew what she needed to do. Only Riser felt Aquino and Rias gaze on him. If you have something to say, then say it. Nothing. 2x. Rias and Aquino somehow worked together to tease him. Riser stared at the two and said calmly before he continued his work, wait in a few hours, I will clean up you too. 2x. The two docilely answered. It's a bit plain, but Happy New Year. Chapter 307, Protagonist from now on. How is it? Did you enjoy my husband well? He is good. Riser tried to ignore the conversation between Sona and Rias, but he couldn't since they were just too insolent. Still, they couldn't blame them since he knew that it was also his fault to move based on his lust. However, even though it was a mixed trip with the group of both Rias and Sona, everyone familiarized themselves with each other, and their relationship was quite warm. The Gremory group might have lost against the Citri group, but there was no anger or hate as the master of the Gremory group, Rias Gremory, had become Riser's woman. Frankly, staying with Riser made Kiba and Gasper feel nervous, especially when they knew how powerful and brutal he was, yet somehow, that image changed, especially when Issei wasn't by their sides. Instead, they felt like they were full of respect for him and felt that he was someone worthy to follow. Asia also felt the same, especially when Riser was the one who helped her to change Ria's decision to erase the Hayato couple's memory. Even though the memory of Issei was erased, as long as she could become their child, she knew that everything would be okay as she wished to repay them for what Issei and they had done to her. Nevertheless, because of this, her image of him changed, and she wondered who the real him was. Rias, has your older sister been found? Not yet. Rias sighed helplessly. I wonder where she is. Her feelings towards Grafia are quite complex now, as she was glad that Grafia had stopped her from doing something stupid in the past, and at the same time, she also wondered why Grafia never did anything when the crisis happened in the Gremory domain. Without Surzek, Grafia was the strongest, and her existence was necessary to protect the Gremory house. If Grafia existed, would the Gremory house have been humiliated before? No way. It was because Grafia disappeared as if she had died that no one put the Gremory house into their eyes. As the strongest queen, Grafia's power was absolute. She gained the ultimate devil in the rankings and had challenged Seraphal's position as Leviathan in the past. To achieve all of those things, Grafia's power was undoubted. Yet, she disappeared and even ignored her son. While there was no doubt Grafia was powerful, she definitely wasn't a good mother from her actions when facing what had happened. If you find her, please tell me, okay? Rias knew that Riser had a wide connection with a variety of beings in the supernatural world, especially due to his commercial activities, so if possible, she wished for him to use that connection to find her older sister. I will. Riser also wished to meet Grafia, but his purpose was pure. First, he wanted to help Rias since he knew that the existence of the strong was needed if Rias's family wanted to grow. While he was there by Rias' side, it wouldn't hurt to have a more powerful individual, right? Moreover, he felt that it was dangerous for such a beautiful woman to stay alone in the world. Along with her sensitive and depressed mentality after a tragedy, wasn't it normal for him to worry about her? By the way, dear. Why did you decide to visit the human world? Sona asked. She knew how lazy her husband was. If he could stay in the underworld, he would stay there. If he didn't have to work, he would stay inside the room. If he didn't need to walk, he would lay. If he didn't need to wake up, then he would sleep. Anyway, frankly, if he wasn't so attractive, there was no need to worry about him. Moreover, she had to say those who provoked him were stupid since she knew if no one troubled him, nothing would happen. Yet, some were just stupid, and their heads were just working differently. I am going to rest. I don't want to work. Everyone. Hearing such words from Lucifer, they didn't know what to say. Then, you don't need to. Just rest by my side. Rias hugged him gently and pampered him. Riser. I was joking. I thought I would check my business in the human world. What's with those eyes? I am serious. Sona sighed helplessly, then asked, are you going there alone with Rossweiss? That's the plan. Rossweiss, who never said anything and stayed on the side, nodded with a smile. You should take more people with you so they can take care of you. Like a mother who couldn't bear to see her baby stay alone, she thought of sending a babysitter. Riser wondered whether his image was really that bad. However, Rossweiss felt that she was good enough, but when she wanted to voice her dedication. Me. Zenobia raised her hand high. I will go. Sona stared at Zenobia helplessly since somehow she felt like Zenobia would cause trouble instead of helping Riser. Okay, then. Go. Yahoo. Rossweiss. Can I go too? Irina raised her hand timidly, yet it couldn't be helped, right? After all, she was the only angel among this group of devils. Even though her friend was around, she was still nervous, especially when Michael told her to help Riser as long as she could. Irina didn't think too much at that time, and she also felt that it might be fun to follow Riser, especially when she knew the angel needed to learn more about this strongest Lucifer. Okay. Sona nodded and agreed. Let's have fun together, Irina. Zenobia hugged Irina tightly and whispered softly, we will teach you. What do you mean? As Zenobia and Irina interacted, Asia suddenly raised her hand. Can I go too? This time, everyone was dumbfounded since Asia was the closest girl to Issei, and her feelings toward Riser should be complex, especially when Riser had done many things to Issei, yet Asia wished to follow Riser. Are you sure, Asia? Rias asked as her brow rose, wondering what Asia was planning to do. If Asia planned to do something bad, even if she thought it was impossible for Asia to do so, she might as well stop her. I want to learn more about Riser-sama. Asia said softly with a gentle smile. Everyone. Gasper and Kiba looked at each other before they shook their heads and sighed, but what could they do? It was Asia's wish, and they didn't have a right to stop her. Moreover, they knew with the current situation of the Gremory house, having Riser as a friend was far more beneficial. Moreover, they also knew that Riser wasn't a decent guy, especially when they saw his sacrifice to save the underworld up close before. Lastly, it was far better than having Asia fall deeply into sadness. Rosweiss. Nevertheless, with everything decided, Rosweiss, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia would follow him on this trip. Oh, there was also Ophis. Kaneko stared at Ophis, who sat on Riser's lap naturally resentfully, but with her power, what could she do? Dear, can I ask you something? What's wrong? Looking at his wife, who started to act coquettishly, Riser was speechless, but he had to say she was cute. Sure. Chapter 308, We Never Learn. Even though his wife had asked him for a request, Riser didn't immediately go. Instead, he went to Tokyo with everyone and went to the famous Destiny Land theme park with the 5 girls. Along with Magari, the 7 of them had fun together, playing for the entire day with all of their might without worry. Still, watching Ophis, the infinite dragon, who wore a mouse-like headband while playing with her usual blank expression on the merry-go-round, made him wonder whether everything was okay. Wouldn't she consider wearing a mouse-like headband as a humiliation as she was an infinite dragon? Fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case, as she enjoyed her time. As for Rosweiss, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, they enjoyed their time much. While Riser also enjoyed his time, it wasn't his first time, so he wasn't that excited. Meanwhile, he could see that those 4 really had a blast. It's good that they can enjoy themselves. Magari smiled as she stood by Riser's side. You act like a parent to them. I am much older than them, so isn't it normal? Magari looked at Riser and said, It's you who is weird to sleep with someone who is as old as your mother. Weren't you the one who attacked me? What did you say? Riser rolled his eyes and thought that being older meant that one needed to become shameless. Still, it might be some time before you conquer this country. You think so? Of course. Magari didn't have a doubt. The devil, angel, fallen angel, the East Yukai faction, Japanese pantheons, Norse pantheons, and the 5 principal clans are all going to come under you. There is also Greek myth, and probably the West Yukai faction is going to join you too. Riser nodded, but then, he raised his brow and asked, Wait, 5 principal clans. Are they going to join the alliance? Don't you know? Magari was confused by his reaction. They are not my people like you, so of course, I don't know. Well, that's true. Apart from the East Yukai faction and the fallen angel, Riser never went on himself to conquer a certain group anymore. Yet, it surprised him to learn that the 5 principal clans were going to join the alliance, considering how they disdained the change. But if you think carefully, it isn't that surprising, especially after you defeated the Great Red. When the news of his disappearance when he fought against the Great Red, instead of happiness, they felt at a loss for his disappearance. Being under him was already something natural, and they were comfortable with it, so when he disappeared, they didn't know what to do. Even though nothing had changed, especially when he had taken care of and guided them carefully in what to do, without him, everything was just different. Fortunately, he was okay and returned after defeating the strongest being in the world. With that reputation, it wouldn't be weird for the 5 principal clans to join the alliance, right? Riser thought so, but he didn't really like the 5 principal clans, especially when many of his enemies came from these clans, and the source of his women's misery was also due to these clans. Then, suddenly, he was told that those clans had decided to join the alliance to gain his protection. No, it feels weird. The Norse, Greek, and the East Yukai faction aside, he knew nothing about the 5 principal clans, and someone should have notified him instead of knowing this matter from Magari by chance. He felt something fishy, so he asked, Do you know who is the one who takes care of this matter? According to Nurarihion's spy inside the 5 principal clans, it should be Azazel. Azazel, huh? Azazel is definitely not the only one who took care of this matter, as Riser could picture the face of one powerful devil who wished for him to be killed. I see. Riser knew that he couldn't wait as long as time wouldn't wait for anyone. During this trip to the human world, he would try to expand his power and erase those who possessed harmful thoughts toward him. As for the threats, such a thing didn't exist, especially after he devoured the Great Red and had the companion of Ophis, who stayed by his side all the time. Moreover, even if his opponent were a dragon, he had a Samel that he had kidnapped from the Cocytus. Tell Nurarihion to tell me if he notices something strange. You think that they plan to do something? Magari asked with confusion since she felt that was impossible. Riser was the strongest, yet a group of humans dared to do something to him. Weren't they just asking for death? I hope that I am wrong, but just in case, okay. Okay. Magari nodded. I will tell him later. Oh, give this to him. Riser then took out a wakizashi and a small katana and gave them to Magari. This is my mocking gear. It has the ability to disappear completely. Magari. Tell him the name of this weapon is vodka. Magari. By the way, this is for you. Riser then took out a necklace and put it onto Magari's neck. Thank you. Magari smiled affectionately when she got the first gift from him. The necklace was beautiful and elegant, but even so, it didn't attract much attention like the sun shone brightly on the day. Instead, it was like a star that quietly shone around the night sky. It has the ability to slow down anyone around you. Be careful when you use it. Thanks. Magari kissed him deeply and didn't let him go, wishing to breed many kitties for him. She might be old, but it didn't mean that she couldn't have a child after all. Have you named this necklace? How about Fine Motion? Well, it's okay. The name was as unique as ever. Nevertheless, Magari didn't forget about what Riser had entrusted to him, so after they went to the hotel and did it for an hour, she quickly returned to the headquarters of the East Yokai faction to tell Nurarihayan and also gave him a weapon given by Riser. While Riser was curious about what Azazel and Ajuka planned to do with the 5 principal clans, he started to make a list of what he should do in this human world. Chapter 309, it's his duty to take care of them, right? After they went to play, they stayed in the most luxurious room in the hotel inside the theme park. Still, when Riser was writing something, the girls gathered in a different room, talking about their experience. Still, while Irina, Asia, and Rosweiss were quite embarrassed to stay in the same room as Riser, due to a certain coincidence, there were no more rooms, so everyone could only stay in the same room. Nevertheless, even though they stayed in the same room, there were many rooms inside this luxurious room, so when Riser went to work, all the girls stayed together, including Ophis. No, it should be said that Riser threw Ophis out and let others take care of her. Geez, Ophis-chan, you have a stain on your mouth. Rosweiss sighed helplessly as she wiped Ophis' mouth, which was stained with ice cream. Ophis didn't say anything and just let Rosweiss wipe her mouth. Still, Zenobia aside, whose mind was as empty as ever, Irina and Asia were speechless. Unlike Rosweiss, who knew nothing about Ophis, the two of them knew who Ophis was, so when they saw how Rosweiss treated Ophis, they felt a little scared as they knew that Ophis was a similar existence to the Great Red, who almost destroyed the underworld. However, as they had spent a day together, Asia and Irina knew that Ophis wasn't a bad girl and she was just like them. So, even if they stayed in the same room together, they felt comfortable. The only problem was the thought that they stayed in the same room as Riser. Was this really okay? Still, when Riser went to work for a while, they knew that they might be thinking too much. Only Zenobia suddenly knocked on the door where Riser was. Then, when she got permission, she opened the door and asked, Riser-sama, we're going to take a bath. Do you want to enter together? Zenobia. 3x. Irina, Asia, and Rosweiss were startled, and their faces were covered with a cute blush. Riser was glad that Zenobia was such an insightful woman, but he knew that this wasn't appropriate. It's okay. I won't join you. It's been a while for you 4 to have fun, right? You don't need to worry about me. However, Zenobia pouted. But I want to stay with you. I want to have children with you. Riser. Asia, Irina, and Rosweiss. Only Ophis ate her ice cream without caring about anything. Riser had a lot of women, and even though he had the energy to take care of everyone, Zenobia couldn't fight against Sona, who was Riser's wife and also her master, so when she saw a chance for them to be together and monopolized him, she couldn't help but feel excited and wish to be with him. We will be together for so many days. You don't need to be impatient, okay? Spend more time with your friends. Okay. When they are sleeping, we can do it. Hearing those words from a telepathy, Zenobia nodded excitedly, but at the same time, she knew it was also her time to push all of her friends to Riser. Riser wasn't sure what Zenobia was thinking, but he knew what he planned to do during his stay in the human world. Ah. The 5 girls stayed together in the hot spring pool after they washed their bodies. It had been a while for all of them to rest since many bad things happened to them. Frankly, if there was someone that was the most jealous, it would be Irina. Say, Zenobia, Rosweiss-san, are you often going on a trip like this? After she became a reincarnated angel, Irina felt like her job had become even busier, which made her speechless, so this job where she needed to stay by Riser's side was nice, and she also couldn't help but be jealous of Zenobia, who often went on a trip or stayed on Riser's villa most of the weekend. We don't go on trips that much. Zenobia thought for a moment and said, we probably take a trip once a month. Even so, that's luxurious. Rosweiss sighed as she held Ophis in her arms since she needed to stop Ophis from swimming around. You should know when I worked under Odin-sama, I needed to be by his side all the time, and I didn't even have time to rest or break. Moreover, my salary is just so low, and there aren't any benefits. Listening to Rosweiss' complaint, why did Irina feel like her future would be like Rosweiss when she worked under Odin? Somehow, Irina felt her future was quite gloomy, but if this was for the Lord, then she would endure it. By the way, Zenobia, can you tell me more about Riser-sama? Asia asked curiously. What do you want to know about him, Asia? Zenobia asked. Well, about how he is usually, our previous relationship isn't that exactly good. Asia said awkwardly since when Issei was around, it felt like everyone would show their hostility toward Riser even though she didn't understand the reason. When Asia thought of this, she couldn't help but feel guilty, especially when she had a bad impression of someone due to others, and she didn't even question it. As someone with a gentle heart, she just couldn't help but feel her treatment toward Riser was unfair. Hee, you asked the right person. I know everything about Riser-sama, from his height, weight, and even his size. Zenobia patted her chest confidently. That wasn't something that Asia wanted to ask, but with her weak personality, she could only agree. When one talked to someone they liked, they could talk for many years. Zenobia was in this state, and she talked about many things about him, whether it was how he was every day or when he was in bed. While they blushed and felt shy when they heard Zenobia's story, they also couldn't help but wonder whether this act really felt that good. That curiosity couldn't be hidden even when they had dinner together with him. Riser noticed their strangeness, then looked at Zenobia. What did you say to them? I seduced them to enter your harem, Riser-sama. Zenobia said proudly. Riser sighed and shook his head. Nevertheless, he also didn't mind having them as he knew they were nice girls, and the rewards he gained from dating them would definitely be rich as they were part of the main heroines. Moreover, he knew that without Issei, no one would take care of them. Issei had died, so wasn't it his duty to take care of them and make them happy? Riser felt that his step as a villain was still so far away. System. Nevertheless, even if he was interested in them, he wasn't in a hurry. It was different when he faced his enemies. When he wanted to conquer women, he took his time, making them lose their guard before conquering them both in heart and in body. Still, after dinner, everyone spent a night together, and as they were exhausted, they slept directly. Only at that time did Riser and Zenobia go together and do the naughty act in a different room. The feeling when everyone was around was quite different. It felt like they did something naughty. Inside me. Please do it inside me, Riser-sama. Screaming like a woman in heat, Zenobia felt her entire body in bliss as she could feel a magma-like liquid poured deep into her womb. By then, her body was limp, and she lost consciousness. Riser was helpless, so he let Zenobia rest in his room. He might wish to do more, but he wasn't cruel enough to force Zenobia, so he might as well use this time to check the rewards he gained from Rias. However, when he walked out of the room, smoking a cigar as he talked about life on the veranda, he saw that someone was already there. Asia. Asia was startled and turned, but when she saw his face, her face turned into a deep crimson as she lowered her head shyly. Riser. Chapter 310, Issei and Diodora will be happy. Even if Riser couldn't read a mind, from Asia's expression, he could tell that she must have heard what he had been doing with Zenobia. Unlike Rosweiss and Irina, who slept like a pig, Asia must be a light sleeper, but somehow, with what had happened to her life, he also didn't feel surprised, considering how precious the existence of Issei was within her heart. Frankly, Asia's best impression of Issei was when she arrived in Japan for the first time. When she had just been thrown out of the church and lost a place called home, like fate, she happened to meet with Issei. Issei, who was lustful toward a beautiful girl, didn't let go of his chance to befriend this cute nun, who knew nothing about society. Sorry. No. It's my fault that I can't sleep. Asia's voice became lower and lower as she apologized, but then, she couldn't face Riser as Zenobia's scream was so loud. Yet, even her scream was loud, it was sexy, lewd, and rousing. While Asia might have watched 18-plus videos as they existed in Issei's room, causing her to be curious, it was her first time seeing and hearing in reality. Nevertheless, this act of hers might seem unbelievable, especially when she was a nun who dedicated herself fully to the Lord just a few months ago. Yet now, she had become a naughty girl who was curious about the act between a man and a woman. Still, this feeling also made her feel guilty, especially when she felt this way toward Riser, a man who was supposed to be Issei's enemy. As someone who was living in the same house as Issei, Asia knew how much Issei hated Riser and how much Issei wished to defeat Riser. While she didn't think that it was possible, her kind heart didn't dare to break Issei's small, petty heart, especially when she cared about him. As for her feelings toward Issei, while it wasn't love, Asia cared about him much as Issei was the first person she met in this foreign country. Yet, it was also due to this reason that Asia couldn't help but imagine how it would become when Riser was the first person to meet her. Are you thinking about him? Riser slowly moved to Asia's side. The distance wasn't so close or far. It was just right, so Asia didn't feel uncomfortable with him by her side. Yes. When Asia thought about Issei, she couldn't help but sigh, feeling guilty once again as she thought she was the one who caused the death of Issei. Leaning weakly on the veranda, she looked at the distant Tokyo Bay. Watching how deep and dark the sea was during the night, she wondered whether that was how Issei felt when he died. Dark and quiet. Alone without anyone. The more she thought so, the more she wanted to cry, but then a gentle and warm presence was felt on her head. Riser-sama. Do you think Haida will be happy to see you like this? That's. If he sees you like this, I am sure that he will be sad, but. Riser paused his words for a moment and said, it must be thoughtless for me to say that. No, no. I know that you want to comfort me, Riser-sama. No, that's not what I mean. Riser shook his head and said, I think that it is irresponsible of me to tell you something like that, especially when I don't know your feelings, but I know that ever since that day, you have been living your life, trying to become stronger. Ah. How did he know? Ever since Issei passed away, she has been trying to make herself stronger, wishing to be even stronger, as she didn't wish the same thing to happen again in her life. Yet, at the same time, she knew that Riser might appear like a playboy, but she thought this must be his guise as he tried to hide many things inside him so no one would notice and worry about him. This made her think that they were the same type of people and made her closer as she lost her reserve and closed the gap between them. Did something happen, Riser-sama? Riser only chuckled and said, what has happened to me isn't something special, and I am sure that many people also have the same experience as me. That's true, but it must be something painful, right? Asia sighed and knew that what had happened to her wasn't something uncommon and that many people even experienced something even harder than her, but even so. I wonder whether we can return to the past. If they could return to the past, then there was no need for them to make the same mistake again. That way, there was no need for her to feel something like this again, but. It would be nice if we could, but unfortunately, we can't, so you should just try not to repeat the same mistakes, shouldn't you? I think that's what it means to regret. His voice was calm and low, yet the words that came out of his mouth touched her heart. Instead of punishing herself due to regret, she should try not to make the same mistake. It was just something simple, but she forgot. I am sure that Hayudo will think the same if he sees your current situation, Riser said with a gentle smile. Asia nodded quietly as she showed Riser a soft smile. At the same time, she thought that Riser was really gentle as she could see that he had forgiven Issei. Yes, that was true, Riser had forgiven Issei. After all, this guy was dead. Why should he think about Issei all the time? Still, Riser wondered whether Asia's feelings toward Issei were so fickle. According to his knowledge, Riser knew that if someone loved Issei the most, it would be Asia. For Asia, Issei was her everything. However, with a few words in his mouth, all the worries of Asia disappeared. Staring into her cute, beautiful face, Riser somehow had an impulse. Asia somehow noticed Riser's gaze change and caused her to blush, but somehow, she didn't lower her head and just continued to stare at his eyes, seemingly accepting his desire. Watching his reaction, Riser also didn't hesitate. It would be too sad if Asia continued to dwell on the past and regretted everything. That is why he was going to make her happy, and he was sure Issei and Diodora would be happy when they knew what he did to Asia, right? System. Slowly and unhurriedly, Riser made sure that this was what Asia wished to do. Asia was nervous, and her heart was beating so fast, turning her face into deep crimson, yet she didn't move away, waiting before she closed her eyes, accepting his kiss. As their lips touched, the blazing flame quickly spread all over her body. It was hot and unbearable, yet she didn't hate this feeling. Her heat, worry, and everything melted by the fire, causing her to forget everything and just enjoy the pleasure that was given by him. Chapter 311, Asia is a fearsome opponent. Riser realized why Issei and Diodora were crazy about Asia. While many were more beautiful or had better bodies or even better techniques, Asia was just different. She was just obedient, pure, following his every demand as she gently enveloped him, crying lewdly, showing a face that shouldn't be shown by such a pure girl. The contrast between her daily and at night was so much different that it lit up the fire within his nether region as he stained her with his color. Meanwhile, Asia also felt the same and understood why many women were crazy about him, including her master. When she was worried, unable to see anything in this darkness, his light was bright and warm and became an existence she depended on the most. Asia was just a weak woman, after all, and her experiences definitely weren't good, especially when she was betrayed many times and almost died. Even when she was with Issei, she just couldn't hide her worry as she kept dreaming that they might be killed by Riser someday due to Issei's stupidity. After all, who wanted to be killed, right? Yet, when she was with Riser, it was different. It was addicting and nice, and she just couldn't escape from him, wishing to be drowned by him. As the two fell deeper into their coitus act, they didn't realize that Irina and Rosweiss had woken up and stared at their act in disbelief. It feels good, you know. Like a whisper of a devil, Zenobia said those words to the two, causing them to shiver as their bodies were burnt. Yet their reason told them to stop since they knew that this was wrong, especially Irina, who was an angel. Irina was an ace of Michael, someone chosen by the leader of the angels, so how could she fall to this temptation? Oh, Lord, please help this lost lamb to fight the devil's temptation. Irina also didn't hate Riser, and if she was being realistic, she was the best man that she had ever seen. Even if his position was above all of them, he talked with her in a friendly way, and he was also reliable, yet at the same time, he could do something unexpected that made her heart skip. If she told Michael this matter, she was sure that Michael would agree, but somehow, she felt conflicted, especially when they didn't talk much. However, she bit her lower lip, watching how Asia cried happily as Asia fell deeper into the abyss of pleasure. As for Ross Weiss, as long as Ross Weiss had time to be alone with Riser, it was only time for her to fall. Moreover, watching Asia, who fell to him even though she was closer to Riser, she felt conflicted. Still, Zenobia felt like living as a devil was great, but at the same time, she was also amazed by Riser's prowess. His physical ability and technique aside, his skill to conquer a woman was even more amazing. She knew how loyal Asia was toward Issei. Even if Issei was a pervert, stupid, and all negative things that were combined into a single creature, Asia still defended him no matter what. Frankly, if Issei wasn't the host of the Red Dragon Emperor, Zenobia really couldn't understand the attractiveness of this guy. Moreover, with Issei's stupid brain, Zenobia could imagine that anyone who had a child with him would be affected by his small brain and would become stupid. Meanwhile, her choice, Riser, was the best. When Riser had nothing, Zenobia chose him, and she never wavered in her choice. As expected, her choice was correct, as he became the best of the best. Still, watching how Asia appeared so happy while being pounded by Riser with a variety of styles, she felt a little bit jealous and wished to join. However, Zenobia endured it since it was Asia's first time, and it was unethical of her to join them. Still, as the three watched the fight between Asia and Riser, there was also one dragon who watched this scene curiously. Nevertheless, when Riser was busy with Asia, Nurarihayan, who gained a new weapon from Riser, was so happy. This is amazing. When all the bosses in the world could only show an empty promise, Riser clearly showed his rewards to anyone who was loyal to him. Nurarion didn't regret following Riser and felt even happier as he was the first person who followed him. Still, with his reward from Riser, he didn't waste his time and went to the 5 principal clans to spy on them. After all, he had become stronger. Sneak attacks and hiding his presence have always been his best skills, so with his new weapon, vodka, that gave him the ability to become invisible and erase his presence completely, he was simply invincible. Walking to Nara, the town where the headquarters of the 5 principal clans were located, no one could find him, and everything was so smooth. However, he didn't expect to find a jackpot. Now, what are you planning to do? The next day, Riser woke up and continued his trip with everyone. Still, he was surprised by Asia's resilience. She might be weak, but her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, made her able to heal her body, so when one needed to rest the entire day after they took care of his need, she could walk smoothly without frowning and just enjoyed her trip with everyone. Nevertheless, Asia's resilience aside, everyone felt surprised by Asia's calm. Her face was as pure and kind as ever, and with that face, no one would be able to tell that she was someone who was just being pounded fiercely by Riser last night. What's wrong? Asia asked them with a soft smile. Nothing. Asia didn't mind their reaction and only smiled while thinking that she felt her mood was much better. It felt like she was flying and everything felt at ease. Nevertheless, Zenobia thought that Asia was a fearsome opponent. Riser-sama, where are we going next? Let's finish Sona's quest first. Before he left on his trip, Sona told him to do a task that she was asked to do, but due to how busy she was unable to do this task. Usually, this task would be given to the Gremory group, but Rias was also busy, especially with many things happening in the Gremory house. What did Kaishu ask? Zenobia asked in doubt. Everyone. Zenobia, you are so stupid. Irina sighed, feeling helpless. If it were others, Zenobia might not mind, but facing the self-proclaimed angel, how could she bear it? As Zenobia and Irina start to fight, Riser shakes his head and then says, it's to find a lost member of a devil family. Still, before that, he was going to open the rewards he gained from Asia and also explain the rewards he gained from Rias previously. Chapter 3:12, To become powerful is easy. To defeat his enemy, then conquer their women. This was probably the best way for him to become stronger. While the morality of this method was questionable, his opponents wouldn't care about their methods, so he could only ignore his morals and just fight. Still, as he slept with the 2 most famous heroines in the story, he gained many extraordinary abilities. Congratulations, you have received Business Mastery, Hakoku, and Mirror Lion. Congratulations, you have received Crazy Diamond, Biology Mastery, and Surgery Mastery. Those were the rewards he gained from Rias and Asia. Suddenly, he felt that there was no need for him to work and he could spend all of his time sleeping with women, then he would become powerful. Still, even if he had such a wish, he knew that it was impossible to realize, especially when there were many individuals who wished for him to die. However, it was impossible for him to die as he couldn't die, so what did they plan to do? He wasn't sure, but as they planned to mess up his life, he would also do the same. However, before that, he was going to check his rewards. Like others, when he slept with Rias, he got 3 rewards, which were Business Mastery, Hakoku, Warrior Nation, and Mirror Lion. There was no need to explain much about the Business Mastery, as it allowed him to master all the business practice and knowledge. Right now, with this knowledge, he could master the economy and wealth of everyone in this world. Still, it has been a while for him to receive such a reward, especially when all the rewards he gained would make him stronger, so this was a good thing. However, even if he gained rewards that made him stronger, he was also fine with it, and as expected of Rias, the last 2 rewards that he received from her were amazing. Hakoku was a fighting technique from a giant race in a certain famous work. By using this technique, he could use and focus all of his power within his weapon into a single attack, destroying and decimating everything instantly. If I'd had this technique before. If he had this technique when he fought against the Great Red, then he wouldn't have been so desperate to develop his techniques and abilities to the limit. While he had many fighting techniques, such as boxing mastery, they still lacked an impact and destructiveness compared to this fighting technique. Frankly, if he had to fight, he wanted to end it instantly instead of a long fight where he had to be in pain for so long. In other words, this technique was perfect for him. Yet, this wasn't the end, and he got the more perfect ability for him. Mirror Lion. It is an ability to enhance and increase the efficiency of any weapon he holds by 100-fold. If he gave an example of how this ability would work, if he held a normal stick, it would have the same destructiveness as the legendary stick of Sun Wukong, Rui Jingu Bang. Then, in this case, he held his Star Buster Star Blaster, a planet, or this world would be destroyed. If I get this ability before. Riser lamented as to why he didn't sleep with Rias before he fought the Great Red. Even now, he still remembered how each of the smashes given by that beast was enough to kill him instantly, as each of them had enough power to destroy a planet, but now, he could do the same even without the power of the Great Red inside his body. At the same time, he felt everything was so ridiculous. When he thought that he had become powerful, suddenly, someone was above him. When he was above that someone, there were some beings that were even more powerful. Moreover, this was impossible to stop unless he saw the creator of the world. Suddenly, he realized that when he was so ignorant before, everything was so happy, and now, he couldn't since every day was hard work. At the same time, he also understood why Surzek decided to entrust everything to Issei. Unlike Surzek, who had hit the limit of his power, Issei was full of potential, and his growth had always given everyone a surprise. Moreover, along with the protagonist's halo and the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, there was no doubt that Issei would become powerful. In the future, Riser wouldn't be surprised if somehow Issei gained the power of the combination of Ophis and the Great Red, turning him into the most powerful being in the world. Yet, that was in the past, and from now on, this is his story. Still, his explanation of his rewards hadn't ended. He hadn't explained the rewards he got from Asia, after all. However, he had to say, the feeling of Asia's first time still lingered in his mind. Her sweet cry, soft body, and docile, obedient act were vivid in his mind. Riser thought that he had done a good job and knew that Issei and Diodora would be happy when they knew that he had made Asia feel happy. Issei and Diodora. Nevertheless, the rewards he got from Asia were quite good, and similarly, he also got knowledge-type rewards, which were Biology Mastery and Surgery Mastery. The Surgery Mastery, aside, which was practically easy to understand, he felt like the Biology Mastery was more interesting. There were many beings in this world, including dragons, gods, devils, and many others. With this Biology Mastery, he understood everything about them. Not in the sense of personality, but their physicals were clear to him, whether it was their advantage or weakness. He understood all of them. Still, he had to say, those 2 rewards aside, the last reward he got from Asia was somehow as expected. Crazy Diamond. Yes, it is that stand that comes from the work that often shouts, Aura. 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 He got the stand of one of the protagonists, Crazy Diamond. This reward was somewhat unexpected as he knew how brutal the Crazy Diamond was, but when he thought about the ability of this stand, he felt he understood why he got this reward from Asia. Restoration. This was the ability of the Crazy Diamond. It was also part of the time manipulation ability, which was, no doubt, powerful. The ability of the Crazy Diamond was to restore objects or organisms through touch. It can repair damage, heal injuries, and revert chemical changes and complex structures to their raw components, e.g., a plate of spaghetti back into its raw ingredients. It may also fuse objects, for example, a person with a rock. It is somehow quite similar to the degranate skill that he used previously. However, Crazy Diamond's main ability was to restore, so in case someone was heavily injured, he could restore them to the state where they weren't hurt. However, even if this ability was powerful, it had a limit, and that limit was that this ability couldn't restore his injuries. It can only be used to restore others. While this ability was brutal, it was also gentle as it was born because one wished to help others. Yet, somehow, for someone as evil as him, this ability might not be that suitable. However, it didn't matter since this ability was good. Riser-sama, is this the place? Yes, this is the place. Looking at the gloomy sky on the distant deserted beach, Riser thought that they had come at the wrong time. Chapter 3:13, Overbearing Lucifer. When Riser planned to go to the human world and expressed his desire to run away from his work, Sona quickly seduced him and told him to help her with a task that she needed to do but didn't have time to do. Nevertheless, her request was an act of impudence, especially when her husband was a Lucifer, one with the greatest position in the underworld, yet she asked him for an errand. Naturally, she knew her act would dishonor his status, so she exchanged his service by telling him that she would wear various costumes from magical girls, witches, nurses, maids, etc. However, Riser didn't waver, as it was impossible for his status to be challenged. So, Sona had to bleed by saying that she would invite her big sister and Rias together. By then, Riser agreed as this price was suitable for his status. Moreover, while he didn't say it to Sona, he was quite interested in this task. Searching for the lost member of an extinct household of the devil. Inside the car driven by Rias, everyone listened to Riser's explanation about the task that he had to do and that they needed help. Yes, the one that we are searching for is a member from the extinct Velper household, one of the 72 pillars. While they might know some of the histories of the world, they weren't knowledgeable about the history of the devil, so Riser decided to explain the general situation of the devils to them. Still, he knew that they should know about the origin of the devils and the structure of the society of the underworld. Considering the origin of Asia, Irina, and Zenobia were from the church, they should know the basic knowledge about the devil. As for Rias could be said to be one of the smartest Valkyrie in the Norse myth, so it was natural for her to know about the devil, especially when she was working under Riser, so she learned more about the devil since she didn't want to become a burden for him. However, there was no doubt their knowledge of the devil civil war was quite minimal since the devil wouldn't expose this information to the world. Still, it didn't mean that they kept this matter a secret as the devil civil war was a big matter, and naturally, everyone would know about it. Nevertheless, even if the other myths knew about this, they only explained it to some, and some of them might not even have an interest since they thought that all the devils were similar to each other. If there was a difference, it would be that there was a strong and a weak devil. However, what Riser wanted to explain was why there were many members of the extinct devil households in the human world. When the war is over, many families have gone bankrupt, losing everything. In the lucky case, those who lose at the devil civil war can live in the corner of the underworld, but those who are unlucky can only get out from the underworld and live in the human world. By then, they make their own descendants with varieties of races, but mostly humans. As a human was the most populous race in the world. But, Riser-sama, aren't all the nobles rich? Irina asked curiously. In her opinion, even those devils who had lost in the devil civil war shouldn't have a problem with their lives, right? After all, they were noble, so she was confused as to why some of them could become bankrupt. Riser chuckled. Not everyone is like mine, my wife's, or Rias' family. Unlike his family, who had monopolized several industries and were able to sell Phoenix tears, his wife's family, who monopolized the medical industry, or Rias' family, who was good at deceiving individuals to work for them. Many noble devils were naive and even stupid, such as the Diehauser family, who could only rely on his feet on the raiding game to develop his domain. Frankly, if Riser was in Diehauser's place, he would develop a variety of industries, including food, tourism, and some other specialties. In the case of the Belial house, where Diehauser came from, he thought that they should try to enter a security business as their special ability, worthless, could nullify any abilities. Still, he wouldn't bother to explain that, and he wanted to finish his job as soon as possible. By then, they talked about what the devil from the Viper household would be like. After all, a devil from a different household had their own unique features. It was like him, who was from the Phoenix house, had a flame-like wing, or Rias with her beautiful crimson hair. The Viper household should have a certain unique feature, right? Riser was also quite curious since it was an extinct household, he hadn't seen the real devil from the Viper household. According to the record, they should be similar to a fish. Fish. Soon, they arrived at a beach in the human world within the territory of the House of Fornius. With his location, it was easy to find where the devil that he was searching for was located. Still, the scene before him stunned him as he saw a real mermaid. Her lower half was similar to a fish, yet her upper half was so beautiful. Or rather, she was a beautiful woman. Her hair was in rare emerald, and her ears were pointy cute, reminding him of an elf, even though she was like an elf. Riser saw her in the distance, resting on the beach, playing alone. Isn't that a mermaid? Everyone imagined the devil from the Viper household would be like a monster fish, but unexpectedly, she was a beautiful mermaid. Then, naturally, they put their gaze on Riser at the same time, and as expected, he moved fast by approaching the beautiful mermaid. Riser wasn't sure what everyone was thinking. He only felt like he needed to help with this mermaid since she was alone, and it was dangerous to stay in the human world. Moreover, as a Lucifer, wasn't it his duty to protect his race? As he walked, the beautiful mermaid devil also noticed him and looked at him cautiously, as it was her first time seeing him. "Excuse me, are you Lilitha Viper?" "Yes." Hearing her name being called, Lilitha lowered her guard slightly, but Riser's appearance, who happened to be her type, was also one of the most important factors of this reaction. Riser didn't activate his aura and talked with Lilitha politely, which gained her goodwill. "As long as you are willing, I will prepare you a place on the Phoenix domain." Lilitha was moved by his offer and was about to agree, but she hesitated. "But what's wrong? If you have any difficulties, please tell me." Truth to be told. Suddenly, the sky turned dark as if a storm was brewing and was about to rampage this place. Everyone except for Riser quickly became tense before they saw a pirate-like ship approaching from the distance. That's him. Lilitha hid behind Riser, scared as the ship approached them. "Who?" "Greg Fornius. He won't leave him and forces me to join his peerage members." This is why Lilitha didn't dare accept Riser's invitation, as she was afraid that she might bring him trouble. Please leave. I will handle this. You shouldn't be troubled by my problem." Riser looked at Lilitha and wondered why many devils had a good personality. Shouldn't a devil be an evil? "Lilitha. Have you made up your mind? Be mine. I will take care of you." Like an overbearing CEO, Greg didn't hide his intention to make Lilitha become his woman. Still, Rosweiss, Irina, Zenobia, and Asia became tense and ready to fight since Greg seemed to intend to force Lilitha away. Watching their reaction, Riser sighed and thought that there was really no fairness in this world. He looked at Greg's face, which resembled an anglerfish, clearly far from the definition of handsome. If Greg's appearance was handsome, Riser could somehow imagine that this definitely wouldn't be the result. Instead, Lilitha would agree, especially when she was poor and weak. Her only advantage was her beautiful face, and she was part of the extinct Viper household. Moreover, he knew that this was Greg's territory, and Lilitha had also lived on Greg's territory illegally. Yet, somehow, Riser could imagine that Greg was pictured as a villain in the story. Nevertheless, Greg, who saw Lilitha, stood behind a man who felt angry since his love was taken, but when he was about to get angry, he stopped when he saw the men who stood in front of the woman he loved. Greg's peerage members also fell silent, and no one dared to say a single word. "Greg Fornius, right?" "Yes, Riser-sama." Greg quickly jumped into the sea, then came to his side as soon as possible, bowing his head deeply. His peerage members also followed, and their postures were even lower. At the same time, all of them were glad that they hadn't said a single rude thing to Riser. Except for those who lived in isolation like Lilitha, it was impossible for anyone not to know Riser as he was the one who saved the underworld from the Great Red. "I won't stop your solicitation to Lilitha, but don't use force, okay? She is the only living member of the Viper household, after all." "Yes. Please forgive me. I won't invite her." "Just joking." Greg didn't dare to do anything to Riser's woman after all. Riser knew that Greg had misunderstood, but he wasn't a hungry beast who would go after every woman. Nevertheless, he felt bored now. "Then, leave." "Yes." There were many women in this world, but they had only a single life, so all of them left respectfully, and then the dark sky swept away. Nevertheless, Lilitha was dumbfounded and asked, Riser, who are you?" "Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself." Riser smiled at Lilitha and said, "My name is Riser Phenex. I am the third son of Lord Phenex, but people mostly know me as Riser Lucifer. The current Lucifer of the underworld." Lilitha fell in silence and thought about her experience in the human world. In her life in the human world, she also often read many works, and the one she liked the most was an overbearing CEO who was crazily in love with the heroine. Still, Riser wasn't the CEO but a Lucifer, so should it be an overbearing Lucifer? Nevertheless, was such a plot going to happen to her? Lilitha somehow anticipated her future. Chapter 314, Rock and Roll. Unfortunately, such a plot didn't happen in Lilitha. Instead, when Riser got Lilitha, he left her to Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, and Asia. The four of them also agreed, and they quickly took care of Lilitha as they were afraid that something might happen between this beautiful mermaid and Riser. Before they left for the trip, Sona had reminded them to protect Riser. However, it didn't mean she asked them to protect him from danger. Instead, she asked them to protect him from various women who wanted to sleep with him. Fortunately, nothing had happened as Riser told them that he had something to do, so he left for a bit, leaving the rest behind in the hotel in Sapporo, Hokkaido. While Riser wanted to continue his trip, someone wished to meet him, so he teleported to the place where they made an appointment and met the person who wished to meet him. "It's really hard to meet you, Riser-sama. It's been a while, Nurarihayan." Even though Nurarihayo's voice was full of complaints, he smiled and was full of relief when he saw Riser. Previously, after Riser returned from his fight against the Great Reds, Nurarihayon wished to meet him. Unfortunately, Riser didn't want to since he wanted to spend his time with his women. Fortunately, Magari told Nurarihayon that everything was okay, so he could feel relief that his leader was okay. The beginning of their relationship might not have been good, but Nurarihayon started to feel that it wasn't bad to follow Riser, and now, he is in debt and is going to take down anyone who is trying to harm Riser. Since you want to meet me, you must have something to tell me, right? Yes. Nurarihayon nodded. It's about the 5 principal clans. Oh. Have you found out what they plan to do? I am not sure, but I have heard that they plan to search for the host of Innovate Clear. Innovate Clear? Are you sure? Yes. I even sneaked to the headquarters of the 5 principal clans, you know. I even met Azazel. With the weapon he gained from Riser, Nurarihayon knew that no one could stop him if he wished to sneak into someone's place. Naturally, Riser didn't think that Nurarion was lying. After all, the price of lying and betrayal was something that Nurarihayon couldn't pay. But Innovate Clear, huh? What is this Innovate Clear? It's one of the Longinus. You mean the most powerful sacred gears? Like the White Dragon Emperor. That's right. However, Innovate Clear didn't have any attack power, and it was a supportive type of Longinus instead of something that could destroy the world. If there was something special about this Longinus, it had an ability to impersonate God. It sounded amazing, and he also didn't deny it, as it had the ability to create anything within the pocket dimension. Whether it was a living thing, a non-living being, or many others within one imagination, everything could be created. If there was a weakness, then all the things that existed within that pocket dimension couldn't be taken out and could only live within. Even so, this Longinus was amazing as it made one become a god, even if it was only within a pocket dimension. Moreover, this Longinus was the prototype of Ajuka to create the field for the raiding game. So, why did Ajuka and Azazel wish to get their hands on this Longinus? If there was one reason, then. Riser felt helpless, but he didn't say much since they were enemies, so there was no need to hold back, and if they couldn't be cruel, then they might as well commit suicide since death was about to come. What are they going to do with that Longinus? Nurarihayon asked in doubt when he heard the explanation of this Longinus from Riser. Well, whatever it be, there is no doubt that they were going to become the enemy of the host of this Longinus. That's true. To gain the Innovate Clear, there was no doubt that Azazel and Ajuka had to kill the user of this Longinus. Still, neither Nurarihayon nor Riser thought to remind this guy or make this guy an ally. Why? Because there was no need to. Even if they got the Innovate Clear, it was meaningless since whatever they did, everything was pointless in front of the overwhelming power. Nevertheless, the Innovate Clear wasn't the only thing that Nurarihayon told him. The Pendragon House and Sun Wukong. Yes. Nurarihayon nodded. I saw them before at the headquarters of the 5 principal clans. In other words, Ajuka returned Biko and Arthur to their own houses. As for Kuroka, there was no need to worry about her as she was in the hands of a more reliable guy. A human sure is stupid. Nurarihayon sighed. Right. Nurarihayon felt that those humans should have just continued their lives without worry in their own world, but somehow, they tried to get themselves into the supernatural world. Should we destroy the 5 principal clans? Nurarihayon felt itchy since the 5 principal clans had always caused him trouble. As for the fact that they had joined the alliance, he didn't care since what he followed was Riser and wasn't the alliance, so being Riser's enemy meant that they were his enemy. It's okay. You don't need to. Are you going to destroy them yourselves? No way. Then. I will let someone destroy them. Who? Well, you will see soon. Nurarihayon was speechless, but he didn't say anything since he knew as long as Riser had determined something, nothing could stop him. Then, what should I do now? Just go back. Do your own thing. You don't need to do anything. Nurarihayon somehow felt that his existence was meaningless since he couldn't help Riser that much. The West Yukai faction might join the alliance soon, so you don't need to do anything since, in case something happens, you might be affected. Nurarihayon raised his eyebrow and asked, are you interested in a widow? Riser rolled his eyes. If you have nothing to do, how about you go back? He didn't bother to talk with Nurarion about his interest in a poor widow and left directly. Nurarihayon also rolled his eyes and just left, but he knew something big was about to happen. Still, Riser returned to Sapporo, telling him to have fun for a few days since he had something to do. While they were all speechless, they didn't stop him. Only. Can I follow you? Ophis grabbed his hand and asked. Sure. Riser felt that he might as well bring Ophis with him. While no one could endanger her life, he was afraid that she might be used once again, so he held her hand and directly teleported himself to somewhere. Unlike the night at Sapporo, it was a day in this place, but somehow, the weather was gloomy and windy from the cloudy sky. Where is this? Ophis asked. The land of rock. But there aren't many stones here, Ophis asked with a doubt. I mean, we're in London. As for why he was here. Ouch. Suddenly, a girl crashed into him, and when she was about to fall, Riser caught her. As if it was the work of fate, the two met each other. Are you okay? I am okay. The girl answered in a flustered manner, but when she looked up, she was stunned in a place. Lucifer-sama. Chapter 315, A Normal Girl. Meredith Ordenton. She was a normal girl as long as she could remember. If there was something special about her, it was the fact that she was a little cuter than the other girls, and she was also a magician. Yes, she could use magic. Even if she wasn't good at offensive and defensive magic, she was good at security and sealing magic. Her talent and proficiency were even better than Lu Fei Pendragon, the genius magician of the Golden Dawn, one of the biggest magician groups, and also a noble daughter of the Pendragon house. However, even if their skill was similar, their status was different. Unlike Lu Fei, who came from a noble birth, her birth was nothing but ordinary. She came from an ordinary family and then worked as the security of the royal family. There was no doubt that even if her life was ordinary, there were many envious of her, but when human greed was no bound, she was similar as she had always wished to become part of the noble family. Yet, she knew with her origin, it was impossible for her to become one. Nevertheless, one day, she found her friends, whose status was similar to hers, suddenly became a noble family. She was confused and asked how those friends of hers could become one. With their close relationship, the friend told her that she was an illegitimate child of the noble family. While she felt envious, there was nothing she could do. Still, due to the difference in their status, she became inferior, and it was hard for her to communicate with others like before, especially when they also started to become arrogant and look down on her. However, she didn't say anything. While she disdained their skill and snobbish attitude, she knew that her status was nothing compared to theirs, so she could only endure it. Moreover, she also didn't want to lose them since she knew that this connection was necessary for her in the future, especially when her origin was humble. Still, the life of the magicians wasn't all that exciting as they often mostly stayed in a place as bodyguards, so in that time, they spent their time talking about the gossip that was popular in the supernatural world. Naturally, the most popular gossip was Riser Lucifer. Riser was the strongest and the new Lucifer of the underworld. As a magician, they wished to make a contract with a powerful devil, so there was no doubt everyone wished to become his contracted magician. Not only was Riser handsome, but he was strong, and as long as one made a contract with him, there was no doubt their status would be directly above everyone else. Even the royal family might bow down in front of them as they were a contracted magician of Riser Lucifer. However, listening to their conversation, Meredith only snorted inwardly since even if Riser made a contract with a magician, it definitely wouldn't be with any of them, whose status among the nobles was only SOSO. Even as magicians, they weren't that powerful. If I can be the one. Sometimes, she wondered whether she could become Riser's contracted magician. If possible, she wished to be the one, especially when she thought about how handsome and strong Riser was. Contracted by such a powerful devil, under that contract, he wished to become one with her, and she could do nothing as she let him do whatever he wished with her body. Nevertheless, Meredith knew that she wasn't the only one who had such an imagination since the others also had imagined so. Riser might be married, but it was because he was married that he was popular. Still, no one thought that they could attract Riser's eyes, especially when they heard the strongest magician in the human magician organization Grauzabir, Lavinia Rennie, was rejected by him. In the supernatural world, the name Lavinia Rennie was loud, and it was also because of this the news of her rejection quickly circulated among everyone as they wanted to laugh at her, who had failed. A human was like this. When they saw those who were better than them suddenly fail, they felt delighted. Nevertheless, due to Rennie's power, no one said this matter out loud and only talked behind her. After all, no one wanted to die. Rennie was not only the most powerful magician on the Grauzabir, but she was also the holder of absolute demise, one of the Longinus. Still, it was also because of this that sometimes Meredith wondered if she had gained a Longinus. If I have it, my future will be different. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't good. While she had a sacred gear, it wasn't a Longinus. Instead, it was just something like a nail. It might be quite powerful, but that's it. Still, the world was like this. Everything was unfair. As Meredith sighed helplessly, she suddenly found out that her origin was a royal family. Yes, she was also a noble birth. When she thought that, she was so happy, but the higher the expectation, the higher the disappointment was. She knew her origin, and she happily came to her real family, but unfortunately, cold water poured directly into her face. They didn't accept her, and she was told to leave as she had nothing to do with them. Anger and hatred were the emotions that occupied her, but all she felt was despair and sadness. By now, she realized a dream was impossible to realize. All she could do was face reality as she realized how small an existence she was in this world. She was different from the Pendragon siblings, who could live well after they had joined a terrorist organization. Even though they had messed up the world in many myths, their family would protect them, and the others would give them a face, giving them a second chance to live. However, what about her? She was nothing. As long as she thought about this, nothing mattered anymore. She thought that she should live a humble life and continue to live quietly as the security of the royal family without troubling anyone. It was also because of this that she crashed into someone. She quickly apologized timidly. I am sorry. Only after she apologized did she realize that she was about to fall. She closed her eyes in fear, but a strong hand grasped her shoulder tightly. Are you okay? Hot. This is what she thought. His grasp was something that could only come from a man. It made her confused and also strange as it was her first time to feel something like this, but she didn't hate this feeling as it made her forget all the unpleasant things, so she wished to know where the source of those feelings came from. Only when she opened her eyes did she realize what kind of mess up she had done. Lucifer-sama. Chapter 316, Contracted Magician. Meredith wasn't sure what to do. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Yes. Meredith quickly nodded as she wondered what she should do, and in the end, she took a cup of tea and drank it, only. It's hot. Riser chuckled as he sipped his coffee while looking at Ophis, who quietly ate a cake. Still, he looked at the girl in front of him. Cute. He thought. She had auburn hair, which she tied in braids, and blue eyes, which were similar to him. Now that you mention it, what's your name? My name is Meredith Ordenton, Lucifer-sama. Meredith was so confused at the time, wondering why she had afternoon tea with Riser, but she didn't reject him and was even happy as she thought that she was sure that everyone would be jealous of her when she knew her experience was. You don't need to get nervous. Also, call me by my name instead of Lucifer. But. Call me. It was like an order, yet strangely enough, she didn't feel like she was forced. It was like her body, lips, and everything she wanted to follow him. Yes, Riser-sama. Good. Meredith blushed when she heard his praise. By the way, are you free now? It's my first time here. I don't know much about London, so if you are free, can you guide us around? Meredith. Or, is that not okay? No. It's okay. Let me guide you around, Riser-sama. That's good. How about we go now? Yes. With that decision, the three of them started their tour around London under the guidance of Meredith. Unlike Riser and Ophis, who came to this city for the first time, Meredith had been in this city for as long as she could remember. She knew every corner of the city like it was her home. Frankly, this might be weird, but for her, who was a master of security magic, knowing the terrain, map, and geography was necessary. She needed to watch everything so nothing could penetrate the security. So, you are a magician? Yes. I have been. It might be because Riser was a good listener that Meredith started to talk about many things about her life and how she was working, including how she worked with the royal family. Isn't that great? Great. At your age, you can be entrusted to protect the royal family. I don't think I have seen anyone who is as good as you. Really? Meredith was happy when she heard his praise. Yes. Riser smiled. It's my first time seeing a girl as talented as you. As Meredith talked happily, and Riser listened patiently, Ophis stared at the two as she ate mochi made by Riser. She wasn't sure, but she didn't like to see him like this. She could see him, yet at the same time, she couldn't see him. It was as if his face was covered by a thick mask that made it impossible for anyone to see the face behind that mask. Yet, Ophis didn't say anything and just quietly stayed by his side since she wasn't sure why he was like her, who was just swimming alone in nothingness as her life passed. However, the thought of Ophis didn't bother the two as Riser and Meredith enjoyed their time together. Holy nail. Yes, this is my sacred gear, holy nail. Holy nail. It is an object used to nail Jesus Christ onto the cross. Naturally, he was familiar with it as it was one of the holy relics alongside the Holy Spear, Holy Grail, Holy Cross, and the Shroud of Turin, and the first three became the Longinus, True Longinus, Sephiroth Graal, and Incinerate Anthem. So, it surprised him when he heard that she got a holy relic type of sacred gear. Although Meredith said that her sacred gear was a holy nail, Riser didn't think so, especially when it had the shape of the legendary Iron Crown of Lombardy, which consisted of a circle of gold and jewels fitted around a central silver band. Yet, he could tell that this crown was made from the holy nail. So, did her sacred gear evolve like others? Still, when he realized the power of this sacred gear, he couldn't help but show a gentle smile at Meredith. While Meredith had friends, they weren't so close to her that she could talk about them, and they were all wearing masks every day. Moreover, they were also looking down on her as her status was much lower than hers. If there was someone different, it would be Lu Fei Pendragon, whose status was above hers, yet Lu Fei treated her the same as others. In the past, Lu Fei had invited her to join her, but she refused. Nevertheless, Meredith was glad that she refused that invitation as she knew what Lu Fei played was a dangerous game. Unlike Lu Fei, who had the backing of the Pendragon house, she had nothing. The moment she was involved in the criminal organization, her life was as good as death. Lastly, the reason why she was glad to refuse Lu Fei's invitation was because if she followed Lu Fei, she knew that she wouldn't be able to meet Riser. Meredith knew that it might be strange and even arrogant of her to say this, but it was like their meeting was fate. They didn't know each other, and the difference in their status was very different. She was nothing but a commoner, and he was someone who stood above everyone. Even God and the strongest beings would cower when they heard him. Yet, here, he stood by his side, listening to her patiently and gently. It was also her first time being treated especially like this, and she felt like her heart was overflowing and that they were about to burst. However, there was nothing permanent. Everything had to end. I am sorry. I need to go back. I see. Meredith felt like her feet were stuck on the ground, and everything burst like a bubble. Could she see him again? She lowered her head, moving her small feet uncomfortably as she knew that it was impossible. Who was she? Why would he meet her again? Yet. Meredith, do you believe in gravity? G-gravity. Meredith looked at Riser in confusion. We don't know each other. Our statuses are different. We even live in two different worlds, yet somehow, we met each other. It is as if gravity pulls us together. Riser smiled. It's mysterious, isn't it? I wonder why I have met you from all the people in London. His voice was like magic, she was completely attracted to his words like she was under the spell. So, do you want to become my contracted magician? Meredith was startled and couldn't believe what she had heard. Are you joking, Riser-sama? I am not. But, there is nothing special about me. I am also just a commoner. I have nothing. No, you are special. Her chin was gently pinched by him as she stared into his sincere ears. Why? Because I chose you from all the magicians in this world. She couldn't take her eyes away from him, and her body moved closer and closer than they attached to each other. Is it really okay for me to become your contracted magician? Yes or no? What's your answer, Meredith? No. I want to. No, let me be your contracted magician. Then, let's make our pact official. Meredith blushed and was nervous, but then she closed her eyes before she let him take her first kiss and sign themselves under contract. Chapter 317, Let's Dominate the World. Riser made a pact with Meredith Ordenton. While he was often low-key, he didn't mind being in the spotlight. Moreover, he also knew that this girl loved vanity, and for him, it was the easiest way for him to give. Especially with her sacred gear, it was even easier. The moment Meredith became Riser's contracted magician, her life changed. The royal family that contracted before changed and made her into part of royalty. Her status on the Golden Dawn was also so high that she was close to becoming the leader. Everyone fawned over her, and she gained the life that she had never dreamed of before. What do you think, Meredith? On the tallest building in the United Kingdom, the Shard, 3 people gathered together on the top floor. Riser bought this building directly and made it into his house. It's great, Riser-sama. Meredith lay on his chest happily as she got everything that she had always dreamed of. Or rather, she wondered whether everything was a dream since everything happened so fast. Still, she knew that everything was because of him. He was the one who found him. He was the one who believed in him. He was the one who gave her everything. As long as it was for him, she would do anything. Still, if possible, she wanted to sit on his lap, but she knew that she couldn't, especially with the current strongest dragon sitting there. It didn't matter as she could sit on his lap later at midnight. Yet, at the same time, she didn't expect that her sacred gear would be so powerful. She thought that it was just a holy nail, a powerful nail that could stab people. While it was powerful, that's it. If there was something special about it, it had the effect of making people stick into a place and unable to walk as they were nailed by it. However, that wasn't the case. It had a powerful ability, especially to manipulate people. Yes, she could control all the people in this world and made her become her loyal slave. The power was amazing, and it was also because of this she knew that she needed Riser's protection. If someone knew that she had this power, it wouldn't be weird that she would be killed, brainwashed, trapped, or controlled. She might seem like an overreaction, but as she had been living on this side of the world, she had seen many things. It was also due to this that even if she knew that her origin was royalty, she never forced herself and acted like a child so she could be acknowledged, as she knew how cruel and dirty royalty could be. It was also because of this that she gave up without expecting anything and just lived without expecting anything. However, her meeting with him changed everything. He knew her worth, and he was also the one who excavated her from the dirty mud, exposing her true worth like a diamond. Still, she had gotten everything, whether it was status or wealth, so right now, she wondered whether there was something that she could do for him. Riser-sama, I have controlled most of the members of the Golden Dawn, governments, nobles, royalty, armies, etc. Or rather, she had almost controlled the whole United Kingdom with her power. In the original story, she also had done this, but she wasn't low-key. Instead, like a child who wanted to be seen and acknowledged by many, she caused trouble everywhere so all the people would put all their attention on her. However, this time, it was different since Riser was right beside her. He taught her everything, whether it was to control people, gain power, and many others. He didn't hold back and educated her on everything. If there was someone that she trusted the most, it would be Riser, and like a child who wished to be praised by their parents, she wished to do something to him. There is no need for you to do anything. You only need to become stronger. That's what you need to do. He patted Meredith's head with a smile. Still, he told the truth. Despite Meredith's sacred gear being powerful, he didn't need her help that much to achieve his goal. He could do anything by himself, and there was no need for her to do anything. Frankly, he felt a little guilty for using this girl. However, even if he didn't use her, he knew that someone would use her. He might as well have taken her by his side, and he was sure that Meredith knew that he came for this power of hers, but she didn't mind since it wouldn't be weird for someone to have an unconditional attraction and love. Their relationship was different from a parent who gave their unconditional love to their children. Instead, it was because he sought after her power that she knew he would be by her side no matter what. That was why she would give him her everything. So. By the way, I have heard that you have a little problem with the Pendragon house, Riser-sama. Little problem? Riser chuckled. I don't even count them as trouble. In his mind, the Pendragon house was as good as a bug, which he had seen on the corner of the street where he walked. As long as it didn't bother him, he wouldn't even bother to glance. Unfortunately, sometimes, a human is just ignorant. Still, they have annoyed you, after all, so it doesn't matter if I give them a little trouble, right? What are you planning to do? Riser asked curiously. Hee, it's a secret. Meredith stuck out her tongue cutely. Cheeky, aren't you? Feeling helpless, he flicked her forehead. It hurts. Even though it didn't hurt, she wanted to show how cute she was by acting like this. How fake. Yet, it didn't matter since she was cute. Still, somehow, Meredith reminded him of Rias, but due to her small stature, she should be like Ravel. However, with Meredith controlling the majority of everything, whether it was the economy or the army in the United Kingdom, there was no doubt a nightmare was going to come to the Pendragon house. You don't want to follow me? I will follow you after I have prepared my present. After making a pact and teaching Meredith many things, Riser didn't plan to stay any longer, especially when he was quite busy. Even if he wanted to escape with all of his work, he knew that he couldn't do it. He might be lazy, but he wasn't irresponsible, and it was the reason why everyone trusted him. Raising her bangs, he kissed her forehead, then patted her head gently. Don't do anything dangerous. You Meredith blushed, but her heart was beating so fast, and she felt so happy. But it's okay, isn't it? You have given me a new power, after all. With this power, I can even go to you whenever I am in danger, Riser-sama. With the power of Link, Riser shared the power of Warp no Mi with Meredith so it could help her to run away. Well, that's true. With me, you don't need to fear anything. See you later, Meredith. See you. As he teleported with Ophis, he went for his next second goal. Nevertheless, Meredith has made up her plan, and she is going to give hell to those who oppose Riser. I need to work hard. Clenching her small, pink fists, Meredith's goal was to dominate the world and give it to Riser. Chapter 318, Everything is about to crumble. Who is Meredith Ordenton? This question appeared to everyone in the supernatural world. Yet, this was normal as Meredith wasn't well known, and she was just a normal bodyguard who protected the royalty. So why did Riser choose her as his contracted magician among all the magicians in this world? No one knew the reason. Except this girl was quite cute, nothing was special about her. Moreover, she wasn't the cutest girl out there. Lastly, her specialty was nothing but security and seal magic, while her proficiency in other magics was also horrible. Yet, even if no one knew the reason why Riser chose this girl, they couldn't help but feel envious of this girl. Everyone was thinking so hard, trying to gain Lucifer's attention, yet even if this girl did nothing, she could gain her attention. Moreover, the benefit that was gained by this girl made many magicians grit their teeth in hatred and jealousy. When one does research about magic, they need money, connections, and many others. Yet, the moment Meredith became a contracted magician of Riser, she got everything that everyone could only dream of. Why should it be this girl? Nevertheless, even if they were filled with jealousy, they couldn't do anything. Riser made his decision, and troubling Meredith was as good as death, especially when she had become the darling of the Golden Dawn and the entire society of the United Kingdom. Why? Lavinia Rennie was confused and didn't understand. Why should Riser choose Meredith? She had shown her intention to make a pact with Riser, and she even said that she would do anything, yet the result? She was ignored. While her personality was good, she still had an arrogance and prided herself as a strong magician, especially when her existence was special. Not only was she proficient in magic, but she also had a Longinus. Yet, Riser chose Meredith. She couldn't understand this, and she also couldn't accept it, as if all the plans that had been made would crumble because she was unable to become his contracted magician. However, this wasn't her only failure, especially when she was called by the leader of her organization, Mephistopheles. "Is there something wrong, Mephisto-sama?" Mephisto stared at Lavinia's beautiful face and asked, "Are you still in contact with Azazel and the rest?" "That's. Don't follow them anymore." His voice was cold and calm, as if it was an order instead of advice. However, Lavinia frowned and couldn't accept Mephisto's decision. "Why, Mephisto-sama? You should know who the real evil and the good are. We have been working for peace. If we let that evil Lucifer dominate everything, then everything that we have built will crumble." Mephisto looked at the girl, who had been following him for a long time, and thought that she had become so unfamiliar. "Moreover, didn't he kill your Tannen? Did you not even feel a shred of remorse for the death of your family?" Lavinia was in outbursts, and she uttered everything within her mind as she felt like Mephisto had made the wrong decision. "I see." When Mephisto nodded, Lavinia somehow felt relief and thought that he had woken up, but... "Leave." "What?" "As I have said, leave." Mephisto stared at Lavinia without expression. "You are not a member of Grausauber anymore. You can do whatever you want now, and I won't forbid you, but whatever you do from now on, please don't bring the name of Grausauber with you, as you are not a member of this organization anymore." "Are you serious?" "Yes." Mephisto nodded, ignoring Lavinia's shock. "So, leave. Don't involve me with your problem." Lavinia opened her lips before she closed them again. She felt like Mephisto had changed, and she felt like he had become unfamiliar in her eyes. Nevertheless, there was no trace of regret on her face, only, "You will regret this." Watching Laviania's back, Mephisto shook his head and thought that this girl was so stupid. Fighting Riser? Who in the right mind would do it? When he met Riser before, he knew that Riser was strong, so strong that he knew that fighting was pointless. Even what had happened to Tannen before was caused by Riser. He didn't do anything and just let Riser kill Tannen, since doing anything against Riser was meaningless. It was like when one knew that an earthquake was about to happen, yet was there something that one could do except to be prepared for the destruction to happen? Riser was like that. He had become a force of nature, and fighting against him was stupid. As for justice and evil, Mephisto disdained Laviania's foolishness, since he knew the terms of justice and evil had always been determined by the winner. And Riser is the justice now. With that thought, Mephisto just quietly continued his job and lived on the corner without interrupting Riser's life. All he needed to do was act like a pebble on the corner of the street, not bothering him in the slightest and hopefully being ignored by him. "What do you think, Azazel?" "Seal and security magic." Azazel felt conflicted when he saw the report about Meredith. "I am sure that he has realized it." "Then he is playing with us. We're like a mouse, and he is like a cat. Before devouring us, he is playing with us, cornering us, having fun seeing our horror, then when he becomes bored, then that's it for us." Ajuka narrated his thoughts about Riser's decision to make a contract with Meredith. "Then, what should we do now?" Azazel could feel that it was like his body was trapped within a quagmire, and it was impossible for him to escape before he slowly drowned, unable to breathe, and then died painfully. "Nothing is changing." Ajuka shook his head. "I am sure that someone will do something instead of us." Azazel nodded, since he knew that it was impossible for them to investigate Meredith further, especially when she was under the protection of Riser. If they tried to attack her or kidnap her, they knew that they would be caught under Riser's trap and they would be killed. If there was a reason why Riser didn't do anything to do them, it was because he lacked a reason to do so, but when he got a reason, their lives were as good as over. Yet, even if they did nothing, someone was much more in panic than them, and they could let them make a move so they could buy them time for them. Damn it. That stupid son and daughter. Uther Pendragon was enraged when his family was being troubled anywhere within the world. Moreover, many attacked his family at the same time without showing a single mercy. All of them did their best to please Riser by attacking their family, and he knew everything was all because of his stupid son and daughter. After he saved them, he thought that they could calm down, but who would expect that they would escape once again and continue to act as a terrorist? In the beginning, he didn't care, but once Riser made a contract with Meredith, whether it was the royal family, the nobles, politicians, businessmen, and many others started to attack the Pendragon family at the same time. As a big family, it was impossible for their family to be all clean, and he knew his family was full of filth, yet they weren't the only ones. However, facing the attacks from every direction made him frightened, thinking that the Pendragon house was as good as ever. Moreover, everything was all due to Arthur and Lu Fei. Even now, Uther was under pressure, even from his family, as his family wished to throw away Lu Fei and Arthur to Riser, begging for his forgiveness, yet as a father, was it something that he could do? Unexpectedly, he could. His son aside, his daughter was quite cute, so he knew that Riser might be tempted to take down Lu Fei. With that relationship, their family could make peace with Riser. As for his son, with the relationship with Riser and Lu Fei, Uther didn't need to worry about anything. Yet, somehow, when he discussed this problem with the other members of his family, he suddenly noticed something strange. Where is Elaine? Elaine Westcott. She is the maid serving the House of Pendragon and a descendant of one of the founding fathers of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. She is also Lu Fei's attendant, who was responsible for her education and took care of her since childhood. While others might not understand, Uther knew that the reason why Arthur left was due to his love for this maid. However, this maid suddenly disappeared, which confused him. I gave her to Riser Lucifer through Meredith Ordenton. One of the members of the Pendragon house said. You don't mind, right? Uther fell in silence as his lips twitched, thinking that the fate of his son wasn't much different from his ancestor, but he didn't mind since if a single maid could appease Riser's anger, it was nothing. Still, while many things happened due to Riser's decision to make Meredith his contracted magician, he went somewhere. So, where was he? Do not kill me. I beg you, Riser-sama. With her neck tightly grasped by Riser, a beautiful woman with straight and long pale blue hair and dark blue eyes begged him not to kill her. Her usual cold atmosphere was no longer seen as one could only see the desperation in her and somehow humiliation and hatred in those eyes. Yet, even if Riser heard her begging, he didn't show mercy since this woman was one of the dragons who was partly responsible for his almost near-death experience. Chapter 319, Working Hard to Become the Champion. Tiamat. This was the identity of the woman Riser was about to kill. She might be beautiful, and her begging voice would make anyone feel sorry for her, yet did she feel sorry when he was about to be killed by the Great Red? When he thought about that day, he became even more furious. Nah. Tiamat couldn't even let out a single noise as her neck was burnt by the heat from his hand. Painful. 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 It was the first time she had felt like this or even been treated like this. As one of the Dragon Kings, she would be favored by everyone, and they would bow, grovel, and even show their best respect toward her. Even the heavenly dragons couldn't talk arrogantly toward her. While their status might be different, and she was just a Dragon King, her status definitely wasn't lower than the heavenly dragons, and if she wished to, she might be able to defeat Draig and Albion, who was hailed as the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor respectively. Yet, facing Riser, it was different. There was nothing she could do. All of her struggles were meaningless. She could do nothing. If there was something that she could do to save her life, she would use her body to seduce him. After all, she knew how beautiful she was. Even if she was a dragon, she knew that Riser would be tempted, especially when his reputation told everyone that he was quite lustful. As for defeating him, she could only wait for a Juka as she knew that there was nothing she could do except buy time. Yet, Riser didn't seem to care about her, and her throat became tighter and tighter that she was unable to breathe and was about to die. No, please. She knew that Riser could kill her, and this was what made her scared of him. As for thinking that everything was her fault, there was no such thing as a dragon being an arrogant being, and being accommodated by everyone was what everyone was supposed to do when they faced them. Yet, she was smarter than Draig and Albion, and it was also because of this that she stayed alive until now. However, she is about to die now. Still, when she thought about dying, he let go of her throat and threw her into the ground like trash. Cough. 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 When she took a deep breath, his cold voice suddenly sounded, "Do you want to live?" Being looked down at as she appeared to grovel on the ground caused her heart to ache with hatred. She wanted to stand up and fight him, yet her heart was crushed by his aura, and she knew no matter what she did, it was all meaningless. Yes. As she tried to endure the fear in her heart, she begged him and nodded hurriedly. Destroy the 5 principal clans for me and get all 5 beasts to me. Tiamat was in a daze when she heard his request. You can't do it. Then, goodbye. Suddenly, Riser raised his foot before it became blazing hot, so hot like she was roasted by the sun. I will do it. I will do it. Her relationship with the 5 principal clans might be good, especially with the Nakiri clan, the clan within the 5 principal clans that was in control of a yellow dragon. Yet, compared to her life, which was more important? You can say my name when you attack them when you want. Riser chuckled and didn't intend to stay any longer. You don't have much time. Hurry up and do it. You can have this so you can move as soon as possible. Leaving those words, he teleported away without looking at Tiamat as he threw a vial of liquid at this dragon woman. Tiamat grasped the earth tightly with a complex mood. Not only was she being treated like this, but her pride as a woman was also damaged by Riser's indifference. Damn it. Yet, when she thought about Riser's aura, she could only succumb. The only thing that she could do next was just to follow his order. Still, while Riser said that she could use his name when she attacked the 5 principal clans, she knew that she couldn't do so unless she wanted to die. As for her relationship with the 5 principal clans, the hell with it. As for being an enemy of the entire Japanese myth, the hell with it. Compared to being the enemy of Riser, it was better to be the enemy of this small country. As for her relationship with those humans on the 5 principal clans, it didn't matter. Moreover, Riser only told her to destroy, not to kill all the people, so she could selectively kill. However, to be on the safe side, she decided to destroy all of them. With that decision, she looked at the vial that was thrown by Riser, staring at it for a moment before she drank it without hesitation. It could be a curse, a poison, or anything else, but Riser could kill her anytime, so there was no point for him to kill her with this vial, especially when he needed her to take the blame for the destruction of the 5 principal clans. Still, to her surprise, all the injuries, ailments, and everything within her body were healed instantly, as if she were reborn. She was dumbfounded and didn't expect that Riser would give her something so precious. No, he should be the one who produced all this vial. Not only was he powerful, but he could also heal others. Was there even a point in him struggling? Tiamat sighed helplessly, feeling an extreme regret to become his enemy. Before, she made a good decision by moving away from his battle against Tannen, but she made a stupid decision by helping Ajuka, causing her to be classified as Riser's enemy. Yet, the favor that Ajuka had on her had already disappeared, and at this moment, she was going to move away and avoid Ajuka like a plague since, as a beautiful woman, there should be a chance for her to be forgiven by Riser, right? Moreover, she blushed before shaking her head. Still, she didn't waste her time and moved to Japan, ready to destroy the 5 principal clans. Meanwhile, Riser, who returned to Sapporo to meet with everyone, had a blast together, eating ramen and many delicious foods while enjoying the beautiful scenery of Hokkaido. Unlike before, this time, the group from Rias and Sona also joined him on this trip. Still, if there was something that made him helpless, it was that Ophis became clingy to him, but he didn't bring her when he went to Tiamat before as he felt it was quite troublesome. You will have a match against Roygun Belphegor, right, dear? Rias asked. Yes. Then, after that, you will fight against the champion. When Rias thought that her men would become the champion of the raiding game, she became excited. When you win, I don't mind bringing Akino and Asia with me. Akino and Asia blushed, but they didn't hate the idea. Bucho, why don't you include me? Kaneko asked with a pout. Riser. You want to join too, Kaneko? Rias asked curiously. Riser-sama. Kaneko stared at Riser with a pitiful gaze. Riser wasn't sure what to do, but he decided to work hard to become the champion. Chapter 320, Bite the Dust. The winner is Riser Lucifer-sama. Everyone was full of excitement as they saw Riser's victory. You okay? Roygun Belphegor, who sat on the ground, looked at Riser, who stretched his hand helplessly, but she didn't reach his hand immediately. Instead, she asked, thanks. Are you free tonight? If you want to become an ice cube, then go ahead. Roygun glanced in the direction of Serafal and sighed helplessly. Still, she knew that Riser was powerful, and he was even letting her give her all before he defeated her, even though he could defeat her instantly. Congratulations, you have received Ratio Technique. When he saw his reward, somehow, he didn't feel surprised. The ability of the Belphegor house was crack. It was the ability to create a tear in things within the range of the user. While he could defeat Roygun instantly, he wanted to see her power, so he had seen her using this ability, such as when he threw a ball of fire or a blade of wind, she would tear his attacks. Still, if she wanted to, it should be possible for her to tear up a living being. It could be said that besides the power of destruction of the Baal house, the power of crack from the Belphegor house wasn't so shabby. Moreover, unlike the power of destruction, which was rather slow, the crack could be done almost instantly. There was no doubt that this was a powerful ability, but it was meaningless to him. While it could be used on living beings, including the other devils, tearing them apart, when Roygun faced someone whose demonic powers were higher, at the same level, or even a little smaller, the effect of her ability was as good as being annihilated. Nevertheless, it didn't mean she was weak, especially when she was rank 2 in the raiding game. Riser could imagine the power of Hole from the Bediz Abaddon would be torn apart by Roygun, which made her a natural nemesis and weakness of Bediz. Moreover, Roygun also used the King Piece, increasing her power and demonic power even further. But facing him, there was no need to explain anymore, right? Riser somehow couldn't imagine there was an enemy that could kill him anymore, and this raiding game was just a show so everyone could see how powerful he was. Nevertheless, as he had won against Roygun, he got a new ability, which was a ratio technique. Ration technique is an ability that grants him the ability to divide his target with lines and forcibly create a weak spot at the ratio point of 7:3. In other words, he could create a weak point artificially. No matter how strong one was, as long as he used this ability, he could create a weak point, making his damage even harder. This somehow made him feel silent since it felt like it was better for him to fight Roygun on the rating game first, so that way, it would be easier for him to fight the Great Red. Moreover, when one was strong, a weak point was meaningless as it couldn't kill the opponent instantly. Still, as his match with Rogian ended, it gave everyone a variety of responses. While the common people were happy with their powerful Lucifer, and those who were related to him felt that their future was bright, those who were about to join the alliance fell into silence. The Norse myth group, who had joined the alliance, fell in silence, especially Vidar, the leader of the current Norse myth. Usually, this position would be taken by Thor, his older brother, but during the fake Ragnarok, Thor's injuries were so heavy that Thor needed to fight many things, enduring everything by himself, so in the end, Vidar was the one who took the position of the leader. Watching how strong Riser was, Vidar understood why this alliance was necessary, and he knew it was better for Rosweiss to have children with Riser as soon as possible. Should I add more women? The more women got pregnant by Riser, the better the alliance between the Norse myth and Riser was. As for the others, Vidar didn't care much since only the strong were worthy of the alliance of the Norse myth. The Greek gods were the same, especially Zeus and Poseidon, who wished to make an alliance with Riser. While the Greek gods might seem unreasonable, they still knew the current situation of the world. They might be able to act as they wished on the Greek, but on the scale of the world. Whether Zeus or Poseidon knew that they weren't invincible and their country was often ravaged by many, such as from the Ottoman Empire and Roman Empire. At the moment, the growth of the alliance led by Riser is like those behemoth empires of the past. As for whether Riser could continue to stay alive and strong, it was a question that could be talked about later, but for now, their best current action is to become an ally of the alliance. How stupid. Hades snorted, watching the might of Riser as he tried to endure the feeling that crept into his heart. Don't cause trouble, Hades. Yeah, we have talked over this before. Zeus and Poseidon quickly scolded Hades, but seeing Hades didn't say anything, they also ignored him and discussed whether they should send someone to become Riser's mistress. Still watching Hades, who was in a bad mood, the two of them wondered whether they should send Persephone to Riser's chamber. They might be brothers, but as gods, their relationship wasn't something that could be understood by humans' common sense. Nevertheless, the reaction of those gods aside, Dihazar Belial, the champion of the rating game, knew that it was his time soon. Whether his title as the Eternal Champion could be defended or trampled by Riser, only the future could tell, yet suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, he vowed that he would win this match. Moreover, he would be lying if he didn't feel excited about this match, yet at the same time, he knew that he needed to apologize for what had happened before since the disaster caused by Tannen was like a slap on his cheek. Tannen, why? Filled with confusion, the rating game between Riser and Roygun ended with Riser's victory. While Roygun was helpless, she reached Riser's hand and was stunned. His palm was hot, and she could feel that her body also slowly became hotter as if she was burnt, yet she didn't hate this feeling. Moreover, watching his eyes that stared at her from a high position, she wondered whether she was a hidden masochist as she could feel that her pants became wet. Chapter 321, Riser who is fawned upon. When the match ended, it was time for the party. Riser, as Lucifer, led the party and also confirmed the relationship between the Norse myth and the Greek myth as their new alliances. At this moment, everyone existed, and all of them stood together, clapping their hands, believing the future of the alliance was bright. Whether it was the angel, devil, fallen angel, Japan gods, or the East Yukai faction, everyone knew that whatever happened in the future, they would be all right with Riser as their leader. This is peace. Everyone felt excited and happy. Still, even if this was an alliance, their relationship wasn't equal. Instead, their relationship was like a pyramid with Riser on top of all of them. While some of them might wish for an equal relationship, this wasn't something that could be done as they weren't Riser's opponents. In this hall, Riser didn't hold his aura, and whether it was gods, angels, devils, fallen angels, or many others, they could feel their will was subdued and could tell that no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to defeat him. Nevertheless, if there was something that they were grateful for, Riser's laissez-faire way of rule was popular, so there was no need for them to worry that he might cause chaos in their myth. Instead, what they needed to do was to get his good side since they knew that even if they were an ally, it didn't mean that they wouldn't have a conflict. While all of those present could accept Riser's ruler, there were also many who couldn't accept him, especially those from outside of the devil and the underworld. As for those who lived in the underworld, all of them were conquered by Riser, after all. However, those who didn't live in the underworld were different. They didn't know Riser's horror, and they hadn't been exposed to his aura, so they couldn't understand how strong he truly was. The devil aside, as they had become one under the ruler of Riser, at least in appearance, the angel and the fallen angel had their own problems. The fallen angel was okay since there was only one fallen angel that caused trouble, and even if no one said anything, they had isolated this fallen angel so they wouldn't be affected in case this fool caused a problem. Moreover, Riser and Aquino had tied the knot. The two of them were a happy couple. Even if Aquino wasn't the main woman, it was okay, especially when Aquino was the daughter of Barakiel. Knowing this relationship, all of them felt relieved since the future of the fallen angel was bright. However, the angel was different. While all the angels wished for peace since no more fights were meaningless, those who had been hurt by the devils couldn't accept this peace as they would lose their means of existence if they couldn't fight against the devil. Frankly, Michael had a headache when he thought about this group of people, and if possible, he didn't want Riser to misunderstand, so for the greater good, he might kick out this group of imbeciles. Moreover, Michael knew that the speed of the research for a certain item needed to be increased since he wished to tie Riser to the angel tightly. Is Thor still hurting now? Riser wasn't sure what everyone had in their minds, but even so, it didn't matter. As long as he was the most powerful, everything was going to be okay. There might be some fools among this group, but they weren't stupid enough to be aggressive in front of him directly, right? Vidar sighed. Yes, I am afraid that he might need a few hundred years or thousands to get better. When Thor was injured, the power of the Norse myth declined dramatically. Not only did they lose Odin and many other gods, but Thor, who was one of the strongest, was also in a critical situation. Vidar knew that his strength was okay, but he definitely wasn't that powerful. Here. Take this. Give this to Thor. This is. Vidar was startled when Riser took something out of his pocket and put it on his palm. It was a vial with a small amount of the most beautiful liquid that he had ever seen. Even if he didn't know what it was, he knew how extraordinary this liquid was. Everyone who was present in this hall also gasped at this liquid as it was so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes away. That's my Phoenix tears. You can say that it is more special than the others that I can only produce a few of them in a year. Then. Yes, as long as Thor drinks that, he will be healed instantly. Thank you very much, Riser-sama. Vidar didn't care about his prestige and bowed his head, thanking Riser. All those who followed Riser also bowed their heads, feeling happy with Riser's generous gift. Nevertheless, this gift changed the eyes of many since not only Riser could destroy, but he could also heal. Even Zeus and Poseidon were a little jealous when they saw Riser's gift to the Norse myth. They might be gods, but it didn't mean that they were immortal and they could die. However, if they could have Riser's special Phoenix tears, then wouldn't they have a second life? The Phoenix tears from the Phoenix house were amazing, but what about the Phoenix tears from Lucifer himself? Even if they were blind, they could tell how extraordinary it was. Still, everyone knew that the reason why Riser would give this gift to Norse myth was his relationship with Rosweiss. If Rosweiss wasn't by his side, would Riser be kind? Riser had always been generous toward his women since he couldn't be fair to them, yet it was also due to this that they wished to give him women from their families. Yet, when someone was happy, there was someone who was unhappy. Watching Zeus and Poseidon, who tried to curry favor with Riser, Hades felt disdain, thinking that they really had fallen. However, he also understood that Riser was strong. As the god of death, he had the power of death, but facing someone who could rebirth, how could he defeat Riser? Still, as Riser became the attention of everyone, his women were also happy, and at the same time, they were talking to Meredith, who had just become his contracted magician. Meredith was also happy to get to know Riser's women. Still, as Sona spoke with Meredith, she also thought about Rosweiss as she knew that she might need Rosweiss for the last piece of her group. Yet, suddenly, a commotion happened when the door of the hall was opened hurriedly. Suzaku Onisama, wait. Aquino. Everyone was confused when they saw Aquino trying to chase after someone with a troubled expression. Yet, this wasn't the end since a bigger trouble was about to come. Lucifer-sama. Riser, who talked with Vidar, Zeus, and Poseidon about their further alliance, was suddenly interrupted. I beg you. Please save the 5 principal clans. Chapter 322, Kneel. Suzaku Onisama, calm down. Aquino felt helpless when she faced this cousin of hers, and she even felt regret for bringing her cousin to this party. Calm down. How could she calm down? Suzaku Himejima ignored Aquino's words and kept begging Riser to forcefully enter this hall since the 5 principal clans were in a critical situation. Lucifer-sama, please. Her words and shouts quickly made her the center of attention, and all of them murmured, feeling apprehensive and displeased toward this young woman. Even if some might not accept it, Riser was still Lucifer, the leader of everyone, yet this young woman came in rudely, ignoring etiquette and everything before brazenly asking for Riser's request. Moreover, this was done in front of the representative of the Norse myth and Greek myth. Where would they put their faces? If they hadn't seen Aquino, who was Riser's woman and also the daughter of Barakiel, many of them might have already killed Suzaku Himejima. This also made Aquino even more helpless since she knew her dearest definitely wasn't the kindest person around. Aquino, what's happening? Otosama. Aquino felt like she had seen a savior, but she didn't know how to explain this situation. Watching Aquino and Suzaku, Barrichello quickly approached his daughter and niece-in-law hurriedly. He didn't know the situation, but he knew that he needed to quickly apologize to Riser. I am sorry for her rudeness, Lucifer-sama. This is my niece-in-law. It's my responsibility for not teaching her, and I will punish her terribly. I am not angry, but I don't want to see her now. Yes. Barrichello nodded, then approached Suzaku Himejima, grasped her arm, and pulled her away forcefully. Come on. Let's go back. His voice was low, and he felt a little angry since his niece-in-law had caused him a lot of trouble. Riser had given him many things, and even his relationship with his daughter had become better due to Riser. As for his wife's clan. Frankly, Barrichello didn't have much affection toward this clan since, in his mind, the fallen angel was more important. Moreover, could he even have a good impression of the Himejima clan when they were also involved in the death of his wife? Also, watch the occasion, Aquino. I am sorry, Riser-sama. While Aquino was excited since she knew her punishment was coming, she knew that she had caused him a lot of trouble. Her gaze toward Suzaku also started to become impatient as she didn't really want this woman to stay in this place any longer. Riser saw Aquino's eyes and thought that sometimes, a woman's loyalty was so scary. Even if they were asked to sacrifice their families, he somehow could imagine that Aquino could do that for him. However, was the Himejima clan something that Aquino could call a family? Except for her mother, everyone wished for her to leave. While her impression of this cousin of hers wasn't bad, as Suzaku was the only person who didn't discriminate against her and her family, this cousin of hers was so selfish and caused him trouble. Watching all of this, Suzaku felt despair since she could see that Aquino and Barrichello didn't intend to support her anymore, and she knew the longer this charade continued, many of her clan members and other members of the 5 principal clans would die. At that moment, she didn't care anymore and shouted with all of her might. What's wrong with this alliance? We, the 5 principal clans, have joined the alliance and become its members. However, when the trouble befalls us, are you going to abandon us? Wow, so amazing. Is this what Lucifer is? Is this what everyone is? Alliance. What a joke. Everyone fell into silence, and their faces became ugly. The faces of Barrichello and Aquino became stunned, and they knew this wasn't good. Previously, they could save Suzaku, but now. Still, at this moment, everyone stared at the face of the young Lucifer. Nevertheless, no one said anything, and everyone waited for Riser to say something since, as the de facto leader of this alliance, they cleared up everyone's doubt, he needed to say something. The angel, fallen angel, and the East Yokai group aside as they had been together with Riser for so long, the Norse myth, Greek myths, Japanese myth, etc., who were about to join, all of them stared at Riser, waiting for his answer. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a creepy laugh filled the entire hall. Good. Good. You have asked a good question, little girl. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to the tall skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests, which gave off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets could glow to give the appearance of eyes. Hades. When he saw this chaos, he knew that it was a chance for him to cause trouble for Riser. He might not be an opponent for Riser, but it didn't mean that he couldn't cause trouble for him, right? Moreover, among all the individuals present in this place, Hades was someone who wished for this alliance to be destroyed. Hades might not be able to defeat Riser, but what about public opinion? With this little girl as an excuse, he wanted to question the alliance as its existence was nothing but a joke. In his mind, wasn't this just an excuse to make all of them into cannon folders in case a war happened? Riser, who was on top, would be safe, and all but those who were below would be sacrificed for the war. She should be a member of the alliance. Yet, you ignore her plight. Is this how the alliance is conducted? Are you just saying sweet words to lie to all the people here to become members of the alliance? All you want is just our obedience to join your group and make us your slaves, right? When there is trouble, you will abandon the others and only save yourselves, right? Even if you can fool anyone, you can't fool me, Hades. Suzaku also somehow gained courage and stared at Riser with hatred since if this guy had helped her, then would all of her family have died now. Hades raised his hand high and shouted with all of his might, now, explain yourselves. If you can't explain yourselves, then I will. What will you do? For the first time, Riser talked and looked at Hades curiously. Even though he didn't expose his aura, just sitting there brought everyone enormous pressure. Nevertheless, from the beginning to the end, he never even glanced at Suzaku as if she was just a buzzing mosquito. Gulp. No, he wouldn't dare, right? Suddenly, Hades could feel like his throat was grasped, but at the same time, he also felt anger. How dare he? Just a mere little devil, yet Riser dared to threaten him like this. You bastard. Hades ignored all the instincts that told him to run away. Instead, he went directly to attack Riser with the power of death. No. Hades. Protect Riser-sama. Everyone was panicked since they hadn't expected this situation. They quickly ran to Riser, ready to protect Riser. Vidar, Poseidon, and Zeus were also startled and quickly ran away from Riser as they didn't want to be involved in the fight between Hades and Riser. Nevertheless, Hades didn't care at the moment since what was the worst case that could happen to him? He was the god of death. Only. Riser accepted all of that attack without dodging it, letting his body be corroded by the power of death. Everyone. Done. Riser looked at Hades in a bored manner, ignoring the power of death that corroded on his body, then walked toward Hades calmly. Suzaku couldn't stand anymore, and she plopped directly on the ground in a puddle. Yet, Riser ignored Suzaku, standing in front of Hades. Hades didn't move and just stared at Riser, but he could feel like death was about to come to him. Kneel. It was the word that came out of Riser's mouth, but at the same time, a tsunami-like wave caused everyone to feel an intense terror that made many of them unable to stand up and plopped on the ground in horror. Hades was stunned, but as he was one of the strongest, he could hold on as he tried to endure his fear with anger, yet. Crack. Boom. Along with a cracked sound, like broken bones, half of the hall was in ruin. Meanwhile, Hades could tell that his 2 legs were broken into pieces by Riser, falling down before his head was stomped by Riser's foot. Erg. Chapter 323, Riser is on the top. Didn't you want to fight me? Didn't you want me to slander me? Come on. Come on. Come talk. Riser stomped his foot several times, destroying Hades' bones many times, and kicked him around like a soccer ball. Meanwhile, Hades tried to attack Riser, using the power of death to kill Riser and all the people around as he didn't want this shameful appearance to be seen by everyone. If everyone saw what was happening, then wouldn't his status as the god of death be as good as gone? Yet, at the same time, Hades had to say that this guy was so lawless. More importantly, he knew that as a god of death, he shouldn't be scared of death, especially when he could control it, yet facing Riser, he knew that he could do nothing. Moreover, was Riser's act impossible to predict? Who would expect Riser to be ready to kill him when this happens? When everyone was ready for a fierce debate and argument, Riser directly threw away all the facade and just went straight for the kill. When they thought that everything could be solved by a single talk, Riser destroyed everything. When everything could be solved by saving the 5 principal clans, he simply ignored those clans. Yet, at the same time, everyone also realized the most basic rule that they almost forgot about the supernatural world. The strongest is justice. Like gods, devils, angels, fallen angels, or supernatural beings, all of them knew this truth, especially those gods from the Norse and Greeks. The reason why they were worshipped by people was due to their strength. The reason why they were afraid was that with their power, they could cause a disaster for the people. It was like how the countries who didn't have a nuclear bomb didn't have a right to talk internationally and could only be used as pawns by others. The moment they had decided to become their alliance, they knew that they were practically begging Riser to protect them. Then, like a good beggar, they should be obedient instead of biting Riser's arm. Watching Riser, who easily beat Hades cruelly and even was about to kill Hades, no one said anything, including Zeus and Poseidon. Why? It was because they didn't have the power to defeat Riser, and everything started due to Hades. As for Suzaku, this girl had already been forgotten by everyone. At this moment, all the talks before were forgotten by everyone, and all they could remember was Riser's power. In the end, in front of the overwhelming power, everything was meaningless. Yet, at the same time, they wondered whether Riser had created a new ability. Does the Phoenix house have such an ability? If you ask me, who should I ask? Riser's body was covered in a black metallic-like luster, seemingly hard and powerful. Moreover, everyone could see that Hades' power of death somehow couldn't even penetrate Riser's defense. Facing Riser, there was nothing that Hades could do. Riser never gave him a chance to fight, and each of his punches was enough to shatter his body. Moreover, Hades knew that Riser never got serious. He was just being played around by Riser and defeated so easily before he was thrown like a rag in front of everyone. Meredith, help me to seal this guy. Yes, Riser-sama. Meredith, who was being called, quickly came out with a smile, then glanced at Suzaku and snorted. Then, with the energy shared by Riser by using Link, Hades' situation became even worse as everything was sealed by her magic. If no one helped Hades at this moment, he would really die. Zeus and Poseidon hesitated, but they didn't know what to say since they didn't really want to involve themselves with Hades' problem since Hades reaped what he sowed. Yet, everyone's eyes changed when they saw Meredith, who could easily seal Hades. At this moment, they understood why Riser chose Meredith as her contracted magician. Meredith might not be good at defending or attacking magic, but she was good at sealing magic, so good that she could even seal a god, especially when this god was one of the most powerful gods in the world. That feat alone made her worthy as Riser's contracted magician. Watching everyone's expression, Riser nodded inwardly since, by this, no one would imagine Meredith's real ability was her sacred gear that could control all the humans, even those who held the sacred gears and Longinus. Nevertheless, even though the Alpheka tyrant held by Meredith was powerful, it couldn't be used to control the other races, and this was her only weakness. Still, this weakness didn't really matter as there was him who could protect her. Everyone thought that Riser would let Hades die and even imprison him, but he suddenly threw the same vial to Zeus. This is. Zeus was confused, but he didn't let go of his hand on the vial. Use this on Hades. This time, I will forgive him. You can use that to heal him later. Thank you, Riser. Zeus beamed with a smile. As for Hades, Zeus didn't care. As for whether he would really use the vial, well, let's see later, okay. Poseidon looked at Zeus and felt speechless, sighing, but he didn't say anything. He only felt jealous that Riser didn't throw that vial at him and hoped Riser would add one more vial. Unfortunately, Poseidon was disappointed since Riser didn't give any more vials. Instead, Riser started his speech. Listen to me. I won't force anyone to join the alliance. If you think that you don't want to join this alliance or you can't believe me, then you are free to leave. Everyone fell into silence and stared at him in a daze. Our purpose of creating this alliance is so everyone can live well and the future generation can chase after what they wish for and stop the meaningless fight between the angel, fallen angel, and the devil. However, as our alliance grows, many problems occur, especially in terms of trust and reliability. Yet, first of all, I have never forced anyone to join this alliance. It's all your wish. Whether you trust me or doubt me, it's all your choices. So, this time, I will give you a chance. If you want to leave this alliance, then please leave this hall. I won't force you to join or make you my enemy if you wish to leave since I believe you are free to choose what you believe. All of them fell in silence and were surprised by his magnanimity, but at the same time, all of them had a bitter smile, realizing the reality before them. Riser didn't care about them, even by himself, he could protect the underworld and the devils by himself. It was also due to this that all the devils moved toward him, standing behind him firmly, without showing any hesitation. However, what about them? Without Riser, everything would crumble. At this moment, no one hesitated, whether it was the angel, fallen angel, Norse myth, Greek myth, yokai, or Japan myth, and all those who were present didn't leave and walked toward him, showing their willingness and allegiance to firmly stand in this alliance. Riser looked at everyone flatly, then stared at Suzaku, who was still in a daze. To be honest, I don't even know when the 5 principal clans decided to join us, but since you can't trust me, there is no need for us to have an alliance. You are free to leave. Go back. Suzaku felt her world turn black as she realized what awaited her was nothing but despair. Chapter 324, Start from now. No, please save us, Lucifer-sama. This time, the trace of haughtiness or pride was no longer seen on Suzaku's face. All she could do was just grovel on the ground, begging him so Riser would help the 5 principal clans that were in crisis. Hades, the god of death that appeared in the history and stories of many, could only lie on the ground without knowing whether he was dead or not. As long as Riser was willing, Suzaku knew that the 5 principal clans could be saved. However, Riser didn't say anything and looked at Suzaku for the first time. Previously, he never put this young woman in his eyes, but as a woman from the Heimjima clan, her appearance was exceptional. Like Akino, her long, beautiful black hair was tied in a ponytail, showing her white nape that was hidden. Her red eyes were moist and reddened, whether it was from fear or desperation, one could really read her mind to know. Yet, there was no doubt when she appeared like this, she was just bewitching. Riser could feel the gazes of his women on him, which made him helpless. Yet many wondered whether he had the hobby of lowering and humiliating those women who stood above others. Watching those women who could only look up by many groveled, erasing all the pride and haughtiness on their faces, Kuroka thought that this was probably Riser's hobby. Riser wasn't sure why, but he felt like he needed to punish Kuroka later. Still, hearing Suzaku's request, he thought for a moment and asked, now that you mention it, what are 5 principal clans? Are you serious, dear? Sona asked helplessly. You can't blame me for not knowing it. There are so many human groups in the world. Do you think I should remember all of them? When he said those words, they felt like his argument was fair. While the 5 principal clans were famous in Japan, they didn't have much presence internationally. While Suzaku was speechless, she decided to explain the 5 principal clans to Riser, even if she was full of desperation since she knew that the only one who could save her clan was him. Riser pretended that he didn't know much about the 5 principal clans, but then, he asked, when did you join the alliance? Why didn't I know about this? But we had joined this alliance. Suzaku was so meek and helpless. Then, who handled this matter? Riser looked around, trying to find someone who took care of the alliance of the 5 principal clans, before his eyes stopped on one figure. Is it you, Ajuka? Yes, I was the one who took care of the alliance of the 5 principal clans. Why didn't you tell me? It's just a small clan in a small country. There is no need for you to be busy to be troubled by this problem, Lucifer-sama. Riser raised his brow and knew that after the incident with the Great Red, they weren't in the same position anymore, especially when Ajuka started to call him with sama suffix instead of Koen, which Ajuka used before. Unlike before, Ajuka's current situation was far from good as he was alone. Except for a few individuals who followed him, his house had long distanced themselves from him, especially when Ajuka's callousness to discard his little brother was known. After all, among the devils, who hadn't done a bad thing. If Ajuka could discard his little brother, then wouldn't he do the same with the rest of the people in his surroundings? That was why all members of the Astaroth house, led by Latia Astaroth, joined Riser's group at the same time. If there was a reason why Ajuka could stay in this place, it was all due to Ajuka's position as the Beelzebub. A small clan, eh? Riser stared at Suzaku, wondering what she was going to say. However, she lowered her head, biting her lower cherry-colored lip without saying a single word. After all, compared to the alliance or even the individual power of Riser, even if the 5 principal clans were combined, they were nothing. You told me that your clans should have a deep relationship with Shinto gods. Why did you come to me, requesting my help instead like I owe you something instead of coming to them whom you have worshipped for so long? Hearing this question, Suzaku didn't know what to say and could only sigh, feeling an extreme weakness. Please forgive me, Lucifer-sama. I know that my words and actions have offended you, but please. Please save the principal 5 clans. When you do, we will all swear all loyalty to you, giving you our everything. Putting her head on the ground, kowtowing, she showed the graceful shape of her body that was accentuated by her kimono. It was said that a kimono wasn't suitable for those with plump bodies, but this woman was an exception. You haven't answered my questions. They are scared and run away. Oh. Are the Shinto gods running away from this enemy? While the Japan gods, who heard this, were angry, they couldn't get angry at Riser and only stared at Suzaku hatefully, thinking that the 5 principal clans weren't worthy of their help. Riser only glanced at the Japanese gods and didn't say anything since no matter what the culture, era, or anything in the supernatural world, those who were weak didn't have a right. Yes. Who is the enemy? Tiamat. Hearing the name of the one who had caused trouble for the 5 principal clans, everyone was startled and in disbelief. Tiamat. How could it be? Why did she suddenly attack the 5 principal clans? What's happening? Tiamat. Naturally, they were familiar with it since Tiamat was one of the Dragon Kings. More importantly, though, she was the manager who managed the raiding game, so when they found out that she had caused destruction on the 5 principal clans, they were all startled. I didn't lie. Please help us. Right now, we're in a desperate situation. Suzaku quickly narrated what was happening from the beginning to the end and how 2 of the clans had been decimated, leaving only the remaining 3. Even worse, the 2 divine beasts from those 2 clans were taken away, and it might be only a time before the rest of the clans were as good as over. Tiamat might be a Dragon King, and Riser could defeat her anytime, but what about others? She was as good as the symbol of destruction. What did you do so you were attacked by Tiamat? Riser asked curiously. We don't know. She just suddenly attacked us out of nowhere. Riser sighed and said, tell the truth. If you can't even be honest about this problem, how can we help you? But we really didn't do anything. Yet, did her words have the power to persuade others? Instead of the 5 principal clans, all the people here knew Tiamat's mild temper and knew that as long as no one provoked her, she wouldn't do anything. In other words, the 5 principal clans did something and caused Tiamat's anger, yet Suzaku didn't tell them, making their impression of these clans of humans even worse. We really didn't do anything. Suzaku was even desperate since no one believed her. Frankly, she also wondered whether some of the members of the 5 principal clans did something, but she definitely couldn't say this since if she said so, then her clan was as good as over. However, Tiamat is our longtime friend, the devil. I just can't attack her all of a sudden just because of your words. Please. If you beg me so much, and since you are my woman's cousin, then I will reluctantly help you, but I think there is someone who is more suitable to handle this. Riser then looked at Ajuka and asked, Ajuka-kun, can you handle this? Ajuka stared at Riser in silence. You were the one who handled the 5 principal clans, right? Moreover, your relationship with Tiamat is good. You should be able to find the middle way to solve this problem, right? I believe in you. Ajuka took a deep breath and knew that Riser's revenge was about to start now. Chapter 325, Akino knows Riser the best. There was nothing that Ajuka could do except accept this request and leave with Suzaku. While Suzaku wished for Riser to be the one who handled this problem, she knew that this was the limit, and she regretted losing her calmness when she came earlier, giving him a bad impression. Yet, there was no second chance. When this charade was over, the party ended, and everyone returned to their homes while talking excitedly about what had happened before, especially the fight between Riser and Hades. Hades. This god was wrecked by Riser. There is no doubt that this will be the talk of everyone in the supernatural world tomorrow. As for Hades' reputation, no one cared at all, since building a reputation for Riser was the correct thing that everyone had to do. The stronger he was, the stronger this alliance was. Did Ajuka-chan annoy you or something? Yeah, did something happen between you two? Seraphol and Falbium couldn't help but ask, since they felt like Riser was trying to target Ajuka. Riser glanced at the two and wondered what they would think when Ajuka was the one who set out the Great Red before. If he didn't bring the Great Red to space within the duelist, then they were as good as dead. At that moment, he knew that Ajuka had never treated the two of them as friends and only thought of Surzek as one, since their death didn't matter in his eyes. Nevertheless, it didn't matter since it was only a time before Ajuka died. It's okay. I just don't believe in the 5 principal clans. Why? Isn't that the place where Akino-chan comes from? Seraphol asked. At this moment, not only Seraphol and Falbium but many others who were related to him, including his women, Zekrom, Barakiel, and Michael, were there, listening to his words. If I am not wrong, the 5 principal clans should be related to Slash Dog, right? Slash Dog. This term was unfamiliar to them. Barakiel, explain it to them. Slash Dog is. Barakiel explained to everyone about the origin of the Slash Dog, a special team consisting of a sacred gear user and led by a Longinus user from the Gregory. Longinus. Everyone was startled. Does Gregory have another Longinus user? Rias asked dumbfoundedly. Everyone was clear about how powerful Longinus was. Even Issei, who was just a perverted boy, could become so powerful due to Longinus, so if a normal human being held it, then wouldn't they become one of the powerhouses? What kind of Longinus? Sona asked. Canis Lycaon. Barakiel explained to Canis Lycaon about its power and form, but unlike a normal Canis Lycaon, the one that was held by Tobio Accuse, the leader of the Slash Dog, was quite different. What's the difference? Meredith asked, wondering if the case of Longinus was the same as her sacred gear that changed. It seems that there is Aim no Ohabari, a divine sword used to kill the fire god that combines with this Longinus. So, the combination of a dog king and an old sword, right? That's correct. Everyone. When they thought about how powerful Canis Lycaon was, they felt speechless at how Riser simplified this Longinus. Still, he noticed Meredith's twinkling gaze on him, which made him speechless, but he shook his head. Watching his answer, she was obedient and didn't force her idea. Why was Alpheka Tyrant so powerful? While it was true that this sacred gear might not be able to control the other supernatural beings, as long as one was a human, even if one had a Longinus, they could be controlled by Meredith, and it was the reason why her sacred gear was so powerful. Still, why did we suddenly talk about this dog guy, nya? Kuroka asked in confusion. It's because this dog guy has betrayed Gregory to work with Valley. Everyone. Now, why did I talk about this guy when I talked about the 5 principal clans? Riser looked at Aquino when he said those words. Why? It is because Tobio Aku's fiancé is that cousin of yours, Aquino. Aquino fell in silence and blinked her eyes as her entire body was cold, realizing what kind of mistake she had made. I am sorry, dear. I don't know. If she knew all of this, would she dare to help Suzaku? It's okay. You don't need to feel afraid. To be honest, I don't mind helping her, but in case they might become an enemy due to Tobio Accuse, is that alright with you? Why will we have to fight with Suzaku Onisama? Aquino asked worriedly. We aren't if they are being honest, and as long as they can announce in public that Valley and the Slash Dog are their enemies, but if they continue to be stubborn, then that's it. Hearing Riser's words, Aquino hoped that Suzaku could be smart and could do what Riser asked for. I will try to ask Suzaku Onisama. Or should she make Suzaku sleep with Riser so that there wouldn't be any fights between them? As for the fact that Suzaku was Tobio's fiancé, Aquino felt that it didn't matter as she was sure that Riser would be more excited by that fact. Riser didn't have much hope for Suzaku, and he didn't know what Aquino was planning, but then he thought that there was one more thing that he needed to do, so he looked at Barakiel and said, Barakiel, after this, tell everyone on the Fallen Angel that the Slash Dog has betrayed, and they will become the target of the Alliance due to their connection with the Cows Brigade. Yes. Barakiel sighed helplessly inwardly, but he didn't dare to reject. Now, the only one who has the Longinus is the Angel, huh? Falbium commented, causing all eyes to be on Michael. Michael was nervous at that moment and didn't know what to say. It's okay. It's just a Longinus. Everyone. If it was someone else, they might smash their heads, but when the one said those words were Riser, they felt like it was normal. Riser then took something out of his space storage and threw it to Barakiel. It's for you. Barakiel was startled and held something thrown by Riser subconsciously. What is this? It was a saber with a long green hilt and a circular beige guard, as well as a wide and thin guard around the hilt with a blue sheath. When he unsheathed the sword, he could feel that he was brimming with energy and could tell how sharp this weapon was. Somehow, he had an idea of what Riser planned to do by throwing this weapon at him, but Barrakiel needed to confirm it since he had to say it was precious. That's mocking gear. You must have heard it, right? You can use that as compensation for you to label the /dog group as part of the criminal group. You gave it to me. Yes, the fallen angel needs someone powerful to protect everyone, so I give you that. Riser looked at Barrakiel and asked, or you don't want to? Thank you very much. The name of that weapon is Ruffian. Ruffian. While the sword was amazing, the name was as absurd as ever. It has the ability to make you stronger during the day, make you think faster, and it can also cut most of the things in the world. Thank you. Barrakiel was so moved that he cried. Geez, Otosama. Akino looked at her father helplessly, but she was also happy, so she was going to let Riser give him a lot of love later at night. But stronger during the day? Barrakiel asked curiously. It's in the morning on the earth. Do you want to see how powerful you become? Riser felt like it was faster to see how powerful this weapon was instead of talking with his mouth. Is that okay? Sure. Riser looked at Meredith and asked, Meredith, can you transfer all of us to Kuo Town? Yeah. Using the power of Warp no Mi, Meredith teleported everyone to Kuo Town instantly. When they were all dumbfounded by Meredith's speed at teleportation, they were dumbfounded by Barrakiel's brimming power and energy. Under the sun, Barrakiel became stronger and stronger as time passed, and his body became bright and hot due to this new power. Woo! Barrakiel was full of excitement, but Michael, who saw all of this, fell into silence, and he thought that he really needed to send Gabriel and many cute girls from heaven's side to Riser's chamber. Chapter 326, The Evil of the World. The next day, the /dog group was announced as a terrorist group part of the Cows Brigade and would become a target of the Alliance. All their members were clearly announced, whether it was their powers, pictures, identities, or many others, as they would become a target of the Alliance from now on. Moreover, like Valley and those who had harmed the Alliance, Riser also put a bounty on the members of the /dog group, giving anyone quite a sum of money when they were able to hunt them down. When everyone saw the amount of money given by the Alliance when they were able to catch or kill those criminals, many started to get excited and worked hard to take down those criminals. Yet, Azazel couldn't maintain his calm when he saw the news. However, it was impossible for him to visit Riser, so he could only return to the Gregory, asking what was happening with impatience and anger as he didn't expect the /dog group that he had created as a fighting group under the Gregory would be labeled as the criminal that was part of the Cows Brigade. Moreover, it was Barrakiel, the current leader of Gregory, who made that announcement, giving an ultimatum and no place to return for the /dog group. What's happening, Barrakiel? Why did you make the /dog into a criminal? Azazel asked with a shout. Watching how emotional Azazel had become, everyone was also prepared since they wouldn't let Azazel fight against Barrakiel as Barrakiel gave the peace of the fallen angels, and frankly, Barrakiel was more suitable as a leader for the Gregory to an effort to lead everyone instead of Azazel who often went on his own due of his selfish nature. How dare you be so rude to Barrakiel-sama, you clown? Get the hell out of here, as my patience is still within my limit. Don't involve us with your problem anymore. Calm down. Azazel was stunned when he saw all of the fallen angels attack him verbally before following Barrakiel's words like they were the most loyal servants and even prepared to attack him, who was the previous governor of the Gregory. He felt conflicted, wondering whether they were so ungrateful toward him, who had helped them so much, or they were just under so much pressure that he became a place to throw that frustration. Watching his friend's expression, Barrakiel sighed and asked, Isn't it you who involved them in your problem? You all get out for a while. Let me talk with him alone. Barrakiel told everyone to leave, leaving only the two behind. Staring at the face of his dearest friend, he said softly, Azazel, just abandon all of them. As long as you say that you are clear and don't have a relationship with Valley and the rest, everything will be okay. Even though he knew that Azazel had walked into the wrong path, he still wanted to save him. Azazel looked at Barrakiel, who looked at him sincerely, causing him to realize how ugly his heart was, but he took a deep breath and firmly said, Sorry, Barrakiel. I know that you care about me, but I won't abandon Valley no matter what. Thank you. You are my friend. Why? Barrakiel frowned. You don't understand. No, I understand. Barrakiel narrowed his eyes and said, Wasn't it you who told me to give up about the revenge of my wife before? I wanted to destroy the 5 principal clans, but you told me to stop, yet now, I tell you to stop since you should see the overall situation. You should see the big picture. There is no point in fighting Riser-sama anymore. He is above everyone. He has become an existence above our god. Facing him is meaningless, and it might cause the extinction of our race. Barrakiel sighed and asked, Do you want to see all of us die so much? Azazel flinched and couldn't see Barakiel's figure straight. If it was someone else, he might be bold, but this was Barakiel, someone who could even sacrifice his wife for everyone in the fallen angels. Barakiel swallowed his hatred and didn't do anything since he told him to do so. At that moment, their position was reversed. Barakiel was the one who told him to sacrifice Vala for everyone. Being stared at by Barakiel, even if Barakiel didn't do anything, Azazel felt like his heart was about to crash due to guilt. He didn't dare to say a single word and just kept quiet like a child who had done a wrong thing. Yet, could this really change Azazel's decision? No, was it even possible for him to escape from Riser? Even though the rest were blind, what happened to the 5 principal clans and Tiamat was all due to Riser. No one knew this, and they were all played by Riser, like a toy. Knowing this, his withered like will suddenly became lush and firm as he made his decision. Sorry, Barakiel. I know that I am selfish, and I know that you are worried about me, but I won't stop. Azazel looked at Barakiel firmly and apologized. I am sorry again, but he is the only one I have thought of as my child, after all, so I can't stop. Moreover, he knew that Riser knew that he was the one who made the plan to summon the Great Red. Even if he was just a co-planner, he was still the one who was involved in the incident that had almost caused the destruction of the entire underworld. Barakiel stared at Azazel for a while, then said, "Is that so? Then, do as you wish, don't try to involve Gregory with you from now on, we will cut our relationship. I will tell Riser-sama that you are not a member of the Gregory anymore, but you don't need to worry, I won't announce it to the world." That way, Azazel could still maintain his last dignity. Still, due to this, in case of trouble, Azazel knew that everyone would abandon him and just throw him away to Riser. Yet he reaped what he sowed. Everything happened because of himself, not the others. Bowing his head, Azazel left. As for the dog, it was impossible to change their fate, and their fate was as good as dead as they could only hide on the sewer like a dirty rat and would be unable to see the sun from now on. Yet, there was nothing that they could do since, in this world, Riser was the justice, and they were the evil. As for the mocking gear that Riser gave, Barakiel was sure that Azazel must wish to learn it, but he wouldn't tell him since he had already entrusted his everything to Riser. Still, what they didn't know was that Riser had been listening to their conversation. Frankly, he didn't expect that this move would be effective, and he hadn't thought of this method since he could kill all of them. Yet, killing them alone wasn't enough, as he wished for them to taste the cruelty of the world. With that thought, he continued his work and plan, thinking that it was more fun than he had thought to be in the position of above everyone. Chapter 327, As a ruler, being gentle isn't a good thing. With a pen and paper, Riser wrote various names and made them into the list of criminals. Unlike the original, he gave those who could catch those criminals money, which made many excited. Frankly, in this world, the only thing that he never lacked was money. Not only could he make more money with Phenex tears, but his business spread to every continent, whether it was the underworld, the supernatural world, or the earth. Moreover, he was even thinking of expanding his business to space from mining, manufacturing, tourism, etc. Lastly, he also had a Control-T, a magic that made him able to change the size of anything, so even if he found a small gold like a pebble, he could make it as big as a boulder. He could even make a mocking gear. In other words, the value of money was similar to the toilet paper in his eyes. Yet, while it was easy for him to make money, it wasn't easy for the others to do so, so the chance of them making a lot of money by hunting down all the criminals that were listened to by him was a good opportunity for everyone, as having more money definitely wouldn't hurt anyone. Moreover, with the help of Meredith, who could control humans as easily as he played with a doll, this bounty system worked well in the supernatural world. He listed quite a lot of criminals. Whether it was all members of the Cows Brigade, from the various different factions to the members of the Dog, Biko, Arthur, Luffy Pendragon, or even Lavinia Rennie, the owner of the Absolute Demise. Those who were members of the Cows Brigade aside, he had talked with the leader of the Grauzauberer, Mephistopheles, and he was okay with Lavinia Rennie being listed as a criminal, especially when Rennie was no longer a member of the Grauzauberer. As for Biko and Arthur, even though Riser had caught them before, Ajuka told him that they had run away somehow, one or another. Anyway, his actions were simply ridiculous, especially when he had let go of the criminals caught by Riser without even consulting anyone. It was also because of this the Ajuka faction in the underworld became smaller and smaller, especially when Riser's faction took over after the production of the evil pieces and also became the controller of the raiding game. By showing his ability in this area, Riser told everyone that even if Ajuka didn't exist, everything would be alright. He also took down those key points in the Ajuka faction, killing them in the name of the Cows Brigade. Still, as expected of Ajuka, even though he had done all of this, Ajuka never did anything, as if Ajuka had acquitted him and let him do whatever he wanted until he was satisfied. Nevertheless, in this world, no one could stop him anymore, and he had become the existence above everyone. Moreover, those weren't the only names that were mentioned, but as there were a lot of lists, it was troublesome to write them, so he only paid attention to those who were strong and needed to be paid attention. Yet, somehow, someone came to him at an unexpected time. What's wrong, Michael? Riser Cohen, there is something that I want to talk about with you. Please talk. There is no need for you to get nervous like this, right? Riser said as he took a lightly salty rice cracker bought by his wife. Or will our conversation involve something that makes you extremely nervous? Michael was quite awkward, then let out a long sigh. I am not sure how to say this, but like how there is a devil who can't accept the peace between us, there are also some people who can't accept our peace, Riser Cohen. Oh. It isn't the angel, right? No. If it's the angel, they will already fall. It is the members of the church, the exorcists, who have a dissatisfaction toward us about this peace. Oh, why did you want to tell me this? I just wish for you not to list them as criminals like what you did to others. Michael bowed his head deeply, telling his purpose to come to Riser's office. When he saw the bounty hunt made by Riser, he knew that those who would be listed on that list definitely wouldn't have a bright future and could only end up dying due to the cruelty of the living being. It was said that a devil was an existence that brought sin, but Michael knew that sometimes even humans were even crueler than the devil. Still, what he was worried about was the people under him who couldn't bear this peace would do something stupid. It was also why he came to Riser, hoping their names wouldn't be listed for this bounty. Since you come here by yourselves, then it will be troublesome if those people are listed on the bounty, Michael. Michael nodded helplessly. So, who are they? Riser asked curiously. They are Vasco Strata, the strongest exorcist and the second highest official in the church as cardinal priest, Ewald Cristaldi, the third highest official in the church as cardinal deacon, and Teodoro Lagrenzi, one of the highest-ranking officials in the church ranked at cardinal bishop and also a miracle child. Miracle child? It's a child that is born as a result of a union between a human and an angel. Can you do such a thing? Won't you become a fallen by then? We can. Michael nodded. As long as our heart is pure and only moves by love, then everything is possible. But do you think there is no lust in such an act? It's hard, but it is possible, but then again, we are developing a room that can be used specially for an angel to reproduce without being worried about falling. Michael looked at Riser with a smile and said, when we are able to craft it, I will give you one. Was this Michael's bribe? He wasn't a hypocrite, so he thanked Michael. Thanks. No, it should be me who should thank you as you have listened to my selfishness. Then, what are you planning to do then? Their position is high, you know. Moreover, even if you stop them, it doesn't mean that they will give up, and the more something is suppressed, the more that it will be uncontrollable. Then, what should I do? Michael was also helpless since, as an angel, he needed to be kind and gentle, especially in front of the believers. He was different from Riser, who could kill those who made trouble without hesitation. Are those three the leaders? Yes. Tell me more about those three. Michael nodded as he told Riser about those three figures who led a group that wished to break away from peace and the alliance. Still listening to Michael, Riser raised his eyebrow and asked, Teodoro Lagrenzi is a child? Yes, he is. I wonder why two people who are so old are willing to listen to a child's tantrum. Riser felt speechless when Vasco and Ewald, who were so old, would follow Teodoro to cause trouble in the church. What could Michael say in this situation? Still, Riser also understood why Teodoro couldn't accept this peace, as Teodoro's parents were killed by the devils, so Teodoro still felt hatred toward the devils and wished to eradicate them. However. Sorry, no. Michael was startled. Why? Riser Cohen, can you explain to me why you can't let go of them? It's because if I do that, they will trample the law that we have set up. If we have an exception, then what will the others do? While I know that with our position, there is no problem in making some exceptions, you should see from my perspective. Riser looked at Michael and asked, look, Michael, like Teodoro, whose parents were killed by the devils, there are also many devils whose parents, lovers, family, and many others were killed by the angel and the exorcists, so in case I let Teodoro go just because of you, there might be some devils who think this is unfair and they will come to me, asking me to let them kill those who had hurt them in the past, especially when their identities can give them some special treatments like this. Miracle child of yours. By then, the cycle of hatred will never end, and it will continue. Probably, by then, we will have a war against each other. Michael was unable to say a single word as he had never thought his gentleness would make everything like this, but then, he also didn't think that Riser over-exaggerated this matter since he knew if Riser really let go of this group of people, everything would become more complicated. Instead of being gentle, you should be strong, or rather, you should use this group to show your power within the heaven and the church, so no one will question your decision again and make you able to sit firmly above everyone on the angel side. If you let them go, then there won't be more people who will try to antagonize you even further. If you are gentle now, you will only have a rough future. In an era where no gods existed, anything could happen. Maybe, in the future, Christianity might even cease to exist, like those religions that could only be labeled as pagan. If Michael didn't want the fate of the pagan religion to happen to him, he had to make a strict decision. Moreover, the values of Vasco, Ewald, and Theodora weren't as huge as the value of the future of heaven. Michael took a deep breath and said, "You are right. I might be a little too gentle with my ruler. If you need help, just tell me. You don't need to rely on a human. It's a human who needs to rely on us." Michael stared at Riser in a daze, bowing his head before leaving as he was ready to do what he needed to do as the ruler of heaven. Chapter 328, Maid is Dangerous Profession. Riser sighed helplessly, thinking that some people really weren't suitable to become leaders. It might also be the reason why the church was such a mess that it even allowed the Holy Sword Project. Yet, unlike the devil and the fallen angel, who were moved by one voice, they could do everything smoothly under a single order. However, the angels were different since they were mixed by the human's opinion, and instead of the master of all the believers of the church, Riser felt like Michael and the others were being used by those believers. He felt like those believers were parasites who used the power of Michael and the others for their own benefit. If those believers were obedient and willing to listen, Riser felt that they were good as they could strengthen the power of heaven, yet they didn't listen to Michael and tried to fight Michael's opinion. Fighting against the devil. If it was before, Michael might not have said anything, but now, fighting the devil is as good as committing suicide. Moreover, instead of those believers who made their own factions, Michael should be more concerned about the continuation of his race, an angel. As for that human, this race would produce as much as cockroaches. Instead, if half of the population was erased, it might be even better for the world. Well, as a former human, he couldn't say much, but as he had become a devil, standing on the top of many, his view of life, the world, and everything changed. Moreover, he had almost disappeared before. If nothing had changed inside him after all of that, then he would only say that he was really a protagonist. Unfortunately, even if he gained the ability of the Chosen One, which turned him into a protagonist, he was just a man-made protagonist instead of a natural one. With that thought, he wondered what was happening to those who were being listed within the bounty. Still, he had been working so hard. Even though he had been to the human world before, what he did was work slowly cornering his enemies as he watched them dancing pitifully before their deaths. "I need to rest." He made up his mind. If he could sit down, then there was no need for him to stand up. If he could just eat and sleep, then he wouldn't work. As of today, he wasn't going to do anything. It was just when he was resting on the sofa in his office that the door of his office was knocked on. "Enter." The door was opened slightly, and a head poked out from that gap. "What's wrong, Meredith? Are you free, Riser-sama?" "Well, I am free." Hearing that answer, Meredith entered his office with a smile, together with a maid. "Then, do you want to play a game with us?" What kind of game?" Well, it was that kind of game. Riser wasn't sure why Meredith played with a maid, but since the maid was beautiful, he didn't really mind. During the meeting in the hall before, he had noticed this maid, who had been standing with Meredith, but he didn't pay much attention to her as many things happened during that meeting. Yet, her beauty still attracted him, especially when she wore her maid uniform and tied her hair above her head. However, what attracted him the most was the air of elegance that she carried and the atmosphere of a proper lady that she had, even if she was just a mere maid. However, the elegance and atmosphere of a proper lady were no longer seen. Instead, she was writhing under his body as he pounded her from behind, receiving his baptism. However, what made him confused was Meredith's reaction since she was smiling all the time when she saw him playing an adult with this maid. "What do you think, Elaine?" "It's good, right? You don't need to hold back. You just need to enjoy it. There is no one besides us here." While lying naked on her stomach, Meredith made a devil-like whisper. Elaine Westcott, who heard Meredith's voice, was like a female animal whose chain was cut down. By then, there was nothing that could stop her anymore, and it felt like she had released all of her emotions, letting him do whatever she wanted with her body. While Riser wasn't sure what had happened, being challenged, he wouldn't back down and told her why he was called Lucifer. In the end, after her body shook so many times, Elaine passed out on the large bed. As expected of Lucifer-sama. Meredith sighed at Riser's prowess. "Why are you so calm? It's your turn next. Geez, be gentle, okay? I don't want you to wreck my body." While she didn't mind being wrecked by Riser, sometimes, she also wanted him to be gentle. Okay. Riser was flexible, and sometimes playing gently was nice. He also wanted to ask her what was wrong with this new maid. "Congratulations, you have received Bari Bari no Mi, complete version." Whoever this woman was, Riser knew that the identity of this woman was definitely exceptional. Elaine Westcott. She is a young British woman in her early 20s, and her identity is the maid of the House of Pendragon. Frankly, there was nothing special about her. Even though she was a maid of the Pendragon house, there were other maids beside her, and while she was also the descendant of one of the founding fathers of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, there were a lot of other descendants besides her, and she also wasn't an exceptional one. Still, if there was something that made her special, she was in charge of the education of Luffy Pendragon, and it was also due to this reason that her relationship with the older brother of Luffy Pendragon, Arthur Pendragon, was good, that they were in love with each other. Naturally, the difference in their status made this love impossible to realize. However, Arthur never gave up and would do anything so he could keep loving her, so that was why he decided to leave the house to join the Cows Brigade to protect her. Frankly, Elaine didn't understand this decision, and even worse, Luffy also joined, causing her position in the Pendragon house wasn't good as she was treated as the cause, which made Arthur and Luffy walk in the wrong path. Nevertheless, she was helpless since she knew there was nothing she could do since she was just a maid. Yet, as more time passed, she realized that as a weak woman, there was nothing she could do, especially when she heard that Arthur was caught after invading the territory of Lucifer. When she heard this, she almost passed out, and the entire house of Pendragon was panicking. Still, like Pendragon House, there was no way for them to give up their heir, and they tried to get back Arthur. Fortunately, Ajuka was reasonable, and he gave Arthur back. However, even if Arthur was in a mess due to his careless action, he didn't seem to give up and continued with his stupid action by joining the terrorist organization. Even worse, Luffy also joined. While everyone was helpless, there was nothing they could do as Arthur was the strongest in the Pendragon house, and if Arthur wished to leave, they couldn't stop him. If there was something unfortunate, it was the fact that they had lost Caliban and Excalibur to the devil, yet this was inevitable. Still, if possible, they wanted to get those swords back since if they could get Arthur back, it should be reasonable to get their treasures back, right? However, in the end, their good day ended, especially when Riser made a contract with Meredith. By that time, it was like a nightmare for the Pendragon house, and she, Elaine, a woman who happened to be a lover of Arthur, was thrown away and given to Meredith as a gift for Riser. At that time, Elaine was in despair, and she knew that her life was as good as over. However, Meredith didn't treat her badly and even joked around with her, telling how great Riser was. It was like Riser was a god in Meredith's eyes, and it was something that she should be happy that she could sleep with Riser. If it was before, Elaine might have fought and just kept her love for Arthur, but now, it is different. Tasting the taste of betrayal and abandonment, she needed someone whom she could trust. Hearing the greatness of Riser, she was like someone drowning who was in need of help, so when she saw a rope, she reached her hand without hesitation. Yet, she had to say, her first impression of Riser was exceptional. Riser was above everyone. Nothing was in his eyes, not even those legendary gods would bow down before him. Because of this, it also made her wonder whether she was worthy of him. However, everything changed when he embraced her. His gaze, his touch, his fierceness. She received everything from him, and she enjoyed wishing this time would continue. When she opened her eyes, she saw Meredith was under Riser being pounded as they kissed affectionately. She blinked her eyes, feeling a little jealous, so she joined by hugging Riser from behind. Riser-sama, please let me help you. Riser felt that a maid was a dangerous profession, yet he didn't hate it at all. Chapter 329, Day of Despair. You are. Arthur woke up from his sleep as he let out a roar. What's wrong, Arthur? Oni-sama. Arthur. Arthur's expression was horrible as if he had just found out that the lover he wished to meet was in the embrace of another man. Nothing. There was no way for him to tell what the content of his dream was. Nevertheless, everyone noticed the gloominess in his voice, but they didn't keep pressing him further since Northwest One in this place was in good condition. Especially the members of the Slash Dog and Lavinia Rennie. Their clothes, which were usually new, fresh, and without any wrinkles, were in a mess, dirty, and even some holes could be found. Their expressions were all horrible, and it was clear that they hadn't slept well for the past few days, especially after Riser had made the bounty. Every day was like a living hell for them since sometimes the normal people who they thought were gentle or a grandma whom they helped when she fell turned out to be bounty hunters who came after their lives. The temptation of the bounty given by Riser was great, especially when everyone knew that they could get the good side of Riser as long as they could take one of them down. What did it mean to have the good side of Riser? It meant that their future was great. Money aside, the intangible benefits that came from hunting down those criminals were so great that many bounty hunters came after their lives. Watching everyone whose situation became so horrible due to him, Vala felt an intense guilt. I am sorry. It's because of me that you. Even if he was awkward and proud, he knew that the misery that everyone felt was all due to him. Unlike the hero faction, magician faction, or even the remains of the old Satan faction, even though they were criminals, they didn't do anything to the innocent people, so even if they were attacked by innocent people, they still had a hard time killing them, which was different from the hero faction, magician faction, and the remains of the old Satan faction who could do a cruel thing without worry. Watching how depressed Vala was, everyone suppressed the gloomy feelings in their hearts. They were the ones who had chosen to go after Vale, and they knew that this was the revenge given by Riser. You don't need to worry, Vale. Everything will be okay. We have decided to help you, and of course, we will stay by your side until the end. Moreover, you are the only one who can defeat that fake Lucifer. Tobio and Rennie tried to cheer Valley up since they knew the only one who could defeat Riser was Valley. Still, whether it was Tobio or Rennie, the two of them never thought that their situation would become like this. Tobio was Gregory's ace and Rennie's Grasshopper. The two thought that as long as two powerful organizations would work together with Valley, there was a chance to throw down the fake Lucifer and bring true peace to everyone. However, reality slapped them harshly. Gregory and Grasshopper quickly abandoned them and listed them as criminals. The two organizations drew a line between them and told the world that they had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, Rennie thought about the words that she had said to Mephistopheles. You will regret it. Now, who was the one who regretted their choices? Rennie had never lived such a miserable life, being hunted in the morning and night. Moreover, she was different from the guys who could handle dirty environments, and she also wondered how long it had been since she had slept in such an environment. Still, Rennie also had her own pride, and she didn't think that her choice was wrong. Instead, she knew that someone needed to break and destroy this fake peace, showing the world what true peace truly was. Tobio was stronger than Rennie since his life wasn't that good. If there was something that he was worried about, it was about his fiancée, who was a part of the 5 principal clans. Fortunately, he had heard that the 5 principal clans had joined the alliance. Even though he hated the alliance, he knew that his fiancée could live well in the alliance instead of hiding like a rat in the sewer like them. Yes, it's your fault. However, while Rennie and Tobio tried to comfort Valley, someone couldn't bear it anymore. Shigyun Nanadaru, one of the members of the Slash God, accused Valley directly and cruelly without hesitation. It's your fault, Valley. If you don't do something like this, will we have to live like this? Nanadaru. Tobio started at Shigyun furiously. It's all your fault too, Tobio. If you don't order us to follow you in this mission, then will we have to live miserably? Look at Azazel. That guy is living well and ignores all of us. Why do I have to live like this because all of you are here? Unlike the others, Shigyun didn't have much of a good relationship with Valley. The reason why she was part of the Slash Dog was due to an accident that happened 3 years ago. Usually, she only did a mission given by the Gregory, and they hardly met each other, but somehow, she was forced to be involved with the matter of Tobio and Valley. Frankly, Shigyun didn't want to be involved in this matter even if Azazel had ordered her to do so. At this moment, Shigyun realizes the cruelty of the worker, especially when she can't choose her own fate. Yet, there was nothing she could do, especially since this was the only place that she could stay. She wasn't sure what she was talking about or what everyone's expression was, but she poured all of her frustration and passed out as she was unable to handle the pressure. Shigyun. Sae Toju, who was Tobio's childhood friend, hugged Shigyun tightly, helping her. However, at the moment, besides Sae, no one had helped Shigyun as they could only bow their heads low. Still, at that moment, a loud voice was heard from outside of their hiding place. Over there. Ha ha ha, we're going to get rich. Don't kill them. If we can get them alive, we can get more money. Everyone was startled. Rennie was stunned and said, we're surrounded. There are thousands of people outside. These numbers brought everyone to horror. Usually, with such a number of people who came to hunt them, they would notice them immediately, but they couldn't stay focused, especially when Shigyun was in outburst. We need to run. Lu Fei, hurry up. They had been exhausted from fighting so many times, and they didn't have time to rest. If Arthur still had his Caliban, they might be able to escape easily. If Kuroka was there, they could teleport directly. However, without those two, the only one they could meet was Lu Fei. Under the urge of everyone, Lu Fei quickly made a teleportation circle and teleported everyone, but due to her limited magic power as she was unable to properly rest, the circle wasn't so huge to teleport everyone. Ah. At that moment, a scream sounded. Sae. Tobio only realized that Sae and Shigyun hadn't been teleported. Tobio-kun. Yet, everything was too late since, as they were teleported, Sae and Shigyun were left behind under the group of bounty hunters. Nuu. As soon as they were able to arrive at the safe place, Tobio quickly got up and went to Lu Fei. Teleport me back. I need to save them. However, Lu Fei passed out after using all of her magic power. Lu Fei. Calm down, Tobio-kun. How could I calm down? Tobio held his head in frustration. Sae. Everyone lost their calm at this moment, but suddenly. You look so disgraceful, Valley. Who? Everyone became tense as they looked at the source of the voice, and from the dark, they saw a young man with a dangerous spear that caused them to shudder. How about it? Do you want to work with us to show the world who is right? Chapter 330, The Golden Age of the Alliance. Let's go to Kyoto. What? Riser, who was resting on his villa, looked at Serafal, suddenly jumped into his belly, hugged him tightly, and said something so outrageous. Still, he hoped that she didn't grind those bouncy bottoms of hers to his nether region since it was hard for him to answer her this way. He lifted her body lightly and said, "Okay, okay." When? He was just about to relax, and he didn't want to work, so going to Kyoto was a good thing for him. Yay. Well, there is no need to be in a hurry, though. I will call you later when we're ready, but I have heard that you have been skipping your work. Is that okay? Of course. Of course not. It isn't okay. Oni-sama, do your work. Riser's lips twitched when he saw Ravel, along with the many women surrounding him. Still, he wasn't scared and said, "No, Ravel. The doctor has said that I have an acute disease where I will die if I work. Let me rest." How long have you been saying that? Hurry up. Rossweiss, Isabella, Shuelan, pull him up. Excuse me, Riser-sama. 3x. While they didn't want to do this, they knew that the future of the underworld was on him, so they knew they had to force him even if he didn't want to work. Serafal, help me. However, Serafal only made a salute toward Riser, who was being pulled to work. When your work is over, I will comfort you, Riser-chan. Nuu. His cry was meaningless before he was thrown into a mountain of paperwork, where he was forced to stare at many problems in the alliance. At this moment, he cried in injustice as he realized how busy he had become. After the alliance with the Norse myth and the Greek myth, he thought his life would be peaceful, but he realized how wrong he was. Work, work, and work. Riser felt like crying for some reason. Yet, there was nothing he could do since he was the only one who was appropriate to handle many problems in the alliance. Others couldn't since their position wasn't as high as his, and they weren't as powerful as him. Moreover, as the leader of the alliance, this was something that he had to do. Still, his legs felt weak when he saw all the work he had to do, but he knew that this was necessary. It was also because of this he sometimes had his women to comfort him under the table. This might be risque, but Rossweiss was on the outside, protecting it in case someone came without prior notice, so there was no need to worry. However, as he was working along with the comfort Yubeluna under the table, someone suddenly entered the door, startling him and Yubeluna, but it also made him clutch his lower body painfully as he had a cold sweat. I am sorry, Riser-sama. Yubeluna was so frightened as she caressed the little Riser. It's okay. It will heal soon. It was fortunate to be a phoenix, if he wasn't. What's wrong, Nya? Are you hurt or something? Is there someone below, Nya? Kuroka asked curiously as she was startled when she saw Yubeluna coming out under Riser's table. Her expression became subtle. You really love this kind of play, Nya. Is there something wrong, Kuroka? Riser tried to hold his anger as he stared at Kuroka. Geez, don't be angry, Nya. I will comfort you later, Nya. I can't. I will spend my time with Serafal later. Then, the two of us can comfort you. Riser took a deep breath, then asked, so what's wrong? Someone came to exchange the bounty, Nya. Well, it isn't something new, right? They can handle them yourselves. As the bounty had spread all over the world, it wasn't weird for someone to come to exchange a member of the Cow's Brigade for money. This had happened so many times, but as expected, those who were caught weren't the core members, they were just some weaklings whose names weren't even mentioned in the story. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that they were weak, as many of them had sacred gears. Yes, most of the members caught by the bounty hunters were members of the hero faction, as they kept appearing from time to time. In the original, there was no such thing as a bounty, so even if there was a team created by the Alliance to face this terrorist organization, there weren't so many people who were included, and they also didn't receive payment as they were part of the protagonist group. However, with the bounty created by Riser, no one could reject the temptation of money, and they also wanted to get into Riser's good side, especially since he also made a promise that their descendants could work in the industry within the Phenex, Riser Gremory, and many others. In other words, Riser's power of money was so frightening. Still, even if so many members of the Cow's Brigade were captured, many of those bounty hunters were also killed. Yet, one shouldn't underestimate the strong desire for one to change one's fate by the power of money. Until now, those who were unknown, dirt poor, could only lament their lives and continue their everyday lives in the gray world as they didn't have a future. However, with the bounty, they could get a future that they didn't dare to imagine existed in their lives. At this moment, millions of creatures within the supernatural world wished for the criminal to appear since that way, they could get more money. Naturally, this also took quite an expense for him, but money was nothing compared to the peace of mind that he received, and no matter how they hunted the criminals for a bounty, it was impossible to empty his wallet. But this time, it is different, Nya. Oh. Can those bounty hunters capture someone special? After all, Riser knew that those who were related to the protagonist would have a certain protagonist aura that could help them. It was the same case as the 5 principal clans that still held on even if they were attacked by Tiamat. Yes, Nya. Hey, you two come in, Nya. Hearing Kuroka's words, two girls came in timidly and didn't dare to look at Riser. Unlike his women, who had somehow gotten used to his aura, those two girls trembled in fear when they felt his aura, even if he had repressed it. Moreover, with their current situation, they weren't sure what would happen to them. Still, this was better than being surrounded by hundreds of men that had captured them. They still recalled their eyes when they stared at their bodies, and it made them shudder in fear. While Riser's aura was frightening, it didn't emit a lust that wished to swallow their bodies whole, so they felt strangely comfortable. Why did you chain them? Still, Riser was speechless when he saw those two girls were chained, which made him remember a certain scene in a certain work. If they were put into a cage, then he might be able to mimic that certain scene. However, he had to say they were all beauties. One was like a girl that you often saw in your neighborhood, a childhood type of girl. Her eyes were green, and her long hair was brown, tied in half twin tails, which enhanced her cuteness. The other was a biracial young woman of Japanese and European descent, making her Eurasian. She had long blonde hair that was tied using ribbons and tied in a braid, looking a lot like a crown. Her eyes were heterochromatic, with a blue right eye and a black left eye. They are Sae Toju and Shigyun Nanadaru, nya. Kuroka smiled and said, they are part of the Slash Dog. Oh. Slash Dog. Still, Riser was confused by Kuroka's smile. Even though they were members of the Slash Dog, they weren't special members, right? Moreover, they have a dubious relationship with the leader of the Slash Dog, nya. Don't you always like to steal someone's woman, nya? They are a good girl, nya. It was like a pet who wished to be praised by her master. Kuroka gave Riser the two girls as presents. I don't have such a hobby. Yet, Riser felt that Kuroka had slandered him since he didn't have a hobby to steal someone's women. Really, nya? Didn't you sleep with Elaine before? I do sleep with her, but isn't she just a normal maid hired by Meredith? Of course not, nya. She is Arthur's lover, nya. You slept with Arthur's lover, nya. Riser blinked his eyes, then looked at Yubaluna, who sat on his side like most loyal followers. It's true, Riser-sama. Yubaluna nodded. When she learned about Elaine Westcott's identity, this was why she didn't mind Elaine sleeping with Riser. If Elaine didn't have such an identity, there was no way for her to let Elaine sleep with Riser since everyone had their orders to sleep with Riser. Then. Yes, your hobby of sleeping with other women has spread, nya. Riser took a deep breath, then asked, who spread such a rumor? Kuroka looked away. Kurokeya. Chapter 331, Give your fiancé to him. While all the members of the alliance were peaceful under the ruler of Riser, the 5 principal clans were different. Even if Ajuka was there to protect the main headquarters of this clan, Tiamat never stopped her attack, and she kept harassing many places of the 5 principal clans within the country. While the 5 principal clans wished for Ajuka to stop Tiamat, who attacked the branch headquarters, if Ajuka left the main headquarters, then their headquarters were as good as defenseless. It was also because of this that they were huddled up and holed up within the headquarters like turtles, afraid of being targeted by Tiamat. What should we do? If this continues, then our clan is over. It's all your fault. If you don't have a connection with that dirty breed, then will this happen? We have to capture him. Hurry up and cut off your relationship with that guy, Suzaku. At this moment, all the main members of the 5 principal clans stared at Suzaku, the heir of the Haimjima clan, in panic and anger. Among the 5 principal clans, only 2 clans remained, and 3 of the rest were almost hanging and were about to be destroyed. However, as the 3 of them had lost their holy beasts, their clans were as good as over. Only the Haimjima clan and Nikiri clan still had their holy beasts, but they weren't sure how long they could hold on. While Ajuka was powerful, they knew that if he wished to defeat Tiamat, it was impossible, especially when they could see Ajuka's lazy attitude that they never cared much about the safety of their clans, even if they had tried to help him to search for the owner of the Innovate Clear. Moreover, they knew that even if Ajuka was powerful, he was helpless against Tannen. Tiamat had the same status as Tannen, and she also had a dubious relationship with Ajuka, so why should they help them? This made them helpless, and they wished for Riser to help them since they knew how Tannen was easily dealt with by Riser. Yet, they knew how much Riser hated Valley and those who were related to him, especially when Valley had killed the older brother of one of his women. It would be amazing for those who had a link with Valley and those who were related to him to be helped by Riser. So, at this moment, they wished for Suzaku to cut off her ties with her fiancé, Tobio, and also trap Tobio so they could use this guy as a gift to Riser. Being scolded harshly as she was forced to make a cruel decision, there was nothing that Suzaku Haimjima could do. Probably, her ears had already gone deaf from being scolded by everyone, especially the last time. Everyone knew how rude she was in front of Riser. She knew that everything was her fault, and even now, many of her clansmen died, yet there was nothing she could do. Weak. She was too weak to do anything. Now that you mention it, I have heard Lucifer-sama loves to play with a woman who has a partner already. That's right. I have heard that he loves to steal from a woman from another guy. Suzaku, why don't you try to save us by giving yourselves to Lucifer-sama? Everyone's eyes were on Suzaku as they thought that Suzaku had a fiancé, so Riser should be interested in her, right? Yet, Suzaku had a shudder when she saw everyone's eyes. What was this? What was this? What was this? Sacrifice yourselves for the clans, Suzaku. Yeah, moreover, isn't it all your fault that our clans have turned into something like this? It's your turn to repay us. Everyone became a monster as they tried to push this woman into the abyss, but... Bang. Suddenly, a loud banging sound was heard. Everyone turned their attention to the young man who had caused this commotion. What is this? Why are you all doing something so filthy? Do you want to curry the favor of that fake Lucifer that much? Uryu-kun. Suzaku looked at Uryu Nakiri, the heir of the Nakiri clan, with a moving expression. In this place, there was no one who could save her, and no one would help her as all of them wished to push her into Riser even though they knew that she had a fiancé already. Uryu felt sick by everyone who wished to give Suzaku to Riser, but when he was about to say something, one of the elders of his clan suddenly said, now that you mention it, you have a fiancé, right, Uryu? Why don't you give your fiancé to Lucifer-sama? You don't want Suzaku to sacrifice herself, right? If so, then try to repay your clans by doing something beneficial for us. Yeah. Instead of being angry at us, do something helpful. If you can't do something in this situation, then just shut up. Being scolded and forced to give his fiancé to Riser, Uryu was stunned still as he didn't expect this reaction. He thought that everyone would become one and fight the crisis, yet unexpectedly, everyone wished to throw his fiancé to Riser. Yet, facing the arguments of the elders, there was nothing he could do since his power wasn't enough, and he knew well how powerful Tiamat was since he had trained under her before. Moreover, Tiamat was good at sneak attacks, and even if he could control the power of the earth, he was helpless to the opponent that could fly. Yet, at the same time, he wondered why he did Tiamat do all of this. Why? When he was in his own thoughts, Uryu was ignoring Suzaku, and he pretended like he didn't do anything and just stayed quiet on the side. Watching Uryu, who had gone silent, all the elders snorted at Uryu, thinking that this guy was all talk and a coward, before they continued to urge Suzaku to seduce Riser so that way, they could be saved. While Uryu's fiancée was beautiful, they had a feeling that Riser would be more interested in Suzaku, especially when Akino was also his lover, so if he could have Suzaku and Akino, he could have a sister play, right? Still watching Uryu, who suddenly went silent, Suzaku felt even more despair and cursed him for raising her hope. If you can't do anything, then just shut up. The hope that she had before was crushed directly. As Suzaku didn't know what to do, Ajuka listened to their arguments silently as he talked with Azazel. I see, that's what they are planning. Well, there is nothing they can do except for that, right? He was so lustful, after all, Azazel said with a laugh. You can laugh in this situation. It's just a woman. I am sure that he will understand, and when he knows about his fiancée's situation, I am sure that he can become stronger. How cruel. Ajuka shook his head. Say someone who was about to sacrifice the entire underworld. We can't return, Azazel. I know. There was no escape for the two, as Riser wouldn't let them go. If there was a reason why Riser didn't kill them, it was because he wanted to play with their lives, letting them feel the feeling of despair, which made them snort at his sick hobby, but even so, their bodies were honest as they knew how frightening Riser was. Moreover, even if the others were clueless, they knew the reason why Tiamat attacked the 5 principal clans was all due to Riser. Tiamat didn't care about their lives any longer since she couldn't even save her life. They also didn't blame Tiamat since she was forced. As for the 5 principal clans, they didn't care much since they knew a human would reproduce sooner or later. So, are you going to Kyoto after this? Yeah, it's one of the chances after all, and I believe the holder of the Longinus will give us a surprise. Don't fail, Azazel. I know. This might be one of their last chances, and they had to take him down by using the user of the strongest Longinus, Chow Chow. Chapter 332, The Law of Gravity. Dear. As Riser had promised before, he went on a trip with Serafal to Kyoto as the West Yukai faction wished to become part of the alliance. Still, Serafal also thought that it was her chance to go on a trip with Riser, so she invited him. As he was able to escape from his work, naturally, he agreed to this invitation. So, along with Rosweiss, Maihi, his bishop, Mira, his pawn, and Burent, his pawn, all of them went on a trip to Kyoto. Naturally, before they went to Kyoto, they went to visit Sona and Rias on the Kuo. Sona and Rias jumped and hugged him tightly, happily. Being hugged by the two, Riser had to say that it was great as he had never expected that he would be able to enjoy this situation. Still, the matter of Kyoto aside, he was going to enjoy his time on the Kuo. Serafal also thought the same, as it had been a while since she met her little sister. Nevertheless, she felt a little nervous when she realized the dominant position had been switched between them. The smell of sex, the humid air of the ardent motions, and the sound of their heavy breathing filled the room. Riser sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette, looking at the ceiling absent-mindedly as he knew this trip to Kyoto definitely wouldn't be peaceful. What's wrong? Sona reached behind him as she moved her hand up and down on his broad back. The second grade at your school will go to Kyoto, too, right? Yeah. Similar to him and Serafal, who left for Kyoto, the second-year students of the Kuo Academy would also leave for Kyoto for a school trip. It happened to be a coincidence, but somehow, he felt like it was like a plot where trouble was about to come. However, unlike before, there was no Issei, the natural protagonist of this world, so he wasn't sure how this problem might be unfounded. I have heard that Azazel is going to join, right? He is going to join as a chemistry teacher and also the advisor of the Occult Research Club. As a student council, this was something natural for Sona to know. Right, Rias. Yeah. Rias, who was sleepy, answered Riser's question. Is there something wrong? She didn't care much about Azazel since she knew that Riser was going to give a slow and painful death to Azazel, avenging her older brother in her place. Riser might not have said anything, but she knew how he felt, especially when he was at Sundara. Nothing. Riser-chan, you have been weird. You must be hiding something, right? Tell us, okay. If you have something that you are worried about, you can tell us. Unlike Sona and Rias, Serafal was more straightforward as she wished to be his strength. She knew that many things happened under this piece, but many of them were clueless. No, I just felt like something might have happened on our trip to Kyoto later. As he said those words, he looked at the three women whose bodies were glistening by the sweat. Their room was quite cool due to their air conditioner, but the heat from their previous activity still remained within their bodies, causing them to sweat. Problem. Well, the Cows Brigade or something. Anyway, we will probably have to fight since someone won't let us have a smooth expansion of the Alliance. Under his leadership, the Alliance was probably the strongest force on this earth. As the West Yokai group joined the Alliance, there was no doubt that the power of the Alliance would be even greater. While the Cows Brigade might be one of the sources of trouble in this world, the forces that were sandwiched by the Alliance definitely wouldn't stay silent by the expansion of the power of the Alliance. Japan, the United States, and Europe were controlled by the Alliance. There might still be a lot of myths that hadn't joined, such as Middle Eastern, Celtic, African, Indian, and Chinese myth who hadn't joined the Alliance, but even so, it might be only a time before they joined as the expansion of the Alliance couldn't be stopped. If there was trouble, then it might also come from those two myths, especially when Sun Wukong was involved during the problem of the Great Red previously. Moreover, Azazel and Ajuka. Riser knew that he needed to clear up the two as soon as possible before they ran away to those two myths or even the Cows Brigade. Yet, there was no doubt this trip to Kyoto was a perfect chance for him to clear them up. However, he wouldn't tell Rias, Sona, or Serafal. Still, the three of them gasped when they heard that the Cows Brigade might appear in Kyoto. Giving them water, which they gulped greedily, Rias asked, will the Cows Brigade really come? If they don't come, I will be surprised. Moreover, isn't it a rare chance for them to fight me? Unlike when he was in the underworld, where he was protected by the army of the Alliance and various security magics on his territory. Then, don't tell me. I will use myself as bait so the remaining members of the Cows Brigade appear. It's time for this organization to be destroyed after all. His voice was just as he was on the side of justice. Should I go with you? No, it's enough for me with Wani-chan to go. Be careful, okay? Sona hugged his leg tightly, feeling helpless as she could do nothing. Rias was the same and hugged his other leg. Naturally, when the two of them hugged him, a natural reaction happened to his penis, causing them to blush and wish to be impregnated. What's wrong, Serafal? Unlike the two, who were like women in heat, Serafal didn't say anything. You are not going to push me like before, right? You still thinking about that? Of course. Serafal looked at Riser with tears in her eyes. Even now, she still remembered when he pushed her away when he faced that dangerous being, and she was just afraid that he would do something similar. You don't need to worry. I won't do something like that. Can you promise me? It's not about a promise, but in this world, there is no one who is stronger than me now. His voice was casual as if he was just stating the fact. The Cows Brigade. If I can find all of them, they are as good as they are now. Riser hugged Serafal affectionately. So, you don't need to worry that I will be okay. Okay. Serafal also hugged him tightly before pushing him, wishing him to impregnate her. Then, as the two started, Sona and Rias also joined. Still, you say all of that, but don't you just feel lustful toward the leader of the West Yokai faction? You don't want to make her into your woman, right, Riser-chan? Serafal tore Riser's righteous face. His lips twitched as he wondered how a woman could show such a face after she had shown him such a sad face previously. Yet could he deny it? After all, like how gravity pulled everyone to the ground, he was also attracted by the heavy mass of the leader of the West Yokai faction. However, as he was ready to learn about the law of gravity in Kyoto, all he got was disappointment. The leader of the Kyoto Yokai, Yasaka, has disappeared. Chapter 333, It's time for your downfall. Instead of the greater mass that one couldn't think of, what greeted them was a petite, green fruit. While it was just an illusion, similar to the green fruit, which was sour and bitter, Riser knew that it was forbidden for him to do anything to the figure in front of him. I am sorry for the rudeness, Lucifer-sama, but Oka-sama has been kidnapped. Yasaka's daughter, Kunu, bowed her head as if pleading toward Riser. Please save Oka-sama, Lucifer-sama. If it was in the original, Kunu wouldn't be so polite and begging like this. She would even attack the protagonist group as she would mistake them as the kidnapper of her mother, but it was different when the protagonist was changed into him. Facing the leader of the alliance, the proud daughter of the leader of Kyoto Yokai could only bow down and beg pitifully, hoping for him to lend his power to them. Still, Seraphol looked at Riser dumbfoundedly since there had always been trouble whenever he was involved, right? While Riser wasn't sure what Seraphol was thinking, he could only think that this woman must be thinking something rude about him. Still, as he ignored Seraphol, he observed Kunu once again. According to her appearance, Kunu should be in her elementary school. Her golden blonde hair was tied into a ponytail with matching eyes. She also has 9 golden foxtails and matching ears. Watching Kunu's traditional shrine maiden outfit, Riser wondered how Seraphol would appear when she wore them. You want me to wear a shrine maiden outfit? Seraphol suddenly whispered with a naughty blush. Riser hissed and looked at Seraphol speechlessly. Be serious. We're in the middle of an important occasion. His voice was stern as if he was really angry at Seraphol. However, Seraphol knew that this guy was all talk, but when she wore the shrine's maiden outfit, she knew that Riser would push her directly. Frankly, Riser didn't think too much about Yasaka since there was no relationship between them. Moreover, while Yasaka was powerful, it didn't mean that she would help much for the alliance, as in the supernatural world, the most important thing was the power of the leader. As long as the leader was powerful, any group would grow to the top. It was the case for him, which grew the alliance into such a humongous organization. Please. Still, the way Kunu asked for help was far better than Suzaku Haimjima at that time. Nevertheless, at this moment, no one said anything, even if they heard the conversation between Riser and Seraphol, all of them stayed silent. All the peerage members of Citri Sona and Rias Gremory, along with Azazel, sat behind Riser and Seraphol in silence, waiting for Riser's decision. Yet, unlike the others, it had been a while for Azazel to meet Riser. The last time they met was when he tried to follow him on his trip to Tokyo. However, the last time he saw him was when Riser used a secret technique to disappear along with the Great Red. Frankly, just sitting here made him have a cold sweat as Riser's aura penetrated every being of his body. At that time, when Riser appeared, Azazel was afraid of being killed, so he had been avoiding him, but now, he knew that he couldn't do that any longer. He needed to stay on Riser's side since this was the best place for him if he wanted to stay alive. Still, frankly, Azazel felt complex since even if he wasn't killed or attacked, Riser treated him like nothing but a dead bug on the asphalt street, dying due to the hot weather. If it was before, Azazel might have become angry, but he knew pride and others were meaningless, and he needed to throw them away. Riser wasn't sure what Azazel was thinking, and he didn't care about him either since it was about the time. Kunu, right? Yes. Kunu answered with a tense body and quickly straightened her body when Riser called her name. You don't need to worry. We will save your mother. You have decided to join the alliance, after all, so the safety of the Kyoto Yokai is also within my responsibility. Lucifer-sama. Kunu cried and felt relief as she knew that she could entrust everything to him. Still, due to her emotional outburst, she jumped into him and hugged him tightly as she cried. Riser was speechless, but he just comforted Kunu while wondering whether it was the feeling to have a daughter. He might have married, but he hadn't made his woman pregnant, so he felt a little emotional when he saw Kunu, who cried. Kunu, who was in his arms, also felt the long-lost security and comfort, so after that outburst, she slept in his arms. What a carefree girl. Riser was helpless, but the yokais of Kyoto were so nervous when they saw Kunu was so rude. Still, he didn't mind before he looked at everyone. Our mission now is to save Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto yokai. I hope that you can help me to search for her as I am sure that those kidnappers are still in the city. Yes. All of them answered without hesitation. Go on and rest. I know that it is your student trip, but I will make up your holiday later. It's okay, Riser-sama. You don't need to worry about us. Yeah, this thing is nothing. By the way, can I sleep with you tonight, Riser-sama? While others told Riser not to worry since they knew the importance of the West Yokai faction to the alliance, Zenobia directly asked her request. Everyone stared at this idiotic girl in silence. Sure. Yay. Watching Zenobia, who was happy, Asia's expression became subtle, then she raised her hand timidly. Can I join too? Sure. Yay. Asia also joined happily. Everyone. Kiba looked up at the sky and felt that everything was good and that everyone was happy, but he had to say, it felt like a bit lonely without Issei. However, as Issei wasn't by his side, he would keep remembering him, and Issei would live within his heart forever. However, Irina, who watched all of this, wasn't sure what to say, but why did Zenobia and Asia seem to look in her direction? Nevertheless, with that conversation, everyone returned to their rooms to rest while Kunu was brought by the maids to go back to her room. However, Azazel didn't join them and went somewhere by saying that he wanted to drink. Riser didn't care about Azazel and just ignored him. Azazel felt that this reaction of Riser was normal, and he knew the higher someone's position was, the more arrogant he was. Riser was like that now, and that was going to be Riser's downfall. Azazel was sure of this. Unlike Tokyo, the streets of Kyoto were complicated and small. It was like the entire city itself was a gigantic maze that could easily make one get lost. Moreover, unlike Tokyo, which seemed like a city that never slept, the street was quiet at this moment, and there were hardly any people walking around him. However, while Azazel was unfamiliar with the streets and was even getting lost now, he didn't mind since he knew that someone was going to come to pick him up. Then, as expected, as he walked, there were no people anymore, yet nothing changed. However, suddenly, a group of people led by a young man came and greeted him. Welcome, Governor. The young man smiled, showing a happy smile as he saw Azazel. Chapter 334, The Hero. I am not a governor anymore. I am nothing but just a normal fallen angel. Azazel said calmly as he observed this young man. Chow Chow. The leader of the hero faction on the Cows Brigade. This was the person that he came to meet in the middle of the night. While Azazel knew this young man, it was the first time he met Chow Chow directly like this, especially when Chow Chow was part of the terrorist organization, the Cows Brigade. Like any other person that he had seen, Chow Chow was handsome, with short black hair and blue eyes. He also wore a gakurin, Japanese schoolboy uniform, and ancient Chinese hanfu attire. Azazel wasn't sure if there was a reason why Chow Chow wore a school uniform, but for one thing, if it was before, he might think this young man was exceptional, but now. Azazel felt skeptical and wondered whether Chow Chow could defeat Riser. However, as the holder of the true Longinus, Chow Chow shouldn't be too shabby, right? Is it me, or do you think something rude about me, Governor? Chow Chow raised his brows. As I have said before, I am no longer the governor of the fallen angel. Even so, I think that you are one, and that's why I wonder how the expressions of everyone when they learn the governor of the fallen angel are meeting us, the group of terrorists. You want to report me to everyone? No. We're working together now, and our purpose is all the same. That is to defeat Riser Lucifer. When Chow Chow mentioned Riser, his voice was low and heavy, as if he tried to endure his anger. Yet, how could he not feel anger toward Riser? Especially when many of the members of the hero faction were taken out due to the bounty system made by Riser. As a faction with the most numbers on the Cows Brigade, the hero faction naturally became the #1 target of the entire world. Their value on the bounty might not be much, but as long as they collected enough, this number was good enough. Moreover, most of them were weak, as they were humans, so many supernatural beings came after the hero factions. If George, the holder of the Dimension Lost, wasn't part of the member of the Cows Brigade, then their faction would crumble before they were able to achieve their goal. As the hero faction, their purpose was like a hero to erase all evil beings, such as devils, monsters, dragons, and many supernatural beings that threatened human beings. Yet, somehow, they were targeted by those human beings. This was why Chow Chow hated Riser so much since, in the eyes of the public, Riser was the justice, while he, the hero faction, was the evil. However, as long as he defeated Riser, then this view would change, and that was why he knew Azazel's cooperation was necessary. However, before Chow Chow asked Riser, as he didn't know about him except for what he had heard from the public, someone suddenly interrupted him. Governor. How are Sae and Nanadaru? Are they fine? Tobio asked anxiously. While he knew that there was nothing that they could do, they had left Sae Toju, his childhood friend, and Nanadaru Shigyun. As a criminal who was targeted by the world, there was nothing he could do except ask Azazel's help, who was still standing on the light side. Still, some people might say that he was a simp for thinking Shigyun, who had gotten angry at him previously. However, Shigyun was a member of the / Dog, and as the leader of this group, he had a duty to protect every one of its members. Unfortunately, he failed before, and it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he cared about the female members of the / Dog more than mere friends. Watching Tobio's reaction, Azazel felt a bit guilty, and he wasn't sure how to inform Tobio about the information of Sae Toju and Shigyun Nanadaru. Still, he bit the bullet and said, "You don't need to worry. They should be at Riser's villa. Lucifer's villa. Tobio's expression became ugly, thinking that Sae and Shigyun were tortured by Riser. Nevertheless, Cao Cao and all the members of the hero faction looked at Tobio with a subtle expression before they glanced at Arthur Pendragon, whose elegance could no longer be seen, and what everyone could see was only a gloomy young man. Still noticing their gazes, Arthur became even more gloomy. You don't need to worry. They are beautiful, and in the worst-case scenario, they will be treated as a maid by Riser. Ma maid. That's great. Tobio sighed in relief since it was better than being put inside a dark jail. But don't come after them and think about saving them. Just leave them there and leave them until everything is over. Why? Tobio couldn't understand Azazel's thoughts. I think the governor is correct, Cao Cao added. Huh? Tobio was confused by Cao Cao's words. It is said that Lucifer-sama loves to steal the woman of others. Southwest, in case your close relationship with those two girls is known, then you might become a cuckold, Cao Cao wisely advised. Hearing Cao Cao's frank advice, Tobio was stunned and subconsciously stared at Arthur before he made up his mind. I know. Arthur became even more gloomy, but he didn't say anything. After all, the news of Elaine Westcott, the maid of the Pendragon house, falling into the arms of Riser was clearly announced as if trying to mock him. Yet, Arthur knew that everything was nothing but a trick to bait him out since he knew the love between him and Elaine was powerful, and there was no way for it to be broken. But I can see that this Lucifer is kind of an interesting character. Like his ancestor, who loved to steal the wives of others, Riser also loved to do the same, which made Cao Cao amazed and understand why Riser could create the alliance that almost dominated this world. If possible, I want to talk with him before I kill him, though. Don't. Azazel shook his head. The moment you have decided to become his enemy, never give him a chance to fight back, or else, you might be over. He is a devil, and I am the host of the ultimate Longinus, the true Longinus. Cao Cao smiled and said, I think that he is the one who needs to be careful. Azazel looked at Cao Cao for a moment, and somehow Cao Cao reminded him of someone who had passed away before, so he didn't say anything since it was meaningless to give advice to such a person and Cao Cao's purpose was nothing but to buy time for them. If you are that confident, then I won't say anything, but where is Yusaka? She is over here. Cao Cao glanced behind, and two of his followers brought Yusaka in front of Azazel. You are going to use her to summon the Great Red, right? Yes. Cao Cao nodded. While Lucifer-sama might have announced that he defeated the Great Red, no one knew for real, so why shouldn't we use this chance to confirm this news? Azazel nodded since, using the Great Red and Cao Cao's true Longinus, their chances of victory were even higher. Moreover, like Cao Cao, he didn't believe that Riser had defeated the Great Red. So, how are we going to appear? Cao Cao asked since he knew that the one who would give them an opportunity was Azazel. Tomorrow, come after me and attack me. We will fight together, and when we finish our fight, we can start the real deal. Ha ha ha, truly the governor of the fallen angels, you are going to use yourselves as bait. Cao Cao laughed and then nodded. If that's the case, happy cooperation. He extended his hand, giving a handshake to Azazel. Azazel also shook Cao Cao's hand firmly. By the way, can I ask you something? What's wrong? What kind of man is Riser Lucifer? Cao Cao asked. Azazel thought for a moment and said, he is a man of contradiction. Contradiction. Both aggressive and unaggressive, both insolent and polite, rigid and adaptable, submissive and resentful of being pushed around, loyal and treacherous, brave and timid, conservative and hospitable to new ways. In other words, it is impossible to predict him, but for one thing, as long as you become his enemy, then he will target you until you disappear from this world. Cao Cao smiled when he heard Azazel's thoughts toward Riser. That's why you are working with us, huh? Azazel didn't say anything and only kept quiet. However, it doesn't matter since soon, the evil will be defeated by us, the hero. Chapter 335, First Step. No one knew about the cooperation between Azazel and the hero faction except for those who were involved. The power of the dimensional lost, the ultimate sacred gear that governed over the barriers and space, wasn't something that could be cracked by anyone. Moreover, the host of this sacred gear was George, the descendant of Johann George Faust, the man who made a pact with the legendary devil, Mephistopheles, a genius magician. On this quiet and peaceful night, the two of them left and returned to their own places, waiting for the chance to defeat the strongest Lucifer. However, while those people had an intense and serious discussion, Riser and Seraphal spent their night a loving night together. While Zenobia and Asia wanted to join, he felt like he needed to give Seraphal priority first. He knew that it was unfair, but the world was like this, and Seraphal had a higher status in this world. Moreover, the devil's world still followed the rule of hierarchy. As the servants and the reincarnated devils, Zenobia and Asia knew that they needed to be wronged. Yet, they also knew they couldn't be as insolent as when they were with Sona or Rias, especially when they weren't that close with Seraphal. Seraphal might be bubbly, warm, kind-hearted, and probably slightly idiotic, yet even so, she was still Mao, one of the devils who stood above everyone. In this world, the stronger one was, the more lawless they would be. It was like how many gods often stole the women of others or even princesses so they could sleep with them. Nevertheless, compared to those gods who were lawless, Riser was more law-abiding, and his decision to fully focus on Serafal tonight was the correct one since she was so cute and loving. They also played by wearing kimonos and enjoyed their time in this old capital of this country. Still, on the next morning, when they had breakfast, Kuna came. She bowed her head and apologized. "I am sorry for showing such a shameful appearance, Lucifer-sama." She knew how rude her action had been the day before, especially when she had fallen asleep in his arms. "It's okay. That's normal. You are worried about your mother, after all. You don't need to worry. We will find your mother soon." "Thank you, Riser-sama." Kuna wished to hug him again since it was so warm when she was in his arms, but she knew she couldn't do it, especially when she knew how rude her action was. Still, unlike the original, where there was a limited number of armies that came to handle the problem in Kyoto. Under Riser's leadership, whether it was angels, devils, fallen angels, or other supernatural beings, they came all together and went to search for Yasaka and hunted down the Cows Brigade for extra money. It could be said the life of a terrorist in the supernatural world had become a difficult level where it was almost impossible for one to do unless one had a strong power. There was no lack of people who wished to get easy money, so Kyoto quickly became crowded due to Riser's call. Then what if the Cows Brigade didn't appear due to their appearance? Riser didn't think so since he knew the leader of the hero faction was a young man, and the character of the young men had always been reckless. Being smooth sailing gave them confidence, and even if they failed some, they wouldn't give up and persist like a protagonist usually was. It was why many protagonists were young instead of old. If the protagonists were old, then they would give up and make stable progress with no mistakes. "Riser-sama, if I can take down the hero faction, then reward me tonight, okay?" Zenobia directly made a deal after she joined the Citri group to search for Yasaka and took down the hero faction in Kyoto. "Okay." Hearing his answer, Zenobia became excited and then brought her team out to hunt down the enemies. As everyone left, Riser was left alone with Kunu and Serafal. As the leader of the alliance, it wasn't that he shouldn't move, but he knew that it was better that he didn't move since that way, his followers wouldn't appear useless. "By the way, Kunu, can you guide us around Kyoto?" "Yes, Lucifer-sama. Please call me Riser, okay?" Feeling his gentle touch on her hair, Kunu swung her tails right and left happily as she nodded. "Yes, Riser-sama." Serafal only glanced at Riser, but she didn't say anything. Still, as they had made their decision, under Kunu's guidance, they walked around Kyoto, visiting various places. While it might be strange, as a supernatural being, Kyoto felt like a better place for supernatural beings as this place still preserved the culture of this country well. "The matcha in this place is great, Riser-sama, Serafal-sama. It's nice. Let me try it, Riser-chan." Along with their group, the three of them visited Uji, the place where the famous Uji tea was born. "By the way, I have never heard how the kidnappers took down your mother, Kunu." Hearing this question, Kunu showed a hatred on her little face. "They are all cowards, Riser-sama." When Okasama was unprepared, and on her way to meet Indrasama to talk about cooperation, the hero faction of the Cows Brigade suddenly came and attacked Okasama's group. Moreover, they are so arrogant for sending the text directly, provoking us. As Kunu kept talking, Riser fell into silence. "Ah. Indra. A Hindu myth. Was the Hindu myth going to get involved?" Frankly, if there was a myth that he was still wary about, there was no doubt it was the Hindu myth and the Chinese myth, as they had religions with one of the greatest numbers of believers. However, if they were involved, it didn't mean he was scared. Instead, he thought that it was a chance. In the past, he might not have thought about it and even felt that it was troublesome, but he knew the best way to have a comfortable and lazy life was by dominating this world. The human world aside, the supernatural world had to bow down to him. It was also the reason why he never killed the leaders of the Cows Brigade, as they were useful. Riser knew that he needed to be on the side of the righteous, and it was impossible for him to decimate everyone unless he had a reason. If they didn't give him a reason, he couldn't do it. While he knew that he was the strongest being in this world, if he attacked someone without reason, then what was the difference between him and those dragons that he hated the most? This was why the Cows Brigade was necessary, as it could do dirty work for him. It was like this. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello. Riser-sama, please come. We're being attacked by the Cows Brigade." Asia's voice was filled with anxiety as she told Riser what was happening. She told her how Azazel fought the leader of the hero faction, Chow Chow, while the rest fought the other members of the hero faction. "I will go there." There was no need to hesitate, and he went directly to the place where they fought. Even though their fighting place was hidden by the dimensional lost, it didn't matter as nothing could be hidden by him, and while there was another reason, he didn't plan to say it since it might be too cruel for the hero faction. "Serafal, come on. Seraphol was happy that Riser didn't leave her, so hearing his voice, she jumped into him and hugged him tightly so he wouldn't push her away in case something dangerous happened like before. However, before Riser and Seraphol were about to leave, Kunu held his leg tightly. "Wait, Riser-sama. Please let me come with you. I want to save Oka-sama too." I. Kunu knew that her decision was reckless, but even so, she still wished to follow them. "Kunu-chan." While Seraphol thought of a reason to reject Kunu, Riser said, "Okay, come with me." While he wanted to carry Kunu on his arm, Kunu seemed to follow Seraphol's method by hugging his leg tightly like a koala. "Hold me tight." There were many things that Riser wanted to say, but he kept all of them inside. The three of them then flew in the direction of the battle. All the armies also followed him quickly as soon as possible. As expected, when they arrived, there was nothing, but Riser somehow burnt the space, and a gap emerged before they saw the scene that left all of them baffled. Wah! Azazel was there, fighting Cao Cao, but unexpectedly, he died. With lifeless eyes, his heart was pierced by the true Longinus, dying by this blow. At that moment, everything was in silence before a voice of the army of the fallen angels that came with Riser echoed throughout the space. "Governor." Chapter 336, You Have Been Caught. As there was no Issei, Zenobia became the leader of the group within the Kuo Academy. She might be idiotic and reckless, but everyone had to admit that she had this certain charm that made people follow her, especially when they knew that she would mess up, so they felt a strange responsibility to follow her. Nevertheless, somehow, Azazel also decided to follow them. While it might be strange, especially when Rias wished to kill Azazel, in the eyes of others, Azazel was still a teacher who needed to be respected. Moreover, even if Azazel's position as governor was taken away, he was still a former governor and had 12 wings, which showed his qualification as a leader-like figure among everyone. Moreover, Azazel was good at communicating, but nevertheless, when one image was already formed in another's heart, it was hard or almost impossible to erase that negative impression, especially when Riser had expressed his dislike for him. Even if they walked together, they didn't talk to each other and even ignored Azazel. Facing this, Azazel didn't say anything and just kept a note for the future, thinking of his revenge against them. He knew that it might be petty of him to think so, but if he wasn't petty, he wouldn't fall as a fallen angel, right? Still, Azazel somehow missed Issei as Issei was the only one who didn't mistreat him and felt a kinship, like a family. Yet, as Issei had become Riser's enemy, Issei had died, and no one knew that the one who killed Issei was Riser. While everyone was miserable, Riser sat on the sideline, safe and scathed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yet, it was impossible to deceive him, and he knew what kind of evil being Riser was. Still, he knew that even though he needed to be in a hurry, he also needed to be patient, or else everything would crumble. It's time. Due to the ignorance of Zenobia and her group, Azazel decided to move away while waiting for his plan to start. Then, as expected, suddenly, the entire space became quiet without anyone, as if everyone was teleported away. Then, as the sound of an explosion and a fight happened, he directly spread his wings and soared in their direction. "Are you all okay?" Showing his concern, Azazel appeared like a hero who came when everyone was in a crisis. "Sensei." Kiba was happy when he saw Azazel, who came to save them, but somehow, the girls felt that Azazel's timing was quite weird, and frankly, they didn't need help. However, they didn't say anything since, in this situation, while they might not lose in quality, they lost in terms of quantity as the hero faction brought their armies to take them down. "Oh. Isn't this the governor of Gregory?" Cao Cao also entered the act and acted as if he didn't know Azazel. He also appeared surprised and eager to fight Azazel like a martial artist who wished to prove he was the strongest. "I am not the governor of the Gregory." Azazel narrowed his eyes and asked, "You are Cao Cao of the hero faction, right?" "That's right. I am Cao Cao, the descendant of the famous Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms. What is your plan? What are you doing here? Where is the leader of the Kyoto yokai?" Azazel asked his questions continuously with a stern expression. Fu. Cao Cao chuckled. "We are a hero, so of course, our purpose is to become a hero and save everyone from a supernatural being like you. Though we might have another agenda, I will let you know if you defeat me." His choice of words was polite, yet everyone could tell how arrogant he sounded. Nevertheless, a hero. Were they Chinibu? Then, I will force you to talk. However, unlike others, who were confused and filled with tension, Azazel got serious directly. Downfall Dragon Another Armor. Azazel didn't hesitate and used his artificial sacred gear. While Riser might have destroyed this item previously, he crafted it again and made it even stronger. Then, I will see the true power of the governor. By then, the two of them had fought each other. While they might not use their everything, each of their collisions caused the space to tremble, showing the intense confrontation that suited their status. Nevertheless, it was easy to tell that no one gained the upper hand as their power was similar to each other. Azazel might only have used artificial sacred gear, but it was made with the cooperation of Fafnir, the legendary Dragon King. Moreover, he was the former governor of the Gremory and 12 wings of fallen angels. With all of those combinations, it could be said that his power couldn't be underestimated. Still, it didn't mean that Cao Cao was weak since he was the true host of the true Longinus, the strongest Longinus. Still, with such a Longinus, he was still a human, and as a human, he was weak. If there was something that he was above Azazel, it was his skill and talent in fighting since Azazel wasn't so good at fighting. While Cao Cao and Azazel fought, the other also fought the other members of the hero faction. While the bounty hunter made the lives of the members of the hero faction even more difficult, it also gave them a chance to get stronger and attain the strongest state of the sacred gear, Balance Breaker. By fighting to the death, they became stronger. Frankly, if it were others, it might be hard for them to do it, but with Cao Cao's brainwashing ability, no one feared death. Still, even so, they weren't Zenovia's opponent, and she was also cruel. Whenever her blade moved, she would cut down a few of the members of the hero faction and kill them. She knew that her act wasn't good and she wouldn't have done so in the past, but when she learned about what the hero faction did to the world, she knew that killing them was better than letting them stay alive. Watching how Zenovia killed the members of the hero faction like a bug, many of the hero faction's executives frowned and even felt furious. Those who were killed might be nothing but tools in their eyes, but even so, how could they allow their followers to be treated like this? When Cao Cao fought Azazel, his eyes questioned him, but Azazel never said anything and just let Zenovia kill the small fries. Still, even if Azazel didn't say anything, Cao Cao knew that this was a necessary sacrifice to take down Lucifer. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't get angry, and he made his attack stronger. Facing this attack, Azazel was a little helpless and ready to block this attack, but stop your movement and let your heart be pierced by that spear. Huh. Azazel felt his body move on its own as he saw the death was before him while hoping his armor would be able to block this attack, but as the strongest Longinus, the sharpness of the true Longinus was unequal, and even the armor of the downfall dragon another armor didn't bring protection to Azazel, and his heart was pierced. Cao Cao was also stunned as he saw the redness that gushed out from Azazel's heart. Keep quiet and let yourselves die. Meanwhile, Azazel, who wished to scream, realized that he couldn't say anything, and at the same time, he realized everything. This was a trap. When he thought that he was on the upper hand, he was the one who was still blind about everything. Riser. Riser. It's you, right? I know it's you. However, no matter how many times Azazel screamed, everything was meaningless. Goodbye. Then, suddenly, a powerful aura swept across the space like a tsunami, bringing the ominous clouds and black-red thunder like a sign of a catastrophe. By that time, many had already passed out due to this aura, but those who still could wake up knew that their end was near. However, at the same time, Azazel, who was at his weakest, also died instantly due to the impact caused by this tsunami-like aura. Yet, before he died, he was in despair, and his only regret was that he knew that everything was over. Azazel. Riser shouted in disbelief and shocked expression, yet he smiled inwardly. Congratulations, you have received, Gasha Gasha no Mi, complete version. Don't think that you can escape today. Facing all the members of the hero faction, a rage appeared on his face as he told everyone that it was time for the bloodbath. Chapter 337, Run Away. Unlike the members of the hero faction, whose names weren't even mentioned as all of them had passed out and were directly defeated by Riser's aura, executives of the hero faction, who was also the descendant of the famous hero, still held on. Jean, the former saint of the inheritor of the spirit of the Maiden of Orleans, Joan of Arc Heracles is the inheritor of the spirit of the Greek mythological hero, Heracles. Siegfried is the artificial human created from the genes of the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried. Leonardo, the possessor of the Longinus, Annihilation Maker. Arthur Pendragon is the descendant of King Arthur, as well as Morgan Le Fay. Le Fay Pendragon is the descendant of Morgan Le Fay as well as King Arthur. At the moment, only they and Cao Cao could still persist and pass out. Nevertheless, their legs were weak, and it took everything to stand up. Still, except for Arthur, they saw Riser for the first time, and they realized the terror of this Lucifer. Yet, Cao Cao was different. Unlike others who were frightened by Riser's aura, while he was also affected, he was more furious at the fact that he was being played. Watching the death of Azazel, Cao Cao knew that he was nothing but a scapegoat. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Cao Cao lost his calm, and he didn't even keep his spear from piercing Azazel's heart. Usually, he was the one who played his enemies, but this time, he was being played. Whether it was him or Azazel, they were all clowns that were nothing in this person's eyes. Moreover, he knew that no matter who was the one that really did it, he was already trapped, and no one would believe any words he would say, as from now on, he would be labeled as the killer of Azazel. As Chow Chow tried to think of a countermeasure for how to handle this situation, Azazel suddenly disappeared and appeared in Riser's hands. Azazel. 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 Riser called Azazel's name several times, shaking him, trying to wake him up, but Azazel was as good as death. At this moment, not only Riser but everyone was also shocked since they didn't expect the former governor of the Gremory to die this way. Hold him. I will kill all of them. Riser gave Azazel to the fallen angel, who was standing nearby, and he could see even if Azazel had caused many troubles for the Gremory, Azazel's position in the hearts of all the fallen angels that existed in this world was still huge, as Azazel was the one who guided them after they became the fallen angel. Still, facing this theater-like performance, Chow Chow wanted to say something, yet how could Riser allow him? Suddenly, like Azazel disappearing and appearing, Riser appeared in front of Chow Chow as he swung the blade from the Starbuster Star Blaster. Moreover, he also used Mirror Lion, the swing which was enough to cut down the space itself. Yet, Chow Chow didn't die, but his left arm was cut down. Before his entire being was about to be cut down by Riser, someone pulled him into the shadow. Riser Lucifer. The shadow on the ground suddenly expanded and became so enormous that it was ready to swallow everything before thousands of sharp blades appeared at the same time, ready to cut Riser down into pieces. Yet, making a grasping motion with his palm, the one who controlled the shadow realized that he had lost control of the shadow. What? Using the power of Kote Kote no Mi, Riser forcefully controlled the shadow field and dominated it before a figure of a small dog was held in his hand. Grr. The small black dog was ominous as if it was a symbol of death. So, this is a Canis Lycaon, huh? What a cute dog. Still, facing this small dog, Riser felt that it might be good to give it to Ravel as it could be used as a pet and a bodyguard, so he created the dango with the power of Kibi Kibi no Mi, which allowed him to dominate the mind of an animal. The small black dog seemed to realize how dangerous the dango on Riser was and refused to eat it, yet facing Riser's overwhelming power, there was nothing that it could do except be forcefully fed by Riser. The moment the dango entered the mouth of the black dog, its eyes changed before it became loyal to Riser. Woof. Woof. The small dog showed its loyalty to Riser, licking his palm happily. Good dog. Riser smiled as he gently caressed its fur. Jean. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s appeared out of the shadows as he had lost control of the black dog. His appearance was that of horror as he realized his connection with his Longinus, Canis Lycaon disappeared completely. Your name is Kuro from now on, okay. The young man, Tobio Accuse, wanted to get Jean, a small black dog, but his collar was pulled by Chow Chow, dodging the blade of shadow that was about to stab his brain. Jean. Tobio was shocked by Jin's aggressiveness and hostility. Kuro, who was Jean previously, meanwhile glared at Tobio angrily as if Tobio were a stranger. Give up. That Lucifer-sama seems able to take control of your Longinus, or rather. Chow Chow felt pain as his arm was lost, and also felt sad as he saw his left arm was burnt into ashes. He knew there was no way for him to be able to recover his burnt ashes, but as Tobio had saved him, he needed to save Tobio. Lastly, he still needed Tobio's power. Yet, the one that made him surprised the most. Lucifer-sama, you seem to have the ability to steal others' sacred gear. Chow Chow still maintained his calm smile as he looked at the blade in Riser's hand. If I am not wrong, that blade should be a Starbuster Star Blaster. Now, I understand why you like to hunt the hero faction. If there was a reason why Riser often targeted the hero faction, it was all because all the members of this organization were sacred gear users. By targeting this organization, Riser could gain a sacred gear. Nevertheless, while such a power was amazing, there must be a limit. Especially when he saw how Canis Lycaon on Riser's hands was different from when it was on Tobio's hands, Riser also realized this, and it seemed that he missed something from Tobio since, except for manipulating darkness and shadow, Canis Lycaon couldn't create a powerful blade like Tobio had done before. As expected of Lucifer-sama, how mighty. How powerful. Chow Chow boasted Riser, then smiled. If we defeat you here, then I am sure that our name will echo throughout the world as we will become the real hero. Was it the power of the plot? Or were they idiots? Riser didn't know, but those small characters, whose names he didn't even remember, also came to Chow Chow's side as they tried to challenge him. You coward. Where's Okasama? Return Okasama. Kunu, who couldn't wait to see her mother, cried when she saw the kidnappers of her mother. Calm down, Kunu. I will definitely get Yasaka back. Hold this one. Yes, Riser-sama. Kunu held Kuro, Jean, in her small arms as she glared at Chow Chow and his group. Serafal and the others also followed Riser, standing behind him as they were ready for the battle. Zenobia and the rest also followed. Even if they didn't say anything, the intensity and sheer pressure that came from them was enough to cause Chow Chow and the others to sweat. How scary. Even so, Chow Chow didn't lose his smile. Where is Yasaka? Riser asked. You don't need to get impatient, Lucifer-sama. Not all of the participants that I have invited have arrived yet. Please be patient since I have set up the perfect party for you that matches your status. There was no way for Cao Cao to show Yasaka, especially when he saw how Riser could teleport Azazel or teleport himself. If he dared to show Yasaka, he was sure that Riser could take Yasaka back without even moving, and by then, he would be at a disadvantage. Cao Cao knew that the reason why Riser didn't attack them was all due to Yasaka. If he lost Yasaka, then he knew that they were as good as dead. Suddenly, Cao Cao realized the danger and the threat of death for the first time, yet this was nothing. After all, what kind of a hero who hadn't faced their adversity? Moreover, Cao Cao still wanted to talk with Riser as it seemed Riser was still an interesting guy, yet he was confused as to why Riser moved his head around as if searching for something. Still, his eyes widened, and he was about to shout, but it was too late. You talk too much. Suddenly, Yasaka appeared in Riser's arms. Okasama. Kunu was excited. Still, due to this shout, Yasaka's eyes trembled as she opened her eyes, feeling an intense heat that made her body blaze like an inferno. Wheream, she stopped her words as she saw the valiant figure that held her body tightly, giving her a sense of security and this strange feeling that spread to her entire body. Stay here. Yasaka nodded obediently, as she felt at a loss when he let go of her. Okasama. Kunu hugged her mother excitedly. Kunu. Yasaka was also excited to meet her daughter as she quickly realized and remembered what was happening. Only Seraphal stared at Riser in silence. George, we need to run. Cao Cao shouted with all of his might as his eyes widened when he saw what appeared before his eyes. His heart was dreaded, and his pupils shrank in fear as he knew he was unable to dodge the blade that was about to take his life. Goodbye. Chapter 338, Strong Nostalgia. Cao Cao thought that he was about to die, but... Don't you dare to stop here, Cao Cao. I will take this fight. Cao Cao was suddenly pushed away before he saw a white figure that stood before him. He. Lucifer-sama can also use a sword. To be honest, I am also good at swordsmanship, so let's see who is better. Siegfried. Siegfried ignored everyone's surprise, and all that was seen on his face was only an eagerness to show his skill. Twice critical. Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. As a clone of Siegfried, he not only had superb swordsmanship but also a sacred great known as Twice Critical. Even though this was just a normal sacred gear, whose power was to double the user's power, it greatly boosted his strength, which was amazing in the supernatural world. Moreover, he also achieved Subspecies Balance Breaker, an ability that could only be developed after the death of God, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. This technique allowed him to have 4 dragon arms growing out of his back, with his power doubling for each. As a result, Siegfried obtained 4 additional dragon's arms, making it possible for him to perform a 6-sword style. Yet, this wasn't the end since the 6 swords that he held in each of his hands were special. That's demon swords. Kiba, who saw the swords held by Siegfried, was startled. Demon sword. Its weapons infused with demonic power and is considered to be the ultimate weapons against angels and fallen angels. Kiba's expression became solemn. Gram, Bamung, Dane's Leaf, Nothung, and Turfing. Lastly, he also wields the light sword, which is dangerous for the devil. That's right. All of my swords are legendary demon swords. Along with the holy sword, I will see if Lucifer-sama's swordsmanship is as strong as the world says. It's dangerous. Kiba became worried and was ready to join the fight, summoning his sacred gear, but then he stopped and released his swords. You talk too much. There was no resistance. At that moment, Siegfried was cut into half without being able to do anything. Riser didn't even think of Siegfried as an opponent. 6 swords. What was the use of it? Gorgeous, complicated, or beautiful techniques, Riser didn't care about any of that since, in the essence of swordsmanship, it was just to kill someone, so even if Siegfried tried to block his sword by raising his legendary swords or whatever, there was no resistance, and he killed Siegfried instantly. Looking at this, Kiba knew that he was thinking too much and felt embarrassed. Don't worry, Kiba. Saji patted Kiba's shoulder with a warm smile. Kiba wondered what he should do in this situation. Yet, the nightmare of the hero faction hadn't ended. Watching how Siegfried was killed with a single blow, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief, and there was also anger. The rest of the members aside, those executives thought of themselves as comrades, yet facing this being, all the resistance was meaningless. No one thought about staying, and all of them wanted to run away. George. Everyone shouted the name George, hoping he would use the dimensional lost to teleport all of them, escaping from this monster. Yet, there was no escape. Heracles, the one with the best physical ability yet slow in speed, was beheaded by Riser. However, the death of Heracles gave everyone a chance to escape since George quickly enveloped all of them in the purple mist of the dimensional lost, ready to teleport all of them away. At this moment, Cao Cao and the rest sighed in relief since they knew that they would be all right. However, a habit was impossible to change, and Cao Cao looked at Riser smugly and in a complicated mood since he knew that he was being slandered as the killer of Azazel. A fire, wind, immortality, an ability to take over the sacred gear or even the Longinus, and even a godlike swordsmanship that can cut anything. Cao Cao smiled and said, "But can you cut this purple mist?" Riser didn't say anything and just cut the purple mist, causing their teleportation to fail. The Kama no Mi gave him the ability to manipulate the concept of slash. While he knew there was something that he couldn't cut, he knew this purple mist that he could cut. Cao Cao, stop talking. George was in fear as his purple mist failed to teleport all of them after being cut by Riser. Everyone also felt the same and cursed Cao Cao for jinxing them. Yet, at this moment, a greater despair was about to come before them. Cao Cao had a cold sweat, his eyes were filled with fear when he saw Riser was right in front of his eyes. Die. Me. Like this. At this moment, a strong unwillingness was born in his heart. There is no way that I will die. As if responding to the feeling of its host, the true Longinus shone brightly. A great power burst over his body, and at the same time, everything seemed to be absorbed from his body, yet at that moment, the true Longinus shone brightly. Truth idea. God's will. It was probably the best way to describe this ability. Like any other sacred gear, true Longinus was capable of the balance breaker state. Still, unlike the other sacred gears whose balance breakers could be used as long as one train, the balance breaker state of the true Longinus was impossible to control. Everything was based on the will of the god that dwelled within the true Longinus. If it was against Issei, then the will of God would refuse Cao Cao, but against Riser. At that moment, the world was illuminated by an intense radiance that eclipsed everything. Riser. Lucifer-sama. Nuu. Seraphal, Yasaka, Zenobia, Kunu, and the others panicked as there was only a sense of despair when they saw this light. This light was a miracle, but at the same time, it was also a nightmare for those who faced this light. It was a great power that would annihilate everything. At that time, the time stopped as Riser was swallowed by this light. Yet, facing this light, Riser was in silence as he watched Cao Cao's smug expression as if he was already defeated. Still, he lamented his fate. Even God doesn't want me to be here, huh? However, it didn't matter, as he didn't want God to be in this world either. Still, this attack might bring anyone despair as they would be annihilated instantly, yet for him, it was a chance. Riser didn't have a chance before as he was just crazy to stay alive, but now, this was his chance to become a desperado. As his body was burnt by this light, the black chains on his body cracked before they were destroyed, causing the world to lose its color and the holy light of God to be pushed away. Boom. This impact swept everything, bringing greater despair to those who opposed him. Thank you. Riser thanked Cao Cao for giving him a chance to become a desperado, but goodbye. The silver slash was about to cut down everything, but only a powerful impact blasted his attack to the side, causing Cao Cao to lose his right leg. Slash. Yet, the aftermath of that slash cut down several buildings, rivers, streets, and everything as long as one's eyes could see. So, this is the power of Lucifer-sama, huh? How scary. Riser didn't say anything and looked up, feeling an intense nostalgia for the past. In the sky, an old dirty monkey with a gigantic staff, which was cut in half by Riser's blade, stood on the top of a gigantic Chinese dragon as he focused on Riser. Lucifer-sama, I know that I am rude, but can you let go of Cao Cao? He is under the care of important people, and that person doesn't want him to die. Showing a fist and palm gesture, Sun Wukong bowed his head and begged. Only Riser ignored this monkey and swung his sword, ready to cut down Cao Cao. Note. I plan to go somewhere, so early chapter. Chapter 339, The Peace is Coming. Cao Cao, who thought that he could run away safely due to Indra's involvement, saw despair once again. At this moment, his body was extremely weak as every energy and even his lifespan was absorbed into the truth idea. Moreover, he was disabled as he had lost one of his arms and one of his legs due to his fight against Riser. Was he going to die? Like this. When Cao Cao thought that everything was about to end, Sun Wukong stood before him and protected him. Run. I can't defeat him. A Chinese dragon, who happened to be Yunlong, the youngest dragon king, was already filled with fear and wished to run away, but before he ran away, he swept over Cao Cao and brought him away along with the others. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong faced Riser, trying to stop him. Lucifer-sama, are you sure that you want to do this? You are going to make the entire Chinese myth and the Hindu myth into your enemies. Do you want to have a war against us? Unlike his previous arrogance, Sun Wukong was solemn and even had a cold sweat as he knew how strong Riser was. Previously, there might have been contempt as he looked down on this young Lucifer, but while he didn't believe that Riser could defeat the Great Red, the fact that Riser could return safely and became even stronger, especially after he brutally punched down Hades, was the fact. While Sun Wukong was famous for being so lawless that he was even trapped under a mountain and tortured in many ways, he still knew how he should provoke or not. Nevertheless, he didn't feel scared since it was impossible for him to die. Even Buddha and Indra couldn't kill him, so Sun Wukong didn't think that Riser could kill him, but he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Riser. That seems interesting. Riser thought that he might as well come to fight the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth so that no one could fight him again. Sun Wukong felt that his entire body was tense, and he quickly tried to defend, but he couldn't. The silver edge flashed, and then a head rolled onto the ground. Sun Wukong died. Just like that. That famous Monkey King in the story of the journey to the west was unable to do anything against him. Everyone, including Yun Long, Cao Cao, and the others who ran away, saw everything. Fortunately, Cao Cao learned his lesson, and he didn't talk about anything to Riser. He only urged George to use the dimensional lost as soon as possible so they could run away, but it was too late. Riser pointed his finger, and a beam of light was about to pierce Cao Cao. Only suddenly, everything stopped. No one moved as if they were frozen, including his beam of light. However, Riser wasn't affected by this power. Time manipulation. His expression became strange, then he saw a burly figure appear near Cao Cao and the others as they were able to run away. Who is that? Riser was confused, wondering whether there was an existence whose power was time manipulation among all supernatural beings in the world. Still, this power didn't seem able to affect him, and he could tell that individual was weaker than him but stronger than anyone who was standing behind him. Yet, even so, he didn't underestimate this individual since he could tell that this individual was quite wary. Soon, when that burly figure, Cao Cao, and their group disappeared, the time moved once again. However, before they left, Cao Cao's expression was that of disbelief since the true Longinus on his hand had disappeared. Riser knew that he couldn't kill them, but it didn't mean he couldn't make them in misery. Using the power of Kote Kote no Mi, he took control over the true Longinus and subdued the will of God that dwelled inside this strongest Longinus. Was it an intense fight? Not really. Riser used the power of Villain and House Hoku Haki to dominate the will of God, conquering the true Longinus. Holding the strongest Longinus in his hands, he thought that he really had become the strongest being in the world. However, he kept this matter a secret and had been using the area of invisibility on the true Longinus so no one could see it. What's wrong? Riser-sama, is this the Canis Lycaon? Being dumb meant that Zenobia never thought too much, but it also gave her an advantage as it meant that she wouldn't be afraid of most of the things. Yes. Riser nodded helplessly. Woof. Woof. Kuro, the new name of the Canis Lycaon given by Riser, was friendly and smiled at Zenobia. How cute. Wait, this isn't the time for this. Irina quickly slapped Zenovia's head, then looked at Riser. Is this over, Riser-sama? Everyone was waiting for Riser's answer. No, this isn't over yet. Riser shook his head and said, the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth have colluded with the Cows Brigade. He then looked at Serafal firmly and said, tell them that I am going to come to their place in a day. If they can't give me an explanation, then I will destroy them. Everyone. Are we going to have a war, Riser-chan? Serafal asked in a daze since everything was so fast that she thought that everything was a dream. They have killed Azazel, and I won't let them go. Riser then looked at everyone and said, you don't need to go. I will go there by myself and destroy those two myths. Huh. Everyone became even more confused. Serafal, I leave the rest to you. Just tell them that. I will leave for an hour. Then, suddenly, Riser disappeared, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Were they really going to war? So, did Azazel die? Ajuka, who was in his research place on the human world, stopped reading his book and looked up. He was killed by the leader of the hero faction, Cao Cao. I see. Ajuka nodded as he let out a helpless sigh. That's a shame. You don't need to worry. You will follow him. You sure have the confidence to kill me, Riser. Ajuka saw a blurry figure whose identity was impossible to tell, but he knew damn well who this was even though this figure was holding the true Longinus in his hands. Whatever. Ajuka tried to fight, but in the end, there was no resistance. He was killed, that's it. Still, whatever the methods he had made, everything was meaningless since Riser was too strong. Like Azazel and Surzek, he didn't expect his end to be like this. The figure didn't bother to say anything and just left after he created a bigger explosion in the area. As for leaving any evidence, Riser had a perfect crime ability that was able to erase all the evidence that he was related to the killing of Ajuka. While it might not help much in the fight, it could even alter the reality of erasing all of the traces that he had committed all of this crime. Still, after he put True Longinus into his storage space, Riser stretched his hands, feeling so comfortable since he knew that the peace he longed for was coming. Oh, right. He forgot that he needed to destroy the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth first before he achieved his peace. Well, there is still a day. So, before the war, let's just enjoy life first. Chapter 340, The Future Will Help Us. It's gone. It's gone. In the corner of the world, within the dimensional gap, where there was only a ruin and nothing, a group of people appeared, running away and hiding from the person who wished to kill them. Nevertheless, even if the others sighed in relief as they were able to escape, Cao Cao lost his calm and panicked. Even if they were able to run away, he realized that he had nothing now. What's wrong, Cao Cao? Calm down. Everyone became confused by Cao Cao's outburst. My True Longinus, it's gone. What? Everyone stared at Cao Cao in confusion, wondering whether their leader had gone crazy. However, Tobio, who was also in a similar situation, was startled and dreaded. Cao Cao, don't tell me. Cao Cao lowered his head and punched his fist into the ground in frustration. Erberg. Stop. Stop. Don't move around, Cao Cao. You are going to die. George quickly stopped Cao Cao, whose face and body were so pale due to the blood loss. Still, Cao Cao suddenly felt his entire body was weak before he fell into George's arms, wondering where their future would be. What's wrong? What's happening? Jean asked in panic as everything was like a nightmare for her. In the beginning, everything was smooth, and they were able to do anything, but in a single moment, everything was destroyed, and she wasn't even sure what they should do. At this moment, everyone was confused, and no one knew what they should do. Their future was so dark that they weren't able to see anything. Running away. Were they even capable of doing that? Moreover, they felt that something big that they weren't able to control was about to happen. Calm down. Being panicked won't bring us anywhere. This voice was something that they had never heard. Instead, it was their first time seeing this person. A burly, muscular figure that emitted the aura of a manly man. Nevertheless, even if they didn't know this person, they knew that he was the one who had saved them. As for your Longinus, whether it is the Canis Lycaon or the True Longinus, they are all taken by Riser Lucifer. Weigh it. Everyone widened their eyes. That's impossible. How could that happen? He is a devil. How can he wield the True Longinus? Facing such words, the man only showed a solemn expression and didn't say anything, waiting for everyone to calm down. And when that happened, he asked, "Have you calmed down?" Everyone fell in silence and frightened as they wondered what they should do against this mighty being. At this moment, each of them wanted to blame someone, but when they saw Cao Cao, they shut their mouth since even if they could blame him, what could they do in this situation? Could they beg for Riser's forgiveness? No way. They were sure that as long as they appeared, Riser would kill him. Who are you? Arthur asked, but somehow, he felt this person was familiar. Gaspar Vladi. The men answered. That's my name. Gaspar Vladi. Anyway, thank you for saving us. Cao Cao might have been hurt and wounded, but even so, he still knew how to be grateful to someone. The rest also felt the same, as they knew that they wouldn't be able to stay alive without him. Moreover, this man was strong. It would be great if they could get this person's help. Still, Cao Cao quickly lowered his head since even if they could get the help of this man, what could they do? He had lost his True Longinus, and he was nothing but an ordinary human. What? Gaspar Vladi. Lu Fei widened her eyes, showing how dumbfounded she was. You are right. That's me. The man, who admitted himself as a... Huh? Do you know him, Arthur? Jean asked in wonder. He is Rias Gremory's bishop. Arthur fell in confusion as he looked at the man, who introduced himself as Gaspar Vladi. In his memory, Gaspar Vladi was a feminine young man with a short stature and cute appearance, which made people mistake him for a cute girl. However, the man in front of them was the epitome of a manly man, so that was why he was confused. Moreover, why should Rias Gremory help them? Wasn't Rias Gremory part of Riser's harem? Or was there something hidden that no one knew? No, I am not that Gaspar Vladi, but at the same time, I am Gaspar Vladi. What do you mean? They became confused by Gaspar's words. It's true that I am a Gaspar Vladi, but I am Gaspar Vladi from a different future timeline. Future different timeline. Everyone was in a daze when they heard Gaspar's explanation. In my timeline, Riser from this world came into our world and destroyed everything. To change all of that, I came to this timeline to stop him before he became an almighty existence that dominated everything. Everyone. All of them fell into silence and became dazed as the information they received was too much for them to handle. The future? A different timeline. Was Riser going to be a mighty being that dominated everything? This information was so much that they didn't know what to do. Moreover, were they just trying to challenge a mighty being? While it was true that Cao Cao had the strongest Longinus with the soul of the god resided within, Riser was above the god. Cao Cao had never felt so powerless, especially when he knew that nothing could be done anymore. Thank you for saving us, but I can't see how we can help you to fight Lucifer-sama. Unlike his arrogant personality previously, he was humbled as he realized that fighting or even struggling was pointless. Moreover, he was afraid that they might not be able to keep their lives anymore since he knew that sooner or later, they would die. No, we need your help, Gasper said firmly. We. Yes, he is going to come. Our savior. He is the one who will save us from this nightmare. Who? Everyone was confused and also became curious since there was even a being that could fight Riser. He is my tutor and the strongest someone that I have ever known. Issei Hayudo. He will become our savior to save all of us. Everyone. Before that, let's quickly get Valley Lucifer, or else he might be killed by Riser Lucifer. Valley. When everyone moved and was ready to get Valley, Riser, who had listened to everything, fell into silence. Future. Riser looked at the distant horizon and wondered why the future wanted to destroy him. Also, Gasper. Why the heck did the future get involved? Moreover, Issei. With Riser's careful personality, how could he miss checking whether Issei was dying or not? When Riser returned from his duel against the Great Red, he used the location to locate Issei even though he knew that Issei had died, and he didn't find anything, yet he knew that Issei was going to return once again. Frankly, Riser felt like Issei was like a cockroach, as this guy kept coming from a place that he never expected. As for Gasper. Gasper from this world was different from Gasper in the future, so Riser wouldn't do anything, at least, he needed to wait until Issei reappeared so that everything would be cleared up. Yet, Riser let out a helpless sigh as he needed to fight and fight again, then disappeared and appeared in Kyoto again, ready to start a war against the Chinese myth and Hindu myth. Chapter 341, No More. Still, those who were troubled weren't only the hero faction, but those Chinese myth and the Hindu myth, which were involved with the hero faction, were so troubled at this moment. Riser was going to attack them in 24 hours. It was like an announcement, and he definitely would do it. It's such a joke. Do the Alliance think that they can control the whole world due to their numbers? They get ahead of themselves. As gods, naturally, they were arrogant, especially when no one had ever treated them like this. They felt furious, and they wished to go to the war directly, yet they knew even though they were angry, it didn't mean that they were ready to fight the Alliance. As they had said before, the numbers of the Alliance were numerous, and even if they didn't believe that they would lose, their casualties were definitely high. Moreover, they also understood the reason why the Alliance was furious and wished for a war against them. Sun Wukong, Yulong, Hero Faction, and Indra. It was said that those names had been involved in the deaths of Azazel and Ajuka. Still, Riser had killed Sun Wukong, and his corpse was even shown to the whole world, showing that he was serious and he was going to come to destroy the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth if they didn't give the Alliance an explanation. Watching Sun Wukong, who died, no one from the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth could take lightly Riser's mad decision. Riser never joked, and as long as they didn't give the Alliance an explanation and those who were involved in the death of Azazel and Ajuka, Riser was going to attack them. Yet, what could they do? No one could find Yulong and the hero faction. As for Indra. You were joking. As one of the strongest gods in the Hindu myth, how could such an explanation be? Yet, no matter how many times they tried to negotiate with the Alliance, there was nothing they could do, as it was Riser's ultimatum. Still, they didn't give up, so they tried to reach the angel side, asking them to stop Riser's mad decision. As for why they didn't contact the devil or the fallen angel, it was because it was meaningless. The devil was controlled by Riser, and the fallen angel was furious as their former governor was brutally murdered by the hero faction, who was involved with the Chinese myth and Hindu myth. Michael, is this Lucifer really going to attack us? Jade Emperor, the representative of the Chinese myth, asked. Yes. Michael was helpless, but he knew that there was nothing that he could do. He is crazy. He is going to destroy you all. Do you really want to fight against us, the Chinese myth? Did he think that he was above the Buddha? Jade Emperor directly scolded Riser and the Alliance for being arrogant. Still, while Michael was helpless since there was nothing that he could do, he couldn't accept Jade Emperor's words. After all, no matter how rash Riser's decision was, Riser was still the leader chosen by the Alliance. It's you who should be careful, or else the Chinese myth is going to be destroyed. Jade Emperor was dumbfounded and couldn't believe the words that came out of Michael's mouth. Are you serious with what you said, Michael? It's you who overestimate yourselves. If it was before, Michael might think that Riser was crazy and would even push Riser away from the Alliance, but now. Riser was the strongest being in this world, and there was no doubt that the Chinese and Hindu myths were involved in the death of Ajuka and Azazel. If they could even the two leaders from the devil and the fallen angel, then where was the face of the Alliance? Moreover, if they let Chinese myth and Hindu myth do what they pleased, in the future, the angel might be killed, too. We, the angel, will also follow him to attack the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth, be prepared. Jade Emperor felt a chill, but his arrogance didn't allow him to feel fear, and he questioned Michael once again. Are you serious? I am. Michael had had enough of being gentle since everyone always underestimated and thought that they could walk over his head, thinking that he wouldn't do anything to them, but now, such a Michael no longer existed. Quickly give all of those who are involved, or else be careful, or else you will be destroyed. There was no need to communicate any longer as Michael was ready for the battle. Nevertheless, he knew that the research on a certain item for the angel needed to be done as soon as possible so that Riser could be tied down to the angel's side. Nevertheless, unlike the Chinese myth that communicated with the angel, the Hindu myth didn't need to do so. Instead, all of them were ready for the battle. They might be pacifists and didn't wish for war, but if someone picked a fight against them, they wouldn't feel scared, and they were going to fight. However, it was only limited to gods who could fight, but those gods who couldn't fight were frightened as they knew they would become the first target of this war. Yet, there was no doubt the war was about to start in 24 hours. No one was prepared, yet all of them were getting ready. Even those who weren't involved in this war were tense and prepared themselves in case the war spread in their direction. However, for one thing, they knew that they shouldn't provoke the alliance, especially with Riser, who was the leader of this alliance. Still, as those who were part of the alliance, all of them also started to move. Whether it was the Norse myth, Greek myth, Japanese myth, or many others, all of them came in the call of Riser. They might be stunned and surprised, but somehow, strangely enough, they believed in him to bring them victory, and it was also their time to show their loyalty to him. Kakaka, he is crazy. War, right. Let's do it. I will handle this. Indra didn't fear this war. Instead, he thought this war as living so long was so boring. All of Indra's subordinates also stood behind Indra with a resolute expression as they were ready for the battle. Hearing Indra's words, many Hindu gods had an ugly expression since this war happened, all due to Indra. If Indra wasn't involved with the hero faction, then would this happen? Yet, even if this war was troublesome, they didn't fear it and knew that they needed to do it, or else their myth would be trampled by the alliance. No one was backing down. Even with limited time, they were going to fight the alliance. Oh, it's time. Everyone looked at the clock and saw that 24 hours had passed since the announcement, and they knew that it was time for the alliance to attack them. However, they didn't expect that it would be so fast. Suddenly, tremendous pressure came and cracked almost the entire Svarga, causing all the gods to feel horror. Riser looked at all the strongest gods in the Hindu myth in front of him and decided to kill some of them. Duelist. Chapter 342, Life or Dignity. It was an utter defeat. As Riser took down all the powerful gods in the Hindu myth and Buddha from the Chinese myth, the rest of the members of the alliance charged forward from China and India, attacking two myths at the same time. Whether it was Thor, Zeus, Michael, Susanoo, or many others, they were all gone on a rampage, killing many. While Riser fought the strongest beings in China and India myth, it didn't mean the other gods were weak, and they wouldn't give up against the alliance, yet they realized the horror of the alliance. Immortal. Yes, all of them are immortal. Even though many of the members of the alliance were hurt, all of their wounds quickly healed before they died. Knowing this, they all became crazy, and no one was holding back. Ha ha ha. We're immortal. Long live, Riser Lucifer-sama. Everyone was full of excitement as their bodies were full of blood from their enemies. The life of supernatural beings, especially those who lived so long, like gods, devils, fallen angels, and angels, was boring as they were living so long. Something that was unexpected and special for a human might be something ordinary for supernatural beings. However, war and fighting were different. While some might hate war, there were many who loved war, especially in the war where they didn't need to feel afraid to die. At that moment, Riser was like a higher being for all of them. Not only was his might above everyone's, but his healing ability was just too absurd that they didn't feel afraid of dying. Moreover, as the strongest fighters of the Chinese and Hindu myth were taken by Riser to the duelist space, their opponents were just SOSO. Whether it was the Norse myth, the Greek myth, the angel, the devil, the fallen angel, the Japanese myth, or many others weren't weak, so everything became a bloodbath. Everyone competed against each other who killed more than others, yet those who became their opponents hoped for a miracle to happen, and they wished for this fight to stop. While this might not be a scene of hell, this was a war. For those who wished for peace, this was hell, but for those who wished for war, this was happiness. Ah. Great. Great. This is amazing. Ha ha ha. Their current expressions were probably even more horrible than those criminal organizations, yet it didn't matter as this was a war. If you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. If you wanted to win and didn't want to have a miserable life, you had to win. This was the cruel truth of the world. Then, suddenly, at that moment, the world stopped when they saw a lot of gigantic screens appearing in the sky. The alliance smiled, but their enemies were filled with horror as they saw who the victor was between them. I have killed Buddha, Indra, and Shiva. Do you still wish to fight? The three heads of those mighty beings that people from various eras worshipped were held by Riser and shown on the screens. At this moment, his opponents had given up the struggle since they knew they had lost. However, the alliance was different as they were filled with excitement at their victory. Their eyes were fanatical, and they couldn't take their eyes away from him as they chanted his names like believers. Lucifer Sama. Lucifer Sama. Lucifer Sama. Dominating the world. This was Lucifer's dream, yet unlike the original Lucifer, who died, Riser Lucifer was able to do it. Instantly, the news of the defeat of Hindu and Chinese myth spread to every corner of the supernatural world. Those who were unrelated were filled with terror and gritted their teeth helplessly since they didn't join the alliance immediately. However, there was no doubt after this incident that they had planned to join the alliance immediately since this was necessary. Naturally, there were still many stubborn ones, but as long as they didn't cause trouble, nothing would happen. Still, those who wished to curry favor for him quickly tried their best since they knew that it was a perfect chance to bring this world under one ruler. Finish. Risavim Levon Lucifer and Euclid Lucifuge fell in silence, thinking that Riser brought more terror than them. When they heard that the alliance was going to have a war against the Hindu and Chinese myth, they fell in silence, thinking that chaos was about to descend. Unfortunately, it was just a one-sided slaughter, and it was the victory of the alliance. Nevertheless, everything happened so fast, and the living space for the terrorists was even harder as they were targeted by many for money. Risavim and Euclid were even more so since their bounties were so high. What should we do? Well, nothing will change anyway. The two of them nodded since they knew that even if the alliance almost dominated this world, there were still many who were unsatisfied with the alliance. Hades looked at the report and fell into silence. Not only Hades but also many people such as Valley, Chow Chow, and others were silent, watching this result. However, this wasn't the end since they knew that their nightmare was about to start. Arthur and Lo Fei felt their entire bodies were cold, thinking about what would happen to them and their family. The rest wasn't much better as they knew only despair was waiting for them. Nevertheless, Biko cried blood before he passed out since he knew everything was over for his family. Vala didn't say anything and just gave up. This time, even Albion didn't say anything. Only Chow Chow laughed. Ha ha ha, what is this? What is this? What kind of difficulty is this? A hero. In the eyes of the majority, they were terrorists, and fighting Riser was nothing but a suicide. Chow Chow then looked at adult Gasper, who came from a different future timeline. So, what do you think? Do you wish to fight that being? Do you think the so-called savior can defeat that being? However, do you know that not only do we have to fight him, but all of his subordinates are strong. They are also immortal. What can we do? Hey, answer me. Gasper only closed his eyes, then said, you don't need to worry. He will bring us to victory. I assure you, and believe me, since you don't have any choices when death is only your future. Everyone fell into silence. Yes, death was their only destination. They didn't have any choices anymore, especially when they had decided to become Riser's enemy. However, for those who were female, they knew that they still had a choice. Still, whether Jean, Lo Fei, Natsa Managawa, or Lavinia Rennie, all of them could only lower their heads and were forced to choose whether their dignity or life was more important. Yet, at the same time, they also hoped for a miracle, Hayatu Issei, to come. Chapter 343, Dawn. The war ended with the victory of the alliance and the defeat of their opponents. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that everything ended since when the war started, many thought that it was their opportunity to fight the power of alliance, thinking the victory was in the Hindu and Chinese myth. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Riser was the victor, and the world was as good as his. So, because of that, they were erased from this world. Many had been erased, such as Pendragon House, who murdered the entire royal family, becoming the greatest criminal in Britain. Meredith, who was the only remaining member of the royal family, knew that this family needed to be punished, so she took charge of purging for this family, leaving only Arthur and Lo Fei as the remaining members of the Pendragon House. While Arthur and Lo Fei wished to do something, they were unable to do so and could only plop on the ground, watching everything in despair. Valle wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't do it since he knew as long as he had his family, fighting Riser was simply meaningless. It was also why he didn't join the hero faction or the war that happened between the Alliance and two major myths in the world. If it was before, he might wish to join the fight, but now. Peace was all he sought after. Living was simply hell for him, especially when his entire body had always been in pain. Even Albion didn't say anything as they realized that fighting Riser was meaningless. Still, if there was something that was good to know about Riser, his words could be trusted. As long as they didn't trouble Riser, his life and his family's life would be peaceful. There was no need to worry about anything, yet when he saw the hatred on Arthur, Lo Fei, and Biko, he couldn't say anything, stop them, or say that he would help them. Nevertheless, the three never forced Valle to join them. Instead, they looked at Gaspar and asked, Can Issei Hayato really defeat him? Yes. Watching their hopeful expression, Gaspar answered without hesitation. If it was Issei, nothing was impossible since Issei had always defied the impossible and brought hope and victory to those Issei cared about. Still, among them, there was still one person who was troubled by the aftermath of this war. Vladi, can you help with the 5 principal clans? I beg you. Tobio lost Canis Lycaon, so there was nothing that he could do, especially with how weak his situation was. Nevertheless, he begged Gaspar to save the 5 principal clans since he only realized that they were under the attack of Tiamat. While he wasn't sure why it happened, he wanted to stop this fight since the existence of the 5 principal clans was necessary, especially when that was the place where his fiancée was living. Tobio had heard that 3 of the clans from the 5 principal clans were in ruin, and he knew that he needed to do something before everything was crumbling. Sorry, I can't do it. However, Gaspar shook his head. Tiamat isn't a weak opponent, and our fight will definitely arouse the attention of Riser Lucifer and the others. By then, we can only give up our plan to fight him as our victory was as good as nothing. No way. Tobio was at a loss and wasn't sure what to do. The rest also didn't say anything since Issei was their only hope. If they lose this hope, then they know they might as well stop living there since there is no hope anymore in this world. Living dead is probably what they were. The members of the / dog also didn't know what to do until suddenly Lavinia Rennie said, I will go out to save the 5 principal clans. What? Everyone was startled. Do you know what are you talking about, Rennie? You are a criminal now. If you are going out then. Valle looked at Rennie in disbelief. Rennie. It's okay. I am a woman. In the worst case, I will just be impregnated by that Lucifer, right? All of them fell into silence and didn't know what to say. Riser was famous for being lustful, and that was why Rennie was confident about doing it. Even if she was caught, she would definitely be given to Riser instead of being killed by others. If it was before, she might not have thought such a way, but now. She was just exhausted, and she really couldn't see hope in Issei Hayato, whom Gaspar talked about. She might as well give up her resistance and then beg Riser to let go of Valle and Tobio so they could live well in this world. Suddenly, she thought about the words she had said to Mephistopheles and felt intense regret, especially when she was the one who made the situation between them become sour. Wait, Rennie, are you serious? Tobio was so shocked. I am. Rennie nodded as she gently looked at Tobio. You don't need to worry. While I can't promise that I can save the entire 5 principal clans, at least the Haimjima clan can stay alive. Tobio opened his lips, then said nothing. Rennie then looked at Valle and said, Stay well, okay. Valle couldn't even say a single word. However, it seemed that Rennie wasn't the only one who was interested in this deal. I will go too. Jean raised her hand. Jean. Chow Chow, George, Leonardo, and many other members of the hero faction who still stayed alive were startled by Jean's decision. Don't stop me. I will go. Jean didn't even look at Chow Chow and the others since there was no real friendship between them. Moreover, she was also being brainwashed by Chow Chow, and as the strongest host of the Longinus, she knew that facing him was only suicide. However, their situation was switched. At this moment, if Chow Chow faced her, he was only asking for death, and unlike others who still had hope, she didn't have hope at all. Jean might as well follow Rennie and live as Riser's woman. Even if she couldn't be his woman, being the maid around his house was much better than living like a homeless person like this. Watch Jean, who decisively left, and no one could say anything to her. Frankly, all of them understood Jean's thought. Unfortunately, all of them were tough guys, so it was impossible for them to have a good fortune in front of Riser. Wait, Jean-sama, we're going to come with you. Me too. Jean-sama. The girls in the hero faction also quickly followed Jean. Arthur looked at all the women who had left, then looked at his little sister. Luffei, you go too. Luffei was startled. What were you saying, Oni-sama? You are weak. You won't help much in this battle. Go away. Arthur said harshly. Luffei was in tears before she bowed her head and left. Watching his little sister leave, Arthur sighed in relief and felt 2 firm hands patting his shoulders. I am sorry. Valle apologized. This is what I have decided, and this is also the consequence of following that choice. I have accepted this fate, but I won't give up fighting, Arthur said firmly. Oh. Count on me, too. Biko said with a laugh. Valle felt his lips tremble, but no words came out of his mouth. Yet, Biko and Arthur didn't blame Valle since everyone had their own choices, and they couldn't blame them, especially when one had a responsibility to take after. Nevertheless, those who remained all waited for their dawn and their savior to come, giving them the hope and victory that they had been waiting for.